that action. Put the meat into there. I do want to try and
the
get
King stream is going to continue if you guys want to continue to support.
For the Pteranodon.
We're going to be raiding out.
Level 1. There it is.
Good night, everybody. Good night, good night.
107 max level. That Bronto, not that one, but it's another one over there that's max level. We might try and kill this Bronto for some prime meat. Let's quickly get
Gong with a high score so monumental. It became a beacon for gamers everywhere, illuminating the path of gaming glory for decades to come. 874.
You have to deny, you have to live in denial for a long time till the light catches up. You have to remember all the fucking lies you told to keep the story straight.
Yeah, the more lies you go.
And the stress and the stress and the stress, how do these guys sleep at night?
So apparently some of them sleep like babies.
With first a whisper and then a flash, humanity bore witness.
To Bill Mitchell's assumption is that he didn't think that Bill Bastable had the perfect Pac-Man. After going to Bill Bastable's house and seeing a photo that was in the series 80s, it sort of corroborates that maybe possibly looking into things that Bill Bastable possibly might be having different.
He transcended Donkey Kong scores, each announcing with unmistakable majesty the dawn of a new epoch of video. Valor. 1,047,200. 1,050,200. 1 million.
Joystick, black top.
Is it always a black top?
Never seen anyone but that. Well, no, I have seen other ones. I've never played on one other than a black top. If it wasn't black, I wouldn't have played it.
Why is that?
Because the other joysticks are not real joysticks. They're not Donkey Kong joysticks.
62,800. Prepare yourself, dear viewer, for you are about to learn of a tale so extraordinary that it's...
Everything will be transparent. Everything will be available. Witnesses, documents, everything will be made available to you. Nothing will be withheld. You absolutely have my commitment.
As a testament to the boundless potential nestled within the human spirit. As a tapestry of twin galaxy-high scores and Guinness World Records unfurl behind him, like a resplendent cloak of retro video gaming royalty, I introduce to you the tale of Billy Mitchell, the undisputed, unparalleled king of Kong, the video game player of the...
Never any statement from Namco that they crowned Billy Player of the Century. No reporting at the time reported this, and the plaque itself doesn't even say it. It's almost as if Billy Mitchell made it up.
So you were given two different plaques?
2 awards from Namco.
All right.
Just like I said earlier.
And this was one of them, the other one is the Player of the Century?
That's correct.
Do you have any copies of the Player of the Century plaque?
No.
Any pictures of it?
I guess no. I'd have to look for them. I don't know if I do.
Have you looked for any of those pictures?
I haven't found any to...
The century.
In the world of classic arcade gaming, there are few names as iconic and divisive as Billy Mitchell. First introduced to many in the 2007 documentary, The King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters, Mitchell wasn't portrayed as just any old retro gamer. He was the reigning champion, the established kingpin of Donkey Kong, an undeniable presence with a flair for the dramatic, a persona that one could be forgiven for assuming was a character, that he was willingly assuming the role of heel merely for entertainment purposes.
If I have all this good fortune, if everything's rolling my way, if all these balls have bounced in my favor, there's some poor bastard out there who's getting his screws put to him.
Now opposite him stood Steve Wiebe, in almost every way a stark contrast to Mitchell's apparent success and bravado. Portrayed as the genuine, soft-spoken family man, the underdog challenger with a quiet humility, respectable determination, and a hard-on-his-sleeve attitude, Wiebe was quite obviously the protagonist of the story.
His talent is in his hands. He pitched. He was a basketball.
Now, as the documentary unfolds, we see that Mitchell's reputation is built on so much more than just his gameplay, for better or worse. Unlike Wiebe, who we see traveling across the country on multiple occasions to put his skills to the test in live, competitive environments, we never actually see Billy play at all, with him even refusing to show up and compete against Wiebe at a venue mere miles from Billy's house in Florida, when Steve had flown all the way from Washington State.
I told him last night that he had to come, that there was no reason for him not to be here. He said, I have 15 reasons why I can't come. I said, they're all BS. This is after 1:30 in the morning. So they're all BS, because I have 15 reasons why you have to be here.
I traveled 3,000 miles to give myself a chance to get the world record and be in Guinness. I hope he can at least come 10 miles and put his game on the line.
Now, with what's obviously intentionally cut to highlight the painful irony, we witness in real time Billy's complete lack of willingness to actually perform under pressure of live in-person competition, intercut with his own commentary about how that's the only way to truly earn respect from your competition, to prove that you're the best, something he claims he's earned.
Video games are meant to be played in a competitive environment, under pressure, organized, where you have to perform literally on demand. You have far more credibility than someone who says, oh, I did that last week. If you don't play when you have to play, if you don't play when the pressure's on, you're really not good enough.
Eventually culminating in one of the film's most iconic moments, when Wiebe successfully achieves a new world record of 985,600 points, live at Fun Spot in New Hampshire, only for that moment to be instantly crushed by the deviously timed release of a videotaped performance from Billy, who we see at the time sitting on his couch back in Florida, far away from any real competitive pressure. A tape where he allegedly achieves a score of 1,047,200, the score that would come to be known as the King of Kong score, completely overshadowing Wiebe's accomplishment mere moments after it happened. These kinds of tactics from Billy, his approach to competition, as well as some of the other seemingly devious and evasive actions represented in the documentary, not only raised quite a few eyebrows for many people, questioning the sportsmanship or ethics around this kind of behavior, but also raised questions from others about the authenticity of his gameplay and the integrity of some of his achievements. A recurring sentiment throughout the film, both from Billy himself as well as from others in the gaming community, was that Billy Mitchell always has a plan. Now, this statement, seemingly innocuous at first, takes on a more insidious undertone as the documentary progressed. The audience is asked to ponder if Billy is simply a strategic thinker, always a step ahead, or if this alludes to a more cunning, perhaps even nefarious nature. One thing was clear for sure. For Billy himself, being perceived as the best wasn't just a goal, it was an imperative, a meticulously crafted image that he was determined to maintain at all costs. Now, in the annals of video game history, Billy Mitchell's perfect Pac-Man score in 1999 stands as a significant milestone, especially if you hear Billy himself talk about it.
It was kind of like Neil Armstrong going to the moon.
Yet even in 1999, 8 years before the outside world would be introduced to the competitive retro gaming subculture in history as seen in The King of Kong, there was already layers of contention and intrigue beneath the surface of this celebrated achievement. While the larger gaming world might have marveled at his accomplishment, whispers from some of the most important figures within the community seemed to suggest a slightly different narrative, one that was more in line with the kinds of shenanigans we'd come to know almost a decade later. Now, Twin Galaxies, the self-proclaimed official scorekeepers for the world of video gaming, with a history dating back to the early 1980s, was a central player in this tale. As the main adjudicating body for arcade game records, it held significant sway over the narrative of gaming greatness. And the character of Billy Mitchell, with his charismatic flair and ever-growing list of accomplishments that he couldn't go without ensuring you heard about, was very much their poster child. Now, the tale of the first perfect score is not only muddled by the fact that there's quite a lot of evidence to reasonably conclude that at least one other person had achieved this over a decade prior to Billy, but it's further complicated by the fact that it was allegedly done in the face of a gentleman's agreement between some of the most well-known and respected top competitors. These elite players had allegedly decided as a group to pursue the elusive perfect score live, head-to-head, at an annual event at that same fun spot in New Hampshire. Yet Mitchell, seemingly sidestepping this pact, captured the score on his own terms, months ahead of the anticipated and agreed-upon showdown. Now, this achievement, now not only having questionable veracity, but also coming along with the baggage of having been done under morally questionable circumstances, also came along with another claim by Billy, that it would result in him being heralded as the video game player of the century, a title bestowed upon him by Masaya Nakamura, founder of Namco. Just one more claim that's now mired in doubt. Recent findings have begun to shift this narrative, strongly suggesting that perhaps Namco's endorsement was a fabrication, retrofitted to the story to lend further credibility and bestow even more prestige onto Billy. This story goes so much deeper than anybody could have imagined, and is fraught with what can only be described as a scorched earth policy from Mitchell himself, seemingly towards any and all criticism or accusation, resulting in countless lawsuits that show all of the hallmarks of having the primary goal of intimidating and silencing critics in hopes of controlling the narrative over both him as a person, as well as the legitimacy of his alleged accomplishments, trying to protect his legacy that he spent the better part of 4 decades constructing in one way or another, at all costs. Billy Mitchell's journey in the gaming world is as much about high scores as it's about perception, deception, and the power of narrative. And in 2018, everything would change, with a number of allegations that would initiate the unraveling of a legacy for a once untouchable arcade icon. In August of 2017, Jeremy Young, aka Zelnia, a moderator of the Donkey Kong forums, opened up a dispute thread on the Twin Galaxies forums, challenging the legitimacy of one of Billy Mitchell's world record Donkey Kong scores, referencing a lack of evidence that the record actually occurred as it had been claimed, as well as multiple pieces of circumstantial evidence supporting the idea that perhaps not everybody involved in these events were necessarily telling the whole truth about what really happened. This thread would ultimately continue for over 370 pages over the course of 3 years, and would end up delving far deeper and reaching far wider than anybody could have ever imagined, with the major turning point in the case not coming from the initial claims that were raised, but instead 6 months later in February 2018, when a massive dump of evidence was dropped on the community, resulting from an in-depth video analysis done by the same Jeremy Young on what was allegedly the tapes of 3 of Billy Mitchell's most well-known Donkey Kong world record scores. The conclusion of this analysis was the claim that his findings proved conclusively that the 3 scores that would eventually come to be known as the King of Kong score, the Mortgage Broker score, and the Boomer score were not done on original Donkey Kong arcade hardware, but rather generated on something called MAME. And if true, not only would that mean that those scores would be disqualified, but by most interpretations would ultimately mean that Billy Mitchell knowingly cheated to achieve multiple world record scores. This analysis and what followed as a result would eventually lead to all 3 of these scores being removed from Twin Galaxies leaderboards, no longer recognized as legitimate world records, as well as resulting in those scores that were previously featured in the Guinness Book of World Records being removed, initiating a cascade of lawsuits between Billy Mitchell and basically anybody that got involved in one way or another, with multiple lawsuits still ongoing to this day. So, what the hell is this MAME thing that everybody keeps talking about? And what exactly did Jeremy Young's analysis actually say? Buckle up, boys and girls, because things are about to get spicy.
And the fact of the matter is, everybody is looking at the film, and everybody is questioning the fact, was it arcade or was it MAME?
What is MAME exactly, for those who may not know?
I've never even played MAME. I don't have MAME loaded in my home. But basically, MAME is an emulation of what is in the arcade. It's just not the arcade.
The Multiple Arcade Machine Emulator, aka MAME, is, well, exactly what it sounds like. It's a free and open source emulator designed to replicate the hardware of many classic arcade systems in an attempt to both educate and preserve knowledge of how these classic systems were designed and built. Since its creation, MAME was commonly used by folks who wanted to play these classic games that might not have access to the original hardware. And much like emulators for all kinds of other systems and consoles to this day, it was also utilized by people to practice for competitive play on original arcade machines, and even for competitive purposes itself. Now, as was mirrored in this Twin Galaxies thread from over 15 years ago, despite being extremely similar in most regards, emulators are not necessarily 100% accurate to the original hardware, with the various differences between each ranging from imperceptible to blatantly obvious. Now, while MAME is an accepted platform for competitive purposes, scores that are played on MAME and submitted to Twin Galaxies leaderboards belong in their own categories entirely, separate from the leaderboards dedicated to scores on original hardware. Now, due to some of the differences that I just mentioned, including but not limited to the presence of additional features that are beyond the capabilities of the original hardware, such as custom settings or cheats that allow you to manipulate many aspects of the gameplay, such as the speed the game is played at, for example, it's common for there to be different rules or acceptance criteria for submitted scores done on an emulator, like requiring additional files that are created by the emulator itself, tracking the inputs of the player, the settings that were used for the gameplay, that sort of thing. So why exactly is MAME relevant to this story? Well, that's where those pesky differences between gameplay done on original hardware versus those done via emulation comes into play. Now, it turns out that, up until this point, evidence of some previously unknown differences between Donkey Kong gameplay done on arcade hardware versus emulation might have been hiding in plain sight for over a decade, in quite the unfortunate location. The following is going to be a summary largely based on two pieces of work, the first being the evidence presented by Jeremy Young in his February 2018 post, and the second being a document entitled Comprehensive Analysis and Case Study of Donkey Kong MAME and Arcade Video Output, published by Tanner Fawkins in September 2022. Fawkins is an electrical engineer with a master's degree from Missouri University of Science and Technology, who also happens to be the youngest person ever to reach the Donkey Kong kill screen at the age of 16, and is also one of the founders of a company that designs direct capture hardware for Donkey Kong arcade machines, seemingly the perfect combination of skills and interests relevant to this story. Allow me to summarize as best as I can my understanding of the most relevant high-level details shared by both Young and Fawkins. I highly suggest anybody who's interested in this subject refer to the original Twin Galaxies dispute thread and the original analysis document, which I provided in my reference doc linked in the description, as this is merely my personal understanding of their findings condensed and simplified, along with visuals that I've created from a mixture of their source material as well as my own for easier consumption. So along with some interesting history and backstory, Fawkins explains in his paper how these old arcade machines were designed primarily for use with CRT televisions, as well as how RGB signals are sent from the arcade PCBs to the displays. The most important takeaway at this point, put as simply as possible, is that the color information that's sent to monitors comes along with additional data outside of the red, green, and blue color information. And this data is used by the monitor to synchronize the incoming video signal with its own refresh rate. If the monitor doesn't properly sync with the input signal, then the resulting output is basically foobar. Now on that note, there are a few noteworthy things about Donkey Kong's video output that we should get out of the way. First is that its vertical refresh rate is 60.60606 Hz, and that's what determines how many times per second the image is generated from top to bottom. The second is that the screen's orientation is actually vertical inside of the arcade cabinet itself, with the TV being rotated 90 degrees counterclockwise. And I'll quote directly from Fawkins' paper here. Due to this scanning mechanism and RGB video standard itself, the output video from a 240p arcade game will always draw in the same orientation, assuming the input video hardware and software are unmodified and the screen data is read in the same order from memory. So what all of this means is that the direct video output from an unmodified Donkey Kong cabinet to a normally oriented monitor will always result in the picture on screen being rotated 90 degrees clockwise. Now, interestingly enough, there's one more fortunate fact that's quite relevant to this discussion, and that's that earlier versions of MAME incorrectly handled the orientation adjustment. So all versions of MAME displayed the image rotated in the wrong direction by default up until about 2018. Which conveniently acts as a marker for MAME gameplay versus arcade. As you can see from this picture, when an arcade machine outputs video to a TV, the TV needs to be put on its left side in order for the video to render properly. Whereas on the opposite side of this picture, we can see that the TV needs to be put on its right side because the video is coming from those older versions of MAME. You're going to want to keep this in mind for later. We'll be coming back to it. Now, it's at this point where we need to introduce the concept that's at the heart of all of this research. Arguably the most important thing in this entire story: screen transitions. According to Fawkins, the way that the game transitions between the different screens acts like a fingerprint, uniquely identifying the platform that the game is being played on. So in Donkey Kong, there are 4 different stages that the game cycles through. There's the barrel stage, the rivet stage, the elevator stage, and then the conveyor belt stage. And in between each stage, there's the how high can you get screen that's shown temporarily before the next stage is loaded. Now, this next part of his paper is both super interesting to me and also undoubtedly not remotely interesting for probably 99% of you, as it has to do with assembly language, VRAM, processor architecture, blah blah blah. I'll skip over all of the details and I'll summarize it in an overly simplified manner as such. First, we know the exact order that the graphics are loaded into memory. Second, we know the rate that the graphics data is sent from memory to the display. Third, we know the order, direction, and rate at which the display renders the image. So because of all of that, we know exactly how the resulting image will be displayed frame by frame when that image is output by original unmodified Donkey Kong arcade hardware. Let's take a look at the barrel stage. When looking at this, remember that the video output coming from the original arcade hardware is rotated, which means our display is going to be rotated. So in this case, what that means is that the vertical scanning ends up being horizontal. With that in mind, take a look at this animation that for me was helpful in visualizing the relationship between the loading of graphics into memory and the scanning process of the monitor. The pink line moving from left to right represents that scanning. What you see on the left side is the representation of the VRAM being populated. It's basically just all the graphics loaded into memory. So to summarize as simply as possible, Donkey Kong itself loads graphics into memory in a very specific predetermined sequence. And as the scanline traces along the screen, if graphics data has been put into memory at the location that the scanline is currently at, it's drawn on screen. Notice how at first no graphics data has been put into VRAM, but then the loading sequence of graphics begins and we see the first bit of data is written into memory. Nothing is shown on screen yet though because the scanline hasn't gotten there yet. So as we continue on, a part of the second girder is then put into memory, although once again the scanline hasn't gotten there yet, so nothing is drawn. Then a bigger chunk of that second girder is put into memory, and this time the scanline actually has something to draw, although it's only able to draw from its current location forward, missing the left side of the girder for now until it comes back around. The game then loads more of the third girder, the fourth girder, and part of the fifth girder as the scanline approaches the end of drawing the first frame. This is why the first frame of the screen transition shows this slanted pattern of 5 girders. What's drawn on screen is what was loaded into memory for that part of the screen prior to the scanline getting there. And once again, I want to reiterate, this is effectively a completely deterministic process. Every single original Donkey Kong arcade machine draws its graphics exactly like this. Now when you're running Donkey Kong in MAME, you're running what's effectively an exact dump of the game code in the form of a ROM. Although MAME is a hardware emulator that tries its best to approximate the behavior of the original arcade hardware without necessarily perfectly replicating the physical hardware itself. Now because the game ROM itself is, for all intents and purposes, a perfect copy of the arcade game, the order that the graphics are loaded into VRAM on arcade and MAME are identical. But when it comes to how and when graphics in VRAM are drawn on screen, this is where the key differences come in. MAME doesn't draw graphics scanline by scanline like arcade does. Instead, once per frame, whatever graphics have been populated into memory since the last frame was drawn gets instantly drawn to the screen, which in this visual is represented by that pink flash. Because Arcade and MAME load graphics into memory in the exact same way, but Arcade acts like a scanner, whereas MAME basically takes snapshots, that's why their transition screens are always consistently different in the exact same ways every single time. This behavior is now very well understood for each of the individual screen transitions, and is actually a beautifully consistent process that, as Falcon said, acts like a fingerprint for arcade hardware. Now, while his 2022 analysis outlined the how and the why behind the screen transitions, undoubtedly an insanely valuable contribution to the discussion, it was 4 years earlier in Jeremy Young's bombshell February 2018 post where this revelation was first introduced to the Donkey Kong world. The meat of this two-part post is in the visuals. For each screen transition in the game, he put together a collection of animations showing the frame-by-frame rendering of each stage from a handful of different sources. First, multiple versions of MAME were tested in order to be able to compare any idiosyncrasies between the different versions of the emulator, as it's remained in active development for many years now. Second was from reference footage compiled by another member of the DK forums, Chris Gleed, who went through the expensive and painstaking process of putting together a direct feed recording setup on his original Donkey Kong arcade machine in an attempt to try and replicate the setup that Billy Mitchell was reported to have used at the time. The third was from reference footage compiled by Jeremy Young himself, this time using his cell phone camera to record the screen on his own original DK arcade machine. Finally, these reference animations were compared with transition images gathered from footage of Billy Mitchell's various world record scores from over the years. The King of Kong score, the Mortgage Broker score, and the Boomer score. In order to make what I think is the most important, relevant information as digestible as possible, I've put together my own little visual that shows what I would argue is the most compelling evidence. The first frame of each transition on one version of MAME, which I'll get to later, Chris Gleed's direct feed setup, and the associated frame from Billy's high score tapes. Take a moment and look at each comparison. Knowing what you know now, what would you think if you came across this evidence and had to make up your mind as to if Billy was playing on arcade, as he claims, or on MAME, which is what's been alleged by Jeremy Young as a result of this evidence?
You tell me you don't watch any videos that you're in.
I read online a few years ago in an interview you said you never watched the King of Kong movie before. Is this true, and have you still not seen it?
What are you questioning me for? If I said I didn't see it, I didn't see it.
And I won't lie to you, when it first came out, I'm like, the different aspects that alter the timeline, it was annoying.
The truth is, no, I haven't sat through it and seen it. Have I seen various scenes because they come on an email or, yes, I have seen that, but I've never seen the movie.
I don't do interviews.
They said we can simply zoom in on the Donkey Kong screen, and by zooming in on the Donkey Kong screen, we can absolutely see what was on the screen.
I challenge somebody here. Raise your hand and tell me the last time that you saw me do an interview.
It's not that movie. I haven't seen any of the movies I've been in. I don't watch the interviews.
I don't do interviews.
I don't need to see the interview. I live it.
For like our 100th interview, so thanks Billy for talking with us on Obsolete Gamer.
100th interview. Who was the first one?
And tell me the last time that you saw me do an interview.
And actually, these interviews are different.
Billy, Joel, you there?
No, I left a few minutes ago. The show was boring.
Hi, everybody. My name is Carlos Pinheiro. I was the tech that was working on behalf of Billy Mitchell to assist them in finding and investigating these claims.
Did you know that Carlos was coming in?
Yes. Steve says he's got some guy coming in. who says he can help.
So help you determine the validity of the dispute regarding your scores?
Correct.
And I'm working on that, but the truth is, I don't own the Donkey Kong machine. I'm actually physically going to a place, taking my time, getting the equipment, putting it together, and I still have a life to live and stuff, because I don't want to buy another house and find another wife.
I'm known as the guy who has been sticking up for Billy Mitchell through thick and thin since day one. The Billy Mitchell shill that people like to say.
It's not even trying to keep me out. It's that you run a lie. You get people to post that the lie is real because you have people that follow you, Billy Mitchell. You have people that follow you that believe you and they stand up for you.
And this is a really hard video for me to make because I feel stupid. I have caught Billy lying to me in the past month a few times.
Did Carlos do that? Did he help you?
At times he was helpful. That's all.
I never questioned Billy Mitchell in the beginning because I believed everything he was telling me.
Was he working on your behalf?
No.
Definitely not?
Definitely not.
That's another part of the investigation that's really hard. You literally have to set the thing up and record for hours.
He wasn't working to help you though, right?
Definitely not working on my behalf.
Why would he lie to me or his close friends? Well, we all know how that turned out.
In the weeks and months following this major breakthrough in the case against him, Billy Mitchell would speak publicly on multiple occasions, attempting to address the controversy. Initially outright denying that his video showed any evidence of gameplay done on MAME, which I just decided I'm going to refer to as MAME-play from now on.
But you don't dispute that video, that main video, is your video. It's always been your case that there's a second video out there that Twin Galaxies has, or somebody has, that shows
No, that's not what I say.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the video or not.
Okay.
Okay. I'll even assume that it is. But what I'm telling you is that it's not MAME, and I didn't play on MAME.
Okay. And that's what
Not a chance. None. Zero.
There were two major problems that arose from the situation that became abundantly clear almost immediately. The first was the general lack of understanding, or even intentional misrepresentation, of findings. Many lazy people simply did a half-cocked drive-by look at the evidence that Jeremy presented, and came away from it thinking that the case against Billy was effectively that a few random things popped up on screen and a few still images of Billy's gameplay that kinda sorta looked like random things that popped up on screen from some still images from an emulator, and therefore he cheated using an emulator. You might reasonably come to the conclusion that there's a million reasonable explanations to explain this away. Digital artifacting, camera and monitor discrepancies, video quality degradation over time due to copies being made or because of the older analog tech that was used, maybe that it was even just an unfortunate coincidence. But at the end of the day, when you actually pay attention to what was presented and why it's significant, you'll realize why this line of reasoning simply doesn't cut it. Others tried to do their own analysis in what may very well have originally been a well-meaning attempt to peer review the work done by Jeremy and others, while unfortunately not fully understanding quite what they were dealing with or how to do this kind of analysis. Unfortunately ignorant of nearly all of the important considerations and pitfalls that are present here.
It is very important to understand and take away from this that MAME is an actual emulation of the arcade and not vice versa. So an arcade game acting like MAME or a MAME game acting like an arcade is supposed to happen because it's an emulation of the arcade.
In case it's not painfully obvious, what he just said misses the point entirely. MAME may be an emulator, but it's not a perfect one-to-one emulation. That's the point. It's not what's common between MAME and arcade that's important, it's very specifically the differences that are used to identify MAME play from arcade, with Billy's gameplay only ever exhibiting differences from arcade, not the other way around.
His game loads up in about 3 to 4 frames, right? And if you look at how his screen loads up, there is a similarity. 3 girders appear on the stage first, before loading everything else. But if you notice, on the 3rd frame, the entire screen is populated. Let's take a look at the oil barrel, the blue barrel. It loads on the 3rd frame. But if you look at MAME, MAME doesn't load it on the 3rd frame. the barrel actually loads a frame or two later depending on which MAME version you use. That's one example. So there are some similarities, but they are not exact.
When you actually understand how the arcade and emulators load their memory and generate their images on screen, which everybody watching this video now should, and couple that with even a basic understanding of a few additional relevant concepts like rolling shutter, frame blending and ghosting, and other things like YouTube's video compression, then all of the inconsistencies that you point out here are 100% in line with the conclusions that Jeremy Young's research came to. One such example was this.
Frames are lost. I've actually tried a couple of this in my Premiere program, and you can stretch frames and find invisible frames that the eye can't even catch, that the games don't even normally catch, but you can catch them in there.
Now this is of course nonsense, and is what happens when you use tools that you don't fully understand and then jump to conclusions about what you're seeing. He's not magically finding some kind of hidden frames in the video. He's almost definitely just using tools that are literally duplicating frames or creating entirely new composite images by blending multiple frames from the original video, resulting in frames that were never there to begin with, and then concluding that the inconsistency that he created somehow calls into question the evidence presented.
Time interpolation is the way that Premiere is going to interpret the footage if you were to stretch something out beyond the frames that you have available. It's either going to use frame sampling, which is just duplicating frames in between the frames that it does have available. With frame blending, just imagine Premiere Pro adding crossfades in between each frame to fill those gaps. And then with optical flow, Premiere Pro is going to artificially create new frames where they're needed.
Let's take a look at a couple of games that Steve Wiebe has played. His games are not in question, but they're the point that I'm trying to use about Billy's games. If you look at two of his games here, this is the same game, but a repeat of the barrel stage being loaded up from two different points in the game. As you can see, they are different and shows the inconsistent loading match of the stage. This could be due to a number of reasons that no professional expert in the field has come forward to explain.
Now what he's describing here as the inconsistent loading of arcade screens is of course wrong on a number of different levels. His problem here is that he's assuming that what he sees from the video recorded by a camera pointed at this monitor is what was actually displayed on the monitor at the time, which isn't true in this case. Saying that this video proves Donkey Kong arcade machines load inconsistently is the equivalent of looking at this video and saying that the wheels on cars don't always rotate consistently. You're just misunderstanding what you're seeing. Now I'll come back and respond to that specific example in a moment, but first we gotta go over a few bits of prerequisite information. The loading of levels and their display on screen, frame by frame, is unbelievably consistent. The inconsistencies that explain what we see in situations like this are entirely due to differences in timing, differences in recording equipment, and differences in the conditions under which they're recorded, not differences in how the graphics are loaded or displayed on screen. Think about everything that's at play here. First, we have a CRT TV. This is drawing the image on screen, pixel by pixel, row by row, column by column in real time. Each frame is fully drawn about 60.6 times per second. And then don't forget that we're dealing with tube technology here. We have an electron beam firing at luminescent chemicals, producing pixels that initially glow brightly but then slowly dim over time, which causes a kind of ghosting effect. Now next, consider that most handheld cameras around this time period were recording at 29.97 frames per second, the NTSC standard. But again, even that is simplifying the fact that in order for the camera to capture a full frame, it has a sensor that reads the captured image data sequentially. This is what causes the rolling shutter effect. Now, to throw one final wrench into the works, the camera would have very likely been recording interlaced video. And what that means is that the recording splits each video frame into two sets of alternating lines, all of the odd lines in one set and the even lines in the other. These two sets are recorded at slightly different times, and given that the camera is recording at half of the frame rate of the CRT, that means that each individual image of the resulting video potentially contains image data from two or more frames of the CRT. Let's go ahead and take a look at two practical examples of how this all fits together. First, starting with an example of one of the more common misunderstandings that comes as a result of people doing this kind of testing or trying to interpret the results of somebody else's test.
I don't know what to think here. There's a couple things I wanted to do. Number one, I wanted to replicate the same screens on Billy's machine. I cannot. Number two, I wanted to replicate the same machines that are the same screens that are considered normal for a Donkey Kong machine, according to this website. I cannot.
So I'm kind of stuck here. I can't make Billy's footage, and I can't make the footage that is considered to be normal by a few people here. I don't know what the whole story is here.
These are the first 4 frames of the transition to the barrel stage captured from the direct feed recording of an original Donkey Kong arcade PCB. Here's a brief clip from a live record attempt by Steve Wiebe. And if we pause at the first frame of this YouTube video's transition, and we see this, an example of one of those screens that simply doesn't match what we'd expect, until you take a moment to consider what's actually going on here. Here's the frame just before the transition begins. The white line here represents the CRT monitor's scan line as it moves from left to right, drawing the contents of that first frame onto the TV screen. Now obviously this doesn't look like what we just saw, and that's because we're missing a key element, the rolling shutter effect caused by the camera capturing the image data onto its sensor in real time while the CRT is also actively drawing the image. We can represent the image data being read onto the sensor with this red line. Now the final image we end up with on the video is a function of both of these moving targets, and in a nutshell is because the CRT has only drawn a small portion of the screen when we first start capturing the image data onto the sensor, and as it moves down the frame to build the image, the TV is rendering more and more of the image. So the further we get in rendering the image, the more of the frame we actually end up capturing, which is why we end up with a final image that's basically a composite of 2 frames split by a diagonal line. Now, as soon as we try and visualize these 2 things together at once, it's much easier to understand how we end up with the resulting still frame in the video, which looks an awful lot like the frame from Steve's transition, and clearly demonstrates how the arcade transitions can be 100% consistent, and yet we can still see weird or confusing images when frame by framing through videos online. Now, to complicate things a little bit further, not all cameras suffer from this rolling shutter effect, with some effectively capturing everything onto the sensor at once, which can give a slightly different set of things to consider, and on top of that, not all of the quote-unquote anomalous transitional images are as straightforward as this. So now with all that out of the way, let's return back to this example.
As you can see, they are different and shows the inconsistent loading match of the stage. This could be due to a number of reasons that no professional expert in the field has come forward to explain.
I'm no professional expert in the field, but I'll take a crack at explaining how we could very plausibly get something like this, which is an example that I purposefully chose as being one of the most difficult to explain, as it actually contains elements from all 4 of those transition frames, coupled with basically all of the other phenomena that I just explained. First, the CRT fully draws frame number 1. Now, as it begins to draw frame number 2, the pixels that were lit up on the display for the first frame begin to fade out. But again, this isn't instantaneous because of the phosphor persistence. The CRT then begins to draw frame number 3, which is when the camera begins capturing its image. And in this case, all evidence points to the footage being from a CCD camera without the rolling shutter issue, recording roughly 30 FPS interlaced video, which if you recall means that every frame of the final video recording is actually composed of 2 different images captured at just under 60 fields per second stitched together. Now the camera's sensor takes a near instantaneous snapshot of the image for the first of its 2 interlaced frames, which captures the tail end of the first transition frame as those pixels are still partially illuminated, most of the second frame with the 5 girders, and even a tiny portion of the third frame. The CRT then finishes drawing the third transitional frame and begins drawing the final frame. 1 frame's worth of time has elapsed since we captured the first field, so now the camera snapshots the image data onto its sensor for the second field of the frame. Now this would leave us with this resulting composite image, which as far as I can tell contains exactly all of the same elements we see in the example frame that was said had not been explained. Because this frame is the result of interlacing 2 images together, any of the girders, ladders, or other areas where common pixels are illuminated across more than one of the frames are noticeably brighter than the others. The pixels in the 5 girder pattern are shared between the second and third frames of the transition. The pixels that were still barely illuminated from the dimming of the stack of gorillas that overlap with the girders from the following frames brightens up these areas on those girders. And this even explains the very specific pattern we see on the left side of the screen, with the bright rectangular portions of the girders that extend all the way to the left side, as well as the slightly dimmer portion in the bottom left-hand corner. The third frame of the transition contains the top 3 girders, but this frame doesn't include the bottom left-hand portion of the bottom girder. But the snippet of the last frame that the camera captures contains all 4 of these girders, 3 of them having shared pixels between the 2, which is why they're much brighter than the bottom one. And it also explains the small gap here, which you should now instantly recognize as being caused by the CRT scan line not yet making it far enough when drawing the 4th frame to fill in that gap. These transitions on arcade, as well as the transitions on MAME, are, as far as I can tell, as close to 100% reliable and consistent as we could reasonably say, and everybody that's tried to debunk this idea for the last 5 years has utterly failed. Any images that we come across that are not consistent with these transition screens are almost definitely caused by something external to the game's transition screens themselves. Until somebody's able to demonstrate some way for an original unmodified arcade PCB to reproducibly output these very clear and specific MAME transitions, I genuinely don't believe that there's any other reasonable conclusion that we can come to other than Billy's records were done using MAME.
So to me, because of this inconsistency, there's just nothing to stand on because they have similarities, which is supposed to make sense. One's an emulator. It's supposed to emulate the arcade, so there's supposed to be certain things similar.
The unfortunate side effect of these kinds of responses is that despite him not really knowing what he's talking about at all and getting it all wrong, he speaks so confidently that anybody who doesn't fully understand the concepts here can easily be convinced that at the very least this one guy just casts serious doubt on the entire case against Billy, giving those people a false impression that Twin Galaxy's findings were baseless or unjustified. Now, whenever I have the chance to collect my own evidence, to do my own testing, and to come to my own conclusions about anything remotely interesting or important to me, I try to take the opportunity. So even as compelling and overwhelming as the evidence presented thus far was for me personally, I felt like I needed that additional layer of confidence that comes from independently coming to my own conclusion, especially if I'm going to be making a video sharing my personal opinions or judgments related to another person's character or actions. So there were 5 things that I personally felt needed to be researched before I could totally be on board with Jeremy Young's accusations. The first was to personally examine all of the available footage that I could find of Billy's gameplay, examining the transitional frames for indications of gameplay, attempt to identify arcade-specific indications that would contradict the conclusion that it couldn't have been done on arcade, to verify that this was the same footage that Jeremy Young used in his analysis, and to ensure that the evidence he presented wasn't cherry-picked or misleading in any way. Second was to personally install and test various versions of MAME to become familiar with how it's used and to be able to gather my own footage for my own independent analysis, trying to replicate the results of Jeremy Young's research. The third was to collect as large a sample size as possible of outside video footage of genuine arcade Donkey Kong gameplay, captured in as many different ways as possible, so I could study all of the footage and see if there are any inconsistencies, discrepancies in behavior, any patterns, or if I can make any observations that didn't fit into the MAME versus arcade model. The fourth was an idea that I had to try and replicate what would be the most absurd, yet still plausible, chain of events regarding the production of video footage for analysis, to try to attempt to learn if actual footage of legitimate original Donkey Kong gameplay could have anything unintentionally done to it that would result in it being considered suspicious or remotely MAME-like. Finally, the fifth was to personally capture genuine Donkey Kong arcade gameplay on video for my own analysis as a final sanity check separate from any outside sources. Now, while the question of whether or not the footage that's purported to be Billy's is actually his or not is a question for another time, for now, I wanted to go through that footage and do my own analysis. What was interesting is that there are seemingly a few different versions of the same score videos that have been uploaded to YouTube by various sources over the years. Now, this is very helpful as it provides multiple sources of the same alleged footage, which could potentially reduce the amount of observations that we see that are either missing or inconclusive. Although in order to consider all of these different versions of allegedly the same footage, I first needed to cross-reference each version with the others to ensure that they weren't recordings of different gameplay, rendering one or more of them obviously not the gameplay in question. And while the different versions of this footage appear to have been recorded at different times, with video of slightly different dimensions and to varying degrees of quality, I was unable to find a single instance of any indications that they were not the same footage. As far as I could tell, these videos showed the same exact gameplay. So that being said, when it came to all of the personal analysis that I did of all of the footage of Billy's gameplay, everything I found was entirely consistent with what Jeremy Young presented. Anything that wasn't inconclusive clearly showed zero arcade-specific indications, and instead, what was found throughout pretty much every video were a considerable number of MAME-specific indications. Now, at this point, it was important that I do my own independent analysis of MAME to try to get familiar with how it works in general, learn some of its capabilities, and get a sense for the kinds of things that you can do with it in terms of custom configurations and settings, something that'll be super important a bit later on. Once I was able to get everything up and running consistently, ensuring that I tested a handful of different versions, some overlapping with the versions that Jeremy Young used to test, as well as ensuring that I tossed in a few random versions as well for good measure, I then got to collecting as many samples of MAME Donkey Kong screen transitions as I could. Now, getting my own personal first-hand experience using MAME was not only a prerequisite for feeling more comfortable about my ability to objectively analyze the conclusions that other people like Jeremy had come to, but it was also super valuable as it served to introduce me to some additional quirks and behaviors that specifically MAME Donkey Kong exhibits, which fortunately provides us with even more opportunities to distinguish MAME play from genuine arcade gameplay. One example is what's shown when the game is initially launched, which on arcade gives us a brief flash of a seemingly random jumble of multicolored characters and sprites, a pattern that's unique to every arcade PCB, referred to as a rug pattern. Now, conveniently, none of Billy's record footage ever shows the game being launched or reset. The recording always seems to start after this, so we never actually get a chance to make this comparison, which is unfortunate, as this is something that's not too uncommon for many of the record submission videos that I saw, like this one from Steve Wiebe. Now let's compare that to MAME's loading screen, which, looking at some of my loading footage, we can see a wall of multicolored zeros. Another aspect of genuine arcade gameplay that would be a valuable piece of evidence for Billy that isn't present in any of his videos is sound. MAME historically has a number of incorrect sound effects for Donkey Kong, so if audio was included in his video and didn't have any anomalous sound effects, that would have been really good for his case. Now, we even know the converter that Billy claims to have used to capture his footage, and we know that it's capable of recording audio. So, once again, we have one more element that's blatantly different between arcade and MAME that also just so happens to be conveniently missing from all of Billy's submission tapes. In my testing, a number of different versions of MAME had some sound effects that seemed fine, but then I'd hit entire sections that would be totally silent and other sections that would play totally weird, broken sounding audio that, if present on any gameplay footage, would be a dead giveaway for MAME. Now, the last missing arcade signature that I want to discuss is known as the rivet ramp, which occurs when the rivet stage is completed and the blue girders below DK collapse underneath them. These blue girders are rendered in the same way that the other elements, like the red girders and ladders on other stages are, and when played on arcade, what this means is that during the collapse we can see what looks like a stepwise stack of girders that form a kind of ramp, while on MAME, the collapse is instantaneous, so you never see the ramp. Now, as expected, this is missing from every example that I can find in Billy's footage. Now, of course, it needs to be said that there's a number of plausible explanations as to why one or more of these could be missing from any of the footage, depending on how they were recorded, how they were uploaded, and compressed, so the absence of evidence here doesn't really tell us anything definitive. Maybe this transition is rare or hard to capture. Well, looking back at that Steve Wiebe video that I just showed you a moment ago, if we look at the first 3 rivet stage completions, we see that the first, second, and third all clearly show the rivet ramp. Man, either everybody else is just really lucky, Billy's just extremely unlucky, or perhaps maybe, just maybe, he wasn't playing on arcade. So, with all of that being said, when it came to my own personal MAME testing and analysis, everything that Jeremy Young presented was entirely consistent with my personal findings. After compiling as many different original Donkey Kong cabinet gameplay videos as I possibly could, going back a decade more in time, including a wide range of completely independent and unrelated sources, a wide array of recording setups, direct feed, handheld cameras, cell phone cameras, all kinds of different frame rate combinations, viewing angles, rendered and uploading using all kinds of different software at different times, everything I observed was entirely consistent with what Jeremy Young presented. I never once witnessed a single frame that looked anything like MAME, and every single video I watched contained at least one arcade-specific indication. Now, if you have any reasonable doubt at all, which you shouldn't take my word for it, this is the easiest thing that any of you watching this video can test for yourself. Go find a YouTube video that claims to show original arcade gameplay. Pause the video right before one of these scene transitions, and use the period or comma keys on your keyboard to go frame by frame. What I predict that you're going to see most commonly is going to be a single frame that's basically a mashup of one or more arcade-specific frames, either catching the CRT partway through drawing one frame while the previous is still lit up on screen, or sometimes even diagonally cut off due to the rolling shutter effect, with the occasional case of the initial frame of the transition being lost entirely, which can easily happen for a number of totally normal, mundane reasons, and is ultimately inconclusive. What I can pretty much guarantee that you won't see is anything that looks remotely like MAME. Now, moving on, the fourth thing I wanted to test was admittedly in response to a very specific claim made by Billy.
One problem is a screen goes 60 times that's from analog to digital. It's played on a TV screen and then they film the screen. There's all loads of stuff missing. And that's why there's so much that's inconclusive.
After hearing him say that, the question I had was, could I reasonably fuck up some legitimate video footage enough to either get quote-unquote loads of stuff missing, or to introduce anything that looked remotely MAME-like? I wanted to start with source material that was as close as possible to Billy's video, and ultimately I think I found a pretty good candidate. This video is from 2007, where it appears as though a number of folks related to the story on one side of the argument or another are at Fun Spot, watching a record submission tape from Steve Wiebe, being fairly skeptical about the legitimacy of his gameplay for a number of different reasons that honestly we don't have to get into right now. I'm not interested in doing some kind of debunk on the claims in this video. I only say that more so to point out that I think it's interesting that one of the things brought up is the potential for MAME shenanigans here. More than 15 years before, we'd finally have the knowledge to be able to do this kind of video analysis.
Could have actually taped the main game with save state, put it direct feed through a monitor, put it in a cabinet, and had a million points. Like, you have to go through and analyze something, because there's so much stuff you can do to cheat if you really want to.
This video is an example of a reasonably similar set of circumstances to much of what we see in Billy's videos, using the same kinds of technology from the same time period. The major difference here is that Billy claims his footage came from a direct feed out of the arcade cabinet, whereas Steve's footage is from a camera recording his gameplay. Although, if anything, this difference is not in Steve's favor, as his video is simply not going to be as clean as if it were a direct feed recording, so there's more opportunities for something to be introduced into the video that might make it look suspicious. Let's use what we learned to go through the transitions shown in this video. Now, unfortunately, within the 15-minute video, we can only see 4 screen transitions, but this is nevertheless 4 opportunities to corroborate some of the claims being made here. What we're seeing when we watch this video is supposed to be video footage of gameplay done on an original Donkey Kong arcade machine, with a camera on a tripod recording the gameplay shown on the cabinet's monitor. The assumption here that we're testing is that Steve Wiebe was using the setup that we saw him use in the King of Kong. Now, according to Billy, we already have one potential source for some kind of artifacts to be introduced to the video that could possibly make the gameplay appear to be MAME. A camera pointed at a screen with all kinds of things like inconsistent frame rates and the potential for rolling shutter. Now, next is a bit of an assumption, but I would think that he would have made a copy of the tape before submitting it to Twin Galaxies. I don't know about you, but if the only evidence that I had of a world record was a single VHS tape, I'd probably want to make as clean a copy as I could and send that in, holding on to the original myself, just in case it were to get lost in the mail or something. Nevertheless, according to Billy, that's one more potential source for MAME-like indications to be introduced. Now, the copy of that tape was then played on a different TV screen, and then also recorded with a second handheld camera, then digitally converted, compressed, and uploaded to YouTube. Now, my hypothesis is that this gameplay was done on arcade hardware, not MAME, and as such, I predict that we will not see a single MAME indication. We should see at least one arcade-specific indication, and we'll very likely see one or more cases where rolling shutter or drop frames will make the transition conclusive. And you know what? Fuck it. Let's take it one step further. I grabbed my cell phone, pointed it at the screen, recording my monitor playing the YouTube video, and then I sent the video to myself through Discord, where Discord's compression makes the video look like it's being played back on a TI-83 graphing calculator. Now, seriously, this is what the resulting raw video from Discord looks like being played back inside my video editor. Now, to quickly recap before I show you the results, what we have here is an insanely compressed version of a cell phone video that recorded a monitor playing back a YouTube video of a 16-year-old video taken on a shaky-ass handheld camera pointed at a shitty television, playing back a VHS tape that was a copy of another VHS tape recorded from a handheld camera pointed at an arcade CRT monitor. There's got to be like no way that we can see anything remotely conclusive here. And if anything, it should look all sus and MAME-like, right? Let's look at the first transition shown in the video, which shows one of the barrel stages loading. At this point, I think we can all pretty much instantly identify the 5-girder transitional frame that's indicative of genuine arcade hardware. What we have here in the first transition that we see in this video, this single frame by itself is already more positive evidence that this is genuine gameplay than we have in the sum total of all of the hours of Billy's footage. Moving on, let's look at the ending of one of the rivet stages to see if we can see the rivet ramp. Well, would you look at that? Even blown up to 400%, I'm willing to bet that you all watching this video can clearly see one more of the obvious indicators of arcade hardware being used, something that we curiously have never seen once in any of Billy's record footage. Now finally, let's look at the two different versions of the same transitional frame they showed at different times throughout this video, with one of them seemingly happening during a mini earthquake. Now looking at these two frames, at worst, by themselves, one could argue that they're inconclusive given the poor quality, all of the ghosting and frame blending, and the potential for rolling shutter. But along with the other two frames that we've already seen, if you put a gun to my head and made me choose between arcade or MAME, I would feel pretty confident saying that this looks like arcade to me, especially the image on the right, as what we see here looks to me to be the first and second frames of this transition on arcade summed together, which would look exactly like this. So, with the deck completely and utterly stacked against us, in a situation far, far worse than anything Billy has claimed, we don't have a single instance of anything that looks remotely like MAME, and multiple clear indications of genuine arcade hardware. So when it came to this little worst-case scenario case study, everything that Jeremy Young presented was consistent with my personal findings. Now finally, it came to doing my own personal testing on an authentic arcade machine, which was going to be difficult considering that I don't own one, although I did have a bit of an ace up my sleeve. Anybody that's seen King of Kong would recognize this place, Fun Spot, the arcade where a noteworthy amount of the documentary was filmed. Now, believe it or not, I actually live within a reasonable driving distance of this Fun Spot location in New Hampshire, so I gave them a call, confirmed they had an original Donkey Kong arcade, and decided to make the pilgrimage there to test for myself. Now, unfortunately, I'm not very good at Donkey Kong. In fact, as far as I can recall, this is the first time I had ever actually played the game. I was also cognizant of the other people there that wanted to play, so I didn't want to hog the machine. So with that being said, I was only able to replicate a few of the screen transitions presented as a part of Jeremy's evidence package, but in my opinion, what I found was more than enough. Hell, I even managed to complete the rivet stage exactly one time during my entire playthrough. What do you guys think? For my one and only chance at seeing the rivet ramp, was I as unlucky as Billy? Of course not. When it came to all of the personal analysis that I did regarding the footage of Billy's gameplay, with my analysis of MAME, of third-party reference videos, with some unique use case testing, as well as everything I found on my little day trip to Fun Spot, as far as I've been able to determine, everything that Jeremy Young presented in his February 2018 post appears to be entirely accurate. Now, something else that was far too common at this point in the saga was people using evidence presented not only by Jeremy, but also from all of the random people that would end up flooding into the public dispute thread to share their half-baked theories, ultimately coming to the wrong conclusions or making bad arguments. Some people interpreted some of the evidence as indicating that Billy spliced his records, recording multiple pieces at different times and stitching the video together after the fact, something that was never seriously argued or entertained, at least by those we're discussing at the moment. Some folks interpreted the findings as suggesting that Billy played those records live on an arcade machine that was internally running MAME inside of it, something that was never claimed by Jeremy or any of the prominent community members seriously involved in the discussion. Now, interestingly enough, this narrative would ultimately come to be one of the most prominent arguments that Billy would latch onto for the next 5 years, dedicating the vast majority of his time to trying to debunk this one claim that nobody relevant ever actually made. Now, while the people jumping to the wrong conclusions or making unfair claims based on the data were far and away in the minority and were largely irrelevant to the conversation, whether intentional or not, I can't say, and whether it was based on ignorance or a concerted attempt to mislead, I also can't say, it appears as though Billy's response to all of this going forward was to employ an ingenious 4-step strategy. Step 1. Ignore any and all legitimate claims against you, and instead, construct a straw man and focus any and all responses on said straw man. Ensure that you always fail to understand every single aspect of the case against you, and instead, try to focus any and all discussion on the things that you understand the least, as well as the least compelling arguments that random irrelevant trolls made so as not to draw any attention to any of the actual arguments or evidence.
Well, the way the board draws, it's drawing vertically, and it should draw horizontally. No, a Donkey Kong board. You play it on a TV. What do? Come on, smart lady. Now it's horizontal. That's why it draws in a different direction. So when I called the company that made the converter, they said, well, you're not recording off the monitor. That's why it doesn't look the same. You're recording directly from the board onto a TV. So we ran it from the board to the TV. It had the game monitor and it had a TV next to it. and it looks strikingly different. A different monitor. There was a 4-hour Facebook post. MAME, this is arcade. This is MAME. The same game. Looks like arcade, looks like MAME. Because the camera doesn't capture everything. Captures very little, actually, unless you have the original tapes. Is there anything you can plug into a Donkey Kong board, into a Donkey Kong cabinet that would play like MAME? Anything. The only thing that plugs into a Donkey Kong cabinet is a Donkey Kong board. There is no MAME Donkey Kong in the world. Somebody who knows better, correct me if I'm wrong, because there's not. But nobody here has ever seen a Donkey Kong with a MAME board in it. It doesn't exist. We're chasing a ghost.
Step 2. If you ever find yourself in the position of being unable to ignore or avoid any specific accusations, be sure to respond with some half-baked, hand-wavy explanation, and then try to suggest that those arguments were never remotely reasonable, they've long since been debunked, and they originate from untrustworthy people with ulterior motives.
The way that it pops on the screen is not correct. Wait a minute. 3 other high-quality Donkey Kong players, their screens were shown on footage that's on the internet to appear the same way at different points in the game. Gee, I thought we were okay. Gee, the board went to and from Nintendo. Gee, everybody was there.
Step 3. Contradict yourself whenever possible. In order to confuse your enemies to the point where they'll eventually be forced to conclude that it must be their fault that none of what you say makes any sense to them, you need to ensure that you remain as inconsistent as possible. This also comes with the added benefit of allowing you to shift to whatever narrative makes sense in the moment. Any chance you get to state something matter-of-factly that's clearly untrue and easily debunked, do so. At some point, they'll assume that you must know something they don't.
Notice the press release no longer says it's MAME. They just say that they don't think it's arcade. And it was recorded. And the game was recorded. And there's a room camera, just like one of these, 9 feet in the air, viewing down on the area. It took 6-hour tapes. They're part of the record. They were turned in. I don't have to record the game. I'm recording the game for my purpose. So when we do a movie, I got it. It's a better movie. We used a special converter so that it recorded directly off of the board so that it was high quality play to be used later in a movie. Obviously, I like to do movies.
How did you even get in here anyway?
There are over 3,000 tapes, over 3,000 game tape world records that have not yet been collected by the current regime who has owned it for 4 years. There are 4 years. And I says, do you have the tapes yet? Oh, we're working on it. Those tapes were handed over to the referees. Those referees of those days will state in writing, yes, I saw the tapes. Yes, we brought them back to the room. Did you watch them? No, we didn't watch them. We didn't have to watch them because the score was done live in front of TG personnel. So they decided they didn't have to watch it. When did you last see the tapes? I last saw the tapes in the morning when they went out of the room. Do you know where they are now? No. What's more likely is, I'm sorry to say with bad news, is there was a falling out between that owner and basically every referee, and many of them told me that they took their stuff and threw it in the dumpster. My lucky guess is, along with a lot of other stuff, it was chucked and thrown in the dumpster. But those originals, there are no copies. That's crazy to me. What you're gonna make? Just the original's got to be in there. The original's got to be in there. I mean, putting it in the game, locking the game, it's got to be in there. The boom shot, showing me play all that time. Has there been due diligence done?
Step 4. Confidently give the impression that you've effortlessly debunked each and every claim against you. And when they inevitably point out that you completely failed to understand literally every element of the arguments against you, make sure you accuse them of moving the goalposts and then claim one more victory in the fight against the haters.
But once again, they came up with a problem. move the goalpost. We showed that. Oh, no recognition. We moved the goalpost again. That was about the 6th or 8th time they moved the goalpost. It was never a congratulations. It was never a, oh, gee, we learned. We didn't know. Oh, I understand. Nothing. We moved the goalpost.
Despite traveling far and wide, attempting to control the narrative as best he could, Billy wasn't making much progress, at least outside of a small circle of simps that would be there to defend him no matter what the evidence said. As the weeks and months went on and the mountain of evidence continued to amass, more and more, day by day, it was clear that he was going to need some help, and fast.
Good day, everyone. My name is Carlos Pinedo. I'm an electrical engineer. And in this video, I'm going to talk about the Billy Mitchell video discrepancy dispute.
Carlos didn't know Donkey Kong, he didn't know Billy Mitchell, but what he did know was retro arcade electronics. After happening upon a random Facebook post from the owner of a local retro video game distributor that he had previously sold some miscellaneous arcade parts to, Carlos's interest had been piqued. The post was asking for some help or answers related to some interesting arcade hardware, and after a bit of back and forth, he found himself at arcade game sales in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in front of a number of gentlemen telling a crazy tale of some antisocial, jealous losers on the internet and their unjust crusade to take down a retro video gaming legend. Ultimately drawn in by the prospect of having access to exactly the kinds of technology that he'd been nostalgically craving to get his hands on for years, to effectively be given free rein to conduct whatever tests and experimentation that he could want for free, while at the same time having the opportunity to help somebody in need, is any engineer's dream come true. Little did he, as well as a few other members of a group that would eventually come to be known as Team Billy, know that they had just wandered their way into a hornet's nest, only to realize far too late the debacle that they had become a part of. You see, Carlos had come into this situation operating under quite a reasonable assumption that the folks that made up this motley crew of entrepreneurs, day traders, tech enthusiasts, and even a seemingly well-known and apparently well-respected public figure, a Guinness World Record holder and the subject of multiple documentaries, everybody involved here were all trustworthy, well-meaning, and informed, rational actors. There really wouldn't have been any reason for anybody coming into this situation to be skeptical of a handful of what appeared to be professional, responsible business owners, hobbyists, and family men, to assume that they were on the wrong side of a dispute against what had all the hallmarks of the stereotypical anonymous mob of toxic, frantically drooling internet trolls, let alone have any reason to remotely suspect that the person at the heart of this whole thing may not have been, let's just say, the most trustworthy of individuals. Both Carlos's introduction to this whole situation, as well as his exposure to the arguments and evidence being levied against Billy in the beginning and for quite some time after, had the unfortunate quality of having been spun, filtered, and distorted by Billy himself, whose impressive ability to confidently misunderstand and misrepresent all of the arguments and evidence presented against him proved to be quite effective at controlling the internal narrative that Carlos and other members of Team Billy had been sold on. Beginning with the foundational aspect at the heart of this whole situation. Exactly what were people saying that was suspicious about Billy's gameplay?
The situation was the arcade and what Billy's tapes look like are completely different. My job was simply to demonstrate if the arcade can produce the images that we were seeing on the tapes. That was it.
In his mind, Carlos understood both the misconceptions and pitfalls related to this kind of technology, as well as the ultimate question at the heart of this dispute. He had not only the experience required to be able to test the claims being made, but also believed that he had what almost nobody else did, arguably the most important element of this kind of investigation.
I had access to the equipment stated was used, the arcade boards, the cabinet, the converter, even the capture card that was used for one of the recordings. This was stated to me that these were what was used. So no one else had access to this stuff. Everybody that would submit a videotape or record their video game at the time was simply a camcorder set up on a tripod or right over their shoulder, aimed to the screen, and you can see the person playing. Billy Mitchell's video submissions were different. They were done using a method now that everybody recognizes called direct feed. Direct feed was just something really nobody was using. With a direct feed, the cable itself is also transmitting the sync signal into the VCR.
or into the recording device or even the capture board, it makes a much clearer, a much better refresh rate, and the hertz of the screen are always matched up. Much better, because the signal is hardwired. So I was really heavily in the impression of, oh yeah, it's all timing and syncs and camera.
At the time, I honestly believed Billy 100% everything he told me. What I had done was compiled a list of really good players. These were like top players like Weeby and Wes and Robbie, and I found their gameplay on YouTube, and I recorded that to send to the guys. When I mean the guys, I'm talking about Team Billy, the circle, where I go, look, everybody who plays the game, if you analyze the camera long enough, you're going to find frames that just are missing portions of the girder. And they're like, oh, that is great, this is great and stuff. And I was under the impression that that's what they were holding against Billy. I had no question of what I was looking for. It was just based on information that was skewed. They were lying to me. So I was really looking for something that didn't exist.
Now, as Carlos did more testing and spent more time actually engaging with more of the well-meaning and knowledgeable members of the community that were still willing to actually engage in dialogue with him, once he began to see more information trickling in that didn't exactly jive with what he had been told, once he dug a little bit deeper and began questioning some of his assumptions and started to do more testing outside of the influence of Billy, a different picture began to emerge.
And finally, I'm like, could it be a possibility that I'm being lied to? I bought myself an old laptop that had a video out. I bought an old CRT I found on Craigslist. I did that so I can test myself. And all of a sudden, I saw it. Oh, shit.
It's actually really a bit sad knowing exactly how this all eventually unfolded, and then going back and watching him go through these explanations for the various elements of his testing, seeing what has all of the hallmarks of a guy having, one, been conned by somebody intentionally feeding him misinformation, and two, making the kind of mistake that honestly we've all been guilty of at one time or another. When we believe we have the right answer, believe we're more than justified, and then let that unfortunate combination of being overly confident and having motivated reasoning give you a kind of tunnel vision, making you blind to what's obviously right in front of you. The tragic irony of this video is palpable. Watching him analyze a bunch of different players' footage, accurately describing so many of the important elements needed to understand what's actually going on here, dismissing the evidence against Billy so casually and matter-of-factly, while simultaneously pointing directly at the evidence that clearly and unambiguously proves the case against him.
All of a sudden, I go back to watch myself. I'm like, God damn it. It was right in my fucking face this whole time. But I was under the impression that they were after Billy. Billy really had me convinced, so I did not put any faith on what anybody else was saying, especially after I started the investigation. There were people on that Twin Galaxy forum coming up with such cockamamie stuff. So finally, I'm like, I can't waste my time on that. I'm just going to find what I believed I was looking for, which was to show that on a direct feed, the arcade is going to look different than what a person with a camcorder recording their arcade looks like. I was confident that I was going to find it, and it never showed up. And I'm like, I just got to keep playing. I got to keep recording.
Carlos undoubtedly made some mistakes along the way. Anybody that tries to understand the circumstances in which he was in, with all of the elements involved, should be able to empathize at least a little bit with the unfortunate situation he was in. All of those toxic trolls, all of the abuse and personal attacks, all of the bad arguments coming from people who were right for the wrong reasons, the fact that he came into this controversy so many steps behind everybody else, that he came into this whole thing just trying to help somebody, but made the mistake of trusting the wrong people that lied to him, withheld and misrepresented the information. It really is no wonder that he didn't get it right, at least not right away.
somebody sends a video and says, "Oh, Billy, I found this online where you're playing. Steve Sanders is playing Donkey Kong," and you walk up and push him out of the way and you start playing. And I noticed, I zoomed in on the footage of the game, and I noticed it loaded in the same manner that everybody says is MAME. And I said, oh, well, quite honestly, without all these people stepping forward, without all this information arriving, I would have heard everything that everybody's saying, and I would have just went like this. I don't know.
This is a perfect example of Billy's deceptiveness. Who knows if this alleged guy who sent him this video is real or entirely made up? But if this is the kind of thing that he or other members of Team Billy presented to Carlos as evidence from the other side, it makes sense how Carlos would have continued as long as he did. Billy talks about this video as if it's alleged evidence presented by his accusers of MAME gameplay, when it is in fact genuine Donkey Kong gameplay. This is quite a clever ruse by Billy, presenting a straw man to his own guy to debunk, simultaneously discrediting the people accusing him, as well as conning someone trying to help him into debunking the straw man and being more and more convinced that his accusers don't know what they're talking about. They said this was MAME, but obviously you agree it's arcade, right? See? Everybody's just out to get me. Please help prove that I'm innocent.
This is one of Billy's downfalls, is that he will stick to a story so hard that friends of his that believe him will do anything in their power to help him. And Billy doesn't like that because he's not pulling the strings on that. And what had happened was Richie Knuckles went to Jay and said, hey, I got a copy that I know nobody's touched. This has been in my warehouse. Nobody's touched it. It was handed to me, and here it is. And when they digitized that video, not with a camera faced at a TV, but a direct feed copy of a videotape. So when they digitized that, man, that gameplay of Billy, you can see those 3 girders in those 2 hours at least 45 times. And it was like, it was so clear. And I confronted Billy. I really wanted to help Billy. I really did. I contact Billy, and he meets me at arcade game sales, and I go, Billy, we have a problem. Is there something you want to tell me? That game and those videos are not arcade. He goes with a straight poker face. How can that be?
Now Billy, very likely realizing just how bad this all looks for him, once again has to go into damage control, without there likely being any meaningful way for him to dispute the evidence that's pretty evidently damning against his case. Billy does what Billy does best. In a shameless and blatantly obvious attempt to cast any kind of doubt on Carlos's findings, all Billy can do is go after Carlos, attempting to paint a picture about him and about what occurred that seems quite obviously to be different from reality. Forget about the fact that Carlos was brought into this entire situation by Steve Kleizak, a one-time friend and former member of Team Billy, that reached out to Carlos when he saw him respond to an arcade game sales Facebook post and realized that he had knowledge and expertise that could be of use in Billy's fight. Carlos was asked to help by one of Billy's friends, and Carlos obliged. No. Instead, we're told that Carlos was some kind of fanboy that forced his way into the situation and was working entirely independently from Billy without his knowledge or cooperation.
Carlos was very much an enthusiast, interested in everything going on there. He was offering his opinions.
Opinions about what?
About gameplay.
Whose gameplay?
Mine.
To who?
To whoever would listen.
But Billy, didn't you work directly with Carlos to source equipment needed for testing? Didn't you get your daughter's TV as well as buy another CRT on Craigslist for use in testing with Carlos at Arcade Game Sale? If he wasn't working with you, then why would you be texting Carlos about all of this equipment used for testing that apparently had nothing to do with you?
Did you provide that Hello Kitty television to Arcade Sales?
Yes, to Arcade Sales.
Why did you send it to Carlos in this text message? Is there a reason why you sent a text message to Carlos?
It'd be silly for people to bring double equipment.
Where it says here, looks funny, but it's perfect for our testing. Thank you. What did you understand Mr. Pinheiro to mean?
Now he doesn't have to go get one.
For his testing, right?
Yes. It'll be at Arcade Game Sales whenever he needs it. That's why I was acquiring the TV.
But Billy, after you went and got all of this equipment together for testing that you knew Carlos was doing, equipment you worked with Carlos to get, what did you think you were doing when you were sitting playing Donkey Kong on a machine that had the entire testing rig set up and connected to it, the one that Carlos was actively working on while you were playing? You mean to tell us that he wasn't doing any testing on your behalf, or that you had no idea what he was doing?
In fact, you helped Carlos miss testing, didn't you?
No.
Not at all? Never once?
Never once.
Did you see Carlos performing any testing?
I saw him doing different things, yes.
Yeah, what did you see him doing?
Looking inside games.
Did you understand why he was looking inside the game?
Not at all.
Did you ever play for him?
I don't play for Carlos, I play for me. I guess I'm missing the question a little.
Yeah, did you ever play for Carlos, say for example, when the back of an arcade machine was open, he had a white table set up right next to him with a Dell monitor and a PCB hooked up to a converter board. Did you ever do that?
Oh, I was already playing on my own.
That video that we just watched, was that you helping Carlos test the validity of the claims against you?
No.
Did you ask Carlos why he had his testing set up?
No.
Or did you have any idea why he had his testing set up?
No, I don't understand anything like that.
Did you understand that he was trying to determine the validity of your score with that testing setup?
I don't know what it was he was trying to achieve.
But Billy, didn't you fly Carlos out to California to speak on a panel on your behalf as a technical expert about the nature of his testing and findings related to the allegations made against you?
Have you ever appeared on stage with Carlos Pinheiro?
Not a stage, but yeah, I did. I was somewhere with him.
What was the purpose for you being there with him?
I was there in case anybody had any questions.
About?
About the dispute.
So, was Mr. Pinheiro there talking to a group about the dispute?
There was.
Okay. And were you there as well?
Yes.
Did you talk about your dispute at all?
I asked if anybody had any questions.
But Billy, how come for months you had nothing but good things to say about Carlos, and on multiple occasions made comments about how helpful he's been, how you'd effectively be lost without his help, and even went so far as to point to him and say that he was the one who would find the truth? Could your complete 180 about his expertise, what he was doing and why, perhaps be because he ultimately came to the conclusion that your gameplay wasn't legitimate?
Well, the fact of the matter is, what happened was, one day, for lack of a better term, I guess he had seen something online, and he basically walked into the arcade and says, hey, I heard what's going on here, and without him walking in the place, at least me, I'd just still be here scratching my head. Well, quite honestly, without all these people stepping forward, without all this information arriving, I would have heard everything that everybody's saying, and I would have just went like this. I don't know. So the fact of the matter is, if it wasn't for these people, this information, everything coming forward, and someone smart enough to explain it, I'm not too proud to say I'd be totally lost. It's the truth.
When you were talking about someone smart enough to explain it, you were sort of gesturing towards Carlos.
He's right? Smarter than I am.
Did you rely on Carlos as part of your team to explain the technical portion of the dispute?
No, others did. He did as well. Everybody has a different opinion.
Do you still deny that Carlos was working on your behest?
No, you're losing me. No, he wasn't. He was supposedly said he would have the answer because he said he was a Sega engineer.
The answer to what?
The answer to the anomalies that everyone's questioning.
Is that the answer to whether or not your Donkey Kong score performances that are at issue were in fact from an original unmodified Donkey Kong arcade PCB? Is that correct?
Yes. And he
Did you ever believe that he had the truth?
I thought he made strides, but he wasn't honest.
So now that the one guy who was most likely to be his savior basically figured out he was a con man, Billy continued to do everything he could to either distance himself from or straight out attempt to discredit both Carlos as well as other members of Team Billy that had since also figured out the ruse once Carlos shared his findings. Billy Mitchell's Project Damage Control had to pivot, this time with a new focus on 3 major defenses. And at first glance, one of them in particular actually struck me as being quite a compelling argument, potentially destroying the case against him.
But then I thought, wow, here it is. This is awesome. They were saying, no, this is main, I forget, 1.16. It's 1.16 to 1.17. too. It's the only one that has the finger. Dead in the water. The finger gives it away. You're dead in the water, there's no way around it.
There was one element of Jeremy Young's initial analysis that was far and away the most compelling for those familiar with the case. A single detail that by itself was enough to convince most people that Billy did in fact set his records on MAME. This is what's come to be known as the infamous girder finger. Now, some of you really detail-oriented folks out there might have noticed that there's been a few similar, albeit distinct, girder patterns that have been shown as references for that first transition frame of MAME. Most notably, these two. Now, the difference here is quite subtle, unless of course you put them side by side like this. And when we examine the reference frames taken from Billy's gameplay footage, we see that his perfectly matches the one with that extra little bit of girder that's been drawn over here. And while some consider this the smoking gun, to others it actually complicates things quite a bit. This talk that I've shown a number of clips from already is from Billy's, quote, Road to Redemption talk at the 2018 Southern Fried Gaming Expo that took place a few months after Jeremy Young's post went public. Now, as I was listening to this panel, there was one comment that Billy made that, for the first time in all of my research on this topic, made me think, oh shit, Billy, that's actually a good point.
Because I couldn't believe it when it was sent to me. It's here. It's real. It's off of the MAME website. MAME 116 to 1.22 was developed and became available. Don't fall down in the back. Became available 3 years after I submitted the score. For the first time, you could play it 3 years later. Period. End of paragraph.
Now, in case it's not clear how this poses a problem for the case against Billy, what this effectively meant was that the versions of MAME that best match what we see in Billy's footage weren't released until years after we know that those scores were actually done. And when we go and compare the versions of MAME that were actually available during that time, we still get the 3 girder pattern, but we never once see the pesky girder finger. Now, regardless, this doesn't look good for Billy because what we see doesn't look at all like what we'd expect from arcade. But what this observation does is add some amount of plausible deniability to the idea that we fully understand what exactly we're looking at when we examine his gameplay. There's a missing piece somewhere that needs some kind of explanation. What we're trying to do is remove all reasonable doubt. Now, as soon as I became aware of this discrepancy, I put everything else on hold and jumped into the deep end, wanting to see if I could answer this obviously very important question. The question of if and how either arcade, MAME, or some unknown third option, given the hardware and software available circa 2004, could produce the infamous girder finger on the first frame of the barrel board transition. Now, little did I know that I had actually found the beginning of the breadcrumb trail towards the answer just days earlier, when I was trying to debug what was to me a completely unimportant but massively annoying issue that I was having with MAME. Its sound. Now, during my analysis of the different versions of MAME, they all had their own unique set of issues related to sound. Sometimes certain sound effects were completely silent, other times they were the wrong pitch, with some of these issues being almost painful to listen to. And while Googling for a fix for this, I'd come across a post on the Arcade Controls forum that was talking about how these sound issues can at least partially be caused by the difference between the emulator's refresh rate and the arcade's refresh rate. 60 versus 60.6 hertz. And while trying to figure out how to go about making this change on MAME, I came across another thread posted on the Blurbusters forum discussing how to go about changing MAME's refresh rate to more closely match the arcade by basically enabling cheats as a command line parameter, allowing us to alter the emulator's CPU overclock setting, effectively allowing us to change the emulator speed. Now, hitting the tilde key with MAME running opens up this little debug menu here, and using the arrow keys we can find the CPU overclock setting, change it, although by default it only changes in 5% increments. And to be honest, I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to set it to anyway, so I just changed it to 95% and did a test recording to see if the audio would be any different, which it wasn't. And unsure if I had actually changed the speed of the game or refresh rate at all, I briefly reviewed the footage and saw this. Now, it immediately clicked that less of the bottom girder being drawn here was entirely consistent with what I would expect. With a slightly faster refresh rate, the time to render each individual frame of the transition would be just a bit less, meaning a fewer number of individual graphical elements would be loaded into memory. Although at the time, this really only stood out to me as a solidification of my understanding of how MAME worked, and really nothing else. But with this new girder finger mystery in mind now, this random observation that I had made days earlier ended up being the key to figuring out the answer. Now at first, when looking at the still frame showing the girder finger, I had assumed that MAME was basically adding that little finger onto the girder, but I realized my assumption was backwards when I was working on a little animation that was fading between the two, and realized that the finger wasn't something added, it represented something that was actually missing, like 2.5 of these little triangle sections of the girder. But this didn't exactly make sense to me until I came across what was effectively the sprite sheet for the game, clearly showing exactly how the girders are constructed. And then it clicked. I finally made the connection in my head. If this is what we see when the emulator is running at 100%, and this is what we see when the emulator is running at 95, then perhaps setting it to something in between might result in this. Now, I excitedly started searching to see if there was any way that I could actually change the CPU percent setting by increments of 1%, and then came across a handful of references that had literally already figured all of this out before, like 5 years ago. Like all the threads and documents that I had read and had opened in other tabs, but I just never saw or noticed them yet. So fuck me, I guess. So I then went and tried to replicate this myself by changing the relevant setting on the version of MAME that I was testing at the time that would have been contemporaneous to Billy's records, and that ended up producing this result. So I guess we can put that one to bed. By default, the version of MAME that Billy would have used at the time to produce his scores didn't produce the girder finger. But when modifying the emulator settings to make it behave much more like the arcade in terms of refresh rate, something that we know was known and done at the time and would be something that one might very well consider doing if they wanted to potentially pass off MAME play as genuine arcade gameplay, you know, for reasons, then we actually do get that infamous girder finger that we just so happen to see on Billy's footage every single time. So, when presented with even more damning evidence, all Billy could do was employ his favorite strategy, the one that he projected onto everybody else.
He moved the goalpost again.
When the allegations first hit, Billy's initial strategy was to simply reject the claims and deny their validity. The analysis that very strongly suggested that gameplay in Billy's videos was MAME can't possibly be true, because he didn't play on MAME, so that means that Arcade must be able to produce the observed video output. This was the beginning of the Carlos era, where it was believed that perhaps some kind of counter-video analysis could either prove he was innocent or at least poke holes in the accusations. When this strategy proved to be ineffective, it became harder and harder to ignore the writing on the wall. So the best that he could do was try to cast doubt. Okay, so something is weird here, but it couldn't possibly be what you say, because of any number of reasons that amount to spaghetti thrown at the wall, like the MAME versioning issue we just covered. Now eventually, when the explanation had been found for that versioning issue, and then when even Carlos came to the conclusion that the gameplay was absolutely not produced from a genuine arcade PCB, not even Billy could deny that there was something very wrong with the gameplay. This is where the shell game began. The analysis was no longer in question. Instead, it was the subject of the analysis.
And the film footage that he has, that Jeremy has, shows MAME play. Now, I contend that if he gets the original tape, or he gets the original room shot, he will see that what I say is true. I'm not disputing what he says. What I'm disputing is the fact that I want him to have the original tape.
Okay.
Until we can dig up his original tapes, how can the analysis be conclusive? Well, as we learned earlier, the fact of the matter was that, as far as we know at the time, no surviving copies of the original were known. This was awfully convenient for Billy. Until, of course, it wasn't. As we eventually came to discover, there did appear to be surviving copies of the original tapes. Billy, of course, attempted to cast doubt on at least one of these sources of the footage, namely from Dwayne Richard, a noteworthy member of the community and one-time friend of Billy's that's since joined so many others in defecting into the anti-Billy camp. Billy has long spoken of all kinds of elaborate conspiracies, usually involving tales of his arch-nemesis Dwayne framing him, getting copies of his tapes and modifying them to look like they're cheated, that kind of thing. Well, as far as I know, there's no actual evidence that anything like that took place. In fact, if you watch any of the documentaries that Dwayne has put out over the years on topics very much related to Billy and questionable records, you'll forgive me for doubting that he has the video editing experience required to pull off such a hoax.
All the power pellets that turned them blue, getting all the blue monsters, getting all the prizes.
But it's not the hardest thing I've done. There was a lot of other great gamers out there.
that mastered so many different titles.
That Billy is a very positive, very good person. I mean, he can be cocky and stuff like that at times because we know how wonderful he is.
ISIS, maybe it was actually Knight Rider first.
Now combine that with the fact that not only can the original footage be compared with the tapes that allegedly came from Dwayne, but it can also be compared with multiple other independent sources, like the tape Carlos mentioned earlier from one Richie Knuckles, a prominent member of the classic arcade community and friend of Billy's, and even a copy that allegedly surfaced from quite the unlikely source, Steve Wiebe himself.
At some point, were you given a copy of Billy Mitchell's 7200 score performance?
Yes, I was given one later on after Fun Spot before the documentary came out. Can't remember exactly. I'm putting it in the time frame of 2006. I had it stored in this box with all my other Donkey Kong tapes. I just put it in there and forgot all about it.
Did you ever modify that tape?
I did not.
From the time that you received the tape until the time that you turned it over to pursuant to a subpoena, had that tape ever left your possession?
No, sitting in a box in my closet for 15 years or whatever it is.
And wouldn't you know it, the loading screens, the gameplay, 100% of the footage is exactly the same as every other piece of footage that we've ever seen. This copy comes straight from the film crew of The King of Kong and has been sitting in a closet untouched for over 15 years. Unless Billy wants to claim that the producers of The King of Kong also knew about MAME transitions and edited the footage, not telling anyone until they were found by chance 13 years later, I think we can safely assume that this really is Billy's tape. Or maybe Steve is in cahoots with Dwayne and they've been plotting this scheme the entire time.
Now, not only do all extant copies of Billy's videos match each other in terms of gameplay, supporting the idea that they're all recordings of the same original performance, but none of them show any evidence of having been edited or tampered with in any way. None of them show any arcade-specific indications, and all of them show a number of MAME signatures. At this point, it seemed like Billy was left with a single out, one remaining answer given to those questioning the legitimacy of his gameplay. How do we know the gameplay on those tapes is even him at all? Now, unfortunately for Billy, the answer to that question would come from a number of different sources, with a couple quite surprising ones. First, the current Twin Galaxies administration doing the investigation not only had access to historical emails that supported the notion that the footage being examined was the original footage used to verify the scores, but this was also further substantiated by contemporary testimony from multiple judges who'd been involved in the adjudication of the original tapes.
Because the tape that Billy had at the 8 Candle Bed, that tape, I never saw that tape after that. That tape was with Brian Coon. What he did with it at that point, God only knows.
Yeah.
But the master tape, that arrived to me directly from Billy post-event, and that was the tape that went to Steve Miller.
Now, in that interview, Robert Merchek, who was featured prominently in The King of Kong, mentions the name Stephen Totilo, which some of you might recognize as the gaming writer who's been with various organizations over the years, the most relevant of which being MTV. In 2006, just 1 month after allegedly receiving the master tape of Billy's King of Kong score, Merchek was interviewed about a number of gaming referee-related topics, with one of the segments entitled Smashing Apart the Donkey Kong Record.
This is Bill Mitchell, the world's greatest Donkey Kong player, at 1,044,100, and he is in screen 116. And his score is now going to be 1,047,200 when the bonus is added. And at this point, you're going to see the kill screen in Donkey Kong. The game has an absolute conclusion, level 22-1. Notice the timer is back to 4,000 points. It started at 4,000. And Mario, who's over here, is going to die any second. The timer only went down like 300 points.
So, did you catch it? Let's take one more look. This footage from the master recording of gameplay sent directly from Billy to the head judge of Twin Galaxies at the time. Footage from 2006, 12 years before the Donkey Kong community would know anything about the transition screens or MAME signatures, clearly and unambiguously shows the old smoking gun, the bloody glove, the nail in the coffin. This 2006 TV spot single-handedly completely obliterates so many of Billy's defenses. Given the provenance of this tape and the timeline of this interview, unless you want to invoke some kind of elaborate conspiracy that, as far as I can tell, only makes sense if Dwayne Richards has a time machine, which admittedly is my favorite meme theory, I'm currently out of plausible alternative explanations for the evidence outside of Billy's recording his gameplay using MAME. But wait, there's more. Just when you thought it couldn't get any more damning, there's one last collection of video evidence that we need to examine. And once again, I really don't think that Billy has any way out of this one. Now, until this point, all of the video analysis that concluded the gameplay did not originate from an original, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade PCB was done on the purported gameplay footage from the first 2 of 3 of Billy's most prominent scores, the King of Kong score and the Mortgage Broker score. But what about that third one, the Boomer score? Unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, no gameplay footage of the full performance of the score exists anywhere on the internet, so nobody's been able to analyze the gameplay. Or at least we wouldn't have been able to if Billy didn't seemingly feel the need to constantly boast about his achievements to the world. On August 7, 2010, in Autumna, Iowa, just 1 week after 2 new world record scores on Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. were allegedly performed by Billy Mitchell on the same day at Boomer's Arcade, we'd see Mitchell himself standing in front of a pair of TV screens and VCRs, showcasing the tapes of his record gameplay that he just announced in front of a small crowd at the Big Bang 2010 event. Unfortunately for us, a handful of people in said crowd decided that this would be an interesting event to film. So we have a handful of videos from a number of independent sources, released at various times over the last 13 years, from different angles of varying quality that we can analyze. And we'll want to keep 2 important things in mind as we do. The first is to remember that we're seeing footage from CRT monitors being filmed with all kinds of handheld cameras. So let's not forget about all of those issues like rolling shutter. And the second is to remember that the gameplay footage we're examining is directly from Billy himself. There's no questionable chain of custody. Nobody else should have gotten their grubby mitts on the tapes. He's the one that had them. He's the one that put them in the VCR and pressed play. He really has nowhere to hide here. So, what do we see? Well, first things first. The orientation of the gameplay on these videos is actually correct for the first time. It's entirely possible that Billy had figured out by this point that his previous footage was rotated the wrong way, at which point he would have likely adjusted the setting in MAME that allows you to correct for this rotation issue. Next, I want to point something that initially caught me off guard, which is these things on the screen. At first, I thought they were graphics being shown on the screen, but then I realized that they're reflections on the monitor, probably from lights inside the venue shining on the glass, which you can clearly see in this frame-by-frame example. So, taking a look at the first barrel board transitions, it appears as though in the 3 years since his last record, he might have updated his MAME setup, as there are a few subtle differences that are present from his past gameplay footage, like the girder finger being apparently missing here. Despite that, it's clear in all of these examples that what we're looking at is entirely consistent with MAME and not at all consistent with arcade. Now, moving on to the spring stage transitions, we really only managed to cleanly capture 1, although this one is about as conclusive as it gets. We can clearly see the 2 pairs of ladders on the left side, which indicates MAME, where there should only be 1.5 on arcade, as well as the 5 ladder pattern on the right side, where there should only be 4. And finally, we have a few transitions for the pie stage. The first one is a bit tough to see, admittedly, although it does appear that we can see a pair of ladders up top, coinciding with MAME, but that largely doesn't matter, as even with the low-quality video, the last 2 seem to bear an undeniable striking resemblance with MAME, even with the last one having the bottom portion being cut off. So, there you have it. Billy has admitted before that the video analysis does in fact show MAME, but then claims that the tapes were either edited or denies that they were even his to begin with. But given the existence of the 2006 MTV interview footage, as well as the multiple contemporaneous video sources of the footage when it was directly in Billy's possession back in 2010, all of which showing clear and undeniable MAME signatures, I just don't see how we can come to any other conclusion. So in light of the seemingly insurmountable collection of evidence that demonstrates repeatedly time and time again that his gameplay was not done on a genuine unmodified Donkey Kong arcade PCB, it makes sense that Billy would finally own up to whatever shenanigans he's been up to and come clean, right? Well, what do you think happened next?
It goes back to 1982, 83, back to the time when I was lying about my scores. I was not the only guy lying about scores. The famous Life magazine photo shoot has, I've never tried to count them up, but 3, 4, 5, 6 guys that lied about their scores. And so Twin Galaxies early on recognized that there is a big problem with guys trying to lie and cheat their way in to the record books. Video games, classic arcade gaming, sort of then died for 15 years and was resurrected in the internet advent of the emulators, MAME and RetroCade and some of those. And almost immediately, people started to, again, lie and cheat their way into the record books, or attempt to at least, and Twin Galaxies had to put the clamps on that. And they did several things in the emulator world to stop lying and cheating, but then about that same time, all of a sudden, here's a guy making a claim about Donkey Kong, a game that nobody had ever come close to Billy on back in the 80s. So immediately, not just Billy, but all of Twin Galaxies were suspicious. Wait a second, is somebody really as good as Billy? Nobody ever was before. That sounds really odd. And with all the cheating that had gone on 20 years before, and now again with MAME, the first thought was, let's verify. Let's go find out, is this really true? Was there a double standard? You bet. Twin Galaxies knew who Billy Mitchell was. If Billy Mitchell called me up today and said, Steve, I just scored 1.2 million on Kong, I wouldn't say, I doubt that, prove it. I'd say, Billy, I know you, I believe it. He was absolutely trustworthy.
Forget about the accusations, pay no attention to the technical analysis, ignore the mountains of evidence that unanimously point to the gameplay shown in those 3 record tapes not having been done on an original unmodified Donkey Kong arcade machine. Let's give Billy one last enormous benefit of the doubt and examine the evidence that is, at this point, his last bastion for innocence. The testimony of the people that he claims directly witnessed these performances live, and the existence of any evidence supporting that these performances happened. I think at this point, humoring Billy is being generous, so I think it's only fair that before we examine the remaining evidence for the 3 scores in question, that I share a bit of relevant perspective. In October of 2021, Billy attempted to do what he regularly claims is his MO, to achieve his video gaming goals in the high-pressure environment of live performance.
A man dubbed the video game player of the century was in Lebanon this weekend. At Music City Multicon, Billy Mitchell set out to beat every level of Pac-Man and also walk away with a perfect score.
Professional gamer Billy Mitchell is in a league of his own. Mitchell scored the title of Video Game Player of the Century for being the first to make it to the end of Pac-Man with a perfect score.
It was awesome because it was kind of like Neil Armstrong going to the moon. I was first and I thought, gee, I don't have to do that again. No one else will be first.
Mitchell once again is going for a perfect game here.
So we want to go all the way to the end, to the split screen, without missing any points. And so far we haven't.
While the now generally agreed upon quote-unquote perfect game of Pac-Man requires a score of 3,333,360, completing a perfect game with the specific settings that Billy was using during the Music City Multicon, known as the Jumper Revision, requires hitting a final score of 3,297,360. Now, after playing the first half of his game the night before, and then parking the game overnight, positioning Pac-Man in a safe spot where he can't be hit by the ghosts, coming back in the morning to continue, here we see Billy just before successfully achieving the never-before-done live Jumper Revision perfect score.
Now, on the east side, with all the computer marbles, there's 9 dots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I'm missing 1. 9. So every dot's been eaten, and the memory's been exhausted. There's nothing left to do, except to die. But when you die, the 9 dots that were just eaten on the computer side, they reappear. So you get 90 points again and again. That's why you have to get there on your first die.
After playing over the course of multiple days, in front of a live audience of excited onlookers, Billy successfully completes one of those rare epic gaming achievements, live for all to witness. Now, of course, for all the Billy haters, anybody that has any doubts, we've got multiple sources of both picture and video evidence that prove it happened, with even the News Channel 5 there to report on it.
playing Pac-Man with an audience Mitchell says you can't beat.
I don't want to lie to you. It's flattering. It is. It's fun. It's awesome. It's great to interact with people that share a passion with you. And this is the kind of place where you share it.
And in the end, Mitchell did win. In Lebanon, Hannah McDonald, News Channel 5.
Even a pair of reputable members of the arcade, pinball, and retro gaming community, the hosts of the Broken Token podcast, were there to witness it live.
So he publicly played the first perfect Pac-Man on the advanced chipset.
Hell, one of them even brought a few of his own Pac-Man marquees from home, knowing Billy would be there, hoping that he would sign them. Fortunately for him, Billy even went so far as to number them, commemorating the historic nature of this achievement.
He signed all three of them.
Okay, cool.
And on them he wrote, history's first Pac-Man original advanced chip, and he dated it and signed it Billy Mitchell, and it's October 31st, 2021, Billy Mitchell.
So, all you Billy haters out there, how are you going to deny that this happened? Well, wait a minute. Didn't I just say that he parked the game overnight? Doesn't that technically disqualify this as being a perfect score?
So when you started this game, you told them that this, I'm going to say at the end that this is a perfect Pac-Man game, but it's really not?
I didn't start. That game was held overnight, which means it's not qualified to be perfect Pac-Man. He should know that.
So it was paused?
He was in a hiding spot overnight.
Okay, so it was parked overnight, but really, who cares? A perfect score is a perfect score. As long as you get 3,297,360 points, then it's a Wait, what the fuck? What does that say? But this score is 5,090 points short. How is that possible? We know that every key that you collect is worth 5,000 points, so did he miss a key? But what about the other 90 points? I recall that Billy told us not once, but actually twice, that every time that glitchy split-screen board is loaded at the end of the game, collecting those extra dots on the side gives you an additional 90 points.
Yes, they keep coming back. So that's why if you get to like the second guy, it's not a perfect game because you still be 90 points short of perfect.
So with all these settings, you start with 5 lives, and you get a bonus life at one point during the game, giving you 6 total lives. Although there's of course no icon for the life that you start with. So after you get that bonus life, we should see 5 little Pac-Man sprites on the bottom of the screen.
So we want to go all the way to the end, to the split screen, without missing any points. And so far we haven't.
Now like I said, he said this not once but twice, that you have to get to where he's at in the game without ever dying. Oh. Well, that's awkward, eh? Now, David Race, one of the former members of Team Billy, an actual legitimate accomplished gamer, even attempted to reach out to the hosts of the Broken Token podcast in multiple ways to inform them that they were mistaken about what went down at the Music City Multicon, receiving only one response back that was largely dismissing his claim, although they did mention that they would share Race's comments of this argument in a future episode of their podcast.
Billy is for reasons I can't comprehend, having been in the position that we're in, he is, for whatever reason, very controversial among a crowd of people.
And you know, I
don't know why.
I don't really get it. I really don't.
And
Billy's been nothing but good to me. In every scenario that I have interacted with him, he's been nothing but above board and straight.
Let me clarify that. You're not saying that in a way that you're appearing to take sides for Billy because he's good to you.
No.
The point, he does stuff for people that people never see or hear about.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And
would never know about.
And it's not as much as what you see with Billy or anybody in public as what goes on in private.
That's
that
right.
Really spells out who a person is.
That's exactly right.
And that feeds into where I don't get it. But a lot of stuff is met with a very militant attitude and response.
When I don't think it's warranted. Yeah, make up your own mind, because we're not here to take a side at all. We were there to witness Billy's skills and what he did on the machine, and we take that at face value. because why wouldn't someone, if they see the demonstration of the skills, and over time it's like, why would somebody lie about that or lie about anything related to that? It's not worth it. So
there's a level of trust there so I'm not going to jump in and just have to spend my time and cycles from my life to try to disprove or prove.
That's it. That's exactly it.
Anybody.
That's exactly right.
Now, can we really blame these guys? Now, in my opinion, they 100% could have handled their response to Dave Grace and their follow-up much better. But I also don't want to effectively victim blame here. These guys were lied to, plain and simple. As layman onlookers, put yourself in their shoes. They know that this guy is some kind of gaming legend. They see him play all day and eventually get to that wacky, garbled up split screen. He's clearly great at the game. And then they hear Billy saying to the audience, that's a perfect game. These guys aren't going to know the esoteric rules behind the different game settings and chipsets and have the perfect scores for each variation memorized. Any normal person in that situation would take what they're told and what they see at face value. Now, couple that with the fact that Billy may very well go out of his way to do lots of nice things for people behind the scenes. I don't doubt that in any way. But if I'm honest, I also have to admit that, at least to me, having seen what I've seen, all of the things Billy's done and said, it's hard for me to not immediately assume that all of the nice things he does for people are ultimately self-serving.
Have you always been a winner?
Yes.
At everything?
Yes, I always win.
Always? Like even when you were a little
Always.
kid. Do you remember the first time you won something?
No.
But you just remember like always, it was always very important
When I
to you.
say that I always win, always, for example, I came here. Okay, I come prepared. Whether I do a good podcast or not, I'm going to win because I've made the right effort, I've made the right impression. Yeah, I win. I'll go out to eat with somebody and they want to pay the bill, or I want to pay the bill. I already made arrangements ahead of time with the maitre d'. The bill's already paid. I always win.
Step ahead.
Got it. Billy knows full well how to use this to his advantage. How many examples have we already seen throughout this video? He banks on the fact that so many of the things he's said and done most people wouldn't think twice about. He knows he's got this long-standing reputation that many people simply don't question, and then goes out of his way to bring people gifts and always treats everybody nicely. And when you couple that with all of the proven, demonstrable lies he's told over the years, big and small, and then see all of the nice folks that have been hoodwinked along the way that feel the need to come to his defense, his behavior just feels too eerily similar to that of every con man that I've ever heard of. As soon as you see how Billy responds to scrutiny that he can't get away from, and how he explains himself when he's forced to, like during his deposition earlier this year related to his ongoing defamation lawsuit between Galaxies, where he's testifying under oath, I'd imagine it's got to be pretty tough to simply dismiss the criticisms that he's getting as simply being from militant people that just have it out for him. Remember, these guys talk about how they have no reason to doubt Billy. They've built up this level of trust with him based on all of the nice things they know that he's done in public and in private, whatever relationship they've had with him over the years. He's clearly good at the game. They were there. They saw it with their own eyes. Why would he lie? It makes no sense, right? What's interesting is that on that same Pardon My Take podcast episode, Billy said this.
Recently, I was at a convention. I thought, yay, I did it. And then I realized, oh, wait, I came up short. Damn it. And so next time, how do I keep that from happening, or missing the mark, or misunderstanding, or...
So this podcast appears to have happened about 8 or 9 months after the event, and at this time it seems as if Billy was trying to explain that what happened was just a mistake, that he thought he got a perfect score in the moment, but was wrong. Well, okay then, let's assume that it was an honest mistake. All the broken token guys would need to do is say, oh yeah, whatever, it was an honest mistake that got lost in the heat of the moment, no big deal, and we could all move on. I tried reaching out to them because I wanted to hear what their updated take was on the whole situation, given all that's happened in the year plus since the 2 podcast episodes discussing the topic. Given that they effectively stated that they had no reason to distrust Billy, that they didn't think he had any reason to lie, and questioned the motives of people that were simply trying to correct what was effectively misinformation that they themselves had spread about supposed accomplishments that would have been important to anybody that was actually a part of that community, I wanted to hear what they thought now that we did in fact know that Billy's score was not what everybody thought it was at the time. Now perhaps I was being too optimistic, but I really did hope that some amount of progress could have been made with these seemingly nice, reasonable dudes. But unfortunately, things get even more complicated. At first, the claim was that Billy got that perfect score, but then later we found out that he realized that he didn't get the score and that it was actually an accident. But then, even later, Billy's story changes again. And this time, during his deposition in January of 2023, under oath, Billy spins an entirely new tale, attempting to walk the entire thing back and rewrite history.
The Pac-Man performance wasn't a perfect Pac-Man performance?
It was not.
Why wasn't it?
Number one, the game was set for 5 men, a bonus, and the score was 5,000 points short of what it should have been.
Did you tell the crowd that that was a perfect Pac-Man score?
No, I told ahead of time that it would not be a perfect score. I said that on Saturday and on Sunday. Is that where you're getting to?
No, I'm asking you, did you tell the crowd that that was a perfect Pac-Man game?
I told the crowd that it was not more than once, and I told the camera it was once.
So you did tell the camera it was a
Yes.
perfect Pac-Man game? Okay.
We were filming, that's correct.
All right, was that untrue?
What?
You telling the camera that it was a perfect Pac-Man game? Was that untrue?
That was film. That was entertainment.
Well, I'm asking you, is it untrue?
Is it untrue that it was perfect? It was not perfect.
It was not perfect.
It was not.
You represented
It was not. It was 1 man short, and it was 1 key short.
But you represented to the camera that it was a
What
perfect...
camera?
Did you say that is a perfect game before you got up?
I did.
Was it a perfect game then?
No.
Were you deceiving the audience when you said that?
No.
How was that deceptive?
Because I spoke to the audience on Saturday, and I spoke to them on Sunday. Told them that it would not be, that we were filming.
So you're just pretending that that was a perfect Pac-Man game for a film that you were producing?
We were filming.
Filming for what?
Filming.
What were you filming for?
He actually wants us to believe that it was clear to everybody that was there that his supposed perfect game was just for filming and not actually a legitimate performance. That he repeatedly told the audience it was just for the cameras, and that not even some of them who showed up to watch this achievement, maybe the ones that arrived after he made that announcement, might have been under a different impression. You know, like his 2 podcaster friends who were defending him months later for the fucking Channel 5 News. Nah, I'm sure all of those people that were cheering and filming all knew that it was just a joke and they were all just playing along, right?
But you told the crowd that you were going to lie at the end about this being an actual perfect Pac-Man game?
Objection to characterization of lie. In fact, it would have been more of a joke if the crowd knew that it wasn't perfect.
Now, so once again, back to the folks from the Broken Token podcast. Remember, they were led to believe that Billy got a perfect score. Now, we obviously can't really know if this was because Billy believed it but was mistaken, if he knew it wasn't going to be a perfect score for one reason or another but just wanted to say so for the camera and told the entire audience that it wasn't real and maybe they just, I don't know, didn't hear his announcement. Or perhaps Billy knew it wasn't going to be a perfect score and just wanted to try and sneak it by everybody. Either way, when the truth was actually put in front of them, they doubled down, said that they trusted Billy, he had no reason to lie, and ignored the clear, undeniable, incontrovertible evidence put in front of them while questioning the motives of the person who was just trying to get the truth out. Billy gets to lie, benefit from the lie, have people defend him when the truth comes out, and despite the people telling the truth being demonstrably correct and Billy being forced to admit it multiple times for various reasons, he still manages to get away effectively unscathed. Now, I hesitate to say that it feels like these guys are victims of some kind of long con or true believers who drink the Kool-Aid, because I feel like that's not quite a fair representation of who they are. I'm sure there's more to the story, and I really wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt and get their perspective. I wasn't looking for them to turn on Billy, to start drama, or to give them a hard time. What I really wanted was for them to simply acknowledge the truth of what happened, to perhaps admit that they were wrong about how they chose to respond to David Race when they dismissed his claims, questioned his motives, implied that he was militant or had some nefarious agenda, but no. After I told them the simple, basic facts of what happened, hoping to be able to share their response here because I actually feel like these guys are, to some extent, victims of this situation, but because of the minefield that Billy has manufactured surrounding his entire persona, even these guys are too afraid to have a simple conversation about what went down that day at the Music City Multicon and how they chose to address that situation. Even if his story was true, which I don't believe, what he did would have still been shady as hell, and would have almost definitely resulted in at least some, if not most people in attendance being misled in a way that just so happens to benefit him quite nicely. At best, Billy's trying to have it both ways. He wants to reap all of the rewards of having people believe that his achievements are something that they're not, and then pretend as though that was never the case if the pressure's put on him, something that we're going to see come up again momentarily. And at worst, he lied to everybody. He was unable to get that perfect score live in front of everybody at this event, and instead pretended like he did and assumed that nobody would be the wiser. This is why folks familiar with this whole saga cringe when we hear Billy say shit like this.
You knew I could do it. Other people knew I could do it.
Because every score we're talking about, every single one was done in a public venue like this. Remember the fact that that means it wasn't something that was being accused of me. That means you were a liar. And everyone who watched or participated or helped.
Now, the sad thing here is that Billy's strategy actually works, and it relies on a twisted kind of Stockholm syndrome. Billy just told one of his defenders that the critics aren't doubting Billy. No, no, no. Instead, we're all questioning them. And of course, they know what they saw. They were there. They know they're not lying. And of course, that leads to them doubling down and digging their heels in. They become emboldened and refuse to be told that they're the ones that are lying. And keep in mind that what Billy said here was actually in response to the question of why this is so important to him. So amidst all of the other manipulation, he's also trying to play it off like he's actually the one defending them, not the other way around. It's honestly a really clever strategy, and also makes me sick.
But I kept being told that nothing matters except scientific evidence. And I said, I don't understand. This is all documented. Why wouldn't you want to see it? Nope, just scientific information. And I said, well, there's scientific information on both sides, I'm sure. As a matter of fact, an attorney chimed in and said scientific evidence is great. Both sides always have scientific. It always comes down to eyewitness testimony. Who was there, who saw it, who substantiated it, and multiple times. Every one of those people is available. Nope, that's all hearsay. We're only dealing with scientific information.
Now let's ignore the fact that Billy infers multiple times that he has scientific evidence to substantiate his claims about the three major scores in question, when, as far as I can tell, he's never produced a single shred of that evidence. He then makes an appeal to eyewitness testimony as if it's the gold standard for proof in a court of law, when one of the most established and well-understood facts is just how unreliable eyewitness testimony can be. And I don't think we need any more of a clear and obvious demonstration of this than what we just looked at with the Music City Multicon. We have all of this eyewitness testimony from multiple seemingly reliable independent sources that all report that Billy achieved a perfect score in front of their very eyes. And yet we know for a fact that the claims made by these witnesses are objectively false because of the available photographic and video evidence. The fact of the matter is that absent this evidence, Billy probably could have gotten away with passing this off as a legitimate perfect score. He had multiple people that would testify that it happened, and nobody would be the wiser. This reminds me of just one more painfully ironic quote from Billy.
Anybody who excels in any area, you have to be somewhat obsessive. Yeah. It takes an obsessive behavior to do anything.
That's true.
I mean, Barry Bonds has to be sort of obsessive about what he does in order to be on top of what he's doing.
Nobody ever doubted that Barry Bonds was great at baseball, and millions of people would all testify to his accomplishments, and nevertheless, we know he cheated. Not because of eyewitness testimony, but because of drug testing. Actual, hard evidence. So, with all of that very important perspective in mind, let's finally take a look at the evidence for the three scores in question here, starting with the King of Kong score. I'm going to be referencing a 156-page evidence package that Billy put together back in September of 2019, as well as LA County court documents related to his various lawsuits that include all kinds of evidence declarations and witness statements. So, when did this performance occur? Well, it's generally understood that this happened back in 2004. It's unclear exactly when in 2004, as Billy never provided a date in his evidence package and has given conflicting accounts in the past.
How long did you have the videotape with your 1,047,000 score?
That score was done in June of 2004.
Do you recall stating in that declaration that you achieved your 1047-200 score on December 28, 2004?
Now that I see this, yes, I do recall that.
Okay.
Now, according to that same deposition, Billy claims that the score was done at Arcade Game Sales, owned by his friend Robert Childs. According to Billy, the only people who were present for this performance would have been Rob Childs himself, some wandering customers, and maybe a few employees at the shop, but doesn't point to any specific individuals as having directly witnessed it.
Was anyone present when you did the 1047?
Yes. Yes, we went over that and they were.
Yeah, people saw you do it?
Yes.
Did Robert Childs see you do it?
Yes, he was in and out.
Did he see the final score?
He said awesome, so I hope he saw it.
When did he say awesome?
Afterwards.
In your presence?
Yes.
Did he say that in front of the Donkey Kong machine?
He said it in his place.
Yeah, where in this place?
It was a small area. I mean, he was. I don't have an answer for such a question.
Was your score in his eyesight when he said awesome?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Is there anyone else that still lives in the United States that witnessed your score, your 1047-200 score performance?
Again, there were people in there, like customers that who knows who they are. It was arcade game sales. That's all.
In Robert Child's written statement dated in July of 2019, he claims that he provided the official Donkey Kong machine for Billy to use, that his employees were the ones who had installed the direct feed setup that allowed Billy to not only record his gameplay, but also to display his gameplay to be easily viewed at live events. Now of note here is that Childs also testifies that this was the same machine and setup used during his mortgage broker score performance that would come a few years later, which again we'll be coming back to. Child's written statement claims that Billy achieved the King of Kong score on this machine at his shop in 2004, but doesn't provide a more concrete date and does not state that he was a direct witness to the score that was achieved. Billy also does not provide any additional witness statements, so at this point I can only conclude that nobody directly witnessed this performance when it occurred. All we have to substantiate this score is Billy's personal testimony, the testimony of his friend who was in and out of the building, not explicitly watching his gameplay, that he's actually not sure actually saw the score on screen, and who never actually stated that he was a direct witness to it happening, and the various copies of his gameplay footage that we're able to cross-reference with each other, as well as compare to the footage seen in both the King of Kong documentary and the 2006 MTV interview, all of which appear to indicate that it was played using MAME, and at the very least is quite definitive that the gameplay was not produced from a genuine, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade PCB. I don't know about you, but once again, this doesn't exactly look that great for Billy. When it comes to the 1047 score, we're left with nothing more than what we started with. Billy says he did it, and we have a videotape that shows MAME. Now moving on to the mortgage broker score, this was claimed to have occurred on July 14th, 2007, live at the Florida Association of Mortgage Brokers convention. Apparently, it was an 80s themed convention, hence the inclusion of retro video game stuff and Billy being invited to perform. Alright, so what do we have in terms of witness statements for this performance? First, we have Todd Rogers, a former Twin Galaxies referee who was there to adjudicate the score live at the event, along with one Kimberly Mahoney, another TG ref who we'll get to shortly. His statement describes the general setup of the convention room inside of the Rosenchanko Creek Hotel and Resort in Orlando, comments on some of the people and happenings at the event, and describes being present for all of Billy's gameplay, tracking his progress along the way, and ultimately witnessing the moment he achieved the score of 1,050,200 points. He also mentions that there was a monitor and recording equipment on top of the machine, a machine that he claims was an original authentic Donkey Kong. Huh, that seems pretty convincing. How about this Kimberly Mahoney? She was also a TG ref and claims to have been present to adjudicate Billy's mortgage brokers and boomer scores, claiming to verify that the machine was original with unmodified hardware and that no emulators were used. Continuing on, we have Valerie Saunders, the chairwoman for the convention. Now, while she wasn't a direct witness to the record being done, she heard that Billy broke the record on the second day of the convention while she was over at the registration table and then went over to take part in the celebration. Next, we have a statement from one Sheila Kinnery, who was a member of the Florida Mortgage Brokers Association that knew of Billy, having been a bit of a local Florida celebrity, and worked with him directly to coordinate his appearance at the conference. Part of her responsibility was to manage some of the aspects related to the verification of the hardware used during this event. She states that she was, quote, informed that a game board would be shipped directly to the venue, addressed to me, from Nintendo, and a local GameStop manager would be meeting me to install the board. The board was received and held by the hotel security. The GameStop manager arrived and, as per Walter Day's instructions, installed the board in the game cabinet, verified the settings and recording equipment, pack-locked the machine, closed with a master lock, and left with the key. She claims she was within a few feet of him when he achieved the record, and also goes on to outline the steps that were taken after the event to ensure that the game board wasn't tampered with, mailing it back to Nintendo to have its authenticity verified. She claims both the installation and removal of the game board was videotaped and sent to Twin Galaxies. Finally, we have the statement from one Richard Mallion, where he claims to have been in attendance, and although he says he was mostly wandering around the convention as one would normally do, he did check in on Billy every now and then, noting at one point that Billy's score had surpassed 1 million points until eventually he reached his target score, a number that he doesn't recall. Well, that all sounds pretty convincing, huh? Now, I would tend to agree if there weren't a few, let's just say, issues involved. First, I could dedicate an entire video to Todd Rogers, and many folks have done so already. Not to mention this video is already way longer than I planned, so I'll just cut to the chase. It wouldn't necessarily be an issue by itself, but Todd is one of Billy's close friends, so there's already a bit of questionable objectivity here. Although the fact that Todd is widely considered one of the most prolific cheaters in retro video gaming history, with countless high scores that were found to have been literally impossible, many of which he reportedly entered into the Twin Galaxies database directly himself, might hurt his credibility just a tad. Now, I can only speak for myself, but I personally wouldn't want my video game high scores adjudicated by somebody known for themselves submitting fraudulent video game high scores. Feel free to look into all of the evidence on this case yourself and make up your own mind, but what I know is way more than enough for me personally to flat out reject him as an unbiased, impartial, trustworthy witness. Now, it's also important to know that Kimberly Mahoney, aka Morning Dove, also just so happened to be Todd Rogers' girlfriend. Not to mention the fact that the Mortgage Brokers Convention happened in July of 2007, and Mahoney wasn't listed as an official Twin Galaxies ref until September of the next year, all of which just casts further doubt over the veracity of her claims. Now, Billy claims he completed the high score on his second attempt of the day, and the record tape was nearly 3 hours long, and he's provided a timeline for when all of this stuff went down.
Which of those 3 days did you perform the score?
Saturday.
Saturday. What time was it?
Early afternoon.
Was that when you started or when you finished?
No, that's when I finished, about 2, I'd say.
When did you start?
Oh, I like 9, 10 in the morning.
Now, during her deposition, Valerie Saunders had something quite interesting to say about the timing of his performance as well. As you might expect, the purpose of inviting somebody like Billy to an event like this is to get as many people into the convention as possible and keep them there for as long as possible. Saunders' statements were generally in agreement with the estimates that Billy gave regarding what time the conference started and ended, but she also stated that while she had no idea how long it was expected to take for Billy to set his record, when it actually happened on that Saturday, she distinctly remembers being surprised at how short it apparently took him, saying, quote, "It seemed from the time that he started to the time when he broke it, it was a very short period of time. Because I remember thinking, oh gosh, this is kind of not fulfilling the goal or objective of having him in there for a long period of time to drive traffic into the exhibit hall. So I recall it being very early." Now, what Valerie stated about being told by Sheila when the record occurred does line up with what Billy testified to.
Were there people watching you?
Yes.
About how many people?
There were thousands of people there. There was another lady there, Valerie.
Valerie Saunders, right?
Yeah, I believe Sheila called Valerie, who came running up from the door.
Although her recollection of the fanfare at that time paints a slightly different picture, while still remaining consistent with her initial, let's say, disappointment, when she was asked about how much attention the achievement had garnered, stating, quote, "My recollection is that because it happened so quickly, there wasn't time to develop a throng of people." When asked to provide an estimate for how long it took for Billy to complete his record from the time he started, she states, quote, "I mean, thinking back, it seemed like it took 10 or 15 minutes. Now, of course, I was doing other things, but I do recall that it was extremely short. It appeared to me to be an extremely short period of time." So, we have one seemingly impartial witness with no reason to lie, despite having been brought in specifically by Billy to testify to support his case, basically states that she was disappointed that Billy only played for 10 or 15 minutes before achieving his score that morning, because it explicitly detracted from the value that he was hired to provide. She had all the reason in the world to pay close attention to and remember the general timeline of events that happened that day, and even if we were extremely generous and assumed that she was off with her estimate about how long it took Billy to complete the score by even a factor of 10, that it still wouldn't have been remotely enough time for Billy to do what he claims he did. If he had played for 3, 4, or 5 hours like he claimed, and was done nearer 2 p.m., closer to the closing time for the conference, it would have been quite odd for her to recall so clearly being disappointed with how long he performed. Billy's story is kind of unraveling one piece at a time here, and it gets worse. And what about his buddy Richard Mallion? Well, it turns out that him and Billy were high school friends.
There was another guy named Richard Mallion and his wife were there.
You know Richard, though, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You went to high school with him, right?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
That's how he was easy to remember.
Yeah. And he saw you perform the score?
Yes.
The 10, 50, 200 part?
Exactly.
So right when you hit the high score, he was there?
When I turned around and it was hi, hello, and congratulations and thank you, yes, he was there.
Now, of course, that fact by itself isn't enough to disbelieve anything he has to say. Although the whole thing about him being charged and convicted of multiple crimes, including conspiracy to commit securities fraud, unregistered brokerage activity, unregistered offering, conspiracy, money laundering, and criminal contempt, does kind of hurt his credibility just a tad. Man, Billy really does surround himself with winners, huh? Now, what about Sheila? Now, recall that she was responsible for overseeing the delivery of the game board and its installation into and removal from the cabinet by the GameStop manager, who was also supposed to be responsible for setting up the recording equipment, all of which she claims was recorded. Now, as far as I've been able to find, no footage of this exists anywhere, so that doesn't exactly help us. But we keep talking about this GameStop manager. What does he have to say? Now, when Josh Ryan, the GameStop manager in question here, was eventually deposed, he testified under oath that he never set up or connected any AV or recording equipment when he came to install the board into the machine. When asked about any other cables coming out of the back of the machine, he repeatedly states that there were no other cables coming out of the back other than the power cable before he padlocked it shut. When he was asked, "There's no way for that gameplay to have been recorded to a VCR, is that right?" he replied, "Not externally, no." Now that's obviously a major problem, because according to basically everybody's testimony, immediately after he installed everything, he was the one to padlock the cabinet shut, to remain locked until after the event was concluded. The very measure taken to allegedly prevent any kind of tampering or foul play precludes the possibility for the gameplay to have been recorded. In order for the feed to have been recorded and displayed on the TV, the GameStop manager, who's the one responsible for installation of the PCB into the cabinet, would have had to have been the one to do some combination of connecting the PCB, inverter, and 2-bit converter, and any other AV cables to and from the converter to the VCR and/or television, something he's quite adamant about not having occurred prior to his closing the back of the cabinet and padlocking it shut for the event. Now, what about the VCR and TV that both Todd Rogers and Billy himself testified about being above the cabinet to display his gameplay? Perhaps if we were to go back and look at the photo with Billy and Todd Rogers that day, we can maybe see that there's some wires or something running from the TV to the... Oh. Well, that's awkward. Where's that TV he was talking about? Why is it that evidence that would help Billy's case is always conveniently missing, and the evidence that we do have always seems to contradict Billy's stories? Again, is he really this unlucky? Is there some kind of conspiracy? Or perhaps could he and his sketchy friends all be lying? Now this brings us to the final piece of evidence that we need to examine, something that, unfortunately for Billy, effectively demolishes this whole story. The entire case against Billy hinges on the accusation that he did not produce his scores by playing on an authentic, original, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade machine. Twin Galaxies had a rather extensive set of rules and requirements at the time, and there was one rule in particular that's most relevant here. Quote, "The joystick itself must be an original, stock, 4-way Donkey Kong arcade joystick, or a replacement 4-way joystick of exact size and shape as the original Donkey Kong arcade game joystick." Now, luckily for Billy, both Todd and his girlfriend Kimberly testified that the machine was original, authentic, and unmodified. So it's probably fine, right? Now, what did Billy have to say about this in his deposition?
Would you consider yourself to be an expert in Donkey Kong, the game?
Gameplay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Donkey Kong cabinets? Would you consider yourself to be an expert on those?
On a cabinet?
An expert on how those original Donkey Kong cabinets look. Would you consider
Would I
yourself
recognize something that's different? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, I would.
What color is the cabinet?
Sometimes blue, usually blue, sometimes red.
And that's how you can tell it's an original Donkey Kong cabinet?
That is correct.
What color are the buttons?
You can make the buttons any color you want.
What about an original Donkey Kong? What color is it?
Blue and red.
Okay. And what about the joystick?
Black top.
What does that mean?
Joystick, black top.
Is it always a black top?
Never seen anyone but that. Oh, no, I have seen other ones. I've never played on one other than a black top. Yeah. Again, almost always black.
Had you seen that cabinet in Robert Childs' store prior to the performance in Orlando?
Oh, yeah.
How did it look?
It looks like a cabinet. It looks the same.
Was it a blue cabinet or a red cabinet?
Gee, good question. Yeah. I think it was blue, but it's a good question.
What about the color of the joystick?
If it wasn't black, I wouldn't have played it.
Why is that?
Because the other joysticks are not real joysticks. They're not Donkey Kong joysticks.
They're not 4-way joysticks?
They're not authentic joysticks.
They'd be something else?
Yeah, they'd be something either not from Nintendo or something I'm not familiar with playing.
And then if it wasn't either a black or white joystick, would that make it a non-authentic machine?
No. It's a 4-way joystick. The ball on top is almost always black. Very rarely have I seen anything else. If it wasn't black, then I wouldn't have played it.
And why wouldn't you play it?
Because it would be a different feel. When I say that when I express it confidently, it's just that I know I would have ran away from it if it was something different.
Do you have any photos of you at the Mortgage Brokers Convention?
I don't.
Do you have any photos of the Donkey Kong arcade machine that you played there? If I showed you a photo of the machine with a purple joystick. Would that be the machine that you played on?
No.
Definitely not. What about a green joystick? Would that be the machine you played on?
I remember it being black.
What if it was a red joystick? Would that be the machine you played on?
I remember it being black.
But what if it was a red joystick?
Are you asking whether he would have played the machine?
Yeah, would you
if
have
it
played
had
the
a-
machine then? If it was a red joystick?
No. I would have made him change it to black.
Did that happen?
It was black.
I'm going to now show you Exhibit G, a picture of Mr. Mitchell with Todd Rogers at the Florida Association of Mortgage Brokers show. There you go. Oh, okay. Is that you?
That's me.
Is that Todd Rogers?
That's Todd.
Who's the other gentleman there?
Don't know.
Is that the Donkey Kong arcade cabinet that you played on?
It looks like it's it.
Okay then, so as long as the joystick on that machine is one of those original blacktop joystick...
Oh.
Well, that's awkward. That doesn't look like an original joystick at all.
I'm now going to show you Exhibit H, another picture of Mr. Mitchell at the Florida Association of Mortgage Brokers. You see that there?
Yep.
Is that still the same cabinet that you played on?
That doesn't look like the joystick, though.
Was the joystick changed?
Not by me. Maybe in the photo.
So are you contending that photo was altered?
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm saying I don't remember the joystick being red. That's all.
Not only do these photos further discredit both Twin Galaxies referees that both testified that the machine was authentic, unmodified hardware, which we now know for sure is not true, and not only would this fact alone disqualify the mortgage broker's score from being accepted as an official score, but don't forget that Robert Childs, the guy who provided the cabinet for this event, testified not only that this was an original unmodified arcade machine, but that the machine was the exact same machine that Billy played years earlier for the King of Kong score, which would also disqualify that score. All of the people involved here that should have known what was going on appear to be clearly lying about multiple things easily demonstrated to be untrue, and the rest of the people involved without any serious skin in the game are either the definition of untrustworthy and should basically be ignored, or themselves provided testimony contradicting Billy's official narrative, raising major doubts about whether or not Billy even really played at all that day. All contemporaneous photographic evidence is at odds with his questionable supporting witness testimony, and if he actually played at all that day, would demonstrate that he played on illegal hardware. And of course, all of that ignores the fact that the video footage we have of that performance looks exactly like Maine. Now, I'm sure that the evidence supporting the legitimacy of his third record, the Boomer score, has to be much better, right? Now first, looking at Billy's written statement, he remembers a few different people that were present, quote, at times throughout the weekend, including Robert Childs, Todd Rogers, Kimberly Mahoney, someone named Pete Bouvier, Matt Fergal, and Joe Tortorella. He then goes on to say, quote, I do not remember all the present parties at the moment I achieved the score, however I know Todd R, and then I guess just doesn't finish that sentence. Okay then. He mentions that Todd and Kim witnessed this and other records prior, and that they knew what an original Donkey Kong machine looked like. Yeah, sure they do, Billy. He also claims that they had a tripod set up to record a wide-angle room shot, but that Billy retained no copies, and then goes on to blame Twin Galaxies for losing the original. Now, his ultimate plan was to achieve both the Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. world records over the course of a single weekend. And on the evening of Saturday, the 31st of July in 2010, after first achieving a new world record on original Donkey Kong, him and his friends went to dinner with the plan of returning back the next day to attempt the DK Jr. world record. Although allegedly at dinner, Todd Rogers convinced Billy to go back and attempt to do it that same night. Now, Billy allegedly did, and claims that around midnight, after pretty much everybody but Todd had gone home, he successfully achieved the DK Jr. record as well. Alrighty, so we have an idea for who might have been there for these attempts and a rough timeline of the events. Let's go ahead and take a look at the other witness statements. Now, let's begin with our friend Robert Childs. Now, this time around, he does say that he was directly involved in creating the recording setup for the event, although he doesn't give any specific details about it because it was, quote, 9 years ago, which is convenient, as there will end up being a few questions later on, and his inability to recall effectively gets him off the hook from answering. Now, he states that Billy did achieve the Donkey Kong world record as claimed, mentioning some of the other witnesses that Billy mentions, including, quote, Boomer's personnel and other spectators. Now, he also goes on to mention that tripod footage, and also testifies that the video was lost, which seems weird to me as that sounds like purely his own speculation based on hearsay. He has no direct personal knowledge of anything related to the tape, so I'm not sure why he would make this claim in an official disclosure statement. outside of something akin to Billy and him just getting together when they wrote their statements and making sure that everything was consistent and that they said the same things. Who knows? This seemed just as bizarre to me as when Childs mentioned in another of his written statements that he didn't attend the mortgage broker's event, but he knows Billy achieved the score in front of hundreds of witnesses. Like, how could you possibly know that to any degree of certainty that would be required to testify under penalty of perjury that it was true? It's just so sketchy. Next, we have the statement from one Enzo Celani, one of the local Florida reps for Brady Distributing, a company that sells, services, and distributes amusement equipment, including retro arcade games. He claims that he was the one that provided the Donkey Kong machine for the Boomers event, that he only ever deals with authentic licensed hardware, and as such, the machine Billy played on was legit. Honestly, I personally see no reason to doubt this. So let's continue. Jack Becker is a guy that's, quote, been in the arcade game machine business for more than 30 years, and took part in coordinating this event. He allegedly visited the arcade, met some people, and said hello. And I guess that's it. Okay then. That absolutely is the testimony of all time. Moving on, we have Josh Hauslander, a Twin Galaxy staff member at the time. But Josh did not attend the Boomers event or otherwise take part in it in any way. Now, about a week later, at the Big Bang event in Iowa, that same event where Billy was standing in front of the two TV screens and VCRs showing off his gameplay, he was allegedly in a hotel suite with a group of other TG staff, who were all discussing whether or not they needed to watch the tapes of Billy's gameplay to authenticate it. They ultimately determined that there was no need to review the tapes because the TG staff were there during the event itself, presumably referring to Todd and Kimberly, even though Billy admitted only Todd was there for the DK Jr. score. All of the TG folks were, quote, very comfortable with this decision, and no one expressed any reservations. But Josh claims the last time he saw the tapes were when they went off with some unnamed TG staff, and he never saw them again. So a bunch of TG refs decided not to review the tapes because basically Todd Rogers was there live, so it must have happened. One of those refs at the time testified that they actually saw the physical videotapes themselves, not the footage on those tapes, but doesn't know who took them or where they went. Okay, I guess the takeaway from this is that it happened because Todd said so. Joe Tortorella was the Boomers manager at the time in question, and he claims that it was, quote, easy to identify as an authentic Donkey Kong machine based on the physical hardware inside the cabinet, which is so vague it's effectively meaningless, and also claims that he was present at the time that Billy got the DK score and recalls the celebrations, although doesn't actually testify whether he witnessed the end of the game or saw the score itself. The manager goes on to say the event was witnessed by hundreds of customers who viewed the event in curiosity. Interesting. Hundreds of customers. I bet one of them has some photos or video, right? Now, as a quick side note, does anybody else find it fucking weird how these people focus so much on the celebrations after Billy allegedly gets records? Like, I can't quite put my finger on it, but it just seems odd to me. I get the impression that Billy focuses on this aspect of the story because of how much he enjoys focusing on the praise and adoration he gets for his awesome achievements when he talks about them. And then everybody else only mentions it because of how frequently Billy emphasizes it. Like, people specifically pointing out details about celebrations after these things happen just seems weird to me. Am I the only one?
And I managed to set a new world record. Well, with all the fanfare that went on, there was a lot of hugs and kisses and hooting and hollering.
I don't know. Anyway, I digress. But finally, we have Matt Fergal, the guy responsible for picking up the machine, delivering it to Boomers, and setting it up. But during, quote-unquote, a visit, he witnessed the final stages of the DK High score, and wouldn't you know it, after it was over, he recalls celebrations, handshakes, hugs, and congratulations. Why the fuck does everybody talk about it? He confirms the machine was authentic and confirms the achievement because he was present when it occurred. Alrighty then, that's all the witness statements we've got, although there are still a few important things to consider. Now, despite multiple people alluding to there being hundreds of witnesses to Billy's achievements, we have no footage. Literally zero video from anybody ever shared publicly about this achievement. We have a handful of different videos from different people, literally 1 week later at the Big Bang event. Do we expect there to be more documented interest in the announcement of a record than there would be of the record itself? Like, where were all the witnesses that saw this happen? There was apparently all this fanfare and celebration, remember? Yet we have no pictures or videos. I guess maybe nobody had their cell phones or video cameras at the time.
There were scores of people, maybe as much as 100 people at times behind you. They had their cell phones and videos.
So who the fuck was actually doing all this celebrating? Each of these scores would have taken like 3 hours to do. Why wouldn't a crowd have begun to gather? Where the hell was Brian Koo when Billy needed him?
There's a potential Donkey Kong kill screen if you want to watch. Anybody wants to see, there's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up. There's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up if anybody wants to watch. There's a Donkey Kong kill screen might be coming up if anybody wants to see it. There's a potential Donkey Kong kill screen if you want to watch. Hey, Todd, if you're interested, there might be a Donkey Kong kill screen in a couple.
Now, while we have literally zero footage from any actual onlookers, we do actually have some, let's just say, interesting additional video from this event, all recorded by our old friend Robert Childs. Now, I want to go through these videos for a bit and share some moments that I feel are worth taking a look at. But just keep in mind for a bit that we're going to be operating outside of the realm of hard facts and more into some of the things that stand out to me personally as weird or give me odd vibes, that sort of thing. So just remember to take it with a grain of salt. And if you happen to get a different read on things or think something different, leave a comment with what you're thinking. The first video we have is entitled, "We Have a New Donkey Kong Jr. Record, July 2010.
Just got word that Billy Mitchell just got the Donkey Kong Jr. record. Bill,
It's about time.
All right, so I've got to stop already. Look at Billy's body language here. What's with that little dash he did to do what looks like block the machine? I could, of course, be reaching here, but it just instantly gave me the vibe that he didn't want the dude holding the camera to walk over to the machine that he just allegedly set the record on to maybe look at the high score list. You know, as if maybe his score wasn't there. Now, before we play this next bit, let me remind you what you already know so that you'll perhaps keep it in mind while you listen to what these guys are saying and how they behave. One of these guys just set a new world record moments earlier, and the other dude is the official referee in charge of verifying the legitimacy of his performance. You know, like whether or not he did the score and like what the score was. And then also keep in mind that they are literally inches away from the very machine he supposedly just did the record on, where like the score would actually be visible to see on the screen.
congratulations, man.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Where the Hades were you, man?
Unbelievable. Wow.
Get lost.
2 records in a day. Wow, what do you think?
1,279,50.
No 50. What was the score?
I'm giving him extra 50 points.
Yeah, I get a bonus for the tie. It's 1,270,900.
Yeah, but the people will know when they see the score, they'll know what it is. So, hey, it's all that matters he did it.
Yeah, who cares what the score is, right? They'll know what it is when they see the tape. Like, what? Again, maybe I'm projecting here, but when I hear him say all that matters is that he did it, it just feels to me like he's almost trying to justify to himself that, yeah, of course it doesn't matter if he did it here live in front of an audience or not. He did it, so it's just like the same thing, right?
Anyway, it's all on tape, and
Where's the tape?
he has it.
I have it in my
It's right in there.
Now, according to Carlos Pinheiro, he recalls that during the time period where he was helping Billy with the investigation, that Todd Rogers told him some interesting pieces of information. The first was that the whole event wasn't really planned at all, and that at least Todd's involvement was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Todd happened to be in the area that day as he was out shopping for tarantulas, which apparently he collects. Now, this kind of makes sense, as in the video we see he wasn't wearing that old referee jersey this time around, which we may expect if he was there specifically for official adjudication purposes. But hold up a second. I know the first question that Billy would be asking is, oh, well, can we really trust Carlos? Well, we don't have to, as we have Todd on film saying the exact same thing a week after it went down back at the Big Bang event in 2010.
There was no intent in the beginning to make any records.
Really?
I went down there to shop for tarantulas, and since I was in the area, I had given him a call and said, hey, well, you didn't just walk in. Like I told you earlier, I said nothing was arranged, and since I was in the area, we stemmed with the idea of having Bill Mitchell against Todd Rogers at Donkey Kong blindfolded, just to take him out of his element of gaming. And it progressed to, okay, since I'm here, I want to see a stellar performance. Show me what you got on Donkey Kong. And that developed into a gameplay. Because he was asking me, what would I do? Would you go for both records or would you just do one? I said, but you're not me. I said, me, I do both, but that would push the record up so high that the person would not be able to touch me.
Okay, so wait, what the fuck is this story now? That there was nothing planned, but instead something about the two of them doing some spur-of-the-moment heads-up blindfolded Donkey Kong contest? I have no idea where any of that came from. Now, Carlos states that Todd told him that they were acting as if the bag had the tapes in them, when in reality that was actually the bag with a couple of the spiders he just bought. And Carlos also said the same thing in an interview with EGM Magazine, who also interviewed Rogers about the incident, who claimed they didn't remember if the tapes were in the bag or not. Well, add that to the ever-growing list of sketchy things that makes this whole entire story so hard to believe. At this point, I literally have no idea what to believe. The only thing that's clear is that at least one person is lying about a number of things, but who knows who or what that is at this point.
Well, anyways, congratulations, man. That's unbelievable.
Well, it took you long enough to get here. I was really fired up, and now I'm a little more stable.
He pulled me out of bed, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. That reminds me. Didn't Billy say that he got the DK Jr. record after midnight? It's really hard to tell in this video what time it is, but if it really is sometime around midnight, it's kind of surprising how lively it at least seems to be in the background. As a quick sanity check, I wanted to go and ensure that the arcade would have been open at that time. But to first do that, I needed to establish which Boomer's location the assault took place at, as there are multiple locations even in Florida. I found an old article during this time period that mentions Joe Tortorella as the general manager of the Dania Beach location right next to Billy's stomping grounds in the general Fort Lauderdale area, so that all tracks. I then went to the Wayback Machine and checked the hours of operation of this very location at that period of time, and it does actually seem that the arcade likely would have been open at this time, so at least that checks out. Now, one of the people that Billy claims was present for at least one of his scores, in both his written statement as well as in his deposition, was Pete Bouvier, the then owner of Twin Galaxies. Now, in the second of Robert Childs' multiple videos that day, entitled Billy Mitchell Speaks, July 2010, moments after breaking Donkey Kong record, Billy says this.
So we're here. I guess one more person we're hoping to say hi to is Pete. Pete from Twin Galaxies is on his way here. And, we'll share some good conversation with him.
Okay, so initially it was a little bit difficult to try and orient myself to when this video was filmed, as the title and description of the video both refer specifically to him setting the Donkey Kong record, not the DK Jr. record or both records. So I figured that this was taken after the first record was done, which would have been before they went out to dinner. But then elsewhere in the video, he says this.
It was a little slow getting started, but then once the records came, they came.
So there he says records, i.e. DK and DK Jr. So this implies that this would have had to have been at the midnight time period in order for the whole story to be consistent. So I guess that means that Pete Bouvier was also pulled out of bed after midnight to come celebrate Billy's record? Billy said he was on his way. So was Pete there or not? What other info do we have on this? Well, unfortunately, Pete passed away in 2017, so we can't corroborate any of this information directly with him. And I suppose once again that happens to be convenient for Billy's narrative. So what else do we know?
I sat down in front of a Donkey Kong, and after a little trouble, as there normally is, I managed to play, and I managed to set a new world record that I guess you're going to see finalized right here. Well, with all the fanfare that went on, there was a lot of hugs and kisses and hooting and hollering, and from Twin Galaxies, Pete was on the phone, and Pete was on his way over. And I turned and I said to the Twin Galaxies people there, I said, one more thing I got to take care of. And I started a game of Donkey Kong Jr. And I thought it was neat because I think it would have been the first time Pete would have seen a world record. Am I right? No. So I played, and I guess I was about 3/4 of the way through it before I said, where's Pete? And then Todd said, oh, he's not going to be able to make it.
So wait a minute. A week later, when Billy's actually in front of Pete Bouvier himself, he tells a completely different story. Not only casually implying that he sat down at the DK Jr. machine and banged out the record on his first try right after his Donkey Kong record, but also that this whole phone call to Pete happened after the first record was done, and that he found out partway through his DK Jr. record that Pete wasn't going to make it. A drastically different timeline than we've heard before.
But none of us hit the score we want on the first game. You play, and it just happens. So the fact of the matter is, I was playing, okay, and obviously I'm locked on the screen. So we have Twin Galaxies there. Mm-hmm. We have the gameplay.
Right.
We have room coverage. And when I absolutely had the good fortune, and I got the score on Donkey Kong, and I turned around, one of the people shaking my hand, one of the people patting me on the back, okay, was Pete Bouvier, the owner of Twin Galaxies.
Pete Bouvier shook your hand.
Very easily seen on the room shot in the tape that was created.
Well, of course, years later, after Pete's passed away, now that he's no longer able to speak up for himself to avoid getting roped into Billy's little fairy tale narrative, all of a sudden he went from being on the phone, on the way to the venue to show up late, then unfortunately unable to make it, to now suddenly being there when it happened to shake his hand and pat him on the back. Something that, of course, would be incredibly easy to corroborate had any of the external footage that Billy playing the game at Boomer's that night that he claims to exist actually exist. Now, I'm sure Billy has some Ocean's 11 starring Dwayne Richards and Roy Schilt level explanation for how the tapes managed to unexist themselves, but something tells me that if those recordings were taken at all, the tapes probably never made it out of Todd Rogers' tarantula bag. Now, believe it or not, the whole thing gets even more complicated with additional interviews that were done as a part of the same EGM piece I mentioned earlier. Recall that Josh Hauslander, one of the TG staff members debating whether or not to watch the footage of Billy's tapes in that hotel room or wherever it was, stated that nobody took issue with accepting the score. Now, this is contradicted by statements from multiple people. The first was David Nelson, the Twin Galaxies chief referee at the time, who recalls some disagreement about whether or not the scores should be accepted, questioning the impartiality of Billy's choice of referee. Quote, "When someone is going to set a world record of this caliber, really the procedure should be to contact Twin Galaxies, tell them of your intention, and we'll work out how to get a referee to you to witness it, and the referee will be one of our choosing." Billy went ahead and selected his own referee to witness the score, and he did it in secret without anybody's knowledge. It was a very difficult decision because none of us liked the circumstances, but the decision came down to, we'll accept the score. Now, apparently Nelson also had what was referred to as a tense conversation with Billy and Steve Sanders, where they apparently were pressuring him to accept the score in such a way that at one point even came off as having a rather threatening tone to it. Sanders allegedly also said, "Hey Dave, do the right thing," to which Nelson commented that anybody who comes to you and says, "do the right thing," they don't mean do the right thing, they mean do the right thing for them. Now, Patrick Scott Patterson, the assistant chief referee at the time, corroborated many of Nelson's claims, echoing that there were referees, including himself, who were not comfortable with accepting the scores. According to this piece, Todd Rogers stated, quote, "with absolute certainty that he gave both of the Boomers tapes to Nelson, who denies ever receiving them from Rogers despite his repeated requests to turn them over." Okay, so there are a few more remaining things to point out in the last few moments of this second video. First, we see what appears to be a laptop. Now that's interesting because during Carlos's testing, he was told by Robert Childs that he had the same setup that Billy had for his Boomers score, including the same laptop and capture card.
The original device we used was this. We've been able to find all the devices, which is a GigaWare with a composite in, using and running on the same software. The converter, we actually even have here the receipt in 2003. And that was how the direct setup and recording was done.
Now, despite Childs denying remembering what the setup was in his sworn testimony, Pinheiro was told by Childs that the setup that they had put together in arcade game sales for testing out the claims against Billy were the same as what they had in the Boomer score. And interestingly enough, because it was supposed to have been directly recorded to a laptop at this time, rather than to a VCR like the previous tapes were claimed to have been, it wouldn't actually make any sense at all that they would have VHS tapes of those performances at Boomers at this point. A VCR simply wasn't a part of this recording setup. So where did they get these tapes from? Finally, at the tail end of this clip, when Childs shows himself to the camera, we see this. Now, I don't know about you, but those look either like doors or windows to me, with a bunch of daylight pouring through. And thanks to an anonymous source who provided some reference images to Ursat's Cats, the author behind PerfectPacman.com, we now know that these are in fact external doors at the arcade. So once again, the entire midnight timeline makes absolutely no sense, and is further destroyed by a series of text messages uncovered between Robert Childs and his friend Brett Cirque, where Childs told him before the weekend that the Boomer event even occurred, quote, Billy to take the DK and DK Jr. record back on Saturday at Grand Prix. And then on that day, he sent another message at 7:24 p.m. Eastern, quote, Billy took back both records today. Now this is further corroborated by a tweet just 3 minutes later by Brett himself that reads, breaking, Billy Mitchell takes back both Donkey Kong and DK Jr. records today. Now, I made sure to double and triple check the timestamp on this tweet to avoid any kind of time zone mishaps. But again, unless they got a hold of Dwayne Richards' time machine, none of this timeline makes any sense whatsoever. That brings us to the last massive issue with the Boomer story that Billy and his friends have tried to feed us, and that comes from Childs' final of the 3 videos, known as the infamous board swap video. In this video, we see both Billy and Robert Childs both taking part in the laughable charade that is them pretending to be swapping out the Donkey Kong PCB for the DK Jr. PCB, allegedly in between Billy doing both of his records. But in reality, it was all staged. In fact, the board that Childs was shown removing from the cabinet was the same exact board he was seen moments later, after a clever camera angle shift, to then be installing back into the cabinet. Now, Now, interestingly enough, this board swap video was the impetus behind the original Jeremy Young post, the one that basically sat for months, ignored, with nobody acting upon it, until of course Jeremy Young was able to provide the video analysis evidence proving that it was done using MAME. So we've come full circle. Now, this whole board swap incident was later admitted on multiple occasions to have been a sham, including in Billy's deposition testimony, although every time Billy downplays it as simply being a stupid stunt solely for Child's YouTube channel to get clicks, with Billy fervently denying that it was in any way intended to lend any amount of credibility to the legitimacy of his scores.
It's not different. You want the truth? I'll give you the truth. You stop. I got the whole story.
Okay, tell me the story.
We finished. We ate. An hour later, he goes, I want to put this on my YouTube channel.
Okay.
And everybody went back over to the games, and he took out a board, and he put a board in, and he's too lazy to grab the other board, and he did it for his YouTube channel. He's an idiot.
So the one score that would have been there in 2018 would have been 1,062,000.
And that's your Boomer score?
Yes.
Is this the incident where the fake board swap video occurred?
Afterwards, it occurred, yes.
What do you mean afterwards?
Afterwards.
So there was a fake board swap video?
Long, not by me, but long afterwards, after the game was over.
Robert Childs pretended to swap boards?
He did.
The reason for there not being any recording equipment visible at the time, and for clearly swapping out a DK Jr. board with the same DK Jr. board, while trying to pass it off as something different, with Billy happy to once again lie to the camera for entertainment purposes, playing along quite convincingly, was simply because they had already packed everything up in Child's car and he was too lazy to go and retrieve it, at least allegedly. Note that all three of these Boomer videos were posted by Robert Childs on August 7th, the same day as the Big Bang event, which would have been exactly the same period of time that all of that drama was beginning to ensue surrounding whether or not the Twin Galaxies judges were going to accept his score. Curious timing indeed. So where does all of this leave us? Well, honestly, the only thing I believe is that the machine was probably legitimate. But if, when, and what Billy played, as well as any scores he claims to have earned, are in serious doubt based on all of the contradictory testimony from all of Billy and his pals. Even if we assume that they're either being morons or they're extremely forgetful, rather than simply fabricating the entire thing completely out of whole cloth, which one could argue is what the evidence suggests, and even ignoring the fact that Billy's own footage that he's standing in front of live clearly shows that it was generated on emulator rather than legitimate arcade, there's just no way it's remotely reasonable to assume that what they claim to have happened, happened. And that's basically it, folks. As far as I can tell, that's all of the evidence that substantiates the claim that Billy did those scores on legitimate, authentic, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade machines, live in front of large crowds of people. In my humble opinion, it's not even remotely close to meeting any semblance of the burden of proof to overcome the immense mountain of evidence that's completely and utterly damning to all of his claims. Were any of the witness statements compelling for you? I'm genuinely interested to hear what you guys think. At the end of the day, nobody other than Billy knows what happened. Now, if you'll allow, I'd like to speak candidly for a moment. I personally suspect that most people are afraid to outright accuse Billy of exactly what they think he did, to propose specific accusations, or to share any kind of theory about what they believe happened, solely out of fear of legal repercussions. The unfortunate outcome of that is that it allows Billy himself control over the narrative. When people feel the need to walk on eggshells when discussing what they think went down, they tend to speak vaguely and hesitate to say what it is they actually believe occurred. And that has the unfortunate side effect of allowing Billy the opportunity to fill in the blanks that are the ambiguities of the accusations, letting him have free rein in constructing whatever straw man he feels like tearing down. Now, alternatively, some of the folks that actually do speak up against Billy and who are willing to share their suspicions very often don't have all of the facts quite right, or end up misinterpreting where the evidence actually leads, and that ends up reinforcing Billy's strategy of only ever focusing on the least credible accusations and using those to try to discredit anybody and everybody who questions his narrative. Here's a perfect example of somebody who clearly has the balls to say what they believe, which I have respect for, but at the same time I ultimately think their conclusions aren't exactly supported by the evidence.
But there's a guy on YouTube, Mario4356, who just uploaded a video, and he pointed out something very interesting in this fake board swap video.
But the biggest issue is, why is there a laptop? You had a cameraman, it was 2010, I get the feeling that this laptop was used to run a version of MAME into that cabinet. Why is it there?
Do you see that laptop back there? Why would they have a laptop there? They weren't live streaming it. They weren't even filming it. I mean, there's no footage of him actually playing at this event, and there's no, like, They couldn't get a video of him standing there with like a thumbs up and his American flag showing his high score. I mean, obviously they had a camera there. He claims that he announced his playing so they knew they were going to be there. I mean, could it just be there for whatever reason? I guess so. I mean, we'll never know, but it's very suspicious, and it's something else that's really interesting about all of this.
In situations like this, all Billy needs to say is, well, I was recording directly into my laptop using that direct feed setup that I've shown before. I've already told everybody this, but they won't listen. See, you're not being honest, and you're just trying to discredit me however you can. And the unfortunate truth is that, in all honesty, that makes Billy's case seem just a little bit stronger, solely because of the absurdity of the counterclaim. Pretty much none of the noteworthy, credible folks that are making any accusations against Billy are saying that he ran MAME into the cabinet. And the only reason why he keeps talking about that is because of folks like this that keep saying that that's what happened. The fact that we have videotapes that show MAME play doesn't point to the fact that he actually played that night on that machine using MAME. What it does is call into question that he played that night at all. Now, this creates a situation where both his supporters, as well as people unfamiliar with the case who are now just being introduced to it, only ever hear a misinterpretation of what the evidence suggests and Billy's attempts to debunk those misinterpretations, which unfairly represents what many folks like myself actually believe. So to do my best to prevent my position from being misrepresented, misinterpreted, or strawmanned, I want to state it clearly and unambiguously. While at the same time, I need to make it very clear that while I think what I believe is entirely consistent with all of the available evidence that I've analyzed, there simply isn't enough evidence to know what happened for sure. Again, only Billy can answer this. The following is not a statement of fact. It's merely a summary of what I personally feel is the most plausible explanation that attempts to account for everything that I've discussed thus far. I believe that all three of Billy's most famous Donkey Kong records, the King of Kong score, the Mortgage Broker score, and the Boomer score, were complete fabrications. These scores were not achieved on genuine arcade machines live in public, but instead were likely created somewhere far away, safe from prying eyes, by Billy or some unknown third party on a computer somewhere running MAME. Using save states or other emulator features, these perfect performances achieving whatever score he desired would have been trivial to manufacture, piece by piece, board by board, without needing to worry about bad RNG, making mistakes, or taking risks. Anytime you mess up or get unlucky, you just hit that load button and you rewind to moments before, without any real progress actually being lost, allowing you to effectively brute force a fully segmented run. Now, as I talked about earlier, I played Donkey Kong only a handful of times before, and generally have no idea what I'm doing. When I made my little trip to Fun Spot, I only made it past the second stage one time in the handful of attempts that I had. But now looking back at all of this, I wanted to see how long it would take me to get to the 100,000 point milestone, a fairly respectable score for the up-and-coming PK player learning the game, but I would be using save states on MAME. Pretty much right away, it became painfully obvious that the use of save states like this completely and utterly trivializes the game. Within a few minutes, I was easily able to get 100,000 points. So I imagined if I actually knew what I was doing, getting 1,000,000 points using this method would probably be extremely easy. And once you're done, the entire thing gets saved as an IMP file, which can then be loaded back into MAME and replayed in real time, at which point it could have easily been recorded to a VHS tape, with no one the wiser. He could effectively create these tapes whenever he wanted, effectively on demand with almost no lead time, hold on to them for as long as he needed to be used whenever made the most sense strategically. During the filming of King of Kong, when it was clear that Steve Wiebe was the real deal, traveling across the country, performing live under pressure at the highest level, not only removing the spotlight from Billy, but going so far as to make him look bad, because he was too cowardly to actually compete himself, in what was likely a desperate attempt to save face, this would have been a perfect time to release his first tape. Now, of course, this left Billy in a bit of a pickle. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He wanted the recognition of this quote-unquote achievement to be given all of the respect and praise for the accomplishment, while at the same time avoiding any criticisms related to it not being a live score performance, because he's of course the guy incessantly bragging about doing scores live. In a shameless attempt to have it both ways, he relentlessly denies that score ever being an official score submission, claiming it was merely for entertainment purposes only, and therefore that should make him immune to the obvious accusations of hypocrisy. This could also arguably be seen as an attempt to remove that score from any scrutiny that would come as a result of the allegations against him, as if the tape not being an official submission would somehow make the proof that the tape was cheated irrelevant. There are, of course, a few problems with this narrative. In the King of Kong, we saw this.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're getting at. are you officially submitting the score? So I think it's an acceptable score. Let me go see if I can put that on the website, okay?
Now, we never actually hear what Billy's answer was to the initial question of whether or not he was officially submitting that score. Although, in a 2007 MTV interview, Walter Day stated that Billy's answer was yep. And then, in 2008, just a year later, in a forum post attempting to address some of the concerns people were having about the score being accepted, including an apology to Steve Wiebe for how shitty the whole thing was towards him, Day confirms what he said in the MTV interview, saying, quote, Billy requested recognition for the score over the phone, asking that it be viewed as an official submission as shown in the movie. Billy also personally commissioned posters commemorating the score, referring to himself as the Donkey Kong World Champion for this achievement. Now, I don't know about you, but so far it seems a lot like Billy really did want this score to be accepted. Not to mention that at no point did Billy himself personally request to have the score taken down. Although years later, when the dispute happened, it was clear that Walter Day and Billy Mitchell would begin to attempt to rewrite history. In his 2019 evidence package, Billy and Walter conveniently contradict everything we've just heard. In Day's statement, he states, during this time, Billy Mitchell made it very clear that this tape's score was for entertainment purposes only, not for submission, as he only submits live world records. However, I chose to input the score for the King of Kong's entertainment purposes, but made sure the score was removed from the database after the event was over. Now, this of course goes against what we saw in the film, what Walter Day himself said to MTV in 2007, and what he also said himself posted in his own forums in 2008. It also not only appears to co-opt the kind of language that Billy himself uses, as he only submits live world records, which leads me to believe that Billy told him exactly what to write, but also contradicts his prior claims in the testimony of Robert Merchek, who was actually the one to remove Billy's score. This whole reframing of the series of events that occurred paints everything in a totally different light than what actually happened. Oh no, we just did it for the film. It wasn't a real record, when in fact all evidence points to Billy actually wanting it on the leaderboards, but Robert Merchek took it down because the quality of the tape was unacceptable for adjudication. Now, in Billy's statement, he makes a number of claims on the subject. The first is that Billy Mitchell holds himself to a high standard. Mitchell only submits score performances at live events under proper adjudication. Mitchell has never submitted a score via videotape. Now, even if you ignore the 1047 tape and all the evidence that that was actually him trying to get that in as a submission via tape, there's plenty of evidence to show that this claim is simply untrue. For instance, listen to this 2004 interview with Billy Mitchell and Steve Wiebe on Retro Gaming Radio at the Classic Gaming Expo.
And then on the 3rd of July, I scored 1,006,600. And then Billy's came in, and he already had scored like a year ago, right? Was it? He had 1 million, but he didn't want to reveal. He was going for his ultimate score. He didn't want to like put out some intermittent score.
Yeah, but he's breathing down my neck.
But,
I mean, pressure's on.
When I had the 999,500, I actually talked to Billy, and he was, I don't know if you were ready to turn your tape in or you thought maybe he won't get it, and I don't know what he was thinking.
So why don't you relax for a while?
Yeah,
but
take a vacation. Yeah. So then I turned mine in, and then Billy turned his in.
So they're both being verified now.
Yeah.
That seems kind of weird coming from somebody who's never submitted a tape, saying your tape has been submitted and you're now waiting for it to be verified. Now, what about this clip from not long after the documentary was released, where one of Billy's best friends answers the question about Billy's live score performances?
Right here. I haven't heard of any live scores. How about yourself?
The last live score I know of was Perfect Pac-Man in 1999.
All right, so let me get this straight. Now Billy and Walter are saying that the 1047 score was never a score. They also claim that this is backed up by video evidence that, of course, they haven't presented. Fine. Now, after Billy had sued Guinness World Records for the removal of his scores, while Guinness was likely trying to settle to avoid the headaches and costs of a silly lawsuit they didn't care about, in one of their initial settlement letters, they offered to reinstate 4 of Billy's scores, excluding the 1047 score from that list, which should of course have been fine with Billy, considering he never intended it as an official record in the first place, right? Well, Billy's lawyers refused, requiring that his 1047 be included as they were quote-unquote previously recognized. Now, historically, Guinness deferred to Twin Galaxies as the de facto authority on video game high scores, so why would Guinness have recognized Billy's 1047 if Twin Galaxies didn't? Once again, this is Billy trying to have it both ways. But what about the letter that Day sent to Guinness World Records after they stripped Billy of all of his scores, where he formally requested they reinstate all of his records? including the 1047 score, which was recognized as the first million-point game, and had been included in the 2007 edition of the book in a list of 30 greatest video arcade game scores of all time, as selected by Twin Galaxies. You gotta love how in the lawsuit against Twin Galaxies, they're trying to argue that the score was never intended to be an official score, so it shouldn't have been a part of the dispute process, while simultaneously they're telling another party in a completely separate lawsuit that that same score needs to be reinstated as an official record. Which is it, Billy? Now, Walter's letter also later had a footnote added to it where a number of contradictions were introduced. First is that now Walter wasn't taking credit for removing the score, but instead finally admitting that it was in fact Robert Murchek. But of course, at this point, Murchek was no longer defending Billy, and the 2006 MTV footage showing that girder finger was known at this point. So Billy had to now categorically deny that he sent the tape to Murchek for adjudication to try to cast some semblance of doubt on that evidence. Now, Day also goes on to explain some of Billy's apparent trepidations about the decision over whether to officially recognize his 1047 score or not, casting further doubt on Billy's assertion that it was never intended to be a submission. First, he definitely said it was a submission. Then he categorically denied it was a submission, and now when asking for Guinness to reinstate his record, he was apparently back and forth on it. How convenient. Now, after the initial January 2007 showing of The King of Kong at various film festivals around the country, I'd be willing to bet that it became pretty clear how the series of events portrayed in the documentary made Billy look. And it wasn't great. Just before the wider theatrical release of The King of Kong that was slated for summer of '07, Steve Wiebe was the world record holder with a score of 1,049,100, solidifying the narrative that had been nicely tied up at the end of the film. That Wiebe, the lovable underdog and protagonist of the story, had overcome all odds and proven that he was in fact the best. Now, the best way for Billy to get out in front of the criticisms that were undoubtedly going to be coming later on that year would be to retake the first place spot in as grandiose a fashion as possible, live at a big public event, exactly 25 years to the day after his first record performance. This was Billy's metaphorical called shot. You can see clear as day how fragile Billy's ego is about this when he's asked a completely innocent question from what sounds like a child in the audience about how long he held on to his original tape. And after giving his answer, he gets all defensive and feels the need to tack on the additional details that he feels will redeem himself while simultaneously adding in a dig at Steve Wiebe.
How long did you have the video taken to your 1,047,000 score?
That score was done in June of 2004.
So 2 years or so before
Yeah.
you submitted.
But again, I had done scores beyond a million points. I had done scores that were witnessed, but I don't submit scores that aren't at a live venue. And one thing you'd be fooled by here is the score that eventually was put up as the world record at 1,050,000 was done at a live venue in Orlando. And the record that it beat, which was 1,049,000, was done in Steve's garage. That's the exact opposite of what the movie would have you believe. But if it was shown exactly the truth, the way I just described it to you, it wouldn't be as exciting.
Even at this point, we can see that Billy was still trying to dishonestly skew the narrative in order to downplay Wiebe's accomplishment and to prop himself up, pretending as if the movie left out the score that he quote-unquote did at a convention, even though the score he's referring to didn't even allegedly happen until a year after the movie was filmed.
I go, oh, that record that you saw that guy do in the movie? Yeah. I go, that wasn't a record. I go, that wasn't even 1,000,000 points. They go, no, that was the record. I go, he goes, he did the record in his garage. He sent the tape in. He sent the tape in? And I go, yeah, he did. We call it a garage score. And he goes, I thought yours was a tape. And I go, that was a different tape.
Yeah.
I go, the score I did at a convention, a live score. They go, no, I saw it. And I go, I know what you saw.
Yeah, you
I
saw
go,
a movie,
yeah,
but there's reality and then there's a movie.
And I say, I'm like,
Despite the dishonesty in these responses, it's also easy to forget the simple fact that Billy lived down the road from all his little Twin Galaxies minions that would show up whenever he wanted to summon them to unquestioningly sign off on whatever scores he wanted them to. Steve lived 3,000 miles away on the opposite side of the country. This whole I don't submit tapes nonsense is an arbitrary self-imposed standard. There was nothing wrong at the time with submitting videotape scores, and Billy knows that. Nobody was upset with Billy because he submitted a tape. It was that he was a giant fucking blatant hypocrite. The vast majority of scores on the Twin Galaxies leaderboards were tapes, because that was the only way to do it at the time outside of showing up to some pre-scheduled event where Twin Galaxies was planning to be at. You know, like the ones in Florida and New Hampshire that Steve flew to in the movie and actually performed at, while Billy was back home sitting on his couch getting score updates from his minions. Billy can't hide behind deceptive editing or all that entertainment purposes nonsense. On this very basic fact, it's clear. Billy never put his money where his mouth was, and Steve did. And Billy's been desperately scrambling to save face ever since. The anxiety that we saw in that first clip and the arrogance we see in the second, clear as day, is exactly why Billy needed a new high score and why it needed to be done in some epic, noteworthy way. He needed something to allow him to take back control over the narrative, to eliminate any doubt that he was the best.
In 2007, before the movie came out, I wanted to screw things up for the movie. I mean, it's a cynical thing. I'm just being honest with you. And I had a disliking for Sun, and I wanted to screw it up for him. And it was coming up on the 25th anniversary of when I did the very first kill screen back in the 80s. And so I openly said, I'm gonna play, and I'm gonna get a new world record.
I suspect that this is precisely the reason why Billy, who had previously declined to appear at the Mortgage Brokers event when he was initially invited, ultimately changed his mind, reaching back out to Sheila Kinnery in late January, right after the initial showing of The King of Kong. This would be the perfect opportunity to stage a live performance that could serve as the justification for the release of a new name-generated tape. The timing lined up perfectly with his original 1982 record, and there would be a lot of potential witnesses around to corroborate his story without knowing remotely enough about Donkey Kong high scores to be able to call him to question any aspect of his performance. This is perhaps related to why Billy loves to focus on and emphasize all of the fanfare and celebration. As we've already seen before, all he needs to do is say, and that's a perfect game. And anybody around is going to cheer and applaud and be excited for the achievement that they really kind of don't fully understand. But whatever, who cares? We're all super stoked for whatever it is the guy did, right? Despite the Music City Multicon incident occurring after Billy was already the subject of major cheating allegations, and the fact that it wasn't a perfect score was caught almost immediately and called out publicly, you could argue that Billy has still really never answered for trying to pass off this supposed perfect score as legitimate for over 2 years. And that was at a gaming convention with fairly savvy gamers all around him, cameras all over the place, and even the local news there covering him. It really isn't that far of a stretch to think that him effectively doing the same thing at a mortgage broker's convention with no real heat or pressure on him would have been anything but trivial to pull off. Let's assume he took a few days to put together the 1050 tape in his basement and brought it with him to the mortgage broker's convention. Imagine what would typically happen during one of these high-score performances. A few hours go by, you start to get up there in points, the hype begins to build, Brian Koo frantically runs around telling everybody a Donkey Kong kill screen is coming up, the crowd begins to form, eyes trained on the screen, excited for that moment when the achievement finally occurs. Now imagine you have a tape that you want to pretend you created at the event. You need all that fanfare, but you don't want all that attention, because of course you aren't actually going to be playing to achieve the score. Would you want it to happen around 1 or 2 o'clock when the most people are around and all eyes are on you? No. You'd want to do it when the fewest number of people were around. Hell, all you need to do is play for 10 or 15 minutes, score 50,000 points because Donkey Kong doesn't show a millions digit on the score, so to any layman it would be indistinguishable from 1,050,000 points, exclaim you just got a new world record, stand up from the machine and turn around and start shaking hands, hugging people, you know, all that fanfare and celebration that puts the focus on you instead of on the machine that you didn't actually just get a score on. Now this lines up with his own witness's sworn testimony under oath, that she was disappointed when he was done with his performance, 10 or 15 minutes into the day, before any hype could have been generated or a meaningful number of people were there to witness it, before Billy would have been able to actually finish a single game, let alone claim to have done 2 attempts, the second of which should have taken nearly 3 hours to do if he was telling the truth. Instead, the day starts off early, you see some folks walking around the convention, Billy looks both ways to ensure that Dwayne hasn't emerged from his time machine with a camera to catch him in the act, and boom, he can start celebrating. All of a sudden, he's got a handful of witnesses that would all testify to the fanfare without ever actually stating they literally witnessed him get the score. All he needs to do is then go through the charade of having the board shipped from Nintendo, installed by a third party, padlocked into the cabinet so as to be tamper-proof, whisked away into a secure location after the record was done, and have the board shipped back to Nintendo for verification. Even more of the air of legitimacy has been established. The hardware was verified. How could I be lying? Remember, Billy was very clearly concerned about the optics over the legitimacy of the score, right? hence all of those precautions, well then why wouldn't he retain his own copies of the most compelling, obvious, and relevant evidence for the performance? The tapes that he claims of cameras on tripods showing room shots in his gameplay. If he retained his own copy, he wouldn't then be able to point to someone else in the future to say they either lost or manipulated the tapes, which conveniently seems to happen every time. It's the perfect series of events that gives his story an air of legitimacy, adds a bunch of plausible deniability, without actually proving anything. Now fast forward to 2010, a few weeks before the inauguration of the International Video Game Hall of Fame in Ottumwa, Iowa, the home of that 1982 Life magazine shoot, and Billy Mitchell once again finds himself in second place, this time behind Donkey Kong great Hank Chan. Now, once again familiar setting, Billy wants to try to sneak in right before the Hall of Fame event and establish himself as the best once more. And what better way to do this than to do a repeat of his prior one-up attempt, this time surpassing Chan's score by the exact same 1,100-point margin as he previously did with Steve Wiebe. This allows him to not really have to push himself to any kind of limit, while also allowing him to further the myth that he's just so good that he can beat anybody's scores so easily, on demand, and doesn't even have to play until the end. He can just quit early to make a point because of how cool and badass he is. Once again, he fabricates some tapes and needs to stage another live event to legitimize their existence. Now, rather than show up to a normal competitive event like Wiebe did multiple times in The King of Kong, the thing that Billy pretends is his MO, or bother making a big announcement of his record-setting intentions to the world so that folks could be there to witness him be a legend live, he instead sets up this low-key performance in the dark back corner of an arcade, does the same song and dance related to sourcing and validating the equipment that he doesn't actually plan to play on, and then when nobody's looking, he claims he's done the thing, whips out the MAME tapes as proof, manages to lose track of all the external recordings that would show him actually playing live in front of a crowd of onlookers because that never happened, and then blames everybody else but himself for this ineptitude and short-sightedness. But don't forget, Billy Mitchell always has a plan. He was probably ready for some pushback or controversy over this performance, so he readied a trap card, a few staged recordings made by Robert Childs that he could keep in his back pocket, where they go through the effort of pretending that he just got a record and are now swapping boards so that he can get the second record and then later pretend to be celebrating right after he gets another one. He had this gotcha ready that he could whip out the moment that anybody questioned what happened. Again, a half-hearted attempt to add an air of legitimacy to this story. Now, that might explain why these videos came out literally the day after his score announcement, when people were there questioning the legitimacy of the scores.
You don't mind if I ask a question? If you were going to do this in public, why did you make an announcement before you had even done it? Why did you make a public announcement about the time and location when you were going to do it? Well, there's the answer.
That was Roy Schilt, aka Mr. Awesome, one of Billy's most eccentric critics that was also featured in The King of Kong, put forward as being a part of the anti-Billy conspiracy. Now, in a number of forum posts that were going around in the weeks leading up to the Big Bang event, someone who I suspect was secretly Roy Schilt on a sock puppet account predicted that Billy would do this exact thing. Billy Mitchell's former world record Donkey Kong score of 1,050,200 points of July 2007 is a sham. In July of 2007, Billy played that score at an out-of-the-way broker convention as a smokescreen so it couldn't be scrutinized. We must assume that Billy's world record score was actually played at another time and place and somehow switched for what Billy played that day. Between now and August 7th, Billy will reclaim the Donkey Kong world record with some bullcrap scenario. Honestly, it's pretty fucking crazy how accurate this ended up being. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this kind of wacky trap card gotcha plan would even be too much for Billy, but it turns out that he isn't a stranger to this kind of nonsense. In a recorded phone call between him and ex-friend David Race, the release of which ultimately leading to a lawsuit against Race for allegedly illegally recording the call, a case that was ultimately dismissed, Billy discusses his ingenious plot to discredit and embarrass all of the haters on the wrong side of his record dispute, starting with him creating a totally new performance of his Boomer score.
But what I plan on doing is, it's also being recorded out the back. The direct feed is hooked up. And what I plan on doing, and this is top secret, I plan on doing it. I'm going to take the tape and I'm going to have it sent to Jace Hall. When I say have it sent, I'm going to have it sent to New Hampshire, which is where I think it last was. I'm going to FedEx it to New Hampshire, and somebody in New Hampshire is going to FedEx it to Jace. Just like the Wayne's tapes suddenly showed up at Jace's doorstep, this tape will suddenly show up. And the news will be, we found the 1,062 tape. And it's nothing except a silent tape. There's not my voice, my face, nothing, just like the others.
Yeah.
And I want Jace to look at it, put it online. I think he will. And many people, maybe Jace too, are going to pick it apart, how rotten it is, how evil it is, how maim it is, how corrupt it is, this and that. Oh my God, a third tape to prove Billy Mitchell, SOB, and all that. Okay, I hope Jace says it because it'll destroy his credibility.
Yeah.
Okay. Then once it's out there, I will send the exact same one on the webcam, and I'll put it on the internet. And everybody that was an idiot is going to absolutely be caught on the carpet. I mean, absolutely shamed. I mean, so many people are going to be mad at me. Oh well, the truth will come out.
Yeah.
I think this might eliminate things with me and Jace permanently, which I don't care. He needs me more than I need him, believe me. And I'll say, this is a special game, a very targeted game. This game is meant to sting, and it will, more than one way.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to say. But it's at that point that I turn on the VCR and I hit play. The VCR, the tape that Jace initially has none of that. It has the play from the start to the end, nothing. Nothing colorful, nothing. And I'm sure that people are just going to find a way, oh, look at this, oh, look at that. And when it's the exact same gameplay out with the webcam, I mean, it's just going to be, I mean,
okay.
I hope Jace bans me for being a son of a bitch. I don't know.
So Billy had an elaborate plan to try and pass a brand new tape off as the original Boomers tape, except this time a totally legitimate performance, in the hopes of baiting the community into doing a video analysis on it and coming to the conclusion that it's not legit either. But of course it would be legit, so that would prove that they're out to get him. Man, Billy, that's a genius plan, as long as you don't think about it for like 11 seconds. First, all we need to do is compare that tape to the footage shown at the Big Bang event, and we'd see that it wasn't the same gameplay, which would instantly discredit the legitimacy of the tape, whether it was played on arcade or not. Second, even if the community was as corrupt as Billy's claiming they are, and would go so far as to lie and say that the legit gameplay looked like MAME, that doesn't discredit the original analysis on all of the other footage, which stands on its own merit, definitively proving that he cheated. Now lastly, outside of the few random trolls that would probably take the bait and would come up with some brain-dead reason for why the gameplay wasn't legit, I think the people in question, who are the ones doing the real analysis, who understand what they're looking at, would come to the conclusion that this was in fact genuine arcade gameplay, even if that somehow vindicated Billy in some way. Because just as before, at the end of the day, that doesn't discredit the original analysis done on all of the other footage. In fact, in this scenario, Billy would be the only one to look like a dishonest asshole for trying to bait the community into discrediting themselves when they actually ended up showing they were in fact doing unbiased and fair analysis. But of course, this is all hypothetical. Billy may very well have figured out why this was a stupid idea, although I'd be willing to bet he simply wasn't good enough to be able to get that score legitimately in whatever time period he was hoping to, and probably just gave up. Now regardless, this goes to show you one more example of Billy's willingness to be deceptive in order to get what he wants. It should be clear to everybody watching that Billy loves the dramatic. He places a massive amount of symbolic significance on accomplishments done on certain dates, or achieving certain scores relative to his opponents. Billy likes to send a message.
The other ones I'll do. Not only will I do them, I'm going to do the exact score. Exact score. And just let the game die. You mean you're not going to go higher even if you can? No. Why? Because I'm Billy Mitchell. And I'm going to make a statement.
All Billy really cares about are accolades, titles, and accomplishments. He wants to try and prop himself up as being a pivotal part of the history of esports, as some kind of godfather of competitive gaming. In every context, he has to paint himself as some sort of paradigm-shifting legend, totally changing the narrative and manufacturing whatever story he can to try and defend his ego. Before, he used to talk about how he only ever does scores live and never submits tapes, despite that not being true at all. But that isn't really good enough because he's already been caught in that lie. No. Now he has to take it to the next level and try to rewrite history completely, all of a sudden trying to take credit for the fact that people who do competitive high-score gaming or speedrunning on Twitch only do that live because of him. Before Billy Mitchell, everybody on Twitch was just uploading VODs, right?
And once again, I liked it because it was in a public venue. Because I made this commitment to myself that each time I approach a score and I'm at home on Twitch, I would just kill it at 1 million. Because I like significant things to be done in a public venue.
Yeah.
But fortunately, that score came while we were there at Glitch. There had been some visitors who came to town, just fans who came to town and see. And what I didn't know when I began this, my son and a couple other people brought to my attention was, I always play live, always. I've never played on Twitch or anything that it wasn't live, and I didn't realize that when people played and they got a significant score, then they took it and they uploaded it to Twitch. I always thought it was live. So, and there are some exceptions to it, but with some people, but I always played live, and now it's very rewarding for me to know that so many other players now play live. They don't just upload a score, and I like that. I like it very much. I don't think I'll ever upload a performance to Twitch.
Jesus Christ, Billy. It's time to stop. This has gone too far. Next thing you're going to do, you're going to tell me that your company was the first one to sell chicken wings in Florida.
We were the first ones in our area to serve chicken.
Oh, come on, for fuck. Billy has an insanely fragile ego. Without documentaries or drama, articles, events, anywhere where he can be the center of attention, nobody really cares that much about the games he's playing or what he's doing in particular. But Billy needs to do everything he can to remain relevant and to maintain his carefully crafted image. He feels the need to hyper-focus on all of his own mediocre accomplishments and how much adoration and love he gets from everybody. Yet he's so obviously self-conscious about his public image, despite trying way too hard to come off as confident, but then gets jealous and defensive whenever anybody remotely insinuates something that he doesn't like or even speaks highly of any of his peers. Billy wishes that he was the best and wishes that everybody thought he was the best, but Billy doesn't have the skill to perform at the level he claims he can, and especially not live, on demand, and under pressure. Nobody will deny that he's good at Donkey Kong or Pac-Man, but he's also not that good, and he's definitely not as good as he thinks or as good as he wants everybody else to believe. In order to reconcile his love of being the center of attention, his fragile ego, and his lack of skill, he needed to get creative, and that ultimately led to the wholesale fabrication of the 3 record scores in question, as well as the stories and events required to explain their existence. This explanation is consistent with all of the discrepancies, the changing stories, the lack of evidence, the existence of contradictory evidence, the MAME tapes. It accounts for everything. It makes perfect sense when you consider how Billy surrounds himself by all these sketchy, untrustworthy folks, how a notable number of one-time friends and defenders eventually became enemies, all with consistent and believable stories of all of the lies and deception and manipulation behind the scenes. It explains events like the Music City Multicon and other things that Billy's done that demonstrate his willingness to lie and deceive to benefit his reputation, all the while attempting to play dumb and act like he's the victim when he comes under pressure, and how his only course of action ends up being forcibly silencing people who are critical of him by abusing the DMCA and bullying people using the legal system. Now, Billy's lies are further exacerbated by the enablers and true believers that have historically surrounded him. Whether any of them have been conned or are knowingly participating in the lie, obviously I can't be sure, but it's clear that so many have taken on the role of being his attack dog, spreading lies and misinformation whenever they get a chance.
That biasness is why you guys cannot look at this entire situation objectively, but a judge will. A judge who does not care about video games, does not know about Billy Mitchell, does not know about Twin Galaxies, does not know about any of this, will probably sit there and say, okay, listen, so what are you suing for? You want to get your score back at the Twin Galaxies? Get our score back at the Twin Galaxies? No! You think we care about a score? This person defamed us. Slander and libel, and we're suing for that. Then the judge go, okay, now we're talking. The judge doesn't care about the video games. The judge wants to know what crime has been committed and if whether or not the case is for real. The judge doesn't care if it was played on MAME. The judge doesn't care about it. You see how we're asking this question? Hey, Twin Galaxies, why didn't you say it was MAME in your final decision? Why didn't you call Billy a cheater in your final decision? You see how we can ask that question and Twin Galaxies can ignore answering that? When a judge asks you that question, or you're brought to the stand and that question is asked to you, you have to answer it. And you're under oath.
But because the response to his nonsense rant is so basic and obvious, I have a hard time accepting he's not fully aware of the game he's playing. But the reason why Twin Galaxies doesn't say definitively that it was done on MAME was because they don't have to. Their rules are clear. The scores need to be done on original unmodified Donkey Kong hardware. They don't need to prove exactly what version of MAME the scores were done on when the evidence conclusively proves what we see on the tapes could not have been generated by an authentic arcade machine. Twin Galaxies' official post that served as the announcement for their final verdict said it best. While we know for certain that an unmodified original DK arcade PCB did not output the display seen in the videotape score performances, we cannot definitively conclude that what is on the tapes is MAME. To definitively conclude that MAME was used, Twin Galaxies would need to comprehensively rule out the possibility of all other methods that could produce what's seen on the tapes. This would mean testing all other emulators other than MAME across all other platforms to eliminate the possibility that a different emulator was used. It would also mean testing visual effects software and anything else we can think of to be definitively certain. This kind of testing is beyond the scope of the dispute case needs. From a Twin Galaxies viewpoint, the only important thing to know is whether or not the score performances are from an unmodified original DK arcade PCB as per the competitive rules. We now believe that they are not from an original unmodified DK arcade PCB, and so our investigation of the tape content ends with that conclusion and assertion. Anybody with any reasoning capability should be able to recognize that while all of the evidence points to the tapes being MAME generated, there's no need to officially make that specific claim. That just goes above and beyond what they're required to prove or demonstrate to be justified in removing Billy's scores. And coupled with a zero tolerance policy, that's enough to remove all of his scores. Full stop. Now also, there's no point in explicitly saying he cheated. In fact, simply disqualifying his scores and saying they weren't done on arcade is actually generous to Billy, because it might even give Billy some wiggle room to make up some kind of story for how he played on MAME accidentally, if he ended up wanting to try to save face without actually admitting to what he did. On one hand, Triforce complains that they've slandered his name, and then on the other hand, he's mad that they didn't call him a cheater. It's all nonsense as usual, but then again, this also tracks with my very limited personal experience with Triforce, who made it painfully clear straight away that he wasn't interested in engaging in anything remotely resembling a good faith discussion when I reached out to him to try to have a chat about my initial disagreements with his video analysis. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I did my best to try to come in peace and initiate a potentially interesting conversation, but because I mentioned that I believed that he had gotten something wrong, he immediately pointed to that and said I was biased, implying that I wouldn't be capable of a good faith discussion. Give me a fucking break. Billy might have at one time been a gaming legend. I won't even bother trying to dispute that. I believe that Billy believes that he's one of the best in the world. I believe that Billy believes he's entitled to all of the accolades and achievements that he claims he is. Now, Billy's final desperate attempts to save face have taken the form of claiming that his ability to recreate the 3 infamous scores exactly on the head are what will ultimately prove that he never needed to cheat in the first place. He's just that good. He's just that cocky. It'll be trivial for him to hit all of those scores exactly whenever he wants, and as soon as he can do that, that should shut up all of the haters, right? Well, first, it's important to note that literally nobody relevant ever told Billy that this would prove anything. Nobody asked for him to do this. This was his own entirely arbitrary requirement. Proving that you could do something similar today does not prove that you did it in the past. It's not really a complicated idea. Twin Galaxies didn't ban Billy because they didn't think he was capable of achieving the scores he submitted. They banned him because the scores he did submit violated their rules. If I stole something yesterday and then I proved that I could pay for it today, that wouldn't mean that I was innocent. It also needs to be said that Billy's scores might have been world record level during their time periods, but those scores are generally not super impressive today. There's more advanced techniques that have been developed in the last 10 or 15 years, there's more competition, there's better players. Billy often brags about getting a bunch of million-point scores soon after he started live streaming during that initial dispute period back in 2018. And sure, that's absolutely an impressive feat, but in the world of modern high-score competitive Donkey Kong, getting 1 million points is fairly trivial. Today, Billy's best scores would be somewhere in the realm of like top 20, nowhere near world record level play. But again, that's also sort of besides the point. It's simply a non sequitur to think that doing an exact score more than a decade after the fact would exonerate you or silence the haters. It's not that you couldn't do them then or couldn't get them now, it's that you demonstrably didn't do them legitimately. But even then, we have the 1047-200, the 1050-200, and and the 1062-800 scores. Was Billy able to pull off matching these scores exactly? Well, in August of 2018, Billy was live streaming attempting to match that King of Kong score and ended up getting 1047-500. Alright, cool, I guess. He's 300 points off. It's not quite an exact score, but whatever. In November of 2018, Billy managed to get 1,050,100, which is 100 points off. Not quite the exact score he had hoped for, but it is what it is. Now, 2 years later, in June of 2020, attempting to hit his 1062-800 score, Billy didn't even bother trying to hit it on the head exactly like he claimed he would, and instead got 1,092,100. So again, not only did him hitting these scores not actually demonstrate that he was innocent, but he also didn't hit the scores exactly on the head, which was like the whole thing he was emphasizing. It was the whole point behind demonstrating his mastery of the game, right? Ironically enough, these scores now only serve as additional examples of Billy's willingness to lie, mislead, and misdirect attention away from the true facts. He still repeatedly uses these scores as examples of how his opponents move the goalposts, despite his opponents never placing these arbitrary goalposts in the first place, and worse yet, he straight up repeatedly lies, shamelessly asserting that he did in fact actually get the exact scores when we of course know this is untrue.
I said I was going to take each score in question during this process that I knew would take too long. And I said I would redo them in a public event under all the right auspices, and I would do it again. I said I would hit the score on the head. Just a little cynicism I had within me. Well, when my son set up Twitch, in the first month I hit 3 1 million point scores within 1 week, something that people said I never did. And I did 3 in a week. Then at a live event, I hit an exact score and killed it. Another live event, I hit an exact score and killed it. After a short bit, I hit a score. I hit a score. I go, man, that's 3 in 1 week. And I go, wait a minute. In a 36-year career, there were 3 of them they said I didn't get. And I thought, wow, that's cool. I did 3 in a week. Well, then the narrative changed. Well, he did play real good. He did get the score, but he didn't get that score. Well, then at the live event there at the Indy Fringe, I hit the score. When I got back home, again, the live event, they hit the score. So you might say playing and doing a little bit of cynicism back at people, that helped occupy that time period of gathering, which is so frustrating.
When the question came up last July, when we started streaming on Twitch, I did 1 million points 3 times in a single week. I mean, where was this guy? He's just on a gossip train. Then I went to a major event in Indianapolis, and I matched the high score I had that they were crying about, and I killed it on the high score. I didn't even go higher, just to be arrogant, yeah. Then I went to another event, and I got another score that they were questioning, and I killed it at that score. I could have went higher just to be arrogant. This guy's like, there's people that follow that just like to talk silly. And usually I don't even respond, but I had fun embarrassing the guy here.
Very little coverage for any good news, but every score that was actually spoken ill about, he didn't get it, he can't get it, he won't get it, he's not good enough to get it, you'll never see it. Of course, then when I produce it, let's just move the goalpost and have another excuse. It just fell together and I couldn't have it fall together better. And what I mean is, like I said, I started streaming and I knocked out the 1 million point scores like that easy. And then I hit the other scores, I hit them like exactly on the head. And I thought, well, that takes care of that.
I suppose I really shouldn't be surprised that in light of everything we know about Billy and all of the claims he's made and stories he's told over the years, that he can still keep going around lying and misrepresenting these new achievements in an obvious attempt to legitimize all of his past achievements we know were embellished or flat out fabricated. And then all of these people just sit there impressed, smiling and nodding and laughing without questioning anything. It really does feel like a cult. It truly does boggle the mind. And one last time, just because Billy might have been able to achieve those scores then, or could maybe potentially kind of get close to achieving those scores today, that doesn't mean he didn't cheat. There's a well-known idea in the context of speedrunning that attempts to explain why some talented people, even some of the best in the world, end up succumbing to the temptation of cheating to achieve their records. Carl Jobst said it best. Players don't cheat to get a faster time, they cheat to get a time faster.
Now there were referees around.
Mm-hmm.
Now there was management around. Now there was their original Pac-Man was there. And of course it was filmed. But in light of events, I don't know, maybe it really didn't happen.
Also, I'd ask that you allow me to finish my question before you give your answer.
What it is I receive, I'm not a...
Just answer the question.
Sentimental, okay. You didn't ask me if I could go out and research them.
You don't need to.
Okay. Walter,
You've answered.
like I said, I believe you. Like I said, I believe
Just
you
answer
have it.
questions, okay?
Understood. Well, that doesn't matter if it says I'm a director.
Listen, answer the question, okay?
Okay. Board of directors.
No question. Just answer questions, okay?
Except they would want my support.
Don't. Just answer the question. Don't speculate.
I'd imagine that's why you brought it.
Don't speculate. If you don't know, you don't know. You've answered.
It was a Photoshop picture.
You've answered.
Sorry. That's exactly what I said.
Just answer the question.
Porter Robert Mirzak's.
The question is which ones?
Oh, I apologize. Well, I haven't scrolled through them at this moment.
Yes
but
or no?
I believe so.
Yes or no?
No. I'm giving you common sense. You're the one making the answers here.
Just answer the question. Listen to the question and answer them.
Right. You get to ask the questions. I get to answer.
Stop.
Because he had his priest with him. Imagine that. Sorry. Just answer the question. Try to learn or play.
You've answered.
If I told you how it was installed.
Answer. That's a yes or no question.
I don't know.
So you've never seen...
I'm trying to be honest with you. You're doing a really good job here. Trick.
Answer the question.
Well, how many people have I...
Answer the question. He's asking for a number.
I have to ask you. It means they're affiliated.
Just answer the question.
my question is a little bit different.
It is. Listen to the question. Answer only the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you...
That's so vague.
Between the 4 of these lawsuits? Well, let's strike the question. It's a bad one.
No commentary. Objection, Melvin, but you can summarize.
Yeah, why don't they just read the suit?
Answer the question, don't...
Okay. Yeah, we'll skip that question.
No, you can't.
No, I don't mean that. You got to give me a better question. Stupid question. That's what he told me.
The question, by the way, was whether or not he sued you.
I don't know.
So I know, but what I'm telling you is listen to the question and answer the question.
Oh.
You've answered.
Yeah. See, there's another guy, another little kid.
Okay, keep going.
Right. That's why I said it was...
You've answered.
That's how he adjudicated it.
Answer the question. Only.
That was at a time period.
No question pending.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say something to him. So
don't worry about it.
Missing a key point.
No commentary. Just answer the questions.
Yep. Was he giving me advice as a
That's it. The question's answered.
Was he giving you advice as well?
Oh, yeah. What a stupid... whatever. I'm shut
Answer the question. Listen to the question. Answer the question.
I guess we can jump over to that one.
There's not a question pending yet. It's just asked you to read that.
I had become less and less...
The question is, what if this is incorrect? That's the question.
Okay. Carlos did not head up the team.
The answer is yes or no.
If I was on a
That's
call...
all. You've answered.
Jeez. Could we have the recorder?
Look, just answer the question.
I said
what's
on the next
question?
call to Jace. Fresh as my
That's it. Whether it does or it doesn't. If it doesn't, then it doesn't.
So you're just confused all over the place?
At the moment. Yeah, I believe the last call.
That's you answered.
He was.
That's not a question. Just whether the heat is there.
Now, as exhibits.
Don't say nothing. What I'm telling you is.
Now, you've answered.
Okay. You didn't understand it the first time.
No. Just answer the question.
I knew it was in my daughter's room.
And just answer the question.
We were at...
Yes or no question?
Yes. Hang on. From the hot sauce? You didn't say that.
Okay, let's start.
Not at all.
Let's start with the hot
sauce. This is very misleading. Maybe you should repeat the question.
That's good.
What else, Zach?
He is
no question pending.
Okay. I don't talk to anyone, period.
No question pending.
So the question is, what evidence is there, aside from what you've spoken about with your attorney?
Besides common sense, again, they were to Sean.
Right.
No, you get
Strained
nothing.
relationship, right?
Oh, are you answering the question now?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, then the answer is no.
It's not a strained relationship?
That's what I said. Okay, could I clarify?
No.
And then it hit the brakes.
He just asked me what it's about, so you said it was about.
There was no interest, not enough.
Yes or no question.
No, people don't talk to me.
It's a yes or no question, Bill.
No. Zip. None.
Zero.
Zero. It's fine. It's a trick question. I'm not answering. What else
You,
Against the advice of counsel, that's a dumb question, but I'll answer it. Yeah, what is this, man? You're like a screwball.
wait.
No, I'm asking you.
You're not a psychiatrist.
I'm not. I'm asking
Answer the question. Just yes,
Yes,
or no.
of course I am. And she was there with a doctor, and they said it is completely stress related.
That was not the question.
Oh,
Are you taking any medication because of your stress?
no,
What about because of your depression?
no,
What about because of your anxiety?
no,
What about because of your embarrassment?
no,
Have you treated with a psychologist?
no,
How about with a psychiatrist?
no. Seeing a priest. I can't see why.
Yes or no. Just answer the question yes or no if it's a yes or no question, okay?
It's
So-
social media.
So a
It's
TV
not
station.
real.
There's no question pending, okay? Listen to the question,
Okay.
answer the question.
When you're filming for
The
entertainment.
question is,
Oh.
are there any live performances where you inaccurately described a perfect game?
Never.
Except for this one.
I told him the score would not be right.
Would not
Wait
be
for the
right.
question to pend and then answer just the question, okay? Or it's going to take longer than we need to
Sorry.
take.
Nope. I wrote a check.
No is the answer.
No. So what a question. I never reason to trust or not trust him.
The answer is yes or no. Do you really?
I spoke of the witnesses. He wouldn't hear of it.
The question is on which occasion?
Oh, repeat the question, please. I'm sorry.
Madam Reporter, would you please?
It didn't matter what name I gave him. He was.
That's not the question.
Oh, zip.
How many times did he say that?
It doesn't matter.
It's the question is how many times,
Right.
if you know.
I know more about this than anyone.
Okay.
The question is
He
how many
said one of
times did he
those.
say
He
this?
said one of those statements. I felt much more comfortably.
Yeah, there's no question pending.
Okay. I'm more of a talker than I am a texter. Yes. No, I didn't. I don't check in with him. Sorry.
At their office?
No, I didn't meet with Rick. I said hello.
Let him finish his question and then answer it specifically. In case I need to object,
Okay.
I need to have a moment.
Question again, please.
You didn't know that.
I heard about it when it happened.
The answer is no.
No. 2 calls. I'm sorry.
It's going to be A.
I don't think Exhibit A was marked confidential, Christina.
In 2015, Retro Gamer magazine asked readers to list their top 10 video games for the magazine's 150 Greatest Games of All Time feature. Coming in at number 1 on almost 20% of all ballots was Super Mario World. It was a landslide victory, and for good reason. Super Mario World not only showed off the new bells and whistles of the Super Nintendo, it redefined what Super Mario games could be. The goal was no longer to get the high score and defeat Bowser. It was to explore an entirely new world, finding hidden paths and secret levels. Mario had an arsenal of new power-ups, moves, and friends. But above all, the game gave players more freedom than ever before. Super Mario World is widely considered the apex of 2D platforming. But it was a masterpiece made under challenging circumstances. For the first time, new competition threatened Nintendo's position in the video game market. The Super Mario World development team had to learn new hardware, the 16-bit Super Famicom, or Super Nintendo, and they had to learn it quickly in order for the game to launch with the new console. The result was the best Super Mario game yet, and arguably, ever. It helped ensure Nintendo stayed competitive in a new, more powerful era of video games. This is the story of Super Mario World.
It's about time for the Famicom to start dropping off. I think people are getting tired of it. Hiroshi Yamauchi.
In the summer of 1988, Nintendo President Hiroshi Yamauchi made a stunning declaration. The Famicom era was coming to an end. Nintendo's Family Computer Console, or Famicom for short, was first released in Japan in July of 1983. By 1988, Nintendo had sold 12 million systems and untold millions of games, giving them a 90% share of the Japanese video game market. But Yamauchi had reason to be concerned. Sales of the Famicom had peaked in 1986 and were slowly dropping. In an exclusive interview with Japanese magazine Touch, Yamauchi expressed disappointment in the Famicom's recent sales numbers and admitted that the next generation of consoles had arrived. There was new competition in the video game market. In October of 1987, NEC, a massive electronics corporation, threw its hat in the ring with the PC Engine console. NEC boasted about the technological superiority of its system and planned to release a CD-ROM attachment in the future. The PC Engine appealed to teenagers and young adults. In just 2 months, NEC shipped more than 500,000 consoles. Nintendo was also keeping tabs on Sega. Sega was planning to launch their new console, the Mega Drive, in October of 1988. Sega boasted their new system would be capable of more than just playing video games. It would have a modem, a printer, and more. The Mega Drive was also the first 16-bit video game console. Sega proudly slapped a 16-bit label on their system. All of a sudden, Nintendo's 8-bit Famicom seemed underpowered and outdated. But Yamauchi had a surprise. In the interview with Touch magazine, he announced that Nintendo was shifting focus to their next-generation console, the 16-bit Super Famicom. Yamauchi had been teasing the system since 1987, not coincidentally, a month before NEC released the PC Engine. Now, in 1988, Yamauchi was ready to reveal more details, not coincidentally, a month before Sega released the Mega Drive. The news was more than an announcement. It was a warning for potential buyers. Don't waste your money. Nintendo's latest console will be available soon. The Super Famicom was much more powerful than its predecessor. It had a custom 16-bit CPU, more memory, a custom Sony sound chip, more than 32,000 colors to choose from, a higher max resolution, stereo sound, and more. But Yamauchi believed looking at only the technical aspects of a console was naive. The strength of a video game system was in the software, and the Super Famicom, he boasted, would allow developers to make games they'd never thought possible. Yamauchi revealed that Nintendo was currently prototyping several games themselves, and one of them was Super Mario Bros. 4. It was a surprising announcement, mainly because Nintendo hadn't even released Super Mario Bros. 3. Over the past summer, Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto and his team within Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Group were wrapping up Super Mario Bros. 3. Nintendo planned to release the game in October of 1988. Miyamoto considered Super Mario Bros. 3 the definitive Mario game on the Famicom, and the true sequel to the original Super Mario Bros. It was 10 times the size of the first game, with 8 massive worlds containing 90 levels and an array of new power-ups. Super Mario Bros. 3 also utilized a multi-memory controller chip on the cartridge that pushed the Famicom hardware to its limits. By the end of development, Miyamoto's team was exhausted. He believed they, quote, put everything they had into it. But there was no time to rest. The higher-ups at Nintendo gave the team a new directive. Make Super Mario Bros. 4 for the Super Famicom and have it ready by launch. Making Super Mario Bros. 4 a launch title was a no-brainer for Nintendo. Super Mario Bros. Was easily the most popular series on the Famicom and its international counterpart, the Nintendo Entertainment System. Making a new Super Mario game for Nintendo's new 16-bit console was a surefire way to sell hardware. But with new hardware to learn and a tight deadline, the team needed more resources. So they grew in size, adding additional programmers, testers, and artists. They also brought back veterans. Of the 16-plus staff members assigned to Super Mario Bros. 4, 9 worked on Super Mario Bros. 3. Among them was Toshihiko Nakago. Nakago was a programmer from Systems Research and Development, or SRD, an independent development company with an office located conveniently inside Nintendo's Kyoto headquarters. Nakago served as the director of programming for Super Mario Bros. 4. Koji Kondo, who had written music for the series since its inception, returned to compose the music and sound effects. Hideki Kono and Katsuya Eguchi were once again in charge of maps and stage design. Then there was Shigeru Miyamoto. By 1988, Miyamoto was Nintendo's rock star developer and chief software producer. And with the Super Famicom in development, his responsibilities increased dramatically. Along with consulting on the Super Famicom's console and controller design, Miyamoto had to work on 3 other upcoming games. So out of necessity, Miyamoto took a step back in his role as producer for Super Mario Bros. 4. He later recalled, "Basically, I stood by and watched closely, interjecting various ideas of my own here and there." And finally, Takashi Tezuka, an unsung hero of the Super Mario series, was put in charge of the Super Mario Bros. 4 project. Tezuka first joined Nintendo in 1984 as a designer, making instruction manuals and playing cards. But occasionally, artists got teamed up with game designers to work on projects. And one day, Tezuka got paired up with Shigeru Miyamoto. The two formed a powerful partnership. Together, they designed and developed the first Super Mario Bros., The Legend of Zelda, and more. During the development of Super Mario Bros. 3, Tezuka may have taken on too much work. Along with director duties, he also created character art and visuals for the game. Tezuka later admitted development didn't come together well. As a result, Nintendo delayed the release of Super Mario Bros. 3 by 6 months. Tezuka would not make the same mistake again. "I didn't think it was good to take on too much," he said. As the director of Super Mario Bros. 4, Tezuka focused on managing his staff and helping with the game's overall design. He delegated visuals to a new member of the team, Shigefumi Hino. Hino was a relative newcomer to Nintendo. It was only his second year at the company, and he had only worked on one other game, a sequel to Famicom Grand Prix, F1 Race, and it never got released. Now, Hino was assigned to arguably Nintendo's most important project. He felt a ton of pressure, saying, "Super Mario Bros. 3 was really well made, so it was intimidating to know it would be compared to that. For that reason, I worried a lot over how we could present Super Mario in a fresh way." But luckily, the Super Mario Bros. 4 team had a much more powerful console to work with, the Super Famicom, and they were excited to try all the new bells and whistles. Head programmer Toshihiko Nakago was relieved he and his programmers no longer had to worry so much about hardware limitations, and Miyamoto thought it would be easier to create visuals with the new vast array of colors. The team also got some upgraded development tools. Up to that point, Mario levels were created by hand on graph paper, then transferred into a computer by programmers. Now, the designers had software that allowed them to edit levels directly on the computer. Of course, there would be a learning curve with new tools and new hardware, so the Mario 4 team started with an experiment.
We ported Mario 3 to the Super Famicom as a hardware experiment, and even though the colors and sprites were more detailed, it was still the same game. It made me realize that we couldn't just make the same game again. We had to create something new. So it was in that context that we talked about how to make the most use of the new hardware. Shigeru Miyamoto.
By now, Nintendo had solidified the Super Mario Bros. Formula. Mario games were about athleticism, running fast, jumping high, dodging obstacles, and stomping enemies. They were about friendliness to new players. Anyone could pick up a Mario game, figure it out, and have fun. And finally, Super Mario Bros. Was about freedom. If players wanted to blaze through a level without collecting a single coin, they could do it. If players wanted to take their time, use power-ups, and explore levels, they could do that too. People could play Super Mario Bros. However they wanted. Tezuka and Miyamoto believe this new Mario game should not change what made the series so special. Instead, Nintendo could perfect the concepts, add fun new elements to the game, and show off the latest technologies in the Super Famicom. It would give players the most complete Super Mario experience yet. Meanwhile, on November 21st, 1988, Nintendo revealed a prototype of the Super Famicom at their Kyoto headquarters. Representatives from more than 200 companies, including TV press, magazines, and newspaper reporters, were on hand to see the unveiling. Nintendo announced they would ship the Super Famicom by July of 1989, an extremely ambitious deadline. Nintendo also showed some early game demos, but notably absent was Super Mario Bros. 4. The development team was still trying to solidify the game. Along the way, they made constant changes. Early on, the Super Mario Bros. 3 influence was apparent. The graphical style, including Mario's sprite, was very similar. Many enemies looked identical to their Super Mario Bros. 3 counterparts, and the Koopaling bosses still occupied the castles. They also brought back familiar power-ups, like the raccoon suit for flying, and the world maps looked strikingly similar, albeit much larger. It may have looked too similar. Co-workers frequently commented, "It doesn't look all that different from the Famicom games." Tezuka took the criticism to heart and made some changes. Shigefumi Hino gave the sprites more detail. At one point, the team even experimented with a three-dimensional look, but they didn't stop there. Map director Hideki Kono also changed the world map considerably, clearly departing from the Mario 3 style. In addition to graphical upgrades, the Super Mario Bros. 4 team had to figure out how to show off the new features of the Super Famicom. The 16-bit console could do all sorts of neat tricks, like background scaling and rotation, and transparency effects. And as a launch title, Nintendo wanted Super Mario Bros. 4 to show off the new hardware. But Miyamoto was hesitant to throw in new things just for the sake of it. He said, "Just because we found something cool the hardware could do, something that made us go, whoa. If it ruined the balance or flow of the game, we didn't want to include it." The development team thoughtfully added new elements. Large sprites emphasized the Super in Super Famicom. Transparency effects in the water and on enemies immersed the player into the game. Scrolling backgrounds gave levels a sense of depth. Rotating platforms gave Mario new, challenging boss fights. In addition to the technological upgrades, the Super Mario Bros. 4 team also honed in on the core game design. Luckily, they had a wealth of player feedback at their disposal. On October 23, 1988, after 2.5 years in development, Super Mario Bros. 3 finally hit Japanese store shelves. The game received rave reviews and was the best-selling Famicom game for months. But Super Mario Bros. 3 wasn't the most friendly to new players. Miyamoto wanted to find a better balance with Super Mario Bros. 4. As a launch title, the game needed to appeal to players of all skill levels. So the team implemented a few features to make the game a bit easier. They added checkpoints to levels that made Mario big if he was small. In addition, the team added an item reserve box. In the previous game, Mario could stockpile power-ups and use them before entering levels. Now, Mario could bring extra power-ups into the level. If he got hit, or if players pressed select, the item would drop down automatically. By the summer of 1989, Super Mario Bros. 4 was starting to separate itself from the previous games, and the development team took it a step further by giving the game a new title. With a whole new world for Mario to explore, there could be no better name: Super Mario World. But everything changed when, not surprisingly, Nintendo decided to delay the release of the Super Famicom. There were a multitude of reasons. The Super Famicom hardware was, for the most part, ready to go. But there was a distinct lack of software. Nintendo was still working on launch titles. And although 21 companies had signed on to become third-party developers for the system, none of them had development kits yet. There was also a global chip shortage. A new generation of semiconductor and chip technology caused manufacturers to split their production capacity. That drove prices up considerably. Yamauchi hoped to keep the Super Famicom at a price point of around 20,000 yen, or around $150. However, with the chip shortage, the cost of the Super Famicom could shoot up beyond 30,000 yen, or around $225. And with the chip shortage, Nintendo maxed out its manufacturing capacity. At that time, Nintendo produced 3 million Famicoms and Nintendo Entertainment Systems per month. They were also dealing with stock shortages of their new handheld system, the Game Boy. Nintendo planned to launch the Game Boy in North America later that year. The stock shortages led one columnist to comment, "Why launch a competing product when you cannot cope with what you already have?" There was also still life left in the 8-bit Famicom. Super Mario Bros. 3 was a huge success, and NX's upcoming Dragon Quest IV was guaranteed to fly off store shelves. It was so popular that NX planned to release the game on the weekend to prevent kids from skipping school to buy it. Yamauchi's early teasing of the Super Famicom seemed to have worked. In a Famitsu magazine survey, many readers claimed they would rather wait for the Super Famicom than buy a PC Engine. Although NEC's PC Engine was selling well, it was still nowhere near the reach of the Famicom, which was now in 1/3 of Japanese households. And Sega's 16-bit Mega Drive failed to make much of an impact. They had only sold 400,000 units up to that point. With the threat of competition dying down, there was simply no need to rush the Super Famicom's launch. So on July 28, 1989, Nintendo held a press conference at their Kyoto headquarters and announced they were delaying the Super Famicom for an entire year. But while the delay made headlines, there was more to share. Nintendo unveiled a new design of the Super Famicom, and for the first time, they previewed their most anticipated game, Super Mario World. But surprisingly, the reaction was mixed. While many publications were impressed by the technological advancements, they felt somewhat disappointed in the gameplay and graphics. Famitsu magazine commented that it looks to be the same as the previous Mario games. And Electronic Gaming Monthly, a US publication getting early scoops on games from Japan, stated Super Mario World was not as graphically impressive as Nintendo's other upcoming games. But this would not deter Takashi Tezuka, Shigeru Miyamoto, and the rest of the Super Mario World team. The delay of the Super Famicom turned out to be a blessing in disguise. With another year of development at their disposal, there was plenty more to add that would turn Super Mario World into one of the greatest platformers of all time. With the Super Famicom delayed until the fall of 1990, the Super Mario World team had an extra year to work on the game. For Shigeru Miyamoto and Takashi Tezuka, it was a chance to refine the game's balance. How could the development team ensure both newcomers and veterans got the most out of Super Mario? And how could they give these players more freedom to play the game in their own way? The team often met late into the night, discussing potential ideas. But one idea unearthed a wealth of possibilities.
I think great video games are like favorite playgrounds, places you become attached to and go back to again and again. Wouldn't it be great to have a whole drawer full of playgrounds right at your fingertips? Shigeru Miyamoto.
Miyamoto and Tezuka found their playground with the world map. Nintendo first introduced a world map to the Super Mario series with Super Mario Bros. 3. It allowed players to choose what levels they wanted to play to reach the end. However, it was still a fairly linear experience to get to Bowser and save the princess. The development team initially carried this concept over to Super Mario World, but besides some updated visuals, it was functionally the same. But what if the world map was more than just a map? Miyamoto said, "We were thinking that players should be able to play with the map itself." So the map got a complete overhaul. Mario had a whole new world to explore, Dinosaur Land. And players were free to explore Dinosaur Land how they wished. Rather than having 8 separate worlds, Dinosaur Land was one massive area with interconnecting regions. Players could backtrack and replay levels or explore new areas of the map. The development team filled the map with secret levels and hidden paths. This gave players new ways to experience the game. For example, players could find a secret passage to Bowser's castle quickly, or take their time and play through all the levels in order. And beating Bowser was no longer the end of the game. There were 96 exits players could find throughout Dinosaur Land's 74 levels. Sometimes Mario found a secret pipe that led to a new exit. Other times, a key opened up a new pathway on the map. Players might find an area that they previously thought was unreachable. The development team provided clues to help the player find these secret exits. For example, levels that flashed red had multiple exits. Visual clues like a notch on the cliffside or a pipe off the beaten path might mean a nearby secret. And thanks to a save battery on the cartridge, players could take their time to find all the exits. A number on the main menu let players know their progress. But the changes to the world map were not just about levels and secrets. They also brought balance to the game. For many games, developers would add an easy mode or hard mode to the main menu to change the difficulty. But Miyamoto was not a fan of this design choice. Instead, he wanted players to adjust the difficulty as they played. So the director of programming, Toshihiko Nakago, came up with an idea: dotted line blocks. The idea started from a simple addition. The team wanted to try new block types and levels. From there, it evolved into much more. Throughout levels, players came across various colored dotted lines. When the player found the corresponding switch palace on the map, the blocks activated. It made levels easier by providing a new platform for Mario to jump on, or providing power-ups. If players wanted to make the game harder, they could ignore the switch palaces. Dinosaur Land now resembled a board game. There were 9 unique areas to explore, like Forest of Illusion, Twin Bridges, and Star World. And many regions were named after food, like Donut Plains, Vanilla Dome, and Chocolate Island. With a new map and unique regions for Mario to explore, character designer Shigefumi Hino saw an opportunity to update many of the game's visuals. Mario got a makeover with back pockets on his overalls, an emblem on his hat, and improved shadows. Miyamoto specifically requested Mario have white in his eyes. Hino complied with the request, but left Mario with tiny black eyes when he was small. He thought it gave Mario more character. Hino also added small details. Mario flashed a peace sign when he finished a level. When Mario lost a life, a look of horror swept over his face. But Hino didn't stop with Mario. Many classic enemies, including Goombas, Lakitus, and Drybones, got a new look. Koopa Troopas changed significantly. Previously, Koopa Troopas acted like turtles, slowly moving around levels. Now, Koopa Troopas walked upright. Mario could bounce them out of their shell, revealing a vulnerable little reptile in its underwear. Some would even try to recover their shells or kick them at Mario. Along with classic enemies, Hino and Tezuka came up with new ones. Among them was Wiggler, a volatile caterpillar, Chargin' Chuck, a football-playing Koopa that took 3 hits to take down, and Rip Van Fish, a sleepy fish who excitedly chased Mario when he woke up. And what was Dinosaur Land without a few dinosaurs? There was Rex, who required 2 stomps to take down. Dino Rhino, a large nearsighted enemy who turned into a dino torch if you stomped on him. Reznor, a fire-breathing triceratops that guarded several fortresses. And Blarg, a massive dinosaur who lurked beneath the lava, waiting for Mario to pass by. But not every dinosaur was an enemy. In fact, one new friend would forever change the Super Mario series. For the past 5 years, Shigeru Miyamoto had a sketch of Mario riding a dinosaur taped up at his desk. He had wanted to implement the idea since the first Super Mario Bros. Game. The team tried to add it to Super Mario Bros. 3, but technical limitations prevented them. But with the more powerful 16-bit Super Famicom, there was hope. Tezuka noticed the sketch again and decided to give it a shot. He took the idea to character designer Shigefumi Hino and asked him to draw a dinosaur that Mario could ride like a horse. Hino's first idea came out looking like a crocodile. Tezuka made some suggestions. The dinosaur should be smaller, cuter, and related to the Koopa Troopas. Hino made modifications, and, over time, the character's final form took shape. A green dinosaur with a shell on its back that doubled as a saddle. Tezuka recalled that, quote, "He turned into quite the cute character." As a placeholder, they named the character Yoshi, a nickname of Mie Yoshimura, an artist on staff. But the name stuck. Riding Yoshi was a fun new way to explore levels because he offered more than just transportation. Yoshi could eat enemies or grab hard-to-reach items, help Mario jump extra high, and traverse rough terrain. Yoshi could also gain new powers. For example, with the different colored Koopa shells, Yoshi could breathe fire, temporarily fly, or stomp the ground. In addition, he could eat berries scattered around levels to earn more time, power-ups, and coins. Yoshi also provided Mario with a free hit. When an enemy hit Mario, Yoshi would run away, but the player had an opportunity to get Yoshi back. The team also added adorable baby Yoshis in various colors. Mario could feed the Yoshi's enemies to make them grow up, and each colored Yoshi had specific traits when they gobbled up Koopa shells. Essentially, Yoshi was a new, robust power-up for Mario to use on his journey. The development team brought back old power-ups as well. There were the usuals, the Super Mushroom to make Mario big, a Fire Flower that let Mario shoot fireballs, and a Superstar that granted temporary invincibility. The development team initially brought back the Super Leaf, which turned Mario into a raccoon and allowed him to fly temporarily. But with all the other changes happening, they thought they could do better. So they experimented with a few ideas, such as wings, before finally settling on a cape. The cape, acquired by picking up a feather, worked similarly to the raccoon suit. Players could hit enemies with it and, after a brief runoff, could temporarily fly. But it offered so much more. Players had more control mid-flight, and by rocking back and forth, they could stay in the air much longer. Mario could also attack enemies from above. It was the most intricate power-up in the series thus far. The development team constantly tinkered with the cape controls. Many test players found it too difficult at first. And thanks to the extra buttons available on the Super Famicom controller, Mario also had a new move: the spin jump. By pressing the A button, Mario could destroy blocks from above, bounce off obstacles, and stomp enemies. The development team even utilized the shoulder L and R buttons on the new controller. It allowed the player to scroll the screen forward or backward slightly. In previous Super Mario games, certain levels required players to take a blind leap of faith. Now, players could scout out what was ahead before making a decision. Super Mario World was finally coming into its own. The development team overhauled almost everything. A new world, new enemies, new friends, new minigames, and new power-ups. And to complement everything were the brilliant compositions and sound effects from composer Koji Kondo. Since the beginning, Kondo had worked on the Super Mario Bros. Series, composing the memorable original theme. While working on Super Mario Bros. 3, he composed a plethora of new music with a distinct reggae vibe and a ton of percussion. But after completing the project, Kondo thought he may have composed too much music. As a result, he felt like each song made less of an impact. Kondo's favorite songs were ones with beautiful melodies. He felt they left a more profound impression on people. So, with Super Mario World, he wanted to focus on one melody and incorporate it into multiple songs. But due to the new hardware, he found the work, quote, 100 times more difficult. Kondo had to make all the sound samples himself and learn new software tools. But he quickly realized the Super Famicom allowed him to do so much more with the music. The 8-bit Famicom only had 5 audio channels and was limited to electronic sounds. But the Super Famicom had 8 dedicated sound channels and supported samples and sound effects from all kinds of instruments. As a result, Kondo got to completely rethink what game music could be. Kondo used a variety of instruments for both the music and sound effects. It resulted in a rich, warm sound unlike anything players had ever heard before in a Super Mario game. Players heard Kondo's catchy melody throughout the game. The above-ground music made the melody sound bright and fun. In contrast, the Fortress music gave the melody a sinister, mysterious vibe. Kondo added a few subtle musical cues too. When Mario found Yoshi, a new percussion track kicked in over top the music. Kondo even added a reverb effect to the sounds while Mario was underground, adding to the level's atmosphere. And with the additional memory in the Super Famicom, Kondo was able to compose a title song for the game, a first for the Super Mario series. By the summer of 1990, 2 years after development started, Super Mario World was mostly complete. Tezuka and his team felt they had taken the concepts that made the series so special: freedom, athleticism, friendliness, and perfected them. It was a massive, side-scrolling 2D platformer. Nintendo packed everything into a 4 megabit cartridge, an impressive feat considering all the new graphics and sound. On the game's packaging, Nintendo added Super Mario Bros. 4 as a subtitle, reminding players that this was a continuation of the beloved series from the Famicom. Super Mario World was the quintessential launch title. It showcased the hardware's new technologies, while at the same time, providing fans of the series comfort and familiarity. In many ways, it embodied the Super Famicom. The primary colors of the console, red, green, blue, and yellow, were found throughout the game. In Koopa shells, Yoshis, and even on the game's box art. Shigefumi Hino, who had been nervous even to start development, felt that they had perfected the genre. I felt like, with Super Mario World, we had done everything we could with a side-scrolling jumping game, he said. With development finished, all that was left was for Nintendo to release the Super Famicom. Ever since Nintendo announced the delay of the system a year earlier, the company had been mostly silent. But on June 21st, 1990, they finally had an update. The Super Famicom was coming out on November 21st, 1990. On August 28th and 29th, Nintendo held a Shoshinkai trade show at the Harumi International Exhibition Center in Tokyo. There were now 33 developers making games for the Super Famicom. Many of the companies were at the show to demonstrate their upcoming games. But all eyes were on Nintendo. For the first time, they premiered the final version of the Super Famicom. The system would cost 25,000 yen, or around $170, and come with 2 controllers. To keep the price down, Nintendo didn't include any cables or power adapters. Nintendo also premiered their 2 launch titles. The first was F-Zero, an ultra-fast arcade racing game. It showcased one of the Super Famicom's new technologies, Mode 7, which gave a faux 3D effect. The second game was Super Mario World. Nintendo set up 10 Super Famicom stations at the trade show so attendees could try out the new games. 8 of them were dedicated to Super Mario World. People packed the booth for the entire show. The media was impressed by all the latest changes to the game. Electronic Gaming Monthly called it the premier piece of software shipping with the Super Famicom. The hype for Super Mario World and the Super Famicom was bigger than ever. Nintendo received 1.5 million pre-orders for their new console from wholesalers. With so many pre-orders, Nintendo worried that launch day might be a little chaotic. So they encouraged retailers to implement a reservation system when selling the Super Famicom. One store had so many reservation requests, they held a lottery and sent out postcards to the winners. 2 years after announcing the system, Nintendo was finally ready to enter the next generation. And for the first time, they were launching a new console with real competition in the market. In the early morning of November 20th, Nintendo loaded 100 trucks with boxes of Super Famicom consoles, along with F-Zero and Super Mario World cartridges. In an event dubbed Operation Midnight Shipping, Nintendo sent out their newest console and games in the dead of night, hoping to ward off thieves. And on the morning of November 21st, 1990, the Super Famicom and Super Mario World were officially on store shelves in Japan. Launch day was a mixed bag. The Haku Hinkan Toy Park store, which didn't take reservations, had a massive line outside the entrance. The store sold Super Famicoms on a first-come, first-served basis. As a result, many customers left without a console. But other stores, like the Odakyu department store, were relatively calm. The store issued reservation tickets 6 weeks ahead of time, anticipating that kids would play hooky to get the system. The store sold 1,500 Super Famicoms on launch day. But the biggest issue was the lack of stock. Although Nintendo had 1.5 million pre-orders, they could only ship 300,000 consoles. Many smaller stores, particularly mom-and-pop shops, didn't receive any consoles. Some stores took advantage of the shortage by offering the Super Famicom bundled with software at a marked-up price. Retailers accused Nintendo of stalling production to create a false shortage and drive up demand. Nintendo responded by promising to increase their manufacturing capacity in 1991. Despite the issues, the Super Famicom was a hit. According to a report from Nintendo, the initial stock of 300,000 consoles sold out in just 3 days. And Super Mario World was the crown jewel of the system.
To put it simply, it's everything a game should be. Challenging, frustrating, rewarding, and most important of all, unbelievably addictive. I'm still nursing an injured finger from a weekend solid, and I mean solid, play. If you've got a Super Famicom, this is as essential as the power supply. Julian Jazz Rignall, Meme Machines.
Super Mario World received rave reviews from the press. Famitsu magazine gave the game a score of 34 out of 40. They wrote, "The Mario series repeatedly powers up, and this may surprise some players, but I felt a lot of power in this entry. It feels like it has 3 times the ideas without impacting any of the fundamentals that make Mario games so much fun." But even with all the praise, some reviewers came away slightly disappointed. They expected more from Nintendo's new 16-bit console. One reviewer considered the game a bit stale compared to Super Mario Bros. 3. Others found the extra controls challenging to learn. None of that stopped customers from scooping up Super Mario World. Many people bought the game even without owning a Super Famicom. By February of 1991, Nintendo had sold 750,000 copies of Super Mario World, despite only selling 600,000 Super Famicom consoles. Super Mario Mania, once again, swept over Japan. A new wave of Super Mario merchandise, including plushies and toys, hit store shelves. Bandai released Super Mario World, Mario and Yoshi's Adventure Land, an interactive anime compatible with Bandai's Terabiko toy phone. There were cross-promotions with food and beverage companies, including McDonald's. There were mangas based on the game, such as the Super Mario Kun series. Nintendo and Warner Pioneer released the game's soundtrack on CD, featuring new jazz arrangements of Koji Kondo's music. Konami even released a gambling machine, Mario Roulette, based on the minigame in Super Mario World. The Super Famicom and Super Mario World were a success. Nintendo hit its goal of selling 3 million consoles within a year by August of 1991, 3 months ahead of time. And in total, Nintendo would sell 3.5 million copies of Super Mario World in Japan, making it the second best-selling game on the Super Famicom. By 1992, the Super Famicom overtook NEC's PC Engine in sales, cementing Nintendo as the top dog in the Japanese video game market. But when it came time to bring the Super Famicom and Super Mario World over to North America, things wouldn't be so easy. When Nintendo first revealed the Super Famicom in November of 1988, sales of the 8-bit Famicom were declining. But its North American counterpart, the Nintendo Entertainment System, was setting sales records. In 1988, Nintendo of America sold 7 million NES consoles and more than 40 million games. For the second year in a row, the NES was the #1 toy in the United States. The country had Nintendo fever.
If you haven't heard about the Nintendo Entertainment System, odds are you either just awakened from a 2-year sleep or you don't have a child under the age of 14. Nintendo is simply the toy of the late 80s, a marketing phenomenon every bit as remarkable as the Cabbage Patch Kids craze a few years back. Dennis Lynch, Chicago Tribune.
1989 looked to be another banner year for Nintendo of America. But just like in Japan, there would be new contenders in the market. At the 1989 Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago, Sega introduced the Genesis, the North American version of the Mega Drive. NEC brought the PC Engine over as the TurboGrafx 16. And the hot buzzword of the show was bits. To the general public, more bits meant better video games. The TurboGrafx 16 was technically an 8-bit console, but sported dual 16-bit graphics chips, and NEC marketed the console as a 16-bit system. Sega boasted that the Genesis was the only true 16-bit system, and promised arcade-quality graphics, stereo sound, and unsurpassed gameplay. With NEC and Sega bringing in more powerful consoles, it begged the question, where was Nintendo's 16-bit system? Officially, Nintendo said it had no plans to launch a 16-bit console in North America. During their presentation at the Summer CES show, Nintendo played a video hosted by a costumed Mario that showcased the NES and Game Boy. Mario tried to convince the audience that 16-bit consoles were not the future of video games, and that the NES was plenty powerful. The press called it propaganda. But while Nintendo of America feigned disinterest in 16 bits, video game magazines were picking up news on the Super Famicom from Japan. Video game magazines had seen a resurgence in the past year thanks to a booming video game industry. Nintendo even had a magazine, Nintendo Power, with an estimated 1.2 million subscribers. Nintendo carefully chose what to cover and what to keep up its sleeve, and it wanted to keep the Super Famicom up its sleeve. But other magazines didn't have those restrictions, and regularly looked to Japan for the latest video game news and rumors. There was GamePro, video games and computer entertainment, and Game Players. But by far, the magazine with the most coverage of Japan was Electronic Gaming Monthly, or EGM. In their very first issue from May of 1989, the magazine revealed the Super Famicom, calling it the most incredible game system ever seen. In their second issue, EGM had full-color photos of the Super Famicom prototype, along with the first mention of a new Super Mario game, Super Mario Bros. 4. It couldn't have made Nintendo happy. Super Mario Bros. 2 hadn't even been out for a year in North America, and Nintendo was spending 1989 hyping up Super Mario Bros. 3, due to come out in early 1990. By the fall of 1989, Nintendo of America could no longer deny that a 16-bit machine was in the works. Vice President of Marketing Peter Main confirmed the Super Famicom was real and coming to Japan. But he stopped short of announcing a North American release. Instead, Main affirmed that the company wanted to wring every last megabyte of power from the Nintendo Entertainment System before jumping into the 16-bit generation. In other words, any announcement of a new 16-bit system would cut into Nintendo of America's sales. But that didn't stop the press from talking about the Super Famicom and Super Mario Bros. 4. Electronic Gaming Monthly repeatedly brought over the latest news from Japan. In issue 4, they confirmed Super Mario Bros. 4 was now called Super Mario World and showed the game's first screenshots. Despite the whisperings of a 16-bit console, Nintendo of America had another record year in 1989. They sold an astonishing 9 million NES consoles. For the third year in a row, the NES was the #1 selling toy. In addition, Nintendo's new Game Boy handheld, introduced in August of 1989, sold around 1 million units in less than 6 months. And despite the new competition, Nintendo still controlled about 80% of the $4 billion video game market. And 1990 looked like another big year. Nintendo of America was preparing to launch their highly anticipated new game, Super Mario Bros. 3. The company spent the past year hyping up the game with teasers and early releases on the PlayChoice 10 arcade cabinet. The game was even in a Hollywood film, The Wizard. In January of 1990, Nintendo Power had an article about the making of Super Mario Bros. 3, featuring a write-up on Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto. The article briefly mentioned that Miyamoto was working on games for the Super Famicom, including Super Mario Bros. 4. But that wasn't all. In the mailbag section, a reader noted he read about the Super Famicom in other magazines and wondered why Nintendo Power had not talked about it more. The magazine replied that the Super Famicom wasn't even out in Japan. They only wanted to provide information that was, quote, timely and accurate. Nintendo Power now had a subscriber base of almost 2 million. This was their first acknowledgement of the Super Famicom and Super Mario World. With the hype of Super Mario Bros. 3 dying down, a new hype emerged for Nintendo's next console and Super Mario game. And those other magazines kept the hype train moving. Rumors swirled about what the Super Famicom would look like in North America and when exactly it was coming. One rumor suggested that the Super Famicom was actually a more powerful 32-bit system. Another report claimed that Nintendo planned to call the new system SFX in North America. There was even gossip that the Super Famicom would come to North America as an attachment to the NES. By the fall of 1990, it seemed like Nintendo was tired of the rumors and speculation. In September, Nintendo Power published a blurb on the unveiling of the Super Famicom in Japan, along with screenshots of Super Mario World. They also took a jab at other publications, asking readers to stick with Nintendo Power for, quote, hard facts and not wimpy rumors. But Electronic Gaming Monthly also covered the unveiling of the Super Famicom in Japan, and much more extensively. Their November issue had a multi-page preview of the console, Super Mario World, and other upcoming games. Still, with all the previews, rumors, and speculation, no one outside of Nintendo knew when the Super Famicom and Super Mario World were coming stateside. But 1990 proved to be a defining year for Nintendo of America. The company had another record-breaking year with $3.4 billion in sales. Nintendo now controlled 87% of the video game market. Super Mario Bros. 3 was a colossal hit, selling 7.5 million copies and grossing more than $400 million. At the time, it was the best-selling standalone video game ever. Nintendo also sold 3.2 million Game Boys, along with 9 million games. But despite all the accolades, Nintendo also saw problems. The Nintendo Entertainment System was saturating the market. 1 in 4 households owned an NES, and in homes with children aged 10 to 14, almost 100% owned an NES. For the first time in North America, NES sales declined, down to 7.2 million units, and the company's projections for 1991 were even lower. Nintendo estimated they would only sell 4.5 million NES systems. There was also the threat of competitors, particularly Sega. Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi once stated that Sega was not a legitimate contender in the US market. But that had changed. By the end of 1990, Sega had sold around 1.5 million Genesis consoles and had an 80% share of the 16-bit market. The company expected to sell even more consoles in 1991. The public was ready for the next generation. According to Sega, 60% of Genesis owners were Nintendo fans who traded up. A RAND youth poll revealed that one of the most requested items on a teenage boy's wish list was a new video game system, despite 90% of the participants already owning a system.
The venerable NES is finally showing its age. Compared with its competition, the NES offers inferior sound and fuzzy graphics. In Japan, buyers are being treated to Nintendo's Super Famicom, an awesome new game machine, but no plans have been made for the US debut of this system. Come on, Nintendo, how about equal rights for American buyers? Dennis Lynch, Chicago Tribune.
Nintendo of America saw the writing on the wall. It was time to enter the 16-bit generation. In January of 1991, less than 2 months after the Super Famicom hit stores in Japan, Nintendo of America officially confirmed that the Super Famicom was coming to North America. At the 1991 Winter Consumer Electronics Show, attendees waited in line for 20 minutes to see a demonstration of the system. Nintendo showed previews of a few games, including Pilot Wings and F-Zero. But the biggest hit was Super Mario World. One reporter said it looked like, quote, the best Mario game yet. Nintendo of America's Peter Main predicted the Super Famicom would go on sale in the United States by the second half of 1991. Nintendo wanted to have more software available before launching. To entice developers and compete with Sega, Nintendo removed their exclusivity agreement. The Super Famicom would have a new design and, eventually, a new name in North America: the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Nintendo predicted it would sell 2 million consoles by the end of 1991. But selling the 16-bit system would be much more challenging in the United States than in Japan. In Japan, the economy was booming. Nintendo was selling Super Famicoms faster than they could make them. And this was despite a shrinking consumer base. Since the mid-1970s, Japan's birth rate had declined, and the average family had 1.5 children. The result? As one analyst explained, fewer children are surrounded by more rich adults, and that means that the money spent on each child increases. But in the United States, the situation was much different. The country was in the tail end of a recession. War in the Middle East more than doubled oil prices. The failure of many savings and loan institutions hit the lending market hard. More than 1.8 million people were added to unemployment. Because of this, consumers were spending less and saving money wherever possible. So when Nintendo announced a $200 video game system that was not compatible with NES games, many parents were outraged. In the United States, the average family spent $225 on toys per child. Almost all of it would have to go to the Super Nintendo. When a reporter asked a mother of 3 if she was going to buy a Super Nintendo for her kids, she exclaimed, "No way. We're not shoving the old Nintendo in the closet. I've got $700 invested in that baby." A father from California called it immoral. The press jumped on the controversy, claiming the Super Nintendo would make the Nintendo Entertainment System obsolete. Nintendo had to do some serious damage control. They argued that adding backward compatibility would make the Super Nintendo even more expensive. They also insisted they were not abandoning the Nintendo Entertainment System. The NES, they claimed, was an entry-level system for people not wanting the latest graphics, sound, or challenge. It was a cassette tape, and the Super Nintendo was a CD, a console for the veteran player who had gotten their full enjoyment out of the NES. But it wasn't just the Super Nintendo. Parents blamed Nintendo for their child's lower school grades and eye strain, and claimed the games were too violent. Nintendo was also accused of monopolizing the industry. The company had been hit with multiple antitrust lawsuits, and for the past year, the FTC had investigated Nintendo over antitrust violations such as price fixing. Nintendo denied any wrongdoing, but settled the case and agreed to send out up to $25 million worth of rebates to customers. The rebate took the form of a $5 coupon that consumers could only use to buy more Nintendo games. But industry insiders were skeptical that people would ditch Nintendo completely. As one writer put it, Nintendo may have a tough time, but kids still tend to get what they want. That was true. Some kids couldn't wait and had already imported the Super Famicom from Japan. Plus, Nintendo had arguably the biggest weapon of all: Super Mario. Super Mario Bros. 3's success catapulted Mario into another stratosphere. According to his Q-score, a measurement of popularity among brands and celebrities, Mario was now more popular among children than Mickey Mouse. There were more than 300 licensed Mario products in the United States, worth $200 million in annual sales. There was a Saturday morning cartoon, a breakfast cereal, and even a planned feature film, with rumors that Danny DeVito would play the leading role. If anything could help convince consumers to pick up a new console, it was a Super Mario game. Back in 1986, when Nintendo launched the NES nationwide, they released a version bundled with Super Mario Bros. It played a significant role in driving sales. It seemed like a no-brainer to do it again for the Super Nintendo. On June 1st, 1991, Nintendo officially unveiled the newly designed Super Nintendo Entertainment System at the Summer CES show in Chicago.
The big guy in the home video game market has finally caught up with the pack. You're looking at Nintendo's much-awaited 16-bit home system, the Super NES. It's a big step forward for Nintendo fans. Better sound, better graphics, and much more sophisticated play.
This is positioned for the true heavy user who wants that next level of play experience, not for everybody.
Nintendo set up multiple Super Nintendo stations at their booth, where attendees could try out Mario's latest adventure and other upcoming titles. The system was scheduled to launch on September 9th, 1991, and come bundled with the latest Mario game, Super Mario World. But while Nintendo touted the Super Nintendo in Super Mario World, their competitor, Sega, had an ace up their sleeve: Sonic the Hedgehog. Sega came up with the character to compete against the Super Mario juggernaut. The company first announced their speedy new video game back at the Winter CES show and was ready to launch the game to retail stores. Sonic the Hedgehog received high praise from the press. Video Games and Computer Entertainment declared, "At last, Sega has their own Mario." And Sega had one more surprise in store. The Sega Genesis was getting a price cut, down to $150, and would come bundled with Sonic the Hedgehog. The company knew the battle between Sonic and Mario would be critical in the 16-bit market. and Sega was not going to play around. They now controlled 90% of the 16-bit market and had a 2-year head start on Nintendo. Sega president Tom Kalinske shrugged off the Super Nintendo, claiming Nintendo would have to play catch-up with Sega. While Nintendo hoped to have around 18 games by Christmas, Sega would have more than 100. And for the second half of 1991, Sega had a $15 million advertising budget. After Sega announced their new Sonic the Hedgehog console bundle, sales surged. For the first time, Nintendo of America had legitimate competition in the video game market. But they hoped Super Mario could save the day. On Wednesday, August 21st, 1991, a Toys R Us store in Cerritos, California opened a shipment box from Nintendo. Inside was their new 16-bit console, the Super Nintendo. The system arrived almost 3 weeks ahead of time. Over the next few days, stores around the country started receiving shipments. Soon, the word got out. The Super Nintendo was here. The Super Nintendo launched with F-Zero, Pilot Wings, and the bundled game, Super Mario World. Praise for Mario's latest adventure poured in, from magazines, newspapers, and school playgrounds. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave the game a score of 36 out of 40, calling it easily the best Mario adventure yet. And Video Games and Computer Entertainment called it by far the best installment in the Mario saga. But some critics expected more from Super Mario World. Entertainment Weekly claimed Nintendo was beating a dead Koopa, and that Mario was doing, quote, all the things he's been doing for the past 5 years. But it didn't seem to bother anyone else who played Super Mario World. It was Mario at his finest. Nintendo backed the Super Nintendo launch with a massive $25 million advertising blitz. The September 1991 issue of Nintendo Power made its way to 2 million mailboxes across the country, with Super Mario World featured on the cover. Inside was a 16-page guide featuring maps, items, enemies, tips, and more. Nintendo invaded televisions as well. There were commercials with a jazzy new slogan, "Now you're playing with power, super power." And NBC aired a new Super Mario World cartoon on Saturday mornings. Super Mario World and the Super Nintendo even made their way into grocery stores. There were cross-promotions with Pepsi, Kool-Aid, Shasta Soda, and Kraft Mac and Cheese. Nintendo also released Mario Mania, a 150-plus page guide all about Nintendo's hero, including a Super Mario World strategy guide. By October, Nintendo sold more than 500,000 Super Nintendo consoles and was on track to sell 2 million by the end of the year. But the demand for the Super Nintendo was not as high as it was in Japan. Some stores sold out quickly. A manager at Electronics Boutique in Greenville, South Carolina commented, "If we got 50 in tomorrow, we'd have 50 sold." But in other areas, the Super Nintendo was easy to find. One reporter in Detroit called 8 local Toys R Us stores, and all 8 had the system in stock. Nintendo could blame Sega for the lack of Super Nintendo craze. The Genesis was cheaper, had more games, and offered backward compatibility with Master System games via an adapter. And Sega was more than willing to pit Sonic against Mario. Their commercials featured the games side by side. The message was simple: Mario is old and slow. Sonic is fast and cool. Sega also launched the Sega World Tour, traveling to shopping malls around the country to let people try Sonic the Hedgehog in Super Mario World. According to Sega, 88% of the participants preferred Sonic.
House-to-house fighting continues unabated. War drums beat along the shores of Lake Michigan and bugles blare west of the Rockies. The martial music of the Silicon Samurais harks from the east. The question is no longer if there will be a video game war, but rather who will win it. Arnie Katz, Video Games and Computer Entertainment.
The launch of the Super Nintendo and Super Mario World officially signaled the beginning of one of the greatest battles in video game history, the console wars. Sega and Nintendo duked it out for control of the 1991 holiday season. In the end, both companies claimed victory. Nintendo claimed it sold 2.1 million Super Nintendo units. Sega disputed the figure, claiming it was closer to 1.4 million. Meanwhile, Sega claimed it sold every system it could make in 1991, 1.6 million units. Nintendo argued it was closer to 1 million units. Nintendo knew they were in for a long war, so in January, they slashed the price of the Super Nintendo to $180. By the summer, Nintendo cut the price again to $150. That same year, Nintendo expanded their 16-bit territory by launching the Super Nintendo in Australia and Europe, bundled with Super Mario World. The game once again received glowing reviews. The fight between Sega and Nintendo would drag on for years. Both companies attempted to one-up each other with new and exciting games, hardware attachments, and peripherals. Children would argue on playgrounds and in classrooms, and declare their allegiance to Sega or Nintendo. For Nintendo, Super Mario World remained a key weapon in the console wars. It was bundled with the Super Nintendo for years. And Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi's declaration that the strength of a console was in the games rang true. The Super Nintendo's strong software library paid dividends. In the end, Nintendo would come out on top of the 16-bit console wars. Super Mario World was released during what many consider the best years of the franchise. In January of 1992, Nintendo Power reported that for each Nintendo system, the NES, Game Boy, and Super NES, the #1 game was a Super Mario game. When the Super Nintendo first launched, Nintendo's vice president of marketing, Peter Main, commented that the system was evolutionary, not revolutionary. The same could be said about Super Mario World. Mario's 16-bit debut did not significantly change the Mario formula, and many reviewers took issue with that. But Super Mario World did perfect the formula, and today, Super Mario World is widely considered a masterpiece. Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto admitted he was happy with how the game turned out, but he felt that he was only scratching the surface of what video games could become. In a 1995 interview, he said, "I joined Nintendo because I wanted to create a product that people would talk about and remember. And that's what I want to do in the future, too. Create something that will make an impact on the world." Over the next several years, Miyamoto would experiment with new, cutting-edge technologies on the Super Nintendo. And for Nintendo's next console, codenamed Project Reality, Miyamoto would bring the Super Mario series to the third dimension, giving Mario more freedom than ever before. But even with new advancements in technology, Super Mario World stayed with him. Miyamoto would later confess in an interview with USA Today that Super Mario World was one of his favorite Mario games. It was the culmination of everything that made the series great. But more importantly, Miyamoto was proud that it launched the careers of several of his co-workers. Director of Programming Toshihiko Nakago would continue to program countless games for Nintendo. Today, he is the president and CEO of the company he had been programming for years, Systems Research and Development. Level director Katsuya Eguchi would direct his first game, Star Fox, in 1993. Star Fox utilized new technology that pushed the Super Nintendo hardware to its limit. In 2001, he created Animal Forest, later known as Animal Crossing, which gave players their own world to explore. Today, he's a deputy general manager at Nintendo. Map director Hideki Kono would direct one of the best-selling games on the Super Nintendo, Super Mario Kart. Today, he is in charge of the mobile game division at Nintendo. Composer Koji Kondo continued to compose music for Nintendo, and still does today. He has written some of the most memorable tunes in video game history. Shigefumi Hino worked as a character designer for several more years before getting to tackle his own game, the quirky strategy game Pikmin for the GameCube. But Hino's most significant success may have been Yoshi. Yoshi was a hit with women and children, and Nintendo quickly realized they could do more with the character. Yoshi started getting his own line of games, and in 1995, he even starred in a spin-off of the Super Mario series, Yoshi's Island. It's no surprise that the cute green dinosaur is now a staple of the Mario franchise. Hino is still with Nintendo, working as a designer and planner. Director Takashi Tezuka would be heavily involved in just about every future Mario and Zelda game. Today, he is an executive officer in Nintendo's game development division. Over the years, his game design philosophy has remained consistent.
I want to make games that no matter how many times you clear them, you want to keep that game and hold on to it like a treasure. I want to keep making games with that mindset. Takashi Tezuka.
With Super Mario World, Tezuka succeeded in making a game that people cherished. Nintendo has re-released it many times. In 1994, they included the game in an updated version of the Super Mario All-Stars collection and bundled the game with the Super Nintendo. In 1998, Nintendo released Super Mario World under their Player's Choice banner, an honor given to Nintendo's best-selling games. In the early 2000s, Nintendo ported the game to the Game Boy Advance. Super Mario World has also been available to download on the Nintendo Wii, Wii U, 3DS, and Switch consoles. Some players who grew up with Super Mario World couldn't get enough. In the early 2000s, the internet brought Super Mario World enthusiasts from all over the globe together, and soon fan-made hacks of the game appeared online. One notable genre of hacks, known as Kaizo, contains extremely challenging Super Mario World levels.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! No! Oh my god!
In 2015, Takashi Tezuka led development on a dream game for Mario fans, Super Mario Maker. Now, players could make their own levels from various Mario games, including Super Mario World. For more than 30 years, Super Mario World has captivated players young and old. It's no surprise that many people consider it one of the greatest games of all time.
For anyone still on the fence about Super Mario World, the answer is yes. Download it now. This is the apex of 16-bit platforming, a cornerstone of the gaming canon. And most importantly, just as much fun to play today as it was 20 years ago. If you're yet to experience the thrill of discovering a secret exit, the joy of soaring through a level with your Super Cape, or the unique tragic comedy of accidentally running off a cliff while trying to catch up to a runaway Yoshi, you're in for some of gaming's best loved and most iconic moments. Morgan Sleeper, Nintendo Life.
Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. We've seen people beat this game blindfolded, we've seen a community rally together to take down its greatest player, but this whole time, we've missed out on the game's most competitive angle, beating the entire game from start to finish in world record time. This is an incredibly unique speedrun. The execution needed, at its worst, is some of the toughest out there. The RNG is more brutal than any other NES speedrun, and when combined, it makes for something really special. This is the crazy history of the Mike Tyson's Punch-Out world record. Now, a word from this video's sponsor, Empires & Puzzles. Empires & Puzzles is an award-winning free-to-play puzzle RPG game. It sounds simple. You just match shields of the same color to attack. The more you match, the stronger your attack. But there's much more, including specials, collectibles, and a global PvP leaderboard. Empires & Puzzles also has an upcoming holiday event featuring special hero surprises, exclusive rewards, and joyous challenges. In the Owl Tower event, new heroes will be soaring into action. They bring not just their unique skills, but also introduce new damage and defense types. There's never been a better time to get into Empires & Puzzles. Check it out now on the App Store and Google Play, or simply scan the QR code on screen here. Thanks again to Empires & Puzzles for sponsoring this video, and if you want to help support me, download the game now. The early days of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out speedruns differed from most games. Rather than playing the entire game, players would pick one fight to focus on, replaying it over and over to grind the time down. This was a logical way to do it. The game has a built-in timer, and displays your exact time after the fight. So, players could easily compete on individual fights, and post their times on game FAQs. That's what the old school runners did for years. But one runner did something a bit different. He decided, just for fun, that he was going to complete a run of the full game, all 14 fights back to back. He was the only old school Punch-Out runner to do a full game run, and it was way ahead of its time. The runner who did this was Matt Turk. Matt Turk was by far the best Punch-Out player on the planet. He was one of the most dominant speedrunners in general. His times were so hard to beat that years later, the game's best players had to embark on a quest to take them all down. But even after conquering all 14 records, Matt Turk was still hungry for something more. So, he decided to try an any percent speedrun. That's a straight shot through the game, adding up the times you get on all 14 fights. And so, we arrive at the first speedrun of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, 17 flat.20 by Matt Turk. Except, there's no surviving video. Turk rarely recorded his runs back then, since he didn't formally submit times anywhere. In my opinion, it's likely that his times were legitimate. His knowledge of the game was incredible, and what little footage we do have is extremely impressive for the time. So, we can't watch Turk's full game speedrun. But thankfully, we do know what times he got on each fight. And let's just say, it was exactly what you'd expect from a Matt Turk speedrun. Turk started with Last Joe. He's a complete pushover in a casual playthrough. However, the fastest way to beat him is tougher. You wait until 40 seconds, then time a punch within a 4-frame window when Joe charges forward. If done properly, he'll go down and won't get up. Punch-Out runs at 60 frames per second, so a 4-frame window is just 1/15th of a second. That's a tough way to have to start your speedrun. But of course, Turk nailed it, matching the task time of 42.00. But a few fights later, Turk had to deal with the most dangerous back-to-back fights in the run. First up was Dawn Flamenco 1, aka Frame Perfect Dawn. By punching then dodging, and waiting until the last 60th of a second to counter him, you'll get a star. Star punches are essentially powerful uppercuts, and on Dawn 1, a star punch instantly knocks him down. He gets up, but with little health, and once you punch him down again, he'll stay down for the knockout. If done correctly, Dawn 1 can be the fastest fight in the game at just 14 seconds, but it's a brutal frame perfect punch. Just 1/60th of a second to properly time it. Every miss costs 6 to 7 seconds, so the time can snowball quickly. Not only did Turk get the star on his first try, but he ended up once again matching the task time of 14.97. Complete perfection yet again from Matt Turk. Then came the second part of the back-to-back, King Hippo. He is the living embodiment of RNG. You could only hit Hippo when he opens his mouth, and he has a 3/8 chance of doing that on any given punch. You need him to do this at least 3 times to knock him out. So, the fight all revolves around waiting for Hippo to open his mouth. The best fights get 3 opens straight away. This is only about a 5% chance, but can lead to a 37-second fight. From there, each additional non-open adds 3 to 4 seconds, and it can get bad fast. Turk ended up getting a 48-second Hippo fight, 3 blocks and 3 opens. That's a solid fight given that blocks are much more likely than opens. But this combo of Dawn 1 and King Hippo was super punishing. You needed the frame perfect punch just so you could get a chance at Hippo's randomness. It was a terrible 1-2 combo, but on this run, Turk had made it through relatively unscathed. The next several fights featured a mix of tricky execution and harsh randomness. We're going to get to most of these fights later. For now, it's important to know that Turk had a pretty clean run through most of the second half. No fight stuck out as getting terrible luck, and he made few, if any, mistakes. Matt Turk had himself a very solid run going. Yet, none of this actually mattered, because there's a fight at the very end of this game that makes the previous 13 seem completely irrelevant. I think you may have heard of him before. Mike Tyson regularly tops lists as the hardest final boss of all time. He's lightning quick, unpredictable, and can knock you down with one hit. Those who've tried know how hard it is to beat him. But speedrunners need to do more than just beat him. They need to do it in the first round. That's 3 knockdowns in under 3 minutes. It seems completely impossible, but there is one way to do it. We'll break the fight down into 3 phases, 1 per knockdown. In phase 1, Tyson throws uppercuts, and you can hit him twice after each one. By delaying your second punch to the last 60th of a second before he would block, this punch does 5 times the normal amount of damage. If you're a frame late, he blocks. If you're a frame early, you barely damage him. It has to be on this one magic frame. So, in phase 1, you have to land frame perfect uppercut after frame perfect uppercut. You don't need to hit them all, but you need to hit a lot of them. In phase 2, Tyson starts by throwing more uppercuts, meaning you need more frame perfects. But at 1:30 on the clock, his pattern switches and he throws hooks. Here it's much easier. You just dodge and punch twice after each one. No need for anything frame perfect. After sending him down again, you enter phase 3, which is quite simple. Tyson only throws hooks, so you punch him down for the TKO. Phase 3 takes anywhere from 52 to 55 seconds depending on Tyson's pattern, so if your second knockdown is at 2:04 or lower, you've got a round 1 fight in the bag. The key to the fight is that you can damage Tyson much more during his uppercuts than his hooks. So, the earlier you knock him down in Phase 1, the more uppercuts you'll throw in Phase 2 before 130, and the more damage you can deal. Generally, you need at least 4 Phase 2 uppercuts, meaning a first knockdown of 109 or less. But, you can get as many as 6 uppercuts with a knockdown under a minute. Of course, Tyson can randomly delay and screw everything up. Most notably, in Phase 1 he can do the 8-second delay, where midway through the phase he just stands still for 8 seconds. It happens 50% of the time, and while it doesn't completely kill a round 1 attempt, it can turn a solid Phase 1 into an impossible one. Now, with perfect execution and a lucky pattern, it was possible to round 1 Tyson down in the 220s. However, these times were extremely rare and took hundreds of attempts from even a seasoned veteran. Getting a round 1 fight at all was unbelievably difficult, and when it happened, it was usually just before the end of the round in the 250s. Even Matt Turk couldn't always pull it off. Under optimal conditions, with nothing at stake and the pressure off, Turk could round 1 Tyson a bit over half the time. But at the end of a world record paced speedrun, with 13 fights behind you and just 1 to go, conditions are anything but optimal. Trying to land frame perfect punches under this type of pressure is unimaginable. But if anyone could do it, it was Matt Turk. And he ended up finishing off this run with a Tyson fight of 250. He cleared round 1 with several seconds to spare. While we can't watch this run today, its legacy lives on. Like most things Matt Turk did, it was so far ahead of its time. A clean first 13 fights, and a round 1 Tyson at the end. Those two aspects combined made this run amazing. Shortly after this run, the original Punch-Out community started to die off. By 2010, Matt Turk stopped playing as well. So, with no competition left to lower them, all the world records remained stagnant, including Turk's full game speedrun. But then, in the late 2000s, there was a shift in the speedrunning community. Rather than being scattered across different websites like Game FAQs, speedrunners started to centralize at one website, Speed Demos Archive. For a few years, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out didn't have a submission on SDA. But in 2010, a new name popped up on the website. He was the first new Punch-Out runner in years, and unlike most before him, his main focus was completing a run of the full game. This runner's name was Sinister One. Sinister reached out to Matt Turk and began piecing together strategies for a full game speedrun. However, he quickly realized there was a pretty big skill gap between the two of them. So, Sinister turned his focus to completing a segmented run. Punch-Out is naturally broken up into circuits every few fights, so Sinister grinded each of the 3 circuits individually, plus Tyson on his own, and submitted a 4-segment speedrun to Speed Demos Archive. This run clocked in at 16:31, nearly half a minute ahead of Turk. However, these runs really can't be compared. Sinister could optimize each circuit to a high degree, rather than having to get everything in one straight shot. Turk's 17 flat was definitely the more impressive speedrun. So, once Sinister kept practicing and getting better, he decided that it was time to take the training wheels off and complete a single segment run of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. The whole game in one segment, just like Matt Turk did. Sinister tried for weeks, and while he was able to get runs in the low 17s, he struggled to do better than Turk. The main problem was the combination of Dawn 1 and King Hippo. Dawn's frame-perfect star killed a lot of runs, and the few that made it through usually died to Hippo's randomness. It was so hard to get runs out of the early game, and although Sinister eventually got a 17:06, he was still behind Turk. His best efforts to get the world record had failed. So, Sinister gave up. Years passed, and Turk's 17 flat remained untouched. By February 2013, not much had changed. Matt Turk's 17 flat was still on top, and Sinister was right behind him. However, a new player was just starting to mess with running the game. And this guy had a pretty good track record. He was the world record holder in both Super Punch-Out and Punch-Out Wii. His name was Zallard1. Right away, Zallard started looking for new strategies. Dawn 1's frame-perfect start was still brutal, and he wanted to find a way to make it more consistent. He ended up finding a timing cue that helped a little, but not much, and Sinister 1 was not impressed by it. He told Zallard, "Come back to me when you find something that can get the star 10 times in a row." Otherwise, he wasn't interested. And with that, Sinister fired up a stream of Super Metroid. And what happened about an hour and a half later absolutely floored him.
Alright, let's check out this Zallard video. Back on. There's the point. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Dude, no way. This can't be real. Dude, this guy's a hacker. Hacker? Okay, I gotta try this. Alright guys, you might be about to witness the greatest thing of all time. Wow. Wow. I'm so astonished I had to get hit one time. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
In Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, if you hold down an input while something else is happening, the game will execute it on the first possible frame. So, by holding down different inputs consecutively, you can perform a series of moves that always come out on the first frame, and therefore always take the exact same amount of time. Inputs like this are performed all over Super Punch-Out to get dizzy knockdowns, which is where Zallard originally got the idea. So, on Dawn 1, by buffering a left gut punch, a left dodge, a left quick dodge, then a left face punch all in a row, you arrive on the exact frame where you can get the star. It turns a frame-perfect trick into a few trivial inputs. Zallard also found that you can do something similar on Glass Joe. By buffering a left face punch and a series of gut punches, you can guarantee a 42 knockdown, no timing needed. The Dawn 1 buffer was probably the greatest discovery in the game's history. Instead of resetting half of his runs, now Sinister would never have to reset there again. Zallard had revolutionized Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, but Sinister was the one who could really take advantage of it.
I don't have work tomorrow. World record incoming tomorrow. It's a lot. Alright, I'll take a 53.
Over the following several fights, he was able to keep it close with Turk, leading time without falling too far behind. But Sinister knew there was one place he could make up a bunch of time. The penultimate fight in the game, Super Macho Man. Matt Turk's split here was a 118. This was a solid enough time back in 2008, but by 2013 the fight had evolved. In a worst case scenario fight, Sinister was looking at a 110 or so. Best case scenario, it could go under a minute. Macho's speedrun strategy looks ridiculous, with punches being snuck through his guard and stars thrown all over. But the fight largely comes down to one specific moment. If Macho's fourth punch is an uppercut, which is 5/8 likely, you'll get a good fight. If it's a hook, then it'll be a slower fight. Either way, as long as his execution was clean, he'd save big time over a 118.
Oh, that's a good start anyway. This is pretty good luck, you guys. Alright, 59.
It was exactly what he needed. In one fight, Sinister had shot himself into the lead, but his job was far from over. After all this, he still needed to round 1 Tyson in 2:54 or less. The pressure was on.
.105, that's a good time.
Sinister had pulled it off. After carrying a lead into Tyson, he had nearly matched Turk's round 1 fight, clutching out a 2:51 to break the world record. This was the first sub-17 in the game's history, and while Sinister was elated, he knew there was still work to do. The Dawn 1 buffer had blown the door wide open, and a few of his fights had suboptimal luck and execution. So, Sinister decided to see if he could shave a few more seconds off. And just weeks later, he got on this run.
Cool. Yes. Oh boy. Alright, this is now serious. Did I just game time in that split? Dear God.
An enormous lead, with 3 fights to go. Next up, Mr. Sandman.
Gotta take advantage of the situation here.
Sandman has a big mix of RNG and execution. The hardest part in the fight is his Dreamland Express, where you must dodge 3 times in rapid succession. You can counter him for massive damage afterwards, and by getting intentionally knocked down at 159 or later, he'll do another Dreamland Express when you get up. So it's incredibly rewarding if you dodge the Dreamland Express correctly, but if you're too slow, you can't damage him enough after. Sandman also has 2 main pieces of randomness. When you knock him down the second time, there's a 25% chance he gets up with a big health refill, which loses 10 seconds. And before his second Dreamland Express, there's a 50% chance he does a long delay, which loses 6 seconds. So that adds to 16 seconds of variation from RNG alone, plus tricky execution. And on this particular fight, Sinister ended up getting both the good refill and the short delay, although he bled a few seconds from slow dodging on the second Dreamland Express. An extremely lucky fight on an incredible pace, and his lead ballooned to nearly 28 seconds.
So far ahead.
On Macho, Sinister ended up getting the bad hook pattern on the 4th punch, which cost 10 seconds. But heading into Tyson, Sinister still had a mammoth 18-second lead. All he needed was a round 1 fight, and this would be a massive world record.
Yes. Okay, he's gonna throw 5. Yes! World record. There it is. I don't care that I lost time. Oh, man.
These are some beautiful looking splits. He built up a huge lead and finished it off with a round 1 Tyson. That's a winning formula for Punch-Out speedruns. The only path Sinister saw to beating this run was saving time at the end. 109 and 254 were good enough splits, but it was possible to gain a bit on each. He just needed to be within striking distance by the end. Well, does this count as striking distance?
Alright.
A few months later, Sinister was in a tough spot. He'd made a 7-second mistake on Honda 2 and got awful luck to lose 16 seconds on Dawn 2. This was a big deficit, but he did have time to save. Was it possible to climb out of it?
start. Yes. Yeah, 57, baby.
He needed a 247 on Mike Tyson. There'd never been a world record with a Tyson fight in the 240s. Sinister needed to break new ground.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, those Tyson fights in the 220s I talked about earlier, this is how you got them. A 57 Phase 1. Unfortunately, Phase 2 didn't go quite as well, but a 150 was still an incredible pace. Now, he had to finish it off and see what time he could get.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Oh my god, I got that. I can't believe it.
This was a legendary Tyson performance. With his back against the wall on world record pace, Sinister managed to go 9 for 9 on frame-perfect hits in Phase 1. The final result was a 243, an unheard-of time for the end of a world record. As the congratulations poured in, Sinister debated if he should keep going. Those last two splits were really brutal, but he also had lowered the record pretty quickly. Maybe he wasn't at his full potential yet. Ultimately, Sinister decided to push onward. He wanted to get one more improvement before stopping. 5 weeks later, Sinister had another good one going. He was tearing through the world circuit, and once he finished off Sandman, he had amassed a lead of 19 seconds. But he knew what he was up against in his final two splits. And right on cue, Macho gave him the bad pattern. But he recovered nicely, and was on his way to still having a nice lead going into Titan.
No!
His entire lead was gone, and then some. A 5-second deficit against this Tyson split? Sinister would need a miracle. Against all odds, Sinister had actually brought this run back. He was guaranteed to finish Tyson between 234 and 237, enough for a new world record, albeit a fairly small one. But there was something else Sinister could go for here. Frame-perfect hooks. In Phase 3, Tyson gets up with 40 health. Normally, you hit him twice after each punch for 2 damage each, a total of 4 damage. But if you instead delay the first punch to the last 60th of a second possible, you'll throw a single punch that deals 5 damage. Theoretically, if you land 8 frame-perfect hooks in a row, you can get a 37-second Phase 3, a massive time save over normal. But going for frame-perfect hooks is risky. They're harder than frame-perfect uppercuts, since you can't easily establish a rhythm. Each frame-perfect hook saves about 2 seconds, but each one you miss can cost up to 5. Generally, hitting 4 hooks is enough to save you some time, while hitting 2 is enough to break even. But add in blocks, and your Phase 3 time can spiral. So, it was decision time. Do you take the guaranteed small world record, or risk it to go for glory?
Couldn't get it. I couldn't get it, dude. I couldn't get it, man. I couldn't get any frame perfect hits. I was too nervous.
Had Sinister just played it safe, he'd be celebrating a new world record. But can you blame him for trying? It was a chance to demolish the record. He had missed on this occasion, but that was alright. Shake it off. Just get another run back to Tyson, and you'll get it next time.
You're kidding me, dude. You're kidding me. 8-second delay there. There he does the 8-second delay. Good game. Good game, Luck. And it's over. 8-second delay killed it. What? 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 No, dude. You gotta be kidding me right now. That was gonna be a low 1 minute time, man. Look at his health. That was gonna. Oh my god, man. Come on.
Dang, that's a pretty good one. Yes, dude. Holy what? You gotta be me. How does this happen?
Zallard 1, discoverer of the Dawn 1 buffer, became the second person to beat Turk and get a sub-17. Zallard was still well behind the record, but Sinister needed an improvement. Even a small one would boost his morale. And finally, on March 26, 2014, he broke through. Sinister was able to get a lead early and never relinquished it. He started with an excellent 41 on Hippo, and got average luck on Sandman and Macho. His Tyson execution wasn't perfect, but a 105 knockdown meant he'd get 4 uppercuts in Phase 2. He ended with a 251, enough to lower the record by 3.5 seconds. But Sinister's relief wouldn't last long, because Zallard 1 was flying down the leaderboard. And just days later, he finished off this run.
Oh man, that's quite the PB. Dude, I got... Whoa.
The run had a notable mistake on Great Tiger. Tiger is one of the only fights in the game with no RNG. The execution consists of 4 gut punches that each have a 6-frame window. They're usually not too hard to hit, but when you miss one like Zallard did here, you earn a 54 instead of a 48. It was a 6.5 second mistake. Zallard missed the world record by 6.23 seconds. Had he not missed the gut punch, he would have dethroned Sinister and taken the top spot. These two guys were neck and neck. They had similar consistency overall, and could both reliably round 1 Tyson in the 240 to 250 range given no 8-second delay. But as similar as Zallard and Sinister's skills were, their ultimate goals were different. Zallard wanted to keep lowering his personal best and maybe snag the world record, while Sinister had even loftier goals. He wanted a single segment run that would beat his old segmented run, the 1631 from 2010. After all these years, it would be a remarkable achievement. So, each player had their own goals, and for the next few months in 2014, they both continued running the game, going up against brutal RNG and frame-perfect punches galore. But neither one was able to find success. Zallard couldn't catch Sinister, and Sinister couldn't catch his segmented run. So, Zallard moved on to other games, while Sinister went after Matt Turk's 213 Mike Tyson record. And all the while, the single segment record stayed put. But one random day in August 2014, Sinister decided he needed a break from the Tyson grind. So, just for fun, He did a one-off stream of single segment attempts. He hadn't played the category in months and was fairly rusty, but you never know when all the luck will fall into place. A few fights in, he made it to King Hippo, who promptly opened his mouth 3 straight times. Unfortunately, Sinister was a bit late on the 3rd open, meaning he needed a 4th open to deal enough damage.
Yes, the bailout, dude, the bailout.
But Hippo immediately gave it to him. The odds in 4 straight opens on Hippo, less than 1 in 50. Sinister was off to a great, albeit lucky, start. After some clean execution on the next few fights, Sinister arrived at Soda Popinski. Soda is another super random one. He tends to team up with King Hippo to bury most promising runs. The fight revolves around a mechanic when Soda crouches down for his uppercut. If you press down on the D-pad while he's crouching, he'll stay frozen and you can punch him for a star. This star then has a special property where, no matter how much health he has, it'll instantly knock him down. The problem is Soda only throws uppercuts 75% of the time. 25% of the time, he'll throw hooks instead, which wastes roughly 9 seconds. So, you need a 75% chance pattern once per phase, working out to a 42% chance of getting a clean, hookless fight. But he can also randomly delay before each uppercut, making each phase anywhere between 16 to 21 seconds. With the 3 fastest uppercuts, you'll get a 50-second fight, but with the 3 slowest ones, it'll be more like 102. To summarize, Soda will kill more than half your runs by throwing hooks, and for those he doesn't kill, he can delay to waste a bunch of time. Any fight under a minute is great, and on this run, Sinister found himself at 36 seconds with 1 phase left to go. This was a great pace, but he still needed 1 more uppercut.
Wow, dude, oh my god, actually. Oh, wow, okay, this is actually now officially, I think, the best pace I've ever been on in my life.
Pressure was on. On hole 2, he missed a precise punch in the opening that cost 5 seconds. It was his second significant mistake of the run, but he was far enough ahead that it was okay. Down the stretch, Sinister was able to tighten up his execution. He played Sandman perfectly, getting the good refill but the long delay. Macho came through with the good uppercut pattern, and Sinister turned it into a solid 102.
Nice. Okay. Got him.
So, through it all, Sinister had built up a 20-second lead over his segmented run. He needed a 2:48 Tyson fight to get it done. But he'd been used to fighting Tyson in an individual level setting. That's very different from the end of a single segment run.
That was a horrible execution of phase 1. Pull it together, man. Pull it together.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, but a 108 was still doable. Sinister got his 4 uppercuts in phase 2 and landed a 157 phase 2 knockdown. Playing it safe here wouldn't cut it. Sinister needed to land at least 4 frame-perfect hooks to get this. He had come all this way, gotten amazing luck, and it would all be for nothing if he couldn't execute right now.
Is that it? I got it. I think I did it, dude. I think that's it. I think that's it. Oh my god. Is this... Hold on. Let me put in the time. Yes! Yes, dude. 1627 out of nowhere.
4 years ago, Sinister's best efforts at a segmented run yielded a 1631. Now, he could beat that with a straight shot through the game. This was a pretty lucky run, as Sinister made multiple mistakes that could have killed him. But even though he was rusty, he still executed where it mattered most, right at the end on Tyson. Sinister was more than satisfied with this run, and he turned his attention elsewhere. Now, it was Zallard's turn to focus on single segments. With this new record, the difference between his run and the world record had doubled. Unless he could take 12 seconds off his PB, Zallard couldn't move out of second place. He'd be competing against a 42 Hippo, 56 Soda, and a solid final 3 splits to finish it off. But still, that fall, Zallard started up runs again. Even if he wasn't directly going for the world record, maybe he could shave a bit of time off his 1639.
Come on, Tyson. Just round one. That's all I need. Just a round one player. I can't do anything about that. I just can't. This is in danger, real bad. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it, guys. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know. Is that the record? No, it isn't. He's got a 27. Man.
Such a crushing PB. In Phase 1, Zallard actually played quite well. He got the 8-second delay, but still turned it into a respectable 108. But Phase 2 was his downfall, with 2 blocks and several other missed punches. Because of the pace going into Tyson, it was still a massive PB. But this luck was practically impossible to see again. He got a 37 Hippo, a perfect fight, along with a good enough Soda and an incredible Sandman and Macho. Zallard's only hope to PB from here was to save time on a relatively soft 255 Tyson split. The good news was that he'd nearly caught up to Sinister. He kept playing over the next few weeks, not making much progress. But by mid-November, Zallard would get another chance. It wasn't a super inspiring run at first. He bled time over his 37 Hippo split and got bad luck on Dawn 2 to lose some more. But he was able to keep pace with his strong final 3, first getting the good refill and delay on Sandman, then the good pattern on Macho. It wasn't amazing, but heading into Tyson, he had a chance. Zallard needed a 241 on Mike Tyson. Near perfect. Zallard was easily on pace to get this. But Phase 2 was a bit more dicey. He missed 2 of Tyson's uppercuts and missed all of the hooks. Now, he couldn't play it safe. He had to hit at least a couple of these. Zallard had been dominating Super Punch-Out and Punch-Out Wii for years. Now, he was the king of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out too. Congratulations poured in across the community, even from Sinister, who was good friends with Zallard and was happy to see him succeed. But admittedly, it was pretty tough for him to lose this record. He'd been known for holding it over the years, and suddenly being in second place was a big shock. Sinister did some attempts shortly after Zallard's 1625, but ultimately his heart wasn't in it, and within weeks he stopped. Zallard had passed him, and Sinister had come to terms with that. Beyond Punch-Out, Sinister had kind of lost interest in speedrunning as a whole. It had been 5 years of constant grinding for world records, and after losing the Punch-Out record, he decided he was ready to step aside and let the next generation of runners take over. So, as 2015 rolled around, Punch-Out didn't have much activity. Sinister was retired, and Zallard was satisfied with his world record. Ever since Matt Turk, these were the only two runners with a shot at the single segment record. They were just a cut above the rest. But with them both being inactive, maybe there was room for a third runner to step up. Enter Weejoey. Later in his career, Weejoey would become a world record contender in many popular NES games. But his first speedrun was Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. He began running the game in early 2015, and right away it was clear he was a natural. He quickly became just the third player ever to get a sub 17, and as weeks passed and his time kept going down, Weejoey began to make a push for Zallard's record. However, if Weejoey had one problem, it's that his Tyson game was a little weak. Now, it's no exaggeration to say that fighting Tyson at the end of a single segment run is one of the hardest challenges in speedrunning. After playing through the whole game, you have to find a way to battle your nerves and execute frame-perfect punches over and over. And in the back of your mind, you know that you might not make it here again for weeks or months. Your mental and physical skills are both pushed to their limits. Despite some struggles on Tyson, Weejoey took his time down to 1641, but he wasn't the only player going after Zallard's record. That's right, by spring 2015, Sinister was ready to return. He smelled blood in the water and wanted his world record back. It was a head-to-head battle, Sinister versus Weejoey. Neither player was messing around, and so they both compared against Zallard's 1625 splits. Ultimately, it was gonna all come down to Tyson. Both Sinister and Weejoey were capable of getting there on pace, but competing against Zallard's 240 was a tall order. So, both players knew they would have their chances. The question was, who could close it out on Tyson first?
Nope, not it. 1628.25.
This continued for months. Weejoey and Sinister could get a lead after 13 fights, sometimes even a big lead. But whether it was bad luck or bad execution, the run always died on Mike Tyson. The best paces the game has ever seen, all lost at the very end. But here's the thing, although the 8-second delay is a big problem, it's still possible to get a fast fight with it. A time in the 230s is doable, although there's little room for error. Sinister and Weejoey had to forget about the RNG. As long as they played well, they could have a chance at the record. But that was much easier said than done. On July 16th, Sinister had another one going into Tyson. He needed a 242. And right on cue, 8-second delay. That was usually enough to kill it. But it didn't have to be.
last delay was a killer. Got it! Got it. Oh my god. Got it by like 1 second.
Now that's how you fight Tyson. This was the first record in the game's history to feature an 8-second delay on Mike Tyson. Sinister nailed frame-perfect punches throughout the fight, and overcame bad luck along the way. It was the best execution the game had ever seen from start to finish. And despite getting worse luck than Zallard, Sinister still finished ahead of him at 16:24. Even though he was back on top, Sinister didn't want to quit. He continued doing record attempts, hoping to get a run without the 8-second delay. Meanwhile, Weejui was as motivated as ever, and a few weeks later, he was able to take his time into the 16:30s. But as the months passed, the record stayed put at 16:24. That seemed to be the limit for Sinister and Weejui. But what about Zallard? At this point, he hadn't run the game since his 16:25 nearly a year ago. He was happy to let Sinister and Weejui battle to take the record. However, in October 2015, Zallard signed up for a 3-way punch-out race in the annual Best of NES Marathon. He was going to be up against Sinister One and Weejui, meaning he needed to shake the rust off and get back in practice. So, for the first time in 11 months, Zallard fired up a stream of single segments.
It's not gonna matter. He's gonna 8-second delay this. Or not? Question marks? Okay. What are you talking about, Tyson?
Tyson threw his 6th uppercut just as the clock ticked over to 1:30. It probably came out on the last frame possible, and Zallard was not expecting it. However, the run wasn't quite dead. If you get up on a 9 count to fully refill your health, a knockdown costs about as much time as an 8-second delay. In other words, Zallard could still get a pretty fast time, but would it be fast enough?
I could probably do something with this, sadly, and I just got hit. What a stupid run, dude. 16:27, okay.
It had taken Zallard 2 attempts to nearly match Sinister and Weejui's combined output over 6 months. If he didn't get knocked down, or had he not gotten blocked in Phase 3, or a myriad of other small changes across the run, this easily would have been the record. Zallard had to settle for a 16:27 on his first day back. How could he possibly follow that up?
Alright. Here we go. Oh. Alright, soda. Yay. Uh-oh. It just got real. That's a split you're not supposed to gain time on. 4-8? This is so dead. This is the deadest speedrun I've ever seen. Oh my god. This is doomed. This is doomed. This has no chance. Zero possibility of finishing. This is the deadest, dude. You can't get this luck. Tyson's 8-second delaying this. I will bet you all the money. I will bet you all of the money cash. This is not gonna happen. This cannot happen. This isn't even real, dude. Okay, like, you don't understand. This can't finish. It's impossible.
And what happened on Mike Tyson on the ultimate dream run ever of Punch-Out? Well, I'll let Zallert take it from here.
What? What? It's 102. I never got the 8-second delay in that first phase, so that meant I pretty much got past every luck barrier in the entire game, and it's just me versus Tyson. That's it. Like, all the nerves that I didn't have, they came back, like right here, right here. I remember thinking, well, this is where it dies. But I feel so bad right now. So bad. I just don't.
This is one of the craziest runs in NES speedrunning history, and by most accounts, it was inferior to the last record. It had more mistakes, it had a knockdown, it had more misses on the uppercuts, but it also had unbelievable luck, and that was more than enough to make up for the difference. Sinister and Ouijui had been left in the dust. Zallert was breaking new ground. With this one run, standards had changed, and Mike Tyson's Punch-Out entered a new era, the push for the sub-16. For years, it was a theoretical time, but more of a pipe dream than a rational expectation, much like the mythical 457 in Super Mario Bros. But now, Zallert's 1607 opened up new possibilities. Sub-16 was suddenly realistic, and that was enough to make Zallert commit to trying. The blueprint for this run was simple. There was no way Zallert was going to be ahead of the record going into Tyson. The 1607 got all the luck, and trying to compete with it would be a losing battle. But as long as his deficit was reasonable, Zallert could make it up with an insane Tyson fight at the end. You'd need the ultimate combination of luck and execution on Tyson. For starters, you need to get your first knockdown before 1 minute. That involves hitting all 9 frame-perfect punches in the first phase and not getting the 8-second delay. With any luck from here, Tyson throws 6 uppercuts in Phase 2, and if you hit 5 of them, you'll knock Tyson down before he has a chance to throw any hooks. From there, by hitting a few frame perfects in Phase 3, a time in the high 210s or low 220s is possible. That is 18 frame perfect punches at the end of a world record paced run. These used to be unreasonable expectations, but this wasn't 2014 anymore. Tyson execution had gotten better, and if Zallard wanted to get a sub 16, that's what he needed to do. Within days, he was back to doing attempts, hoping just once he could clutch out the Tyson fight he'd need. On November 9th, he had one with potential. Although he bled a bit of time on Hippo and Soda, he was able to keep pace everywhere else. But after an unfortunate mistake on Macho, the deficit ballooned to 18 seconds. Zallard needed a 225 Tyson fight, and after a 144 second knockdown, it was clear that this was going to be close.
Oh my god, please.
Without the mistake on Macho, Zallard would have had a sub 16. Instead, he had to push onward. A couple weeks later, he had another similar one. This time, he needed a 220 Tyson. He got an incredible Phase 1 pattern, but got blocked. After missing a couple too many frame perfects in Phase 3, he had to settle for a 227.
Man, killing me, dude. 16-13.
A short while later, another familiar situation. Now he needed a 223 Tyson. And of course, deja vu headed into Phase 3.
You gotta be. Why? Why? Just why?
Time and time again, Zallard just couldn't quite get the Tyson he needed. He was playing well, but not perfect. At this point, over a month had passed since his 1607, and Zallard wasn't able to beat it. But he wasn't the only one trying.
That's a PB. It is a PB. Man, that was 1622. All right. In there, baby. Oh, PB, baby. PB, dude. That's a good run. 1614, man. We are closing in, dude. I think I might have just PB. Alright, it's PB, dude.
Alright, I'll take it. Missed world record by 4 seconds, guys.
All of a sudden, Sinister and Weijui had closed in. They were both within 5 seconds of Zallard's record. All three of these guys had been grinding heavily over the last month, and Zallard was the only one with nothing to show for it. Ultimately, they were all capable of getting the sub 16. It was a dead heat, and it was going to come down to whoever could clutch out an amazing Tyson fight at the end of a run first. But even though Weijui and Sinister had mostly caught up, Zallard was just on another level.
Oh, baby. Come on. Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah, dude. It's done, dude.
It had happened. Zallard had just gotten a 218 Tyson in a run. Just 2 years ago, this would have been the fastest recorded Tyson fight ever. This speedrun was the product of years of attempts from Punch-Out's best players. It started with Matt Turk's initial run, then Sinister's grind through the 16s, and finally Zallard's push to take it under 16 minutes. Punch-Out's ultimate barrier was broken. It wasn't a perfect run. Most notably, he got a hook on Soda, which cost about 10 seconds. But the 218 Tyson fight more than made up for it. Zallard was done. And seeing what he had accomplished, Weijui and Sinister decided to stop grinding as well. Everyone was satisfied with this incredible world record. The sub-16 was real. By 2016, most of the Punch-Out community was inactive. This is common once a landmark world record is set. People feel no need to even try beating it. So, for months, there was no movement on the leaderboard. However, that changed in late January 2016. For the first time in a year, somebody new entered the top 3. And all of a sudden, in one fell swoop, he passed both Sinister 1 and Weijui, only trailing behind Zallard's world record. This runner was me. Yeah, this Punch-Out history we've been looking at, I was absolutely invested in back as it happened. They're some of my fondest speedrunning memories, and were instrumental in getting me into speedrunning as a whole. Sinister's 1627 was the first world record I ever watched live, and from there, I was hooked. I slowly began learning speedrun strategies for all 14 fights. By mid-2015, I was doing full game runs. While Weijui, Sinister, and Zallard were all battling for a sub-16, I remained in a distant 4th place with my 1642. But after Zallard's sub-16, I made it to the 1630s, then the 1620s, and finally, I managed to break through with a 1608. It was especially surreal to pass Sinister 1. He was the one I first watched with awe back in 2014. All of a sudden, I was a world record contender, and that felt really strange. The only remaining run I could beat was Zallard's 1557. But that was going to be an enormous challenge, and here's why. For starters, it had a 41 on King Hippo. 90% of the time, just from RNG, I'd lose time on that split. A 106 on Bull 1 was really good, as well as a 54 on Honda 2. Soda Popinski was a soft split, and I could gain time there. But after that, it was a gauntlet. 128 and 140 on Bull 2 and Dawn 2 were both excellent splits. There was time to save on Sandman and Macho, but not much, and on average I could expect a time loss. And on Tyson, I was up against a 218. That was faster than my best Tyson fight ever. I was practically guaranteed to lose time there. So, the goal was to keep it close into Soda, pick up about 10 seconds there, then try and preserve my lead as long as I could. And with King Hippo killing run after run early, that was not going to be easy. But I was determined to try. And so, I embarked on a quest for my own sub-16. For weeks, I streamed my attempts on Twitch, going nowhere as early game RNG stopped me. But eventually, I started to break through, first getting a 1607, then a 1603. Little by little, I was chipping away at my time. But what kept preventing greatness was Mike Tyson. Zallard's split was too tough to compare against. I was pretty reliably able to get fights in the 230s, but lower than that was extremely rare. Eventually, I caught on that my Tyson execution was holding me back, and started to focus on him. I worked on building my consistency, and over time, fights in the 220s started to become more common. As such, my confidence started to grow. If I could get a run on pace, I had the ability to get the type of Tyson I'd need. On March 1st, 2016, I started my session with Tyson practice just like I always did. And on my first attempt, I recorded my fastest ever Phase 1 knockdown, 55 seconds. The fight ended at a 223. My Tyson execution was on point today. Now, I just needed to get a run there. And roughly 2 hours later, this happened. It was everything I could have hoped for. I was ahead into Soda, saved 10 seconds, then got godlike Sandman and Macho luck to add to my lead. This was a ridiculous pace, with incredible RNG. And my nerves were out of control. My hands were literally shaking. But right there in the chat helping me calm down were the current and previous world record holders, Zallard and Sinister. They put any fears of losing the record aside to help give me encouragement. Just an amazing display of sportsmanship. I did my best to gather myself and press start on Tyson. This was better than I could have ever imagined. I had clutched out a 224 after these first 13 fights. It wasn't quite as good as Allard's 218, but given the circumstances, I was more than happy. And right there cheering me on were Sinister and Zallard. Two guys I had idolized were celebrating me taking their world record. Just a completely surreal feeling. With a 15-second lead over second place, I felt pretty good. This run had outstanding luck, and a solid Tyson at the end. There were very few spots to gain time, and I had no intentions to try and lower it. So, I took a step back and played other games. But I loved Punch-Out and struggled to stop playing it for long. As it was, I didn't want to try and grind to beat my 1542. I felt it would be impossible without a miracle run. However, if I could find new ways to save time, then maybe beating it would become realistic. So, that spring, I went into the lab, searching for new strategies and time saves on all 14 fights. And with help from other community members, we were able to completely overhaul 2 fights. First up, Piston Honda 2. This has always been an incredible fight to watch, as you pummel Honda while he can't even throw a punch. However, there was one problem. Honda starts dodging uppercuts midway into phase 2, so in order to get the last one to land, you had to stand around and wait for his eyebrow pattern, or he was forced to take it. The end result was a fight between 52 and 55 seconds depending on refill and star luck. However, in early 2016, Zallard began messing with implementing max damage uppercuts on the fight. By carefully pressing up and start within a small window, you can throw special uppercuts that deal more damage and that Honda 2 cannot dodge. I struggled to hit these consistently, but by messing around one day, I figured out that doing a quick dodge beforehand provides a visual timing cue, making the punches much easier. So now, there was no need to wait for Honda's eyebrows, and the fight ranged from 45 to 51 seconds. And the other fight was Don Flamenco 2. We ended up transforming him from a normal fight to the most random one in the entire game, even more than Hippo and Soda. On the first counter of the fight, you get a star, and you get another guaranteed one every 7 counters. But on all the rest of the counters, you have a 1 in 16 random chance of getting a star. It's a complete mystery why Nintendo designed the fight this way, and frankly, it's pretty baffling. But getting extra stars can be enormously beneficial, since they deal massive damage to Dawn. Zallard worked out a phase 1 where you'd get 9 chances at the 1 in 16 random star. And from there, I helped develop a roadmap for the rest of the fight depending on how many stars you get and what health refill Dawn gets in phase 2. This unlocked times on Dawn 2 that were previously impossible. With 2 stars in the mid refill, you could get a time all the way down in the 120s. The problem is, getting this luck is extremely unlikely. Most of the time, you get 0 stars in Phase 1, and end up in the 140s like usual. Now, this 1542 world record was quite optimized for the strategies used, and the new tech wasn't guaranteed to help. Honda 2 was now harder, and Dawn 2 was way more random. But there was clearly potential here to beat the 1542. I wasn't sure exactly how much time I could save, but if I got everything to line up, the record could go down by a lot. So, in May 2016, I got back to the world record grind. My goal time? Sub 1520. I didn't know if that was a realistic goal, but I wanted to at least try for it. And right away, things were not looking good. The random elements kept ending run after run. Hippo barely let anything through, Soda killed half that made it to him, and Dawn 2 was never giving me stars. They were teaming up so that on every run, at least one fighter gave me unwinnable luck. The new strategies didn't seem to be helping, but there was still one way I could beat the record. On May 24th, I got on a run that lost 18 seconds to Soda Popinski. This effectively killed it, but I decided to play it out. Entering Tyson, I had a 10-second deficit. I needed a miracle fight, and ultimately proceeded to get the first ever perfect Tyson in a run. That's hitting all 22 frame-perfect punches throughout the entire fight, in all 3 phases. Doing this on the uppercuts isn't too hard, but proceeding to then hit all 8 hooks is super tough. But with the pressure mostly off on a pace like this, I was able to get it, and lower the record to the 1530s. A few days later, I was in a similar spot. The first 13 fights had done me no favors, so I only had a 7-second lead compared to a 2:10 Tyson. I needed another miracle fight, and I somehow did it again. A 2:13, matching Matt Turk's IL record from 9 years prior. This time, it was a perfect fight other than one missed hook in Phase 3. Clearly, I had stepped up my Tyson game a bit, but I was doing it with the pressure off. Neither of these runs were on a good pace, and the Tyson fights are the only reason they were records. If I wanted to reach my goal of sub 1520, I had to execute on Tyson when the pressure was on. And a few weeks later, I'd get my chance. It started with a perfect 38 on King Hippo. After a solid next couple of splits, Soda gave me uppercuts, and I got a 53. I made it to Dawn 2 with a 17-second lead, and while he didn't give me the god luck, I got one random star and a good refill. After a decent Sandman and a great Macho, it added up to a 21-second lead going into Tyson. This was an amazing run. Now, those 210s and 213s I had gotten were super rare. I could maybe pull it off 1 in 20 tries. Add in the pressure of a pace like this, and it wasn't looking likely. But I didn't need a perfect Tyson. If I could beat him around 220, that would be an amazing fight, and I would get the sub 1520. But I also had the 8-second delay to contend with, as well as nerves. No time to think. Here we go. I had to execute right now. I didn't know how to feel. 232 is not a bad Tyson, but after a 56 Phase 1, I was on pace for something amazing. It was still a world record, but not the one I was looking for. So, I kept playing, This was going to be a very hard run to get out ahead of. A 38 hippo and 53 soda meant I was pretty much always going to be behind. The obvious time save was Tyson. Even if the super low Tysons weren't realistic, I could still save a solid 10 seconds there with some regularity. But keeping pace with the rest of the splits would be brutal. Although there was one other place I could hope to save a bit of time. Every time I fought Dawn 2 in a run, it was like a lottery ticket. About 96% of the time I fought him, I'd get a fight in the 130s or above. Usually this resulted in a time loss against my 138. However, roughly 1 in every 25 fights, the stars would align, literally, and I'd gain big time. Getting 2 random stars plus a good refill meant I could finish Dawn off in the 120s. And that had massive implications on the run. It could turn a bad pace into a good pace. It could turn a great pace into an amazing pace. A good Dawn 2 is so rare that you can go weeks without seeing it. But whenever Dawn 2 decides you win the lottery, your run is suddenly thrust into serious territory. And that's exactly what happened on June 22nd. Dawn 2 gave me a 124, approximately 1 in 50 luck. And all of a sudden, I was ahead of my splits with 3 fights to go. This was a golden opportunity. A 7-second lead, knowing I had time to save on Tyson at the end. I just had to avoid a catastrophe. Oh, bad refill on Sandman. There's 10 seconds gone. Ah, bad delay. There goes another 5. Ugh, bad macho pattern. Another 10 gone. And a knockdown. The run is over. This is what the game does. It'll give you false hope with a miracle Dawn 2. But you're far from out of the woods. Sandman and Macho can team up to immediately kill your run. And there's nothing you can do about it. By this point, I was starting to get pretty frustrated. I'd been grinding every day for over a month, and although my goal was sub 1520, I hadn't even gotten sub 1530. I realized that part of it was a mental battle. I was going up against my 1531, which had an amazing early game to make me always in the red. So, I decided to run against my 1534 splits again, which were much friendlier before Tyson. But even still, although I could get out to a lead, it always came crashing down somewhere. This continued for weeks, and I began to wonder if sub 1520 wasn't realistic. The type of luck I needed, on top of an amazing Tyson at the end, might have been too much to ask. I kept doing runs, but they always died somewhere. I couldn't get everything to line up. The sub 1520 just wasn't a feasible goal. It would take a near perfect run, and the game just doesn't let you finish runs like that. This run was so good that I could get away with the suboptimal Dawn 2 here. A time in the 130s would be fantastic, but even something in the 140s could be acceptable with a lead this big. I couldn't believe it. On the best pace of my life, I had gotten the 1 in 50 Dawn 2 luck. This run was approaching once-in-a-lifetime territory, but I still had 3 more fights to go. I pressed start on Mr. Sandman, waiting for this perfect luck to come to an end. More perfect luck. I felt like I was dreaming. The good refill and the short delay, meaning another 6-second time gain. Time for Super Macho Man. Perfect luck again. This was impossible. Punch-Out doesn't let this happen. I now had an incomprehensible 36-second lead. A typical good run was a low 13 going into Tyson. Only once before had I had a sub 13, and it was a 12:59. This run was a 12:45 going into Mike Tyson. This would likely be the only chance I'd ever get at a pace like this. I was about to do the most important Tyson fight of my speedrunning career. I knew the odds of getting a super good fight were minuscule, but I was really hoping I could avoid a disaster. If I got the 8-second delay and missed punches, the fight might go to the 240s or worse. I had one shot to get this. It was now or never. It felt amazing. This Tyson was far from perfect, but on this run, I was thrilled. I'd only missed one uppercut, but unfortunately I missed it late rather than early, a 1-frame mistake that cost 10 seconds. I'll tell you though, I literally did not care. A 227 under this type of pressure was easily good enough, and it led to a remarkable final time of 15:12. I couldn't believe I'd set this record, and neither could most of the community. It felt like a category-killing world record. The luck was just too good, and a great Tyson on the end solidified it. I wasn't going to beat this run. I was done with Mike Tyson's Punch-Out for good. Okay, hysterics aside, let's talk about the 15:12 rationally. This run wasn't called unbeatable because of my execution. All in all, I did pretty well given the circumstances, knowing I might never get an opportunity like this again. I had to hit numerous frame-perfect punches while battling crazy nerves. But technically speaking, my older records like the 15:34 and 15:38 had better execution overall. No, the 15:12 was insane because of the RNG. Here's what I mean. On King Hippo, I got just one block, which is in roughly the 90th percentile of luck. Bald Bull 1 gave me the literal best pattern he could in the 99th percentile. Honda 2 gave me the good refill and I played fairly well. Soda Popinski did 3 nearly instant uppercuts in the 95th percentile. Dawn 2 We already know he gave me the 1 in 50 God pattern. Mr. Sandman, we got the good refill and short delay, with solid execution. And Macho, literally the best luck at every random event. Finally, at the end of all that, Mike Tyson could have done the 8-second delay to kill it, but he didn't. He too gave me good luck. Virtually every fight gave me perfect or near perfect luck. The result was this super statistically improbable world record. In just 1 year, thanks to a combined effort from Sinister, Zallard, and myself, the world record had gone from 1625 to 1512. I was now 42 seconds ahead of second place. There was nothing more for me to do. I wasn't beating this record. So, I moved on. As the months passed in 2017, more players got sub-16s, but nobody was really approaching the 1512. Meanwhile, I was busy working on the Mike Tyson individual fight record. I ended up getting it and lowering it a few times, but it also had a side effect of building my overall Tyson consistency. I had always been able to get low times, but now I was starting to see them a bit more regularly. More like 10% of the time rather than 5%. It made me look at my 227 from the world record a bit differently. It wasn't bad by any means, but I was starting to see a realistic 10 to 15 seconds to save there. And if I could save that much time in one fight, maybe the 1512 wasn't so unbeatable. By 2018, I hadn't grinded single segment in a year and a half, but the possible Tyson time save was enough to intrigue me. So, I got back to doing attempts. If there was any hope of beating the 1512, I had to get a crazy Tyson fight. There is no way I was going to get out ahead of these splits. I know I've said that before about earlier runs, but for real this time, I had no chance of being ahead after the first 13. It may have been only about a 10% chance on Tyson, but it was the only way this was going to happen. I began doing runs and immediately it was rough. The worst offender was Dawn 2. That fight was pretty much a guaranteed 15-second time loss. And on the rare exceptions that he gave something passable, someone else always stepped up to kill it. This continued for months, and typically the culprit was Dawn 2. But one good sign was that my Tyson game had definitely improved. And even if they weren't records, I was getting some really fast runs. What a run, oh my god, 15-17. The real test was going to be fighting Tyson when the record was within reach. And thanks to Dawn 2 and the rest, that was never happening. Hippo killed most runs, Soda took care of some, and Dawn 2 was the insurance. But finally, on April 7th, I managed to only lose 13 seconds to Dawn 2 on a run tied with the record. That was actually a pretty good fight. And after I matched my Sandman and Macho splits, my deficit was only 12.5 seconds going into Tyson. Believe it or not, this was my second best pace ever other than the 1512. I still needed a 2:14. But luck and execution were both on my side. Yes! I just beat the Mike Tyson's Punch-Out world record. I don't believe it. We did it, man. I was not expecting to beat the 1512. That was the power of a good Tyson fight. This run still had great luck from start to finish. In fact, it was virtually identical, except it didn't get the godlike Dawn 2. But since it's a 1 in 50 pattern, I couldn't be too disappointed. After nearly 1,000 attempts over a few months, and run after run dying to luck, I finally had a new world record to show for it. For months after this, I continued trying to lower the time. I had 3 runs make it to Tyson ahead of the 1510. On the first 2, I got the 8-second delay to kill it. And on the third one, I got the luck, but my execution wasn't there. I hate... As I've said before, getting it all to line up is nearly impossible. I could get a good Tyson fight, but having to do it on a pace that you might not see again for months, it becomes so much harder. I was happy with my 15-10 and had a comfortable lead, so I stepped aside once more and stopped running the game. However, my break would come to a sudden end the following year, when completely out of nowhere, Punch-Out's greatest discovery ever was made. King Hippo had been the bane of our existence for years. He was about to be made completely irrelevant. This is the Hippo Minippo. Punch-Out is super random, and naturally players had long wondered if you could somehow control the RNG, but it seemed unlikely. The game looks at two memory addresses to determine each random event. One tracks frames elapsed since power on, and one tracks all inputs since power on. There was no way humans could control that. But in 2019, the game's 5th place runner, Lukendor158, and his brother, Zoxox, began looking into it more. They took a look at the first mouth open on King Hippo, which is controlled by RNG. They found that Punch-Out actually has a frame rule system, just like Super Mario Bros. Rather than 21 frames, it's an 8-frame system. So, as long as you push start within an 8-frame window, you'll arrive at the first open on the same frame every time. That solves one memory address. But what about the one tracking all your inputs? Well, every frame a button is pressed, it adds a corresponding value to the memory, which is stored in binary. However, Hippo's first open is strictly determined by the 2 rightmost bits, which are in turn determined by how many frames you've pressed right or down. So, if you don't press down or right at all until King Hippo, you can control what the memory value is. By then pressing start in the corresponding 8-frame window, you'll arrive on the correct frame with the correct memory address, and King Hippo will always open his mouth. The Hippo Minippo was born. Later, Lukendor and Zoxox were able to extrapolate this to Hippo's 3rd and 4th punches as long as you cancel the 2nd one. When the dust settled, King Hippo had become a non-random fight. You had to start a timer upon powering up the game, then press start in an 8-frame window, then carefully fight him to get the 2nd and 3rd opens. It was a difficult strategy, but if done correctly, you would always get either a 40 or 41 on King Hippo. It probably goes without saying, but this was enormous. We used to reset 80% of our runs to Hippo. Now, we'd make it past him 80% of the time, and always with a fast fight. We'd now have so many more chances at Soda, Dawn 2, and the rest. The world record was already down to 15-10, but with the Hippo Minippo, a sub 15 was starting to seem realistic. Just a few years ago, sub 16 was thought to be the ultimate barrier for Punch-Out. Now, 14-5x was the end game. Around this time, I enlisted the help of one of my viewers, I Am the Dinosaur. He built an archive into my split spreadsheet, so I could keep track of every split of every run that I performed. This was great data to figure out my average fight times, my consistency on certain fights, and my overall luck. Dinosaur also helped me with something else. We plotted all my runs, comparing their paces and seeing how far they made it. Before the Hippo Minippo, few runs made it past the early game, but with RNG manipulation in effect, it was a different story. For the first few weeks, I had many runs go deep, but none faster than the 15-10. Let's take a look at this run on July 22nd. We were off to a great start. Thanks to the Hippo Minippo and a small strategy change on Honda 2, I had a 4-second lead going into Soda. You can see that this is one of my fastest paces ever. And right on cue, Soda threw a hook. It hurt, but a world record was still within reach. But after Dawn 2 gave me a 139, and Sandman and Macho didn't help much, my chance was all but over. Not only did I need a perfect Tyson, I needed a fast perfect fight. Oh my god, so fast. It's basically dead. I mean, I would need something amazing. Oh my god! Oh my god! Somehow, some way, it was a new world record. This was a very unorthodox way of getting there, but in the end I had brought it back. It was a small improvement, and wasn't what I was ultimately looking for, but it showed the power of Hippo Manippo. It took just a couple of weeks to set a new record. Still, I wanted to go faster. I continued for a few weeks, and then on August 6th, I managed to get a 49 on Soda in a run. 3 instant uppercuts. It turned a mediocre pace into a great one. Heading into Dawn 2, I was praying I'd at least get something. And I did. 2 stars plus the mid-refill. I was starting to break new ground with this pace. My fastest run ever. The next step was to make it past Sandman. Uh-oh. This was getting ridiculous. I had to hold it together. Next up, Super Macho Man. Well, that's gonna hurt. I don't know where his guard is here. I made like a 2-second mistake there. Maybe 1 second mistake. The rest of that was on Macho. Back to reality. But I still had a chance on Tyson if I could get a really good fight. Oh my god, all my games fall. Sorry, that was so loud. I hit my console hard and all the games on top fell off. Run over. I hit my punches and got the 8-second delay. It seemed like a crazy pace, but it was just a tease. The game took it away in an instant. Nothing I could do about it. But thankfully, the very next day, I'd get another chance. He coughed up another good fight. 124 this time. I had to preserve an 18-second lead with 3 fights to go. Mr. Sandman gave the good refill, but he also gave the long delay, meaning I broke even. Macho gave me kind of sketchy luck, but it was still good enough for a sub-1-minute fight. I was able to take a 13-second lead into Mike Tyson. This was my best pace ever since the 15-12. I was still 4 seconds behind that run, but I had the chance for a massive record. If I could avoid the 8-second delay and hit all my punches, then sub 15 was on the table here. I had to calm my nerves down and try to handle the frame perfects. My heart rate's not even that high, man. I'm just shaking. Alright, do my best. Wow, that pattern. That was a phase 3 uppercut pattern. It's too fast, man. I can't do the buffer. God, 15 minutes flat. Oh my god. Oh my god. So close. Half a second from sub 15. This was an awesome record. Nearly a 10-second improvement. I missed just one punch on Tyson. Overall, I was happy with my execution under pressure. Especially because of Dawn 2, this would be a tough run to top. However, thanks to the Hippo Manippo, I wasn't the only one going for the record.
Yes, alright. That's a sick PB right there. What is that? 15-16. Let's go, dude. Let's go.
Zallard was back, and now that he had the Hippo Manippo, he was able to demolish his PB. With just one run, he cut my lead in half, and he was a serious record contender. Zallard's 15-16 didn't get the crazy Dawn 2 luck that I had, and his Tyson pattern was slower, but other than that, we had very similar runs. He was also able to take advantage of a new strategy I recently discovered on Soda. By taking an intentional knockdown, he always does an instant uppercut when you get up. So, I was able to route a strategy where you take damage at specific moments, and essentially get a guaranteed phase where Soda doesn't hook. It helped make the fight just a bit more consistent. With Zallard right on my tail and a new Soda strategy to help, I pushed onward for the sub 15. A couple weeks later, I had one with potential. It was one of my fastest runs ever into Dawn 2. I had a 4-second lead. Fortunately, Don wasn't playing nice, and he gave me a 140, pushing me well behind the record. But after a good Sandman and Macho, there was still a chance.
Wow. Okay. Jeez. What?
I needed a 207 to get the sub 15. A really good fight, but I had done it before. And it got off to a good start. A perfect phase 1 and phase 2. It was crunch time. If I could now hit all 8 hooks, then this would be the sub 15.
Couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it. I can't just get a perfect Tyson fight every single time, man. I can't do it.
Hitting 22 frame perfects under world record pressure is not easy. I was 3 hooks away and couldn't quite hold it together. The next several weeks were awful. Dawn 2 was destroying everything in sight. I'd enter him with a lead and the run would be dead moments later every time. He was never giving me stars and always giving bad refills. This continued for a couple months. And then, that October, I had a run going that looked like nothing special, but it took a sudden turn at Dawn 2.
Come on, dude.
Just like that, it was over. Tyson gave a horrible pattern and I missed too many punches. If it's not obvious yet, this fight is so brutal. The hardest part of the run, by far, right at the very end. I kept going. I had less time to play in late 2019 and a few months passed without anything significant. However, in February 2020, we had a serious development. I'd gotten a 128 Dawn 2 after already being on a great run, and after a perfect Sandman, I found myself 7 seconds ahead. It was my best pace ever to this point. 2 fights to go. I moved on to Macho. The fight started as normal, and I was able to successfully sneak in 2 punches after his first uppercut, although I didn't get a random star. The most important part now, I needed to get the good pattern. And I did. That meant a 28-second knockdown with 1 star in reserve. In phase 2, I was hoping he'd stand still so I could get stars, since I didn't get the random one earlier, but he backed up. So, instead of hitting him with an uppercut after his spins, I had to do something a bit slower. Phase 3 was now the inverse. I wanted him to back up right away since I had loaded up on stars. But he just stood still. 2 more seconds down the drain. In the end, I got a 57-second fight. Not great, but it was far from a bad time. and it all added up to a 1240 going into Mike Tyson. This was the first time I had a lead over my 15-12 this late in the run. It was by far my best shot ever at a sub 15. Tyson started, and almost right away, I missed a frame perfect. That was okay as long as I didn't miss any more. And for the rest of phase 1, I was able to hold it together and avoid the 8-second delay. A 56 phase 1, a very good start. However, in phase 2, he started delaying everywhere. It messed with my timing, but I managed to still hit my punches and knock him down by 132. I'd made it. Phase 3, on sub 15 pace. Sinister had set the first sub 17. Zallard had set the first sub 16. And now, I had set the first sub 15. It was my best chance ever to get it, and I was super happy I'd clutched out Tyson when I needed it. I'd done nearly 1,000 attempts since the Hippo Manippo's discovery. It was mostly a brutal RNG grind, with some heartbreaking deep runs mixed in. But at long last, the sub 15 was finally real. Even though I was thrilled with the run, I was still interested to see if I could take it lower. And right after this, the pandemic hit, and I had a lot of free time on my hands. So, I started grinding attempts harder than ever. And man, the game absolutely destroyed me. This was months of playing nearly every day, and I just could not get it. More often than not, Dawn 2 was to blame. He'd take a good pace and destroy it in an instant. Eventually, this turned into years of failure. I poured hundreds of hours into a single segment after my 1455, and I still couldn't set a new record. It was mostly due to luck, but I'd had my share of chokes too. I kept thinking if I'd just play a bit more, I could finally get it. It never happened. 2 years after my first sub 15, the world record remained the same. Perhaps out of sheer stubbornness, I kept trying. On April 6th, I had a really nice run going into Dawn 2. And just like he'd done nearly every time in the past 2 years, Dawn gave me nothing, pushing the run back into mediocrity. However, Sandman and Macho played nice, with a 219 and 53. This run was like several I'd had in the past couple of years. I had a chance, but only if I could get an amazing Tyson. You can see from my PB percent column, developed by ZoxSox, that I had an estimated 4.6% chance of getting a new record. Here we go. But it went well. I got no 8-second delay, and hit all my punches in phase 1 for a 55-second knockdown. Phase 2 went just as well. I got him down at 129. At this point, this was a guaranteed record, as long as I could hit all 8 hooks in phase 3. But I fell for the oldest trick in the book. I dodged too early. Tyson's hook was frames away from hitting me. I frantically hit dodge again, praying that Mac would move out of the way in time. And I just cleared it, somehow even managing to land the frame perfect too. After surviving that, I knew I had this record.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god.
2 years of heavy grinding, all for a quarter of a second improvement. This was the happiest I'd felt after a record in years. I knew the work that had gone into this, and I knew how well I'd played on Tyson. The final time wasn't much lower, but I couldn't care less. 26 months later, I finally had an improvement. I debated whether or not I should continue, I had really seemed to run into a wall at 1455. It could take months or years to lower it again. I didn't want to repeat the same nearly fruitless grind. On the other hand, there were developments from other runners. 8-Bit Gamer had rapidly improved, and a few days after my new record, he moved into second place with a 1514. 8-Bit had developed some nice Tyson consistency, and I knew that given the right run, he did have potential to break my record. But I still had a 19-second lead, and beyond him, there really wasn't much movement. So I felt pretty safe, at least for the time being. Throughout the rest of 2022 and into 2023, I didn't play a single segment. And all the while, the record remained the same. I maintained a big lead over second place. Nobody else had even broken my 1512 from back in 2016. That time was nearly 7 years old now. All these guys easily had the potential to do it, but they hadn't devoted the time to grind for the RNG needed, and also hadn't capitalized on Tyson when they had the chance. So, a 19-second lead over second place and a solid world record, I was feeling pretty good about myself.
Let's go. Holy cow, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy cow. Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me?
This was the closest anyone had been since I got the world record. K3, pretty much out of nowhere, had become a force to be reckoned with. Getting a perfect fight at the end of a run is no joke, and he had just done it to catapult himself into second place. Now, he was just 8 seconds from the record. Had he not gotten a bad pattern on Super Macho Man, K3 would have beaten me, and he had no intention of stopping now. I had never seriously felt a threat to my record in the past 7 years. That had just changed, and as much as I liked K3, I also wanted to try and hang on to the top spot. I had tried to lower the record earlier in the year, but I ended up coming short once again after hundreds of attempts. For whatever reason, 1455 just seemed to be my limit. But with K3 getting close, I had to push past it. So, as K3 played alongside me, I set out on my most intense grind yet. As usual, I struggled to get anything going. I was able to get a couple to Tyson on pace, but each time, I either got bad luck or made a mistake. I wasn't getting good Tysons like I used to. Meanwhile, K3 had just finished off his PB with a 207. I felt like I had fallen off. I couldn't get perfect fights anymore. Beyond that, the red zone was also killing a ton of runs. That was a nickname we gave to 3 consecutive fights: Soda, Bowl 2, and Dawn 2. You already know about Soda and Dawn 2, but Bowl 2 has random misdirected gut punches that have a 25% chance of going through. If you land 3 of them, you get an excellent fight. If none of them go through, it's a huge time swing. Overall, it's easy to get good runs to the red zone. It's not easy to make it through alive. Between the red zone and Tyson, run after run was a failure. I had done hundreds of attempts since K3's 1503, and I had made no progress. Still, I held out hope that maybe it was just a funk I could work through. And on June 11th, I had a chance to do just that.
Alright, dude. I did it right.
Yes, dude! Oh my god.
I did it, dude. I did it.
It wasn't much, but I'd finally shown I could still get a good Tyson. And although the record was no harder for K3 to beat, at least it wasn't a 14:55 anymore. I had hopefully passed that mental hurdle. These splits were pretty balanced, except for one point in the middle. I got an incredible 48 on Soda, followed by an awful 134 on Bowl 2. I decided that for future runs, just to make it easier, I'd pretend my Soda split was a 54 and my Bowl 2 split was a 128. I knew my job was far from over. K3 was still going, and I knew what he could do on Tyson. But I had improved the record once. Surely, with enough time, I could improve it again, right? Well, I kept getting these heartbreaking runs. I'd make it to Tyson on pace, and whether it was my fault or his, the run would always die there. I just couldn't do it. I was getting chances, but I wasn't capitalizing. Meanwhile, another runner was starting to close in. This is J-Dirk. Over the course of May 2023, he was rapidly lowering his PB through the 1520s. The big payoff came in June, when he blew his old runs out of the water.
Yeah! Top 3, baby!
So now, there were two runners with a 15.0x. Both were within 11 seconds of the record, and both were actively trying to get it. I committed to the grind even harder. It was a mad dash to beat the 14:54. I was desperate for a breakthrough. And finally, on June 28th, I had this run. Alright. I ended up missing the record by 2 seconds, but at least it wasn't my fault this time. I had hit my punches on Tyson and just gotten unlucky. This was an insane pace through Sandman, my best ever by far, but it didn't matter with Tyson's 8-second delay, and that would become a trend over the next few days. Yup, as always. Finally, on July 8th, Tyson gave it up. I scored a 54 first knockdown and 128 second knockdown. Once again, I had to hit all 8. Finally, a substantial improvement. For the first time in over 3 years, I lowered the record by more than a split second. And it was a fairly innocent looking run, up until the very end. This run was carried pretty hard by the last 2 splits. It was nothing special through Sandman, but a 51 Macho and 206 Tyson were incredible fights. At long last, I had a bit more breathing room. The next stop from here was getting a sub 1450, a 14.4x. To get that, I'd need to run around 1240 or less after Macho, which I'd done a handful of times before, then execute a perfect Tyson. In other words, get better luck, execute the first 13 well, then clutch out a great Tyson when the stakes are even higher. I didn't know how long it would take to do this. But then, Just 4 days later, I did this. It's over.
That was it. 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 Ooh, that hurts. That hurts.
I threw it away. I'd gotten no 8-second delay, but punched probably 1 frame too late in Phase 2. With no mistakes, this fight could have matched my 206. A huge missed opportunity. I was getting in my head on paces like this. When I could see that I had a massive lead, I tensed up and tended to miss frame perfects. So, I decided that going forward, whenever I knew I had a good run going past Dawn 2, I'd stop looking at my splits. Even if I knew it was a fast pace, not knowing what it was exactly tended to calm my nerves a bit. Now, I had to get another good run past Dawn 2. And by some miracle, that only took a few days. Now we're good. With 3 incredible red zone fights in a row, I knew this was an amazing pace. But no need to dwell on that. I closed my splits. My good luck continued on Mr. Sandman, as I got the good refill and the short delay. But Macho was a bit slower. He randomly blocked my face punches in Phase 1, then backed up in Phase 2 when I had no stars. I ended with a decent but not great 59. At this point, I knew I was ahead of the record, but wasn't sure exactly what Tyson fight I needed. I figured it had to be perfect, and probably something like 211 or less. I dialed in on Tyson and managed a perfect Phase 1. Phase 2 also went well, and I had him down at 132. I needed one more perfect phase. Hit 8. Hit 8. I think I need 8. But had I known my pace, I would have seen that I actually had an 8-second lead. I only needed a 214 on Tyson. Hitting all 8 here would put me well ahead of that. But I was ignorant to this. In my mind, I needed to hit all 8 right now.
What did I get? 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 What did I get?
Let's go! Oh my god, dude. This one felt really good. Despite being nearly tied with my best pace ever into Tyson, I still executed a perfect fight, and the result was the world's first sub 1450. Now, it wasn't all perfect. My Bull 1 fight got pretty bad luck, and my Macho fight wasn't too fast either. And although I got no 8-second delay, Tyson did give several other short delays. But all in all, I didn't care. This was a record I'd been looking for years. I had regained a 15-second lead over second place. I felt really good about where the record was at. The only way to beat this time would be to get another perfect fight on a run close to or ahead of my pace into Tyson. And given that my fastest pace ever was a 12:37, that didn't seem too likely. So, although I kept doing attempts to lower it, I wasn't expecting too much. But I also wasn't the only one playing.
One punch at a time. Let's go. No, that's too much, dude. That's double switchback, dude.
K3 had just managed the best pace ever into Tyson by over 4.5 seconds. The fight itself did not go well. K3 got bad luck, missed too many punches, and got knocked down. But just being in this situation was remarkable. Across all my thousands of runs, I'd never gotten anything close to this going into Tyson. I'd had numerous upper 1230s, but never below 1237. This 1233 didn't get off to a crazy start, but it took off in the World Circuit. He had 3 excellent fights in the red zone, then followed it up with essentially perfect Sandman and Macho luck. And all the while, K3 never made a mistake. He saw what pace was developing, but was still able to lock it down until Tyson. The truth is, while I had had more overall chances at the world record, K3 had the very fastest ones. Back in September 2022, K3 had a 12:48 into Tyson, with a 19-second mistake on Honda 2. This could have been a 12:29. Again, my best ever was a 12:37. So, even though I held the top spot, I did not feel safe. K3 was an excellent player, and he could demolish his 15:03 at a moment's notice. I kept going, and the next few weeks were pretty slow. The attempts were really adding up, and I wasn't sure how much further I wanted to go. I was just looking for one more run on a fast pace where I could knock out a perfect Tyson. And finally, on August 21st, I'd get that chance. This was an extremely balanced run. Throughout the entire World Circuit, every fight gave me very good but not perfect luck. I didn't gain or lose too much time anywhere. At the end of Macho, I had a 12:39, and I needed to gain 2 seconds over my 2:10 Tyson. World record. World record! This was just a very clean and steady run. No split stood out as being incredible. It was just a great run from start to finish. Compared to what we've seen over the past 10 years, it's almost an anticlimactic record to end on. But 1446 is where the world record stands today. I never could have imagined the journey I'd go on when I first got the record in 2016. The remarkable 1512, the discovery of Hippo Manippo, Dawn 2 crushing my dreams, the sub 15, and the rise of some amazing competitors. All these factors combined to take the record to where it is today. That, and thousands of attempts. From the days of Matt Turk, through Sinister One's dominance, through Zallard's world record battles, and through my own reign with the record, Punch-Out has an incredible world record story. And I can't wait to see where it goes and who takes it there in the future. This has been the history of the Mike Tyson's Punch-Out world record. Thanks for watching.
Bart and Krista Halderson were last seen July 1st and reported missing. "50-year-old Bart Halderson and his wife Krista were supposed to travel north last week and return home on Tuesday.
But their son tells Tony Galley his parents' whereabouts are unknown.
I was out here with Chandler Halderson and spoke to him about his parents' disappearance.
The Halderson son has been arrested for providing false information about the disappearance. He has not been charged.
Sheriff's deputies found what they called unidentifiable remains last week and arrested the couple's son. Today, deputies executed a search warrant on Bart and Krista Halderson's home.
This is the Google search history of 23-year-old Wisconsin native Chandler Halderson, one day after reporting both of his parents missing, and one day before the discovery of partial human remains near the wood line where evidence placed him around the time of their disappearance. The bizarre connection to the video game Escape from Tarkov is what initially piqued my interest in this story. Although it would be these searches that would be my introduction to the case, it wasn't what he searched for a few hours after those bone-chilling searches that convinced me to make this video. When I looked a little bit deeper into this case, I'd not only come to find out how a double murder was directly connected to the video game Escape from Tarkov in the most bizarre way, but I would also discover one more eerie connection to the game that, as far as I can tell, nobody has ever realized before. What video he was watching just moments before he made these searches. The video that I believe was the impetus for him making these searches in the first place. Now it's because of this that I feel as though Escape from Tarkov's unsettling connection to this sad and horrible story is one that needs to be told. I hope you enjoy.
They're probably at a casino, their phone's off, no reception somewhere. Maybe they're on a boat having some fun with their friends.
Chandler reported that they left to their cabin in White Lake, Wisconsin, with an unknown couple for the 4th of July week. When Bart and Krista did not return, he reported them as missing.
I wasn't sure if that implied that he was really, just terrible at the game, and that's why he liked the starter gun or anything. I was just checking. I just wanted to get a general grasp of his skills. I mean, I know he's got a 2-to-1 KDR right now.
You're a piece of shit.
But Dane County Sheriff Calvin Barrett says there's no indication the missing couple went north to their Langlade County lakeside cabin as Chandler Halderson claimed. As sheriff's personnel search near the Halderson home, the sheriff says they are also searching separately where the human remains were found in rural Dane County. There are still remnants of crime scene tape at this property, and neighbors say roads and access was blocked by law enforcement in recent days out here as sheriff's personnel combed the land. Authorities say Chandler Halderson was acquainted with someone in this rural neighborhood.
By all accounts, Chandler Halderson had it all. The 23-year-old Wisconsin native had just earned a solar technology certificate from Madison Area Technical College, a school that he was just about to graduate from. He volunteered as a scuba diver for the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources rescue team, and was over a year into a successful internship at American Family Insurance. He was more than 2 years into his relationship with his girlfriend, Catherine Melander, aka Kat. And just when it was looking like things couldn't get any better, all of his hard work and dedication earned him a job offer most people could only ever dream of, working at SpaceX. He'd already lined up a new apartment and bought a car down in Florida where he and Kat were planning to move together for his new job. And of course, none of that would have been possible had it not been for the unconditional support from his two loving parents, Bart and Krista. In his free time, Chandler enjoyed the outdoors and loved to swim. This is him out by his favorite swimming spot near the Wisconsin River. He also loved to play video games, with his preferred genre being the more realistic mil-sim type first-person shooter games like Arma, with his personal favorite being the hardcore, punishing extraction FPS game Escape from Tarkov. His older brother Mitchell, who he enjoyed playing video games with, had a successful tech job and had moved out of the house and was living with his fiancée. Chandler also had a best friend, Smitty. Andrew Smith, a Kansas native, met Chandler online while playing FPS games together during his time in the Army while he was stationed in Germany, and they quickly became best friends, with Smith even making the long drive up to Wisconsin from Kansas to meet in person, and he stayed over at Chandler's house for a few days while they hung out. Everything seemed to be going so well for Chandler Halderson, but obviously we know this story doesn't have a happy ending. So what exactly happened? When, where, and how did it all go wrong? Well, as you'll come to find, the truth can be quite a lot different than outward appearances would have you believe. Earlier in their 2-year relationship, Kat had caught Chandler being unfaithful. Although she would ultimately forgive him and their relationship would remain intact, this was at least partially on the condition that he be willing to enable location tracking on Snapchat, the app they used to talk to each other much of the time. Anytime Chandler would open Snapchat to read or respond to Kat, it would update his location and show Kat where he was messaging from. A reasonable trade-off to earn back any loss of trust he'd earned due to his infidelity. As Chandler was getting close to graduating from Madison Area Technical College, MATC, troubles receiving his official transcript and a copy of that solar certificate he had earned were posing major problems not only for his insurance and financial aid, but also potentially jeopardizing his new job offer with SpaceX. And these issues actually began over a year earlier, in 2020. After multiple months without any progress receiving this important paperwork that Chandler needed, Bart decided he would get involved to help his son get these issues resolved, with both of them beginning to talk via email with one of Chandler's college advisors, Daniel Spieth. After multiple failed attempts to set up a meeting, they also began talking with another advisor, Alyssa Brandt, although unfortunately they ran into similar scheduling conflicts and other issues, partially due to a shortage in staffing at MATC and further exacerbated by the pandemic. September came, no progress. Then October, no progress. Meanwhile, Chandler was also having issues with his employer, American Family Insurance, more specifically their payroll department. While he was supposed to have been earning a salary of $61,000 from his job at American Family, due to a clerical error caused by HR, his wages were registered as hourly, with the human resources manager at American Family Insurance, Tom Selznick, reporting that he was actually earning $25 an hour rather than a $61,000 salary. And not only had he been getting massively underpaid for all this time, in recent months he wasn't getting paid at all. Upon reconciling the clerical error, reconnecting his bank account, and properly setting up direct deposit, the amount of back pay they attempted to send him was apparently so much from this newly established account that the bank refused to accept the transfer, believing it to be fraudulent, delaying him getting paid even further. Now fast forward to mid-2021. These two issues still unresolved had gotten to the point where Bart was becoming particularly upset that his son was basically being given the runaround by both his employer and his alma mater, at which point he once again attempted to intervene. After talking with yet a third advisor at MATC, Aaron Hoover, and running into a number of familiar scheduling problems, enough was enough. Bart and Chandler weren't going to take no for an answer anymore. After Bart had a phone call with Daniel Spieth and a few strongly worded emails back and forth between a few different college advisors, finally, after over a year, they had an in-person appointment on the books, June 17th, the day they would finally get everything resolved once and for all. And this one, they wouldn't miss. On the morning of June 17th, Chandler suffered a fall down his stairs, hitting his head multiple times on the way down, causing multiple serious, potentially life-altering injuries. After suffering multiple blows to the head and a subsequent concussion, Chandler was experiencing a number of major neurological symptoms. His head felt foggy, he was experiencing memory problems and difficulty concentrating. He also injured his neck in the fall and began experiencing a painful numbness and tingling in his legs that was likely to get worse over time, potentially leading to partial or even total paralysis, and could very soon require him to use a colostomy bag. At this point, he was experiencing difficulty walking, especially up and down stairs, and was relegated to wearing a neck brace. Now, on top of the potentially permanent medical issues he was now faced with, he had to, of course, miss the appointment he had scheduled with his advisors at MATC. And worse yet, the fall might have also directly jeopardized his rapidly approaching new job opportunity at SpaceX, as his doctor ordered that he was not allowed to travel by car or plane down to Florida, forcing him to miss his job orientation and likely losing the job altogether. Now, in late June, while sitting on the couch watching TV, Chandler was tossing a ball around the living room while playing with his dogs, at one point causing one of his dogs to crash into the glass doors on his fireplace, shattering one of the panes. Now, luckily, the dog was unhurt, but when attempting to clean up the mess, Chandler stepped on a piece of broken glass, cutting his foot quite badly, causing him to lose a fair amount of blood and leaving Bart quite upset with him due to the damage and the mess. Now, just when you think things couldn't get worse for Chandler, enter the first week of July 2021. Apparently, Bart and Krista had scheduled a last-minute weekend camping trip with some of their friends up to their Langlade County cabin, leaving somewhere around 5 or 6 a.m. on the morning of July 2nd, before Chandler had gotten out of bed, although he did say that he heard them leave. Now, one day prior, on July 1st, according to Chandler, was a rather mundane day. A day that Bart, an accountant, was working from home alongside Chandler, while Krista had gone to work at her customer service job at an auto body shop only about 10 minutes away. But little did anybody know that this seemingly normal July day would be the last day anyone would ever see his parents alive. A day all of their lives would change forever.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Yeah, my name is Curtis Van Pelt. I'm a facility manager for Zimbrick Inc.
Did you know a person by the name of Krista Halderson?
She was our customer service representative.
Where is the physical location of your office?
Street address is 1707 North Stone Road.
Tell us what we're looking at there.
This one shows very clearly the movement of the phone down to the near east side of Madison. So you can see that she left around 7:29 a.m. and arrived approximately 10-ish minutes later.
Yeah, this is the time punches submitted by Krista. So Krista punched in at 7:41 a.m. on July 1st.
This is BART. It shows consistent usage throughout the morning into the early afternoon, with data sessions starting as early as 12:40.
And then we ate noon 30. Then we went inside and had our TV show again, Wheel of Fortune. It's always on around their time for lunch. Or was it Family Feud? Family Feud was Thursday.
104. I overheard they might go to the cabin with their friends, but I don't know.
She took a lunch break 1:13 p.m. to 1:39 p.m. East Town is around the corner from us. There is a quick trip right next door, so some folks go and get sandwiches and heat them up in our break room.
And at some point, police and myself and others have asked you questions. And one of those questions has been, when was the last email sent by Mr. Bart Halderson?
3:07 p.m. Eastern at July 1st, 2021.
So 2:07 Central?
Yes.
But on Mr. Halderson's calendar, on July 1st, around 3, what does that say?
Chaz, M-A-T-C.
Then we were hanging out again. My mom texts. I believe I texted her, everything's going well.
And then she did clock out at 4:58 p.m.
And you can see that that tower was consistently utilized until 4:56 p.m. And then there's the travel back to the residence, with the data sessions picking back up at 5:33 p.m.
5:11 p.m. Chandler starts writing the following note. Weekend chores. H2O2 and lemon. Door handles. Move your shit upstairs. Get a job. And clean the floor.
Then we just kind of hung out, and my mom gets home, and I start shrimp scampi for my dad, because that's what he wanted, but we didn't have shrimp, so I made shrimpless scampi. That's where they told me while we were eating it, they were going to go with their friends, and I'm like, oh, cool. Well, we're going up north. That's how they were referring to it.
Who said that? Mom or dad?
Mom. My dad doesn't talk while he eats. I grabbed the pipe repair stuff from his plumbing chest, or plumbing box. It's like a tote, and it's 2 whatever jerry cans. Got those squared away. They had most of their duffels already packed at that point, and we all just started bringing them down to the mud with the shoes in front of the garage where you showed me. After that, we watched. There's a Netflix original, 7 Underground. Pretty cool.
I don't think I've seen that one yet. Who was watching that?
3 of us.
All 3 of you, okay.
So after our movie, we set up my couch bed.
Who helped you set the bed up?
My dad.
Yeah, okay.
because he knew he was leaving. I would need that. Went to my computer. My computer was at that black table we sat at. Sure. So that stuff. Played a video game called Tarkov for till midnight. Well, after midnight maybe. And lose track of time. And my parents by then were asleep. And that's when I crawled into bed.
Now, after what was, by all accounts, a rather mundane July afternoon, in the early morning hours of July 2nd, before Chandler had gotten out of bed, Bart and Krista were picked up by some friends and made the trip up to their Langlade County cabin for an impromptu vacation. 1 week later, Chandler would report his parents missing, and the next day, him and Kat were taken down to discuss the events of the prior week with law enforcement to try and retrace their steps. After 90 minutes of questioning, Chandler was put under arrest, charged with providing false information to law enforcement. 1 week later, he was officially charged with the murder of his father, Bart. Over the course of the next month, law enforcement would continue to search for the still missing Krista with no success. Cooperating with the police as much as she could, Kat would eventually provide a key piece of information that would lead detectives directly to her. Not long after that, Chandler was officially charged with her murder. So, what exactly was it that led them to arresting him in the first place? What did detectives know? What had they found? What exactly had he lied to them about? One of Bart Halderson's final acts was to unintentionally leave a clue for detectives. A single loose thread that, when pulled, would begin to unravel the truth behind what really happened that day. Why?
Bart Halderson was one of these guys who prints his emails. I don't know if any of you print your emails, but some people, they get an email and they print it out. That was Bart. And we find one. It's an email between Bart and Krista, detailing a conversation that he had had with Chandler's advisors at MATC. He's supposed to meet with someone else, so we met with this guy, Daniel Spieth. Chandler's going to get a solar certificate. He's registered for fall classes. He's in the IT program. All of these things. But Bart Halderson talked to this person. So police honed in on something. That line. When I talked to the advisor, he sounds just like Chaz on the phone. That is, of course, because Bart Halderson, when he talked to Chandler's college advisor, was just talking to Chandler. How does this happen? How does this kid, with everything in the world going for him, promising new job, school, a girlfriend that loves him, willing to move across the country for him, how does this happen? And what you'll learn, it happens because none of these things are true. And Chandler spun an amazing web of lies. The people at American Family Insurance, they'd never even heard of him.
I work for American Family Insurance.
And what is your title?
Employee Relations Manager.
Did they ask you to research whether or not Chandler Halderson was ever employed by American Family?
Yes, they did.
And what did you find out?
I found no record of that person working for American Family.
And police started to find emails like this. This from Tom Selznick, a guy at American Family Insurance in the Northeast, remote human resources guy. You're registered as salary, but you're making hourly. And these emails would go back and forth with Chandler and the HR person, and eventually he'd forward them to his father. But in the way a parent looks at their child as maybe telling the truth is not the way that you as jurors have to look at this. You, like the police, maybe have to take a more critical look at emails like this. Why is the guy who works at Human Resources at American Family Insurance using a Proton Mail generic email address?
Do any of your employees, as their official email, have a Proton Mail account?
No.
Why is the guy who's the Human Resources Manager spelling the word resources wrong, saying he's the Human Recourses Manager? It's comically fake.
Did they also have you research whether or not Tom Selznick was ever an employee of American Family?
Yes, they did.
And was he ever an employee or a contract employee?
No.
He had told everyone he was going to MATC for college, and then he was about to graduate. And you'll hear there's a hint of truth to that he was going there at one point. In fact, there's a hint of truth to all of these lies. He did go to MATC for like a semester and failed out.
I work for Madison College. And specifically, what is your title?
The Director of Employee Relations.
And were you asked specifically if 3 individuals ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
Yes.
And were you able to look in a database or some historic information to see if Aaron Hoover had ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
I was able to look.
And was Aaron Hoover ever an employee?
No.
Were you able to repeat the same process with Alyssa Brandt?
Yes.
And was she ever an employee for MATC or Madison College?
No.
What about Daniel Spieth?
No.
The Madison Police, they don't even have a scuba diving team. Neither does the DNR.
I'm currently on the Calumet County Dive Team. I was on the Winnebago County Dive Team when I was working for the Menasha Police Department. I'm also a public safety diver instructor, so I work with numerous dive teams.
To your knowledge, was Chandler ever on a rescue dive team associated with any law enforcement?
No, he was not.
What about the DNR? Was he on anything to your knowledge
Not
concerning
to my
that?
knowledge, no.
Now, around this time, Chandler started telling people an extraordinarily bizarre set of claims. And this concussion he apparently suffered. He did go to the hospital. You'll hear from the doctor who was there.
I'm an emergency physician at the University of Wisconsin Hospital and Clinics.
So on June 17th of 2021, did you in fact see a patient named Chandler Halderson?
I believe he was complaining of some pain to his head and his right ribs after a reported fall down some stairs.
That he had a brain bleed.
And the headaches should be fixed after the hemorrhage cleared a little bit.
Did you tell him that he had a brain bleed?
No, ma'am.
A hematoma.
At any point did you tell him that he had a hematoma in his brain?
No, ma'am, I did not.
That he had spinal damage.
At any point did you tell him he had a spinal injury?
No, I don't believe so.
That he needed his head drilled open.
At any point in time, did you have to drill a hole into his head?
No, ma'am.
That he inability to use his legs at all.
The legs are probably going to be permanent.
At any point did you tell him that he would have an inability to use his legs in a normal manner?
No, ma'am.
Couldn't drive. People had to do that for him.
I don't even know if they're not being like as bad as they can be yet. So.
At any point did you ever say that he shouldn't drive long distances?
No, ma'am.
That he had nerve damage.
Well, he told me that he had like damage, and I asked him where, and he said in this area of his head.
That's not it. It's a simple nerve damage from the hip in my spine, so it's permanent. Okay.
At any point did you tell him that he had nerve damage?
I don't believe so. No, ma'am.
Well, he said it wasn't good, that they might have to do some surgery or something, and that
he needed to get a colostomy bag.
Probably colostomy bag down the road. All of that.
At any point did you tell him because of his mild concussion that he was going to have a colostomy bag?
No, ma'am.
But most importantly, he could go to Florida. The doctors had told him he couldn't fly. Of course, that's not true.
At any point did you advise him that he should not fly in an airplane?
No, ma'am.
And given what you're going to find out in this case, you may conclude at the end of it, he never suffered any fall at all. There's no indication he'd ever even applied for a job, much less had any job at SpaceX. The apartment he told his girlfriend he'd rented and the car he'd bought, none of that was real. What you may conclude is that it was all made up. So police looked at that original note again. They saw something interesting, which is in this sea of fake people, Daniel Spieth, Aaron Hoover, Tom Selznick, Alyssa Brandt, there was one name that stood out, Omar Joe. And that name didn't stand out because it was fake. It stood out to the police because it was real. That is the only real person on any of these emails. And what we've discovered in this investigation is in just the day and a half prior to being murdered, Bart Halderson called MATC and pretended to be Chandler to try to finally get some information on what's going on. And for 17 minutes, Bart Halderson talked to a man named Omar Joe. Doesn't even really remember the call, but it was recorded for customer service purposes.
Hi, I'm trying to get an appointment scheduled to meet with somebody to mainly just get a copy of the transcript and also a printed copy of a certificate that was earned and And, other degree verification?
Okay, for the degree, you have to download the duplicate diploma form and send it in with a check or a money order of $4 for the diploma to be mailed back to you. For the transcript, you have to go online and request it.
I've gone through the process before. I worked with, I tried to work with Daniel Spike to see if he can get through the information. I don't know if he's with you guys anymore, but it just seems like the ball keeps getting dropped. If you've earned a certificate, say in that solar program, you said where does that get requested through?
If you earned a certificate, yeah. I don't see that you earned a certificate. You were taking IT classes, right? I don't see that you were in the program.
But prior to the IT, there was a solar program too.
Yeah, but I don't see that you were Chandler. But I don't see that you were admitted in any program.
Well, you said they were, the IT degree is in there, right?
No, those are just classes. Like it's the general education classes and then the IT classes. You might have to take the classes, but not be in the program.
Do you have an Alyssa branch that works in that area or anywhere in the campus?
No.
How about, does Daniel Spike still work there?
No.
Okay, that should have done. Okay, thank you for your help.
Bart Halderson, shortly after that, sends a text message. Text message that ultimately sealed his fate, which was a text to his own son. And it says, "I spoke with Omar Joe."
Bart had just discovered one small part of his son's deception, undoubtedly the beginning of what would eventually be a cascading collapse of all of the lies that Chandler had built for over a year. He would soon find out the truth about his internship at American Family Insurance, the truth about his education at Madison College, the truth about his new job opportunity at SpaceX, the truth about his volunteer work as a rescue diver, the truth about all of the fake emails and phone calls and payroll problems and schedule changes, and about his conveniently timed fall down the stairs and the supposed health problems that came as a result. At some point, Bart would set up a meeting with Chandler and MATC for the 1st of July at 3 p.m. Now, we'll likely never know if this meeting was actually scheduled with anybody at the school, if Bart had held out some small semblance of a hope that this was just all some big misunderstanding, that his son hadn't been lying to him all this time, or if the meeting was just a way for Bart to confront Chandler about the lies. An opportunity for him to finally come clean and to tell the truth for the first time in a very long time. We know Chandler was willing to fabricate massive, elaborate lies to avoid any and all responsibility. To avoid going to school, avoid getting a job, avoid doing his chores. We know he was willing to write dozens of fake emails back and forth to and from himself over the course of months, to make fake phone calls from burner phones from fake people that never existed. We know he was willing to fake an accident with serious, permanent, debilitating injuries, just to avoid having to own up to his lies, to avoid taking responsibility, coming clean about more than a year's worth of deception to everybody he knew and loved. And we also know that by 1:04 p.m. that afternoon, Chandler had already made up his mind about how he was going to avoid being confronted with the truth one final time.
So we're supposed to go to MATC and have this meeting at 3 o'clock on July 1st, 2021. Of course, that meeting couldn't happen because he wasn't going there, and none of the people were real, but Bart Halderson knew that. Bart Halderson.
So people that have the health app on their Apple phones, every hour Apple will document, steps traveled, distance traveled, among other items that you can select to be shown in the app.
So was this a planned trip up to the cabin, or how did that work?
News to us Thursday. Like, it sounded very last minute.
Okay. Any reason? They just wanted to get away?
July 1st, 2021 at 2:10 p.m., Bart wrote to Chandler, "I'm ready whenever you are."
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name.
My name is Brett Halderson.
Brett, your last name is Halderson. Were you related to Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes, Bart is my brother.
So you knew Bart his entire life?
Yes.
Is there any reason you remember that date?
Because that's my birthday. Our family makes it a ritual of contacting each other on their birthdays. And that was the phone call that he had made to me that morning.
Is that the last time you spoke to your brother?
Yes.
Krista was a very kind, warm customer service representative. She had a genuine concern for all of our customers on the phone and in person, treated everyone with empathy, and I had many compliments from the general public. Anyone who dealt with her went out of their way to tell me how great she was.
What are the names of your parents, Mitchell?
Bart and Krista Halderson.
And do you have any siblings?
I do.
And who's your sibling?
Chandler.
Did your parents tell you in the last week of June or the very beginning of July any idea that they may be going to the cabin?
No. My mom would reach out any chance she could, so she would have told me.
Tell me about how you knew Krista.
Well, we met in middle school. She became my best friend our freshman year. We sat together every morning before my English class.
Did you remain friends with Krista your whole life?
Yep, 39 years. She's been my best friend.
You were around these folks a lot with their kids. What kind of parents were Bart and Krista?
Amazing.
From 7:49 to 7:54, we see screenshots of him in the shower.
And then at 8:16 p.m., a Volvo departs the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Where do you live, sir, in relation to Bart and Krista Halderson?
I live directly across the street. All of a sudden, I could detect a strong odor just of burning wood, and so I thought someone maybe had a fireplace, or I should say a fire pit or something outside going. They're just burning some firewood, but. About 5 minutes or so later, all of a sudden that odor of burning wood became a distinct, like a pungent smell, to the point that I actually walked down my driveway half the distance and kind of looked up and down the street to see if anybody was doing anything like grilling or something else was going on, and I didn't see anything at that point.
And you have that observation that day. You're not here to say exactly what that smell was, right?
Other than it smelled to me like, yeah, something burning of a meat or fats or something.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
We'll never know exactly what occurred inside the Halderson home on the afternoon of July 1st, 2021. We'll never know if there was any kind of confrontation, any kind of struggle. We'll never know what, if anything, was said before the deed was done. But we do actually know quite a lot about what happened that day based on what we know happened in the week that would follow, by scrutinizing the different stories that were being told about the events of that week, by comparing them with each other, as well as with the available evidence gathered during the investigation conducted by the Dane County Sheriff's Office. In order to start filling in the blanks of what really happened that day, let's begin on the following day and work through the timeline of events told to officers by Chandler just 1 week later. On the morning of the 2nd is when he claims that they left the mystery couple to go up to their Langley County cabin. And while his parents were gone, he decided to blow off his chores and waste most of the day playing more Tarkov.
I sit the day where I video games. Okay. Parents are gone, why not, right? Yeah, I didn't do anything that I should have. I should have been cleaning and all of that.
Now, straight away, there's multiple issues with his narrative. Firstly, we know from security camera footage from his neighbors that nobody arrived or departed Chandler's house in the morning anytime before 7 a.m. So the available evidence is already at odds with his story. But we also know that despite him claiming he was at home all morning, we do actually have security camera footage of him leaving his house, driving Bart's Subaru at 7:02 a.m., arriving back home at 7:31 a.m. Where did he go? Why? We'll come back to that. Concerned that Krista was a no-call, no-show at work that day, something very out of character, friend and co-worker Dan stopped by the house to see what was up.
So around 4:35, 4:40 or so, we drove over to their house to see if I could get a hold of anyone.
What caused you to drive over to her house?
Just because it's weird for her to not show up to work. And then at that point, Chandler came to the door. We talked outside of the side garage door. And then he had given us a story about how they had gone up north in an emergency to the cabin and went with a couple that he was not sure who they were.
And while he was surprised that Krista had missed work without calling, he had no reason to doubt Chandler's explanation, so he ultimately left. Although he did notice one noteworthy thing before leaving.
He had a bandage on his large toe. He said that he had broken the glass around the fireplace while playing with the dogs.
Chandler's last comment about his foot injury likely didn't seem like much at the time, but in hindsight, it would prove to be quite ominous, foreshadowing.
He just said there was blood everywhere.
Later that afternoon, after Kat got out of work, she was planning on staying over the night at Chandler's, although she had to run a few errands beforehand.
We planned that I was going to go over there and spend the night, just hang out with him and the dogs.
Did you catch him at 5? I don't think she went straight here. I believe she came over. Could have been later, like 6, maybe the time for like getting clothes.
But before that, I had to stop at 2 different Targets to do some grocery pickups.
This was Friday?
Yeah. I stopped at Hilldale to East to my mom's house to grab the hydrogen peroxide and the Swiffer because Chandler broke the glass of the fireplace that day and cut his toe, so we had wanted to clean that and then clean up the glass and blood. And then we had burgers for dinner. Didn't eat any burgers because he burned his hands on the grill.
In a later interview with police, just like Dan, Kat recalled a detail that once again seemed far more mundane than it really was.
When you got to the house, you noticed that any smells in the garage were different. There was a smoke smell, but I thought it was because of the fireplace, like being open.
The next morning, before 7 a.m., Kat leaves so Chandler can spend the day doing chores.
You know what the chores were? Like, what does that mean? Chores, like, family usually gives them housework, like, you know the grass outside the front of his house? He usually has to take that to the dump. Make sure all the remaining glasses up. You know, do his laundry. Do you know what you go to the dump? I think he said he wanted that it was closed. Or that they were just closed. I don't know if he drove all the way there.
Now, according to cell tower data subpoenaed by detectives during their investigation, it looks like he perhaps did try to take a trip to the dump. Although he didn't go to what might have been the obvious option, the Madison Prairie landfill 15 minutes from his house, and instead it looks like he may have attempted to go to the Sauk City compost site more than a half an hour away. Now, I put together a rough recreation of the estimated route that he took that morning from the cell tower data presented during his trial. We know he left his house at 7:48 a.m., and not only was his apparent destination quite a ways out of his way, but the route that he took to get there was an interesting one indeed. First, he went south along the coastline of Lake Mendota, Then he came up northwest towards Sauk City in Prairie du Sac, arriving sometime around 8:30 in the morning. Cell tower data and multiple phone calls placed him in this general area for about 30 minutes, and then he came back over the river, driving pretty much straight east and arriving home at 9:30. Now, as Kat had mentioned, the dump was closed on the weekends, so what exactly was Chandler doing out there in the area for all that time? He failed to mention this trip to detectives during his interview, so perhaps we'll need more information from elsewhere to know. Now, Kat also mentioned during her initial interview with police that she knows that she was home during this period of time because she had a screenshot of a Snapchat that she had sent Chandler of her home with her dog at 8:53 a.m. Now, it's also worth highlighting the question that the officer asks Kat that, once again at the time, didn't seem significant but would eventually prove to be quite relevant indeed.
I know what time around what time I was home. Just picture.
So on your Snapchat, do you manually enter your location or is it just through your...
Whenever you open Snapchat, it has your location. Okay. Yeah, unless you turn it off. And so on Saturday, I was with my dog at 8:53 a.m.
Now, according to Chandler, he had been feeling quite upset and anxious because of his fake injuries, so he claims that he stayed in all day and just played video games.
And this kind of like set me like to ask for some space, and I just kind of game Saturday. Yeah, it was just the same game. Escape from Tarkov. Couldn't tell you when I went to bed. I think I might have even stayed up till 2.
Now, Chandler again failed to mention more details about what he did that day, starting with the fact that he went over to Kat's that afternoon.
Came over around like lunch-ish time, but noon, I believe. 11 noon time. We hung out, watched Daybreak on Netflix because we started that Friday night. And then we left around like 4 or 5, something like
Now, not only did he not mention that to detectives, but he also had no mention of what he did that evening outside of supposedly playing Escape from Tarkov all night. But we know he left his house just after 10 p.m. and was gone for around an hour and a half before returning back home. Now, around this point, Kat was already noticing a big departure from his parents' typical behavior, and she was beginning to get concerned.
And it's like the time when I'm like, hey, did you hear from your mom? Did your mom text you? Because like I'm so used to her texting like while we're hanging out or while she's away, you know? And he's like, no, but like maybe the self-service is bad. It's a busy weekend. They're all probably using like one tower.
Sure.
Yeah. And then like, did you hear from your mom? It's like, not yet. It's fine, but it's probably busy, you know?
Saturday night, Chandler would send 2 text messages to his mom, saying, hoping this goes through. I bet there's a lot of people up there making it hard to message, and then played Escape from Tarkov for the rest of the night.
This Sunday, it's the 4th. In the morning, I'm a little worried about my family. I think I called my mom. In the morning, it's along those lines. I get a text from her.
I thought it was Saturday they sent the text, but he said it was Sunday that they got to the lake, is when they got the text.
Okay.
I thought it was Saturday. He said Sunday.
It was a text message. It wasn't even a message, so I assumed. She said White Lake today, so she sent it that day. I couldn't figure out where she was. Because it was a text, there was no iMessage, so I kind of just like left it at that. They're safe, they're alive.
Now, just as Kat was getting concerned about the whereabouts of his parents at this point in the timeline, she was also getting concerned about the questions that she was being asked during her police interview. Now, it's really hard to remember what we know now versus what was known at the time. So keep that in mind. Don't forget that at this point, she had been hanging out with her boyfriend all during the last week. All she knew was that his parents went up to a cabin with some people that she didn't know and hadn't been in contact since, and the day before, Chandler had reported them missing. She really didn't have any reason to think otherwise.
He's really worried. He's having a hard time eating.
You don't think he had anything to do with his mom and dad being unheard from?
No. I just... all my friends I've talked to, they're like, no, not Chandler, no. Like, that'd be crazy. Sorry to sound very monotone right now, but like, just no. He had SpaceX. Like, why would he jeopardize something he like would dream of? You know, like, there's parents. He cooks dinner for them. They have root beer floats together. They play Mario Kart whenever his parents want to. Like, do you guys think it's Chandler or something? We're just making sure that we're okay, because you're asking a lot of questions about it. But that's what my friends and I were talking about. We're like, okay, he's like the only one who lives with them, so, and like, he's the only one I have a relationship with. Like, I'm not, you know, Caitlin. I can't answer questions about Mitch. Right. But it's still like, because like, the shock I will feel, and like, I think I would just be so mentally fucked up if like I found out he did that. Like, it just seems not Chandler at all.
After apparently getting a text from Krista confirming they had gotten to their cabin safely, 2 days after they were supposed to have arrived, Chandler leaves to go meet Kat at her mom's house down in Madison. They hang out there for a bit before coming back to Chandler's house to let his dogs out, and then they make their way over to a farm property on Irwin Road in Cottage Grove.
On the 4th of July weekend, there were some plans to get back to Catherine and Chandler and others. Right?
Yes.
Where were you going to have this together?
Oh, at the farm.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about what does it look like?
It's like a paradise. It's peaceful. It's green. And it's flowers that you don't see. It's just beautiful.
This is the farm on Irwin Road owned by Cressa Masai, the fiancée of Dulce Melander, Kat's mom. Kat's mom lived there part-time, and Chandler and Kat would often go there to hang out, swim, eat, and go on walks. That afternoon, they all had dinner together, a bunch of them went for a swim, and afterwards, they went back to Chandler's house, visited Krista's co-worker Dan a few streets over to enjoy some fireworks, and then went back to Chandler's house to stay the night. Although, before leaving the farm, Chandler approached Cress for a conversation.
Where'd you guys go for a swim? There's like a little pool up at the Cress's house. Oh, she's been helping me my walking and everything, and I get there. Kat's mom's girlfriend. Okay. I try to talk to her as much because she's like, I don't know, wise, and she really helps me with what's going on with me. Because I've been in a slump, I'd say.
Well, he kind of seemed a little not like himself. Seemed kind of off, like kind of weird actually. They had gotten up and I was kind of walking towards the kitchen and he approached me and asked me if he could have my phone number, my personal phone number, because he wanted to know if he could come and use the pool.
When did he start using the pool with the lights on? Has it been going on for a while?
Sunday.
Sure, there's something.
Yeah, because he was in his brace until Thursday.
Then it's Monday morning. Kat goes to work 7:50-ish, maybe earlier. But I'm left to myself, so I go back and forth through some video games, and then back to video games. It's one girl, video games. This is fun. Again, later I have a little bit to eat for lunch.
Now, after an awkwardly long period of Chandler attempting to recall what exactly he did that day, he finally remembered some noteworthy events. Although, here again is where the details of his story start to fall apart under scrutiny.
Well, at the end of the day on Monday, I did go for the afternoon. I did go to the farm to talk to Cress and Kat's mom. I told them what's happening with my health because I had the appointment at 2.
According to Chandler, at 2 p.m. on the 5th of July, he had a follow-up doctor's appointment from his tumble down the stairs from a few weeks prior. He had a text conversation with Kat during this period of time that was later read out loud during his trial.
At 1:31:46 p.m., text me when you get to your appointment. The message from Chandler says, yes, dear, at 2:01:53. Made it a bit ago and checked in. 2:19:18 from Catherine. Am I picking you up? I'm off at 5. Just need you to know because I have horrible reception. And that same message is resent at 2:22:10 p.m. We can snap if that's easier. No connection to even load Snapchat. And no Wi-Fi. But I can still get your iMessages. No connection to even load Snapchat. And no Wi-Fi. At 3:25:08 p.m. from Chandler. Hi, hun. Heading home. They took an X-ray and CT scan. Nothing bad on the X-ray.
Now, of course, we know that appointment never happened because his injury was a giant lie. He never went to any appointment because, as the cell tower expert would testify, all of those messages were sent from his house. He never left to go anywhere. And the claims about bad reception, no Wi-Fi, and the obviously purposeful duplicate texts were only there for one reason, to legitimize the lie that he wasn't able to open up Snapchat. Because remember, if he did open up Snapchat,
Whenever you open Snapchat, it has your location. Okay. Yeah, unless you turn it off.
Now, the second thing to note here is that he told Kat that he basically had good news from the appointment, nothing bad to report at that point. And that makes no sense if you then listen to the rest of his story about talking to Cress at her farm.
And I told him,
So it's December 2019, and despite a decade of abominations, the last year had seen 343 Industries' apparent change of pace. Their first well-received game, the fixing of the MCC, and then remastering and bringing Halo 1 through Reach to PC. After a decade in charge of the franchise, it looked like they were finally getting things right. But back in 2018, they'd given us another bombshell. The next Halo was officially announced at E3, and it looked amazing. Was that the classic Halo 3 piano note and the classic helmet? My god. After a decade of fans begging for a mainline game that actually looked like Halo, it looked like it was actually on the cards. And at E3 2019, we got our next taste. Classic armor, classic music, classic one-liner.
We need to run. No, we need to fight.
This next game was actually looking and sounding like a Halo game. My god. That suit is magnificent.
It looks so good. Dude, that suit looks so sick. Oh my gosh, that armor. He looks like Halo 3.
343 is also boasting a next-generation slip space engine that they'd built for the future of the franchise. But fast forward to E3 2020, and it's big. We get another trailer and a ton of details. The game's multiplayer is going free to play, guaranteeing a massive player base, and it'd be live service for years to come, meaning there'd be a ton of new content, seasons, and battle passes every 3 months. Chris Lee, 343's current studio head for Infinite, is even saying the game would be the platform for the next 10 years of Halo. And yes, he confirms that split-screen co-op would indeed be in at launch. But most importantly, we finally get a glimpse at Infinite's actual gameplay. However, fans notice something. Those graphics, they don't look great. It's an Xbox Series X launch title, yet they look 360 level. In fact, in some places, even Halo 3 actually looked better. There are also these weird blocky hexagonal bars everywhere that weren't there before, resulting in a map that looks more like a Minecraft world than a next-gen Halo. The lighting also looks atrocious, the trees unrendered, and the dialogue seems a bit over the top.
Set a fire in your heart, Spartan. Bear your fang.
Also, A freeze frame on a particularly awful looking brute mid-trailer is screen capped, uploaded to Twitter, and memed instantly. Someone at 343 had also forgotten to even animate the chief here. And this game was supposed to be launching in just a few months' time. Dear God, no. Fans had been abused enough, and now this brute is popping up all over the place. This here? This looks diabolical. Please, just delay the game, fans beg. But being a launch title for the Series X, this seemed like a pipe dream at best. However, a couple of weeks after E3, and Microsoft actually caves in. Yeah, okay. The game does look a bit atrocious. You're right. They then make an unprecedented move. Sorry guys, the game is delayed by a year. Meaning it wasn't going to make the launch date of the new Xbox. It's around this time that some other Microsoft dev studios are also rumoured to join on to help 343. Okay, this development was not sounding good, but at least they weren't rushing it out. Microsoft was going to make sure this game was good. Infinite studio head Chris Lee is given the boot instantly, and Joe Staten, Bungie's head writer for Halo 1 through Reach, joins the team to help fix the clear clusterfuck going on behind the scenes. This man is the father of Halo's story, so naturally, fans celebrate.
Come on, baby! Come on!
And with that, 343 returns to the shadows. A few months go by, and in early 2021, 343 comes back. And they're now claiming Halo Infinite is content complete, and that they were now just refining stuff. Fans are rubbing their hands together. We get more trailers at E3 2021, including a look at the multiplayer, and the game is given a solid release date, December 8th, 2021. From E3 onwards, radio silence. No news anywhere. So people online are resorting to the next natural source, Mega Bloks sets. See, Halo Infinite was supposed to release in 2020, and thus the Mega Bloks sets were supposed to launch just after the game, but due to the delay, they were out before the game, and turns out, they're giving us more info on the game than the trailers themselves. However, in August 2021, just a few months before launch, and 343 has an announcement. We know it was the very first thing we said about the game, and we promised it all the way back in 2017, but no co-op campaign for Infinite at launch. It's coming as part of the game's second season of content, 3 months after launch. Forge is also delayed. That would now be coming in Season 3, 6 months after launch. Jesus Christ. This is just a few months after they'd said the game was content complete. 3 months later, and it's November 12th, around a month before launch. Rumours are spreading, and word on the street is, the multiplayer portion of the game will be out on Halo's 20th anniversary, November 15th. People are doubtful, but the day comes, and it actually drops. 3 weeks before Infinite's official launch. 6 years of development and hundreds of millions of dollars. And we're now on the cusp of seeing the next 10 years of Halo. But before that, do you like tanks? Well, in World of Tanks, they're everywhere. Artillery tanks, light tanks, medium tanks, heavy tanks. Over 800 tanks. All completely historically accurate. Playing World of Tanks is simple. Just get in your tank, hit the clutch, and go. Fight up to 15 enemy players in intense online battles, with multiple ways to play. Hang back and snipe, or run up the front line with your friends and go ham. And you can rag your tank through fields, forests, deserts, and cities in over 40 different arenas. So many maps, so many tanks. And World of Tanks is free to play. Wait, are those free tanks? Yep, a tier 5 Excelsior, 250k credits, 7 days premium access, and 3 rental tanks for 10 battles each. New players can get them by signing up with the invite code TANKMANIA through the Wargaming portal, or going to this link in the description and comments. People log on and start playing. And wait, the game was actually good? My God. After 10 years, Halo fans breathe a sigh of relief. Now going into making this game, 343 had a slight problem. By completely neglecting what Halo actually was and just doing their own thing for the past 10 years, they'd cultivated a whole new fan base that had only really been around for the newer games, meaning two portions of their fan base wanted completely different things. It was now increasingly difficult to please both. How could they bring back Halo while maintaining their new fan base? Well, with Infinite, they'd tried their best, and it worked. Sprint is still there for the newer fans, but it's heavily nerfed, and a lot slower. Aspects of Halo 5's advanced movement is also there, but instead of everyone having it by default, bits and pieces of it are now scattered across the sandbox in the form of in-game equipment pickups, similar to Halo 3. Maps like Behemoth are also a return to the classic Halo aesthetic and layout, and the grapple hook equipment quickly becomes a fan favourite. The campaign is widely praised. The old music? Check. The old art style? Check. One-liners?
Doesn't that scare you?
No. Check. Its story is also a lot more grounded and Halo-esque than both the previous games, and basically ditches Halo 5's plotline entirely. It's also completely open world, and a ton of fun. It looked like 343 had finally done it. Made an actual Halo game. It's not uncommon to see people online even saying it's the best gameplay Halo's ever had. Massive player numbers flooded immediately. Xbox claims 20 million on launch day. Halo's biggest launch to date. Also, turns out that this year, COD, and especially Battlefield, weren't looking too hot. So much so that an EA executive blames Halo Infinite for 2042's awful sales and player numbers in an internal meeting. The sentiment was almost unanimous. Infinite had knocked it out of the park. Oh yeah, Halo was back on top. However, issues slowly start to rear their head. First off, 343 had called the multiplayer's early launch a multiplayer beta. Turns out, that was a bit misleading. Everyone has permanent access to it. All progress carries over to the full release, and it included all of the full release's online maps and content. So when the full game releases 3 weeks later with no new multiplayer content, players are confused. Thought that was a beta. Where's the new stuff? If this is the full online experience, this game is woefully underpacked.
This is really boring.
This was to be the start of many issues. First things first, Halo Infinite's online is free to play, therefore relying entirely on microtransactions to fund itself. This leads to incredibly egregious monetization practices. First, the game uses a rotating in-game store for cosmetics. This would normally be fine, but in Infinite, the prices are absolutely insane. $20 for a single piece of armor? I'll take 5, please. Then there's the Battle Pass. Currently, the game's only form of progression. Now there's no general XP system in place for this Battle Pass. Getting kills, completing games, playing the objective, generally just playing well gives you absolutely nothing.
This is worthless.
The only way to actually get XP and rank up the Battle Pass is by completing random, tediously specific challenges. Challenges like 3 Banshees destroyed, 5 Ghosts destroyed, or the fan favourite, 5 Shade turret kills. Naturally, this challenge system also results in, instead of playing objectives, everyone in the game beelining for specific weapons, vehicles, or focusing on incredibly niche ways to kill people, decimating team play and resulting in people leaving games all the time. Also, you can only progress on a few challenges at a time, so if they're difficult, good luck ranking up. Even if they're not incredibly arduous and you do end up actually completing them, there's only so many challenges per day, meaning you'll quickly run out, and then there's literally no incentive to play the game. This results in the Battle Pass, the only form of progression, taking an insane amount of time to complete. Luckily, 343 have thought this through, and has got backs. Difficult challenges? Simply buy the challenge swaps from the store for $2 a pop, and get some new ones. 343 is also using a core system for Infinite. This means that armor pieces are locked to different bases. Unlock a few cool pieces of armor on one core? Well, they're staying on that core. What's worse, armor pieces are locked to cores for players in-game, but cross-core pieces show in the Halo Waypoint app as well as on the multiplayer bots. Then there's coatings. In previous games, all customization was free and unlockable, apart from some DLC 1s and 4. And at the absolute core of that free customization, your Spartan's colour scheme. Simply choose your Spartan's colours and you're done. For Infinite, 343 decides to mix things up. How about we take all the colours away, create a few pre-packaged colour schemes, and sell them in the Battle Pass for $5 a pop. Brilliant. A few coatings are free by default, some unlocked via the campaign, and some through the Battle Pass, but the rest are sold at absurd prices through the store. Also, let's lock the coatings to each core as well. Spent $5 on the colour blue on one core, unlucky son. Also, some different coatings are literally exactly the same. Then there's the game's features. A lot of them don't actually work. Custom games, completely broken. You can't select random as a loadout weapon, you can't set default loadout equipment, you can't choose whether you want a team or free-for-all game. It's also incredibly hard to actually save your new game types. Custom games is a feature that worked flawlessly in Halo 2 back in 2004. Theatre, also completely broken. There are too many issues to go into here, but the gist is this. Theatre just flat out doesn't work. This is a feature that worked flawlessly in Halo 3 back in 2007. Ranked play is laughably lenient on ranks, meaning a wave of room temperature IQ players flood the highest ranks in droves. Also, if you lag out or disconnect from a ranked game, there's literally no option for you to join back. And speaking of disconnecting, that'll be happening a lot, because 343 Industries' networking code is absolutely abhorrent. You'll often find games with desync issues, meaning what happens on the server and on your side are completely different. Big team battle is massively unbalanced, as both teams get vehicle drops periodically through the game. Here's the problem with that. They're just like, completely random. Your team just got dropped a mongoose? Unlucky. The other team's just being dropped a massive tank. This is yet to be addressed to this day, by the way. The UI, well, it's just incredibly slow. Just going into the customization menu often takes more than 20 seconds, and the main menu alone almost takes 100% usage of your GPU. A lot of people even report their PCs getting hotter in the main menu than the actual game. Bugs-wise, the game's actually okay, most being small, even entertaining glitches. So Infinite's core gameplay itself, solid. Literally everything else, absolutely terrible. The network, the engine, the storefront, the content timeline, progression, everything. Everything sucks. And then there were the missing features. The game's content, bare. No new vehicles and barely any maps. It launches with 10. Halo 2 launched with 12, and again, that was back in 2004. Also, a lack of basic community and lobby features, no stats or career page, no assassinations, a thing that's been in Halo since Reach, no infection game mode, no region selection, no player collision, no Forge at launch, and finally, no anti-cheat on PC. This is in the year 2021, on a free-to-play game. Oh, there's also no way to report players in-game. When it comes to the campaign, Infinite was touted to be similar to Bungie's original vision of Combat Evolved. Open world, completely explorable, and free roam. Naturally, this got people excited, and when it released, the campaign was quite highly rated. But slowly, surely, complaints arise here too. First off, the game starts off with a cutscene showing a massive battle that looks more exciting than the rest of the campaign combined. And the game ends on a cliffhanger just as things start to get interesting.
That's it?
Then there's the open world. Most players agree. It adds little to the game, and makes for less set pieces and memorable scenes. There's also only one biome in the entire game, a grassy forest. Each mission feels samey and sort of blends into the next one, compared to prior Halos where most missions are distinct from the last. Also, once you actually get into the open world, performance absolutely nosedives. The graphics in the full game are better than what was shown in 2020, but still leaves a lot to be desired. The lighting is especially bad. Then there's no mission replay. If you want to replay a mission, you literally have to restart the whole game again. And worst of all, still no campaign co-op. This was literally the first thing announced for the game by the head of 343 Industries back in 2017.
And I would say for any FPS going out forward, we will always have split screen going forward.
People grab their pitchforks and take to Twitter and Reddit. They are angry. The list of complaints is seemingly endless, but a big one sticks out. There are all these game modes, but they're all jammed into a single playlist. Quick play, meaning we can't actually choose what to play. Want to just play Slayer? Unlucky. You have a random 1 in 4 chance every time you search for a game. Oh look, another game of Oddball. How fun. People demand answers, and 343 is forced to come out with a statement. Hey, so about those playlists. Well, we have UI limitations with the game right now, and they affect the way a number of playlists that can be shown. As for Slayer itself, we're still having discussions around feasibility. The feasibility of a team deathmatch playlist? UI limitations for an additional playlist? On a game that was supposed to be the next 10 years of Halo. This, of course, is memed instantly. Want more maps added to the game? Sorry guys, UI can't handle it. Fixing the horrific servers? Nah. That UI, bro. Better store prices? Can't do it. The UI. Literally just an XP system? UI. People are pissed. The UI comment was the tipping point, and it all comes to a head. The Halo subreddit explodes with rage, and is subsequently locked down. However, in mid-December, 343 comes out and has a little something to show off. Turns out, behind the scenes, they'd been working on the impossible. After hours upon hours of work, the UI could finally handle it. And an actual playlist for Slayer launches. My God, a miracle. They also remove some of the harder challenges in rotation, so that it's actually possible to advance in the season pass. And with that, they kiss goodbye and log off for the Christmas holidays. A month later, and in mid-January, 343 comes back from holiday. It's back to work, and they've got a lot of it. At this point, they'd managed to add a couple of standard playlists to the game. A massive feat indeed. But they had all of the other issues to fix too. And turns out, now even more problems are brewing. See, ever since fully launching on December 8th, the game itself had slowly, bit by bit, just been breaking. Big Team Battle is now outright unplayable for some reason. Either crashing immediately, kicking your mates out before starting, or just not starting at all. And the netcode and lag across all games is absolutely awful, and getting worse. The servers degrade to the point where people are experiencing multiple seconds of desync. They deploy a Big Team Battle networking hotfix, but it fails to improve anything. It's so bad, they consider actually temporarily removing the Big Team Battle challenges from the game. As a result of all of these issues, compounded with the lack of content, slow progression, egregious monetization, and so on, player numbers nosedive at breakneck speed. Also, because of that lack of server region selection, you're forced to play in your own continent, somewhere like Australia or Asia, where there's not too many people playing Halo. Unlucky, you'll be on that search screen for a while. So yeah, things are starting to look a little rocky, but hey, it's live service. 343 have said that Infinite is the platform for the next decade of Halo, so they'll fix it right up, just like they did with Halo 5, fans tell themselves. It was gonna be okay. While there would be events with new cosmetics sprinkled about here and there, Season 1 of Infinite is set to last a whole 6 months, so players are strapped in with minimal content for a while. But in February 2022, they tell us they're trying to fix the server desync issues.
I'm trying.
and Halo veteran Joe Staten says they're hard at work with a big, meaty roadmap coming up soon. Nice. We wait, and wait, and wait. Literal months go by, and we see only a few updates with various bug fixes, a couple of events with some cosmetics, and a few more store rotations, which are now a bit more fairly priced at least. The networking remains horrendous. It's looking a little bit quiet in the Infinite front, but no worries. In the meantime, we have a $90 million Halo TV show coming out in March, the biggest gaming TV show ever to release at this point. This will be good. It's not good. Master Chief has been replaced with Master Cheeks, a man who removes a new piece of clothing each episode, and is also very angry. Add a few insufferable characters and yeah, that's enough of that. Of course, there's no integration of this massive series in Halo Infinite besides a message of the day, some emblems, and a gun charm. Eventually, 343 actually do fix Big Team Battle in March, and still in the midst of this massive content drought, on the 5th of April, they have an announcement. Gentlemen, a Halo cookbook. Recipes from across the galaxy. Well, why is the front cover a picture of churros, a sandwich, and fish and chips? Naturally, players are overcome with excitement. But on the 23rd of April, we finally get the roadmap Staten promised back in January, and it's looking dismal. Turns out Season 3 will be delayed by 3 months, meaning Season 2 is 6 months long as well, and co-op is delayed along with it. It's May 3rd, and Season 2 releases. It brings a new battle pass with 2 armor cores, 2 maps, new game modes, and some bug fixes. There's also a new narrative event. However, that turns out to be a half-assed 3-minute cutscene. The new armor pieces and effects are perfectly executed and completely aligned. Anyway, throughout Season 2, we get a few more developments. On June the 14th, 343 adds a Black Lives Matter emblem to the game. One problem, the actual name of it is Bonobo. In June, 343 announces Drop Pod updates. These would be monthly quality of life patches, and would build towards full cross-core in the future. 343 also updates us on their work to fix desync, which is still rife.
Our goal is to get into a monthly cadence of a drop pod a month.
Even though it was supposed to be a monthly thing, the next drop pod comes out 2 months later, in August. Drop pods are canned entirely by September.
Ooh, that's kind of small.
In July, a Redditor discovers a glitch. Apparently, when in Infinite's menus, the game downloads the new season's banner image about 2,000 times, wasting almost 2 gigabytes of data. But fast forward to September 1st, and we get more info on that juicy Season 3, which is supposed to be launching in a couple of months' time. 343 pulls up a chair and returns with one of their iconic announcements. Gentlemen, please, take a seat. Listen, we know this next season was already delayed by 3 months, but here's the thing. It's now 6, because it's delayed again. Also, that local split screen we've been working on for months and promised years ago, permanently canned. So Season 3 is moved to March of next year, meaning Season 2 is 9 months long. A week later, it's also revealed that a bug in the game allows you to glitch into local split screen, and it works almost flawlessly, even on Xbox One. They also announce a beta for Matchmaking XP. A beta for Matchmaking XP. What? Again, people are pissed. Massive YouTubers are saying Infinite is beyond saving, with some even questioning Halo as a whole. Microsoft finally wakes up from cryosleep. Seems people aren't too happy here. We're gonna have to step in. And on September 12th, Bonnie Ross has to step down, and 343's leadership is restructured. After 10 years of asking, Halo fans breathe a sigh of relief. Pierre Hintz will take over as studio head immediately, the guy who headed the overhaul for the MCC. This sounds promising. September 13th, and 343 is so unorganized and behind on work, they've only just released their Easter and spring cosmetics in the store. This is a month before Halloween. Due to being so behind, there would be no Halloween cosmetics. Again that month, 343 comes out with a big worldwide reveal. Announced for the end of the month, fans get excited. Theories are everywhere. Was it an early Forge release? Cross-core? Desync finally fixed? Well, no. It's a teaser for a remake of a Halo 3 map, made entirely in Forge. Fair to say, fans weren't too pleased. 8th of November 2022, and the winter update releases. A whole year after the game had come out, and online campaign co-op finally releases, along with the ability to replay missions. We also get a small battle pass, and the Forge beta releases. And to be fair, it's actually really good. This time round, Forge has essentially gone beyond building maps, and is basically now a mini version of what 343 used to actually make the game. Naturally, the creations are impressive. This, along with the custom games browser that launches in December, gives Infinite amazing custom games potential. But about that custom games browser, it's massively broken. Try to join a game and you'll likely be met with an infinite loading screen. If you do actually get in, chances are your ping will be stratospheric. There's also no option to join custom games browser lobbies with friends. Then there's the remade Halo 3 map. All armor cores are now free, visors are now cross-core, network desync improvements, and more bug fixes. Overall, a pretty good update. However, in total, after a year since release, we'd had a total of 4 new maps, some new game modes, a beta for Forge, the ability to replay campaign missions, 1 new full battle pass, the start of cross-core, and a beta for experience points. It took a while, but Infinite was actually starting to resemble a ready-to-release game. However, there is still a lot missing. Here's a taste. Firefight, infection, a match composer, full cross-core, server region selection, and a career stats page. Theatre remains completely broken to this day. Despite the promising new features and actual content now coming out for the game, player numbers remain catastrophic. As a result, the custom games browser dies within a couple of months, going down to about 3 pages of lobbies in Europe in February 2023. That's a total of about 30 lobbies. It's clear, the game was woefully underperforming, and in January 2023, Microsoft gathers an assembly. That was it. The hammer was coming down, and 343 is hit with a massive wave of layoffs. Now, Microsoft is laying off talent from almost all of their studios, but 343 is apparently hit hard. According to an insider, almost 50% of the studio is axed. Tom French, Infinite's multiplayer creative director, had also left a month before. Infinite's art director a few months before him. Both had been at 343 since the beginning. The director of art management is also fired, along with 30 of his department. Even Joe Staten is removed from 343. The studio currently looks like it's imploding, and people are questioning if there'll ever even be another Halo game at this point. So much so that 343 has to actually come out with a statement reassuring us that there'd be more Halo games. We're fine, guys. Totally fine. Despite 343 promising at least 3 more seasons, Infinite's outlook isn't great, and 343 is now looking 3 for 3. So what actually happened? Well, the behind the scenes for Infinite's horrendous outcome is still largely up in the air. However, based on insider reports and leaks, we do have an idea. First off, Halo 5's campaign set up Halo 6 to be based on a war against AI. But when players absolutely detested Halo 5's story, 343 decided to scrap it and go in another direction, meaning a whole new story had to be written from the ground up. This takes time, and at some point in 2019, the game undergoes a complete reboot, and everything is scrapped and built from the ground up. Throughout that same year, a flurry of people are leaving the studio, with 343's art director leaving in March, Infinite's lead producer leaving in August, and its creative director in October. Not exactly a smooth development so far. Then there's the actual structure of the company. See, lots of 343's staff are contractors, especially for technical work. Microsoft hires these contractors to save money, because if they stay longer than 18 months, they get employee benefits and higher pay. Can't be having that. This process is a terrible idea for a game dev studio for a ton of reasons.
I'm kind of retarded.
But here's two.
1. It leads to newly contracted devs spending a ton of time learning everything from scratch and catching up to whatever the last guy was doing. And 2. The engine. Halo has been using the Blam engine since Combat Evolved back in 2001. This is a unique and niche engine. So first off, the contractors need to spend time learning how to actually use it before they can get to work. Also, turns out that before the development of Infinite, 343 decided to invest a massive amount of time, money, and effort into giving this engine an upgrade. Get this, using a ton of temporary contractors. Naturally, this upgraded slipspace engine is rumoured to be hot dog shit because it's been taped together between random devs coming in and out of the studio. And now, after it's finished, no one can actually work the thing, because everyone that built it is gone, with the engine essentially now unworkable. People at 343 struggle to add or fix the game because they don't even understand their own engine anymore. Then there's the rumoured lack of competent management and effective decision making, combined with too much ambition. All of this ultimately leading to a lot of useless work being produced from a constant stream of new employees. Eventually, when crunch hits, the only way to finish the game was to cut everything that wasn't desperately needed. The result is what we see in the masses of cut content, which are still in the files. 2020. They've now been working on some form of Infinite since 2016, and have a somewhat working product, and now it's time for E3. Naturally, the reaction to 2020's reveal is awful, and Microsoft are forced to bring in the big guns. Joe Staten is brought in a year before release to make sense of the steaming pile of horseshit currently at 343's feet. But a year later, and through hard graft, they'd finally get the game out in one piece. And against all odds, people seem to love it. However, post-launch, and there are development problems here too. See, historically, 343 have relied on a couple of companies to help with post-launch content. Certain Affinity, who currently have their hands full with a rumoured battle royale for Halo, and Sperasoft, who they'd outsource a ton of the post-launch maps to. Small problem here. See, Sperasoft is a Russian company, and in February 2021, Russia decided to invade a neighbouring country. The Russian invasion is slightly controversial, and causes sanctions and the halting of a lot of partnerships between firms in the West and Russia, meaning no more work for Sperasoft. But it was fine. 343 itself would create the bulk of post-launch content, right? Well, no. Apparently, instead of creating new content for the game, a ton of devs were making prototypes in Unreal Engine and pitching ideas for new Halo games instead. A lot of these devs have apparently since been laid off. With 343's new leadership, they now actually are ditching the slipspace engine, which they'd spent 4 years building, and going with Unreal. So at this point, it's been almost 2 years since Infinite's release, and it's been a somewhat bumpy ride. In January, it's confirmed there's been no story DLC being worked on, meaning we're left on a massive cliffhanger for years. And like pretty much every update that came before it, Season 3 brings a lot of new problems, including tanking performance, increased desync, and now a bug where in-game settings are randomly reset every time you log in. Cross-core camos have been introduced, however, they're $14 a pop. From launch till now, Infinite's player base has tanked from 260 to 8k on Steam. Even with the latest season having dropped at the time of recording, Infinite sits at the 18th most played game on Xbox. But with big things apparently still in the works, like a battle royale, new weapons and vehicles, forgeable AI, firefight, and almost 30 new maps. And with a new leadership structure at 343, a few fans hold out hope that what comes out the other end will be better. But with a switch to Unreal, alongside the reshaping of the entire studio, it looks like Halo will be out for a while.
Hello you beautiful misfits, my name is Matt, and in this special episode of Pixel Burn we're going to delve into a story that happened earlier this April. It's a story I found tremendously fascinating, but it wasn't an easy one for most people to get into, and most of the details are scattered all across the internet. So I thought I'd gather them all up, tie them together in a cohesive sequence, and make the whole thing a tad less impenetrable for you all. So if you're sitting comfortably, because this will be a long one, then I'll begin. If you've ever watched the 2007 documentary King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters, you'll need little to no introduction to one William James Mitchell Jr., better known to the world at large as plain old Billy Mitchell, hot sauce mogul, restaurateur, crap Peter Dinklage impersonator, and world record setter for high scores in Donkey Kong Jr., Pac-Man, Ms. Pac-Man, Burger Time and Centipede, or rather, former world record holder, because as of April 12th this year, Billy Mitchell has officially been stripped of all his records and high scores by both Guinness World Records and American video game high score officiators Twin Galaxies after an investigation into one of his most famous scores confirmed long-held suspicions that he was a dirty, rotten fibber. As such, Mitchell is now no longer considered the first to break 1 million points on Donkey Kong, nor is he now officially recognised as the first person to achieve a perfect score on Pac-Man, even though it was played publicly on an original arcade cabinet in front of a live audience. Suspicions about the content of Mitchell's gaming morals have been doing the rounds since at least as far back as the original release of King of Kong, a portion of them stemming from his rivalry with one Roy Schilt, who recorded the world's first officially recognised highest score for Missile Command in 1983 under his preferred nom de joueur of Mr. Awesome. Without wanting to spoil the documentary too much for those who haven't seen it, because it's well worth watching and even more fascinating in light of these recent events. The score Mitchell eventually provides to Twin Galaxies to see off his would-be challenger, Steve Wiebe, was never recorded directly by the film crew. It was instead submitted to Twin Galaxies on a videotape with no independent witnesses to corroborate it, which didn't stop Twin Galaxies accepting it without any questioning as a legitimate verified score, for reasons that assuredly had nothing whatsoever to do with the general hero worship of Mitchell among Twin Galaxies personnel, clearly on display in the documentary.
The success of this was not just because someone got a perfect Pac-Man score, but because Billy Mitchell got a perfect Pac-Man score.
Nor anything whatsoever to do with Mitchell's privileged position within the Twin Galaxies organisation at the time, as specified in this video by YouTuber Apollo Legend.
Billy, he was actually supporting Twin Galaxies financially. I got several internal Twin Galaxies documents from Catherine DeSpira, and the first thing I noticed while reading them was Billy Mitchell's name all over them. Billy was at the very top of the food chain over at Twin Galaxies, so you can be sure he got preferential treatment when it came to verifying his scores.
A privileged position only strengthened by Mitchell's close ties with Twin Galaxies founder Walter Day, a man who, by many accounts, is considered an all-round genuinely nice bloke, if somewhat eccentric and a touch too naive and trusting at times. Needless to say, grumbling and discontent were about as far as any suspicions against Mitchell could realistically go at the time. He was effectively considered the king of Twin Galaxies and therefore considered to be above the very rules he was suspected of breaking. That is until Walter Day retired from Twin Galaxies in 2010 to pursue a music career, and presumably spend more time transcendentally meditating, whereupon Mitchell's influence on the organisation began to waver. After Walter Day's departure, the ownership of Twin Galaxies changed hands several times until 2014, when it was purchased by its current owner, Jace Hall, co-founder of developers Monolith, former CEO of esports organisation Echo Fox, former executive producer on the really quite good 2009 reboot of the classic sci-fi TV series V, and, perhaps his greatest achievement, the voice of the Toaster in the Old World Blues expansion for Fallout New Vegas.
A toaster is just a death ray with a smaller power supply.
In the meantime, Mitchell's Donkey Kong scores had been usurped the traditional way by new challengers like Hank Chen, only to be reclaimed with this announcement at the Big Bang 2010 International Video Game Hall of Fame event in Ottumwa, Iowa.
Well, world, my friend Billy Mitchell has set a new world record on Donkey Kong Jr. and beaten the existing world record on Donkey Kong by exactly 1,100 points. And so now, Billy Mitchell is once again the world record holder on both Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr.
This would be the last time Billy Mitchell officially held the world records for Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. We now fast forward to July of 2017, when Twin Galaxies implemented a new dispute system to, quote, maintain the integrity of the score database. This would allow any member of the Twin Galaxies community considered to be in good standing to dispute any score they suspected was a bit fishy. So needless to say, Billy Mitchell was almost immediately caught in the crosshairs of community scrutiny. Barely a month after the dispute system went live, Twin Galaxies member Jeremy Young went gunning for Mitchell's 2010 Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. scores. Mitchell's head wouldn't be the first to be claimed by this new system, however. You can't just rise up and depose a reigning monarch straight away without some sort of plan, or at least one heavy victory under the belt. It's like Omar says in HBO's The Wire.
Hey, yo, lesson here, babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.
Around the same time Jeremy was going after Mitchell, a separate dispute was made against one Todd Rogers, a Twin Galaxies referee, for his record time on Dragster for the Atari 2600. Information and evidence provided by former Twin Galaxies senior referee Robert Rudzek, seen here in King of Kong, was instrumental in Twin Galaxies' final decision. On January 29th of this year, all of Todd Rogers' scores were removed, and he was banned from all further participation in the Twin Galaxies scoreboards. Meanwhile, the investigation into Mitchell's scores continued apace, and the amateur video game sleuths self-assigned to the case had plenty of material to work with. For starters, the footage shown at the Big Bang 2010 event, seen here on the monitors on the table. According to Mitchell himself, this footage had been captured via a direct feed from original machines at a family amusement centre in Florida called Boomer's Arcade 6 days prior. But people who are heavily into classic arcade games were quick to notice that the way the game's levels were being loaded on Mitchell's recordings was not the way an authentic Donkey Kong or Donkey Kong Jr. arcade machine would load them. Now this is where things start getting obscenely dry and technical, so I'll try and keep things as simple and jargon-free for you all as possible. An original Donkey Kong arcade board loads levels like this, using what's called a sliding door effect. Older versions of the arcade emulator MAME, however, load levels in chunks like this. Jeremy Young illustrated this on the Twin Galaxies forums with judicious use of GIFs from various versions of MAME running Donkey Kong, compared with GIFs of footage from an authentic Donkey Kong board and GIFs from the gameplay footage shown at Mitchell's presentation. For your benefit and mine, I've taken some of these GIFs, slowed them down even further, and stitched them together in this crude side-by-side comparison. Now consider for a moment that some of the people who watched Mitchell's presentation back in 2010 spotted this difference almost straight away, with the game running at normal speed. They wouldn't necessarily know it was from MAME, but they would know it wasn't from an original Donkey Kong arcade board. Another suspicious detail of Mitchell's 2010 record was a complete lack of any footage of him actually standing at a cabinet and getting his score. The only known recording of the attempt at Boomers, appropriately named the Boomers tape, is some badly overacted footage of a chap called Robert Childs swapping out a cabinet's Donkey Kong game board for a Donkey Kong Jr. one. You know that's what he's doing because he tells you.
And now the Donkey Kong record has been broken, taking the Donkey Kong board out of the game, and putting the Donkey Kong Jr. board back in.
Several times.
Donkey Kong Jr. goes in.
Quite emphatically.
What we now have is Donkey Kong Jr.
Thing is, if you know what to look for and you take a closer peek, you see the board he's removing from the machine is a Donkey Kong Jr. one to begin with. The board that's put in to replace it, meanwhile, is also a Donkey Kong Jr. board. You can tell it's a Donkey Kong Jr. board because it has distinctive banana yellow writing on it, whereas a Donkey Kong Senior board has white writing. Donkey Kong the First also has 4 ROM chips compared to Donkey Kong Jr.'s 3, as well as this doohickey for switching between digital and analog sound. This particular part is absent on the board for Donkey Kong Jr. because the game only had digital audio. If you're still with us after all that, then congratulations! You now know more than you probably ever cared to about Donkey Kong arcade boards. Cabinet shenanigans aside, another point of suspicion was the distinct lack of witnesses to Mitchell's world record-breaking feat. A little detail Mitchell was directly challenged about back in 2010, mere minutes after his announcement, by none other than Roy, Mr. Awesome Schilt.
If you were going to do this in public, why didn't you make an announcement before you had even done it? Why didn't you make a public announcement about the time and location when you were going to do it? Well, there's the answer. I guess when you have enough money, you can create whatever you want.
People attempting these kinds of feats regularly do so at public events in front of an audience, on a machine known to be as close to the original hardware as physically possible. If they're attempting a record at home, on the other hand, they'll usually have cameras and other recording devices set up in a way that puts them and the machine they're using under more scrutiny than a Chinese pro-democracy activist. Conversely, the only recording of Mitchell allegedly getting his record was the boomer tape, and the only witnesses, besides Rob the circuit board magician here, were 2 Twin Galaxies referees. Well, if the referees were trustworthy and of good character, then wouldn't it matter if he didn't have a live audience of adoring fans cheering him on, or a web of cameras surrounding him? The first referee was a member of the Twin Galaxies forums by the username of Morning Dove, a detail that is ultimately rather unremarkable. The real juicy bit is the second referee, Morning Dove's then boyfriend, who was none other than Todd Rogers. Yes, the very same Todd Rogers recently kicked off Twin Galaxies for faking his dragster record. One final little non-technical curiosity, noticed by writer and classic arcade game collector Catherine Despira, were the stacks of a special edition of Video Game Collector magazine available at the event. Mitchell's smug mug was emblazoned on the cover, while inside was a photo of him standing between 2 Donkey Kong arcade machines, accompanied with his supposed scores and the words New World Records plastered at the top of the page, even though the scores hadn't yet been adjudicated by Twin Galaxies and only 6 days had passed since he'd supposedly achieved them. Despira rightly points out that 6 days is a remarkably quick turnaround on an order to print an entire magazine, since most companies generally insist on at least 2 weeks' notice. Speaking anecdotally, as someone who used to have a job placing regular advertisements in a local county-wide newspaper, 2 weeks is the absolute bare minimum. Anything less than that would get you laughed at down the phone. Also, I assumed that never actually happened to me because I was good at my job. The likely explanation is that the magazine was printed well ahead of time, but that would be at least 2 weeks before Mitchell had supposedly attained his new record. Almost 3 weeks before he announced them at Big Bang 2010. So how could they know what scores he'd gone and got if he hadn't gone and gotten them yet? By now, some of you are probably wondering why it's such a big deal over whether a game is played on an emulator or an original arcade cabinet. Donkey Kong, isn't it? Well, it depends on what you're playing it for. If you want some mostly accurate retro fun at home with some mates over a glass of wine or beers and whatever, emulators are fine. If you're looking to set a world record on a classic arcade game, however, then actually emulated versions on MAME are fine too. There are certain rules to abide by, like no auto-fire or custom BIOS settings, and they go on a separate section of Twin Galaxies scoreboard for emulated games. Twin Galaxies will still accept them though. Submitting an emulated score and claiming it was done on an original arcade board, however, is grounds to throw the score out and ban the player from the leaderboards. And Mitchell was adamant that he had not used MAME.
I've never even played MAME. I don't have MAME loaded in my home.
While emulators have come a long way over the years, particularly for arcade games, there are still issues involved with using them in the context of setting world records. The obvious one is outright cheating, such as restoring a botched run to an earlier save state and continuing from there. But there are other less dubious reasons too. Variations in PC hardware might cause a game to lag where it shouldn't, or change the timing on some hazards ever so slightly, and generally causing a lack of consistency between different runs on different hardware. None of these issues occur with original arcade boards. Some tiny, almost imperceptible variations can and do occur between different machines for any number of trivial reasons. A stray spot of glue on a certain transistor, a bent cable, or the ambient temperature of the venue, for example. It's generally accepted, however, that everyone playing on the same kind of machine with original hardware does so on an even playing field, leaving individual player skill as the primary factor in determining who is the best. In short, the accusation wasn't specifically that Mitchell had been playing the game on MAME, because Twin Galaxies allows for that. It was that he'd lied about it and then tried to pass off his emulated scores as original arcade hardware ones. And Twin Galaxies' rules on this are abundantly clear. The rules for submitting scores for the original arcade Donkey Kong competitive leaderboards require the use of original arcade hardware only. The use of MAME or any other emulation software for submission to these leaderboards is strictly forbidden. Before any action could be taken with regards to these accusations, they first had to be investigated. Jeremy Young's own dispute filing, backed up with the evidence he'd already gathered, formed the basis for Twin Galaxies' own investigation. Numerous experts, hobbyists and casual observers also contributed. Billy Mitchell himself, meanwhile, hired the services of one Carlos Pinheiro to investigate the allegations on his behalf and, so Mitchell probably hoped, exonerate him. Now, I won't hit you with every single detail of these investigations. It was a very long, very involved, drawn-out process over several months. covering much of which I've already explained. Frankly, a lot of the technical details go right over my head. I can still give you a couple of highlights though. When the exact direct feed capture setup Mitchell claimed to have used to record his scores was tested, it was found to only capture black and white footage with no audio. Analysis of the audio from Mitchell's original recordings provided by Twin Galaxies found various gaps and sound anomalies. Since a direct feed from a cabinet wouldn't produce these gaps or anomalies, it was deemed to be evidence of several MAME-sourced video clips being stitched together. Another thing was... okay, I think I've reached the limit of non-techie highlights I can give you here. Long story short, Twin Galaxies found Billy Mitchell to be a big fibbing plotter. Ironically, Twin Galaxies couldn't deliver a definite verdict concerning the original score being disputed, the so-called Boomer score, shown off at Big Bang 2010. In Twin Galaxies' own words, the 1,062,800 Donkey Kong performance does not have enough of a body of direct evidence for Twin Galaxies to feel comfortable to make a definitive determination on at this time. They were, however, able to conclude that a tape of another of Mitchell's claimed high scores, called the Mortgage Broker's score, was not captured directly from an original machine. But they couldn't confirm that it was specifically recorded using MAME either. Testing every other emulator out there to find the specific one Mitchell might have used would take the amount of time and resources you'd only really feel justified in using to catch serial killers or to track down a terrorist cell. Still, the simple fact that the footage wasn't from an original arcade board was enough to satisfy Twin Galaxies that their rules had been broken. Perhaps the most delicious result of Twin Galaxies' investigation, however, came from their analysis of the original King of Kong tape. Yep, the very same one Mitchell uses in the film to crush Steve Weeby's hopes and dreams of being the first to break 1 million points on Donkey Kong. Upon re-examining Mitchell's footage, Twin Galaxies concluded that, like the Mortgage Broker's recording, it was not produced by the direct feed output of an original, unmodified Donkey Kong arcade PCB. You'll remember, of course, that Mitchell had engaged a third party, Carlos Pinheiro, to investigate the case claims on his behalf. There are two sides to every story, after all, and just because his services had been engaged by Mitchell didn't necessarily mean he tried to muddy the waters or derail the investigation somehow. At least, I hope Mitchell wasn't expecting him to, because Carlos pretty much came to the same conclusion as Twin Galaxies. In fact, the more eagle-eyed among you probably noticed earlier, Carlos himself tested the capture setup Mitchell claimed to have used. On April 12, 2018, all of Billy Mitchell's scores were removed from Twin Galaxies' competitive leaderboards, and he has been banned from participating in them for the foreseeable future. The very next day, Guinness World Records, with whom Twin Galaxies are officially partnered, divested Mitchell of all his world records. These include the first perfect score on Pac-Man, highest score on Pac-Man, and the first person to break 1 million points on Donkey Kong. That last one now belongs officially, in every sense of the word, to one Mr. Steve Weeby. A victory and vindication 11 years in the making for the man who challenged the King of Kong. Whew, talk about playing the long game, eh? Here's to you, Steve. Weeby was understandably quite chuffed to bits by the news and had the following to say in an interview with Variety magazine. "I'm not the champ anymore, but getting recognition for being the first to 1 million is a great consolation. That's what I was really bummed out about 11 years ago. Billy will have his turn to say something in response. For now, I'm just in awe." 3 days after Twin Galaxies' announcement, Billy Mitchell did indeed have his say by way of the following statement recorded by Old School Gamer magazine. Billy Mitchell is on the advisory board for Old School Gamer magazine.
Hi, I'm Billy Mitchell. We're here at the Midwest Gaming Classic. I'm here with Old School Gamer magazine. I've been asked to address things that are recently in the media. The fact of the matter is, now there is a true professional due diligence being done to investigate things that happened as far as 35 years ago in a professional manner, not in a shock jock mentality designed to create hits. We will show that everything that has been done, everything was done professionally, according to the rules, according to the scoreboard, the integrity that was set up, not 2014 forward by the current regime who wants to reach back 35 years. Everything will be transparent. Everything will be available. I wish I had it in my hands right now. I wish I could hand it to you. But it's taken a considerable amount of time. Witnesses, documents, everything will be made available to you. Nothing will be withheld. You absolutely have my commitment to that. We've been at this since 1982, and it's not going to stop now.
That's all well and good, Billy, me old mucker, but Twin Galaxies investigation went on for about 8 months. Probably should have submitted all this magical exonerating evidence before you got stripped of all your scoring records. As for your comments about going back 35 years, if that's what Twin Galaxies choose to do, then that's their prerogative. In fact, that kind of talk only makes me even more suspicious. Do you know something we don't, Billy? How many more scores aren't entirely on the level? Personally, if I had a globally recognised high score on Twin Galaxies, I'd want every measure taken to validate suspicious entries and no stone left unturned. Any score that is less than legitimate casts a shadow over every other one. So it's important for Twin Galaxies to be seen doing this and be unafraid to investigate previous records, however old those records might be. It's the very least one should expect from an organisation that prides itself on the integrity of its leaderboard. However, I am not entirely devoid of sympathy for Billy Mitchell. I'm not saying I consider him a victim here or that he's been unfairly maligned. Oh no. All I'm saying is if I rummaged in my pocket long enough, deep enough, I might find a smidgen of pity for him. Somewhere amongst all the loot and loose change. Enough to make me feel a tad mercifully inclined towards letting him keep his perfect Pac-Man score, his publicly witnessed Donkey Kong high score of 933,900 from 2004, and his claim of being the first to reach level 256 in Pac-Man. These were achievements he gained legitimately after all, so far as anybody can measure. Exposing his devious shenanigans and vindicating Steve Wiebe are enough to satisfy me, although your mileage may vary. On the other hand, there is a satisfying sense of karmic retribution in seeing a man so desperate to keep what victories, records and titles he had left, that he wound up losing all of them, even the legitimate ones. Besides, as Billy's mate Stephen Sanders says approximately 20 minutes into King of Kong,
How do you declare a champion unless there are rules, and if you break them, you lose?
to some gamers, young and not so young alike, this quibbling over something as quaint and old-fashioned as a high score may seem exactly that. Quaint and old-fashioned. Why play only for ephemeral points and niche prestige like that kid in The Wizard, when there are more tangible benefits to be gained with pro gaming skills? Like tournament cash prizes, lucrative sponsorship deals, Twitch bucks and mad merchandise woolong. One very obvious reason is that Donkey Kong and other classic arcade games are an indelible part of gaming history. And who are you who does not know their history? It may sound like a cliche, but without the likes of Donkey Kong, Missile Command, Gallagher, Defender and others, we literally wouldn't have the Player Fort Known's Battle Knights or Calls of Honor modern gubbins we enjoy today. Another reason is even if you don't particularly care about the Twin Galaxies leaderboards, the people who maintain, support and contribute to them clearly do. And I'm not going to piss all over their efforts in some edgy attempt to appear cooler than thou. All power to them for living their dharma. Particularly as these so-called old games are still throwing up new secrets and surprises, not to mention still genuinely challenging people decades after their original release. What ultimately drew me to this story, however, is if you strip away all the talk about ROM chips, sound switches, MAME transitions and other technical stuff, you're still left with a classic story of greed, manipulation, deception, suffering, judgment and good versus evil, all rooted in that timeless universal human fear of being forgotten. Not bad for a 37-year-old arcade game about a man fighting a giant monkey on a building site. Speaking of which, on Friday the 2nd of February this year, a new World Donkey Kong Arcade high score record of 1,247,700 points was set by a chap called Robbie Lakeman. After 3 hours and 49 minutes of gameplay streamed on Twitch, the cabinet he'd been using was disassembled and his components examined for all to see to vouch for the new record's authenticity. All this was deemed satisfactory enough evidence for the Twin Galaxies arbitration and submission process to enter Lakeman's score into the top spot of their Donkey Kong leaderboards, where it currently remains, undisputed. That's all for this single topic episode of Pixel Burn. If you liked it, then please do let me know by clicking the requisite button down below and let your friends, family and Billy Mitchell know as well. You might also consider clicking the subscribe button while you're at it, and maybe even that obnoxious little bell. You shouldn't have to click that last one, but I'd be very grateful if you did. If you really like my stuff, perhaps consider contributing to my Patreon. Each and every pledge helps the channel become bigger, better and more regular, and makes you an even more beautiful misfit than you already are. At the very least, I hope you found this video tolerable. Meanwhile, until next time, as always,
There's a Donkey Kong kill screen coming up if anybody wants to watch.
Video games are one of the most powerful mediums ever created. This merger of imagination and technology has introduced a fundamental evolution in human interaction. And now represents a culture of 2.4 billion gamers connected worldwide. But just 20 years ago, the console that kicked off the era of online gaming in the living room almost didn't exist.
You ever want to make hardware?
No, that's one thing that we decided not to do.
The idea that Microsoft could ever create a game console was seen as a bit of a joke.
Microsoft?
They wear khakis, and they're boring, and they're Office, and they're Windows.
Might as well call it Nerdbox, right?
I can't imagine how it could be better.
A new console was seen as a risky bet.
There it is.
At a company not accustomed to losing.
You're proposing taking money away from Windows in order to fund some game system?
That is an insane business to get into.
It was fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
This is the story of how a passionate group of gamers forever changed the course of a corporate titan.
They saw the future, broadband internet, to the television set.
Like, you can do that?
And then Bill says, we should do this. We should let these guys do this.
And the journey to get that controller into our hands.
This thing is gonna be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Think about the way you could tell stories with that.
No matter where you are in the world, we can all be part of one bigger community.
We need this. This is like the hotline for us.
You take it for granted now, but back then this was like science fiction.
We weren't sure how we were going to do it.
Xbox, watch TV.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Hell no, Microsoft. Gamers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
The risk here was enormous.
You're always just one catastrophic bug away from not making it.
I remember thinking, hey, maybe we're in over our heads.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
It makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Hello, I'm Bill Gates, Chairman of Microsoft. In this video, you're going to see the future. Microsoft first came up with the Windows concept back in 1983. I'm going to show real quickly a couple highlights from the product. The graphics interface is an integral part of this new generation. To take PCs much further than they've gone before.
When I came to Microsoft in 1987, the average age was 27, and I was 27. We were an amazing young company with an amazing young founder in Bill Gates.
He knew business better than anybody out there, and he also knew technology. He was able to synthesize things that nobody else in the industry could.
It was incredibly fast-moving. It was the kind of place where people didn't hold back. For someone who just wanted to really let loose and grow and learn, it was an amazing place.
Bill Gates and the team back then were the disruptors, which was exciting and palpable.
We just thought of ourselves kind of the rebels, kind of, you know, where the big companies like IBM were these huge companies, but we were this little rebel group of hackers, you know, doing this cool work. I'm very optimistic about where we're going. That really changed in '95.
Windows 95 has taken over computer stores.
They were online in the middle of the night. Personal computer users packed into stores dying to get their hands on one.
When Windows 95 launched, it was like a coming out party for the whole company.
Microsoft made a thing that everybody in the world wanted. It was like air to me. It just was. It existed and you needed it.
In today's world, you can't make it without a computer.
It has thousands of programs that some of us may need. I can run 3 or 4 applications at the same time.
Windows 95 is so easy, even a talk show host can figure it out.
By the late 90s, Windows was dropping $1 billion to the bottom line every month.
It was the most profitable business in the history of the human race. I don't think there's ever been anything remotely like it unless you count the Spaniards going to the New World and like literally hollowing out a mountain made of silver.
Microsoft, which has a business relationship with NBC, is the most powerful engine in the new age of computers, a giant cash machine, and it strongly disagrees with the government.
In the late 90s, we were sort of the bad guys, the Death Star.
The perception of Microsoft, I think, generally was not great. They were in the middle of the Justice Department monopoly issues.
We were the big gorilla in the room on most subjects. And so people viewed us as sort of the big bad tech company.
By 1999, 90% of computers worldwide used the Microsoft Windows operating system. They were untouchable, without comparison or viable rival.
We've been successful in the operating system world, built a huge PC business, built Microsoft Office into this big business. We were the tech behemoth.
Windows overtook that industry and transformed the world. But during that period, disruption was coming from all sides.
For decades, Sony had been a Japanese electronics giant with a history of producing personal and home entertainment hardware. And then, in 1994, Sony struck gold with the PlayStation, a gaming console with unparalleled success.
The launch of PlayStation really thrust gaming into popular culture in a big way. And Sony saw an opportunity for gaming to be even bigger and touch entertainment.
What Sony discovered was a console was really a Trojan horse to the living room. And once that device got into the living room, it could be a multimedia entertainment device.
Sony was putting different things into the home. They're putting a hard disk here and like a DVR. They're putting memory here. They're putting a processor here. And if they could connect all those things together, it would be a computer, potentially existential threat to Microsoft.
Without further ado, let me introduce to you the next generation PlayStation technology.
Even before Sony launched PlayStation 2, they were just creating this perception of inevitability. PlayStation 2 was the next big thing, and anything in its way was going to get crushed.
They said our new PlayStation is so powerful, it's going to replace the PC.
Sony was showing a slide at trade shows and to our customers of a future home that was full of PlayStations and didn't have any PCs in it.
Which was like shooting cannonballs over Microsoft headquarters.
It was an incredibly arrogant thing for them to do, but it was pointed too. I mean, that was a very serious threat.
In the 90s, Microsoft was a paranoid place. And when somebody said Sony's going to put a PC in the living room, that got everybody's attention.
And if Sony was at the point of locking down the living room, what was Microsoft going to do?
One possible answer was brewing not from the top executive ranks, but from deep within the Microsoft corporate structure. 4 renegades on the DirectX software team who were working on tech to help developers create games for Windows, and who were united by a fervent belief that games were the future.
I was leading the DirectX development team with one of my colleagues on the marketing side of DirectX, Ted Hasse. You know, the question that we were starting to ask is, where was all this graphics technology headed? Windows had won the desktop operating system wars. So we're starting to ask where there could be threats or opportunities in the future. We quickly narrowed down to games and an all-encompassing entertainment platform for the living room as being an opportunity for us.
Otto had carefully built a career at Microsoft, and he had already taken a risk because Otto could have been an important programmer in the legitimate Microsoft group, like Windows or Office. Instead, he chose to be in this DirectX group because he was passionate about graphics.
Ted and I both had folks on our teams we thought could bring some additional brain power to the conversation, including Seamus Blackley.
How do you describe Seamus? He's just a piece of work. One of the most brilliant people I've ever met.
Besides being a physicist and a really amazing mathematician, Shane has really embodied the heart of what it meant to be a game developer.
When I saw arcade games when I was little, when I saw computer space, my first idea was not, I want to play this game for hours. My idea was, how can I make my own thing?
One of Ted's employees was Kevin Bacchus, who had a financial and market analysis background.
Kevin's like a Vulcan in the best possible way. His interface to the world is entirely intellectual.
That is correct. We had day jobs for DirectX, but a lot of our thinking was how we could build brand new technology that was single-mindedly focused on making the very best games.
Four of us, we played games, and we loved games, and we wanted to make them. That really meant something for us.
They were working on DirectX, a set of software tools that standardized game development across PC hardware, and which was readily embraced by PC game developers. But the team saw a way to push DirectX further, with an idea that could revolutionize the foundation of console game development.
With Windows and DirectX, we have the platform that everybody wants to do the work on to make the games. We already have the entire infrastructure of everything you need to create all this technology sitting on our platform. If we could only create a single hardware standard, a box designed just to run DirectX. It gave us the idea that we could produce better games than Sony and Nintendo and Sega.
At that time, Japanese game consoles had very proprietary chipsets, and they just didn't work very well for Western developers. The instructions on how to use it would be in Japanese. What the DirectX group was proposing was, there's a better way to do this. We're going to use PC architecture that you're familiar with, which is just going to work out of the gate, so they could spend more time crafting and building their game.
They had an incredibly developer-friendly story. You already know how to write these games. If you've written them for PC, you can write them for console as well. You know, that message is pretty powerful.
For us, this was about advancing the gamer's interests and the game developer's interest, which would advance Microsoft's interests. So we decided that this was the right time to try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building a game console. At the same time, nobody ever believed that Microsoft would actually have the audacity to attempt such a thing.
Four of us. We were on a journey to get support for this crazy idea around putting a DirectX-powered box in the living room to deliver interactive content.
We were trying to crash meetings and get traction on this thing.
We were an annoyance.
Nobody knows who the hell we are. We were constantly discovering super important people who were roadblocks or who wouldn't get it and who didn't think games were important.
You're proposing taking money away from office development in order to fund some game system?
These people dreaded having meetings with us.
No surprise, displacing the stated direction of a company at the scale of Microsoft was not a trivial undertaking.
Realizing that who you knew inside of Microsoft was at least as important as what you knew, we brought in the guy who could try to build support for the idea of Microsoft building our game console, Nat Brown.
I had a lot of time spent talking with different teams and working with kind of long-term strategic planning.
Nat had an incredible network of connections. He opened up a lot of doors for us.
Nat was sort of like our Obi-Wan Kenobi, this wizard figure who would show up and go, oh, I know who you need to call. You need to talk to the guys in this division or that division. He knew the structure to Microsoft.
It's been nothing but a fight to figure out how the place works.
One of the first things Nat said was we needed a proper code name.
Something that would plant in people's head and take on a life of its own.
Nat said, well, isn't it really a DirectX box in the living room? I'm like, yeah, it's like a DirectX box. That's what it's about.
And we just put up on the board, let's call it the DirectX box.
And so we had this awkward thing in our mouths all the time. It was a DirectX box.
And I remember saying, that's too long. It's just Xbox. And we liked that.
That was our code name as a stand-in until we had something better come along.
We built a business case that showed how big this business could be. To get buy-in on that, you have to distribute it, you have to go socialize it. My trick was getting our stuff in front of executives to make them say, I want to understand this business.
The team set their sights on a logical choice. A senior executive who spoke their language, literally.
Yeah, I'll play real quick.
Ed Fries was a Microsoft lifer. He joined as an intern.
Ed had been critical in the development of Office, one of the biggest franchises, even at that time, that Microsoft ever had.
He had this passion for games. He loved games. He programmed a game at a very early age.
When most high schoolers were getting their first minimum wage jobs, Fries was already cashing royalty checks from his first game.
So let's take a look at this high-quality product.
A clone of the hit arcade game Frogger, aptly named Froggy.
Yeah. When I left Office to go run the games group, people told me I was committing career suicide.
Thank you, that's it. Good night.
They said, why would you leave Office, one of the most important parts of the company, to go work on something no one cares about? And when I got there, running the games group, I found out they were right. No one cared about what I was doing, and that was awesome.
95, the games group was really small. It was like 20 people. In a lot of these tech companies, there's not as much respect given for those other disciplines.
Microsoft at the time didn't care very much about games. I think we were just more of a hobby.
We were gamers working in like the bowels of some Microsoft corporate building. Our goal at the time was to push Windows as a gaming platform.
I always felt like I was doing underdog stuff, and that's actually what I really enjoyed. I enjoyed trying to bring Microsoft from behind in PC games.
After Windows 95 launched, we had to wear these t-shirts that said Microsoft knows games.
You know, it was obvious. We didn't really know games, otherwise we wouldn't have had to put it on our shirt, you know what I mean?
Choose your favorite form of world domination in Age of Empires.
But after a couple of years, we launched Age of Empires.
It was kind of crazy what a fascination that game became. And it was one of the signature PC strategy games for years.
That was actually a huge success for us, and we started to do some acquisitions. We were growing our publishing business.
As we started to ship more quality games, we finally got to the point where we were respected in Microsoft, and people were like, okay, Microsoft actually does know what it's doing when it comes to games.
Ed took a broken games business and fixed it, made it profitable, and found a way to do it at Microsoft. These are difficult double black belt Aikido corporate moves.
Steering the tiny PC games division into a profitable department had won Ed the trust of Bill Gates. And yet, Fries himself wasn't satisfied.
Our PC market share was growing into the teens, and at the same time we weren't doing anything in the console space, and that to me seemed like a bit of a waste. You know, there was this huge market out there. One day these guys from the DirectX team walked into my office and they pitched me on this thing, the Xbox, and basically what they pitched was a disguised PC. I thought, oh, this is great. This is like a bridge for me to get to the console business.
This box that will run a native version of DirectX, which is the part of Windows that's really focused on the game developer, was revolutionary.
It's going to be easy to port to this machine, easy to take my games and make them run. Unlike running on PlayStation at that time or a Nintendo machine that was just very alien hardware compared to a PC.
Ed understood all this game development happening on the PC. We wanted to make a console that was specifically designed to be easy and fun to make games on. And if the most creative people did their best work on your platform, that's really good business. That's a good idea.
Basically, I said, you know, I'm in. I like this idea. I want to help you guys.
The DirectX team, these were troublemakers, upstarts. They didn't have these reputations that Ed had as sort of born and bred to work at Microsoft.
They didn't really have any political clout within the company. It was, I think, a big win for them to get me on their side from my point of view.
This unlikely alliance would bring the Xbox team closer to the biggest test of all, pitching Bill Gates. And that opportunity would come sooner than anyone expected.
When Sony unveiled the PlayStation 2, they started talking about how they were going to be the death of the PC.
A new concept that we'd like to introduce going into the next century, our EE, the Emotion Engine,
Games. What a great name. Holy crap, an emotion engine.
Our new CPU architecture significantly outperforms even the fastest Pentium 3 architecture that's in the market today.
They showed beautiful fighters, models twirling around. They showed 1,000 delicate rose petals falling from the sky to show just how many polygons, just the raw math that this behemoth of a device could process. And guess what? It's got the power of 1,000 suns behind it.
For Microsoft, that really crystallized what the stakes were. And Bill asked the DirectX team to do an analysis of these claims that Sony had made.
As you can imagine, getting on Bill's calendar was next to impossible. I felt a huge sense of pressure to make things happen and make them happen quickly.
Otto and Seamus provided a fantastic breakdown, very technical, what the emotion engine did and did not do, which claims were true, which claims were exaggerated. And at the end, they very audaciously slipped in a little mention of the fact that, we can build a console too. And we put together what we thought at the time was a pretty compelling argument.
Gates had been curious about the viability of a Microsoft console, but it wasn't until mid-March of 1999, just 1 week after the formal announcement of the PS2, that the possibility was finally starting to percolate amongst the company's elite at its annual leadership retreat.
Semiamu was Bill Gates' annual Think Week to think about strategically what sort of projects did they want to greenlight.
One of the programs that you do at this 3-day offsite is a idea generating effort.
We all sat in a room, and people could propose a topic for a breakout.
We would write down a question, and we'd stand there with our question in front of us.
People moved around, and everybody voted what topic they wanted to work on.
And the question I wrote that year was, what if the cable companies like AOL and Sony all got together and they all pooled all the subsidies that they were paying to acquire customers? They could put out a box for free because it would be so ubiquitous and so highly wanted. That's all I said.
If they could get it into the home as a game console, it would be like the comet that hit the Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs, meaning the Windows PC.
I got a big line of people behind me on that one, including Bill, and off we went to start talking about it for a couple hours.
And so we had a sort of a 2-hour thrash on pros and cons of video game console. What was the state of play with Sony?
And coming out of there, Gates just called it. He wanted me to look into what we should do about it.
Thompson's big question resonated with Gates, and a call went out to the entire company looking for anyone who could answer.
It was sort of an all-points bulletin to senior managers all over the company saying, anybody working on any of this kind of stuff.
And so in March of '99, the DirectX team and every other group in the company that touched games in any way was brought together for a meeting to talk about whether we should have a comprehensive game strategy for the entire company. We took that opportunity to say, listen, not only do we have a perspective on this, we actually have a presentation, a PowerPoint deck that we'd like to share with everybody that says what we, the DirectX team, think the company should do. And obviously that created a great stir at the meeting. Nobody was expecting that. But it was a great surprise to us to find out there were other parts of the company that had aspirations of doing the same thing.
I was running a team in what was known as the Windows CE group. Windows CE was an operating system designed to run devices like handheld computers or even game consoles via a partnership we struck with Sega around their last game console, which was the Dreamcast. We had a pretty capable hardware team.
Some of the guys in that group had worked at 3DO.
Have you experienced the awesome power of the Panasonic Real 3DO system?
And that was a legitimate game console, albeit one that was not a success in the marketplace, but it was a legitimate console play.
Together, we had the hardware expertise, and we had a proposal for what Microsoft should do next in the console space.
Obviously, these guys think they know how to make a game console and that they should do it instead of us. We opened the door and Bill's interested in a game console, so now they're going to edge us out and they're going to step through the door.
They were funded, they had a name, they had leadership, they had executive support.
Their argument was, we already know how to do this. What do these kids know? go with us.
The DirectX team was young and hungry, full of tech know-how and vision. But Windows CE was well known within the company and had experience on their side.
Suddenly, it was a race to try to get the most legitimacy inside of Microsoft, where the winner was going to be the one to bring a game console to market.
And it came to this big battle with Bill.
It was what Microsoft often seemed to do, which is pit two groups of smart people against each other. Classic Bill Gates move.
The stage for the cage match was set. The DirectX and Windows CE teams would battle for the right to make a Microsoft game console in front of founder Bill Gates. To the victors belonged the spoils.
Having Bill in the meeting was always a fantastic thing, as well as increasing the tension at the same time.
Somebody's confused. Somebody's just not thinking.
Legendary. If you went in and you're full of you get shut down.
No, you don't understand. You guys never understood. You never understood the first thing about this.
So, we tried really hard not to be.
He is brilliant. But it was a very aggressive, male-dominated culture. Lots of expletives, super, super smart. But man, if you said something stupid,
Well, I'm done.
Round one. From my group's perspective, we felt good. We thought they didn't really understand the console space, so frankly, we discounted them a little bit. Ready? Five. We proposed something that aligned very much with how business was done in the game console market as it existed. You gotta meet the market where it's at.
The WinCE guys were sort of like preaching the model, but the model isn't very interesting.
In their pitch to Bill, as we're sitting there horrified, they're basically talking about recreating the 3D or making a game console similar to everything else that's on the market. And we're like, you don't enter a market and copy what the competition does exactly. You enter a market to disrupt it, to do stuff they can't do.
Windows CE presented, and they talked about this device and blah, blah, blah. And then the DirectX team got up and presented this vision for Xbox.
There were two things in our plan that we thought absolutely critical to the success of Xbox and games on Xbox, which had never been done before on a game console. Number one, a hard drive that would be important not only to save information about the player's state and what accomplishments they had done, but also so they could store large amounts of data somewhere and be able to access and change that over time.
I remember there was a big debate about should there be a hard drive in it or not a hard drive in it. We were the not hard drive folks. We didn't see the benefit of it.
The second component that we thought was absolutely critical was Ethernet. The Sega Dreamcast was basically the first console in history to have any kind of online component to it. But theirs was dial-up internet using a modem. That was the technology of the time. We realized that that was a short-term solution. What we wanted to do was to point towards the future and integrate Ethernet and high-speed broadband internet to the television set. We wanted to bet on the future rather than on the present.
The ability to connect machines to each other and to the internet was a core part of the DNA.
We were pitching a very traditional game console, and the Xbox team proposals, I understood it. It sounded to us like, hey, we're going to take a PC and we're going to go build a console out of that, and it just didn't seem credible. It's just not the way the business worked.
Final round. Five.
These two groups came at the idea of building a game console in very, very different ways. So this meeting got really contentious.
We have to watch these guys like on our plan and tell us it's not going to work and talk to Bill about how game consoles really work. I'm waiting. I'm like, come on, Bill, kill him, shut him down. That full of he doesn't do it.
I wanted to see the Bill Gates of old. I wanted to see Old Testament Bill Gates, the guy that was famous for throwing people out of meetings and telling them never to come back and telling them that they're the dumbest person in the company. To my horror, Bill sat back and stroked his chin and was very thoughtful. Bill said, well, I think both teams raised some good ideas.
But he didn't seem really that impressed.
in front of that audience, we realized we had to bring out every stop.
The guys from the DirectX side knew that you don't go to a Bill Gates review without showing something really spectacular.
And so, leading into this meeting, none of us had slept for like a week.
We made this little device that had relatively old PC technology with a game console-like case on it. And we modified Windows. Like the hack, like tears open a hole from the bottom up and exposes the hardware.
It was a bunch of PC components and a game controller, and it was literally just held together by chewing gum and paint.
Soldering stuff, stripping wires.
And this was like, in the back of our car or like, on the floor in a conference room when we were making this stuff.
An ugly timer on it that showed Windows booting up from power.
Booting a PC 20 years ago could take like 3 minutes. It could take longer. It could take 5-6 minutes. These guys played with a PC, pulled stuff out that wasn't necessary, changed the BIOS.
And I turned it on. And so it booted in like 3 or 4 seconds.
Bill Gates almost jumped across the table. He was so excited when he saw that.
Bill immediately looked at it.
Why the doesn't Windows boot like that all the time? Yeah. Bill wanted to see it multiple times. He's like, turn it off and do it again. Turn it off and do it again.
I saw his jaw drop. This is a guy who knows more than most people in the world will ever possibly know about PCs. Saw a PC, probably for the first time, come on immediately. We had a software emulator of a PlayStation that had been written for Windows. So you can imagine the executive's surprise when we took a PlayStation disc, stuck it in the Xbox prototype, and immediately Tomb Raider came on screen in all its glory.
It bridged the gap of believability. It made the idea of Xbox seem tangible and real and achievable.
The DirectX guys were stunned. And they played the game a lot better.
We, frankly, I think, underestimated what they were going to walk into the room with. That meeting wasn't a great outcome for us.
The Windows CE guys literally said, it's not fair. We weren't given the opportunity to make hardware. And somebody said, eliminate him. Well, nobody told them to build hardware, but they did.
Unfortunately for the Windows CE team, they brought a PowerPoint to a demo fight.
Looking back on it now, I really do think that Bill looked at us and saw some aspect of himself for the early days of Microsoft, and that's what he thought was going to work.
Bill's reaction was, you guys are proposing that it's doing good things for Windows, and it's based on Windows, and we get Windows in the living room. That all makes sense. You're proposing that we spend $500 million on it. You need to make this presentation to Steve.
How much do you think this advanced operating environment is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. Watch.
Steve is one of the most enthusiastic and energetic people I have ever met in my life. That energy and enthusiasm that you see on stage is 100% authentic.
At the time, if the biggest fan of Xbox was Bill Gates, the biggest opponent was Steve Ballmer.
Steve, as a good businessman, liked to make money. He liked, big bold bets, but he liked big bold bets that would pay off.
This was right at the time when Bill was transitioning the CEO role to Steve. They had already agreed for a couple of years that if Bill came up with some crazy idea that cost a lot of money, that Steve should get a chance to say yes or no on it first. And that led into this final meeting where we really had quite a large group of executives across the company.
The room was packed. There were a lot of different constituencies there, all the way from the field sales force to the most technical side of the company. You had a lot of people very, very interested.
Steve's a big guy. Bill's in there, and you're in there with these two super famous guys who hold your destiny. And Steve is really upset that we wanted to take this risk.
Ballmer understood very well where Microsoft's bread was buttered and where the money came from. We were a company known for productivity software. He didn't want some video game, or even the fact that we made video games, to threaten the very lifeblood of the company.
Steve looked at the Xbox idea and saw insanity. He went to his whiteboard and he said, okay, what's this going to cost? What's the hard drive going to cost? What's the Ethernet port going to cost? What's the graphics chip going to cost? And he totaled it all up and said, there's no way you guys, what's your reserve for returns? Reserve for returns, what does that mean? Well, we freely admitted that we didn't understand the first thing about hardware, but we were gamers and we were game developers. Our entire careers have been built around games. We knew that 3D gaming was taking off and online gaming was just around the corner. And the best and brightest in the game development world, they were moving all their thinking from the PC to consoles. We had the opportunity to go create something that was going to take all of the equity, all the goodwill, all the technology, and all of the programming tools that had ever been created to make Windows applications and carry it forward to the living room. And that was the product that we were proposing, Xbox.
Looking back at that moment, what Steve and Bill were seeing was the future passing Microsoft by. You know, Microsoft was thought of as this dominant company of the era, but success or even survival was anything but preordained. If Microsoft didn't grab this opportunity, that Microsoft would be on the wrong side of the future of tech.
It made everybody step back for a second and think.
The console business was something that we needed to seize. I think that that was where Bill and Steve realized that they needed to move forward with Xbox.
An incredibly electrifying moment.
We finally convinced Steve. Bill was convinced.
They've done an outstanding job so far, haven't they?
I think Bill did have a view that software running on hardware in a family room could really bring some unique experiences into the home. We could start with video games, but it could go many directions from there.
It was really an opportunity to recapture the soul that Microsoft had at the beginning, to create that revolution, to create that new platform.
We were going to do something no one else had done. We were going to launch a console from a software company. Microsoft had done nothing like that before.
And then it became clear that there was just some really big challenges for us.
At the beginning, it was about credibility.
We had a task ahead of us to ensure that we were taken seriously in the game industry.
This equation of power, performance, and price. You have to come correct on every single part of that, you know, to be successful.
There were so many tasks that had to be done on both the hardware and software side. We realized that we needed to have a leader. It was clear to all of us that that person was Rick Thompson. He had asked the best questions, the most insightful questions. We wanted him to be part of the answers.
So Rick was brought in as the seasoned senior executive who had experience in hardware with peripherals, mice and keyboards, and he had to construct a plan and a go-forward strategy.
My comment at the time was, I'm not big enough for this job. But a couple days later, Steve Ballmer calls me into his office and says, let's get this straight between the two of us. This is your job now.
You're making a big splash. You say you're getting into this consumer market. You know, if that doesn't work out well, it could really give the company a huge black eye, and that would be very difficult to recover from.
The risk here is enormous, the amount of money we lose on this project. And for me, it was fear, uncertainty, and doubt, because you got a business guy who's going to try to figure out a business model with my little team of people who help me with the hardware business. You got 4 people coming over from DirectX. None of us actually knew the rules of the game that we're playing. And we basically just stood there and looked at each other and said, oh, like, now what do we do?
idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo.
Microsoft is going to make a game console.
It was seen as a bit of a joke.
You might as well call it Nerdbox, right?
We needed to prove our credibility. This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Dude, we need a metal X. It's got to have a green eye, shooting a laser out. I want it to blind people. Game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all. I opened up the first machine, I'm like, what the? Oh my God, what happened in there?
Seamus is backstage soldering as the auditorium is filling up.
And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
The Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line.
Bill's not gonna be happy.
And it was terrifying.
He's screaming at us. You guys have lied to me. You guys have played me for a fool.
He says, this is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company.
It was terrifying. I thought my career was over.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future, truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Meet the Microsoft Mouse line. There's a mouse for everyone, whether you're an expert or first-time buyer. Let's start with the basics.
I joined the hardware group back in 1987. I ran it for 13 years, hired 300 people into the group, and by 1999, we were doing $600 million worth of business a year.
Rick was working for me running our hardware business. Think mice, keyboards, we had some speakers, we had this thing called Interactive Marty.
That's super duper.
At some point, Steve Ballmer shows up and says, Rick's gonna go do this business exploration. I want you to help sort of supervise and support.
Steve Ballmer tells me Xbox is my new job and is very convincing about it. Having been in hardware all of my career at Microsoft, I need to understand how this is going to be a good business for us.
Do you ever want to make hardware?
If you want to be a great software company, you have to be only a software company. You can't dabble in other things.
The idea of building a game console from scratch, the risk here was enormous.
We really understand what it is to be gamers, but we're panicking like we have to figure out how to build the hardware.
We had no idea what we were doing. None. Couldn't have been less qualified to build a console.
Everything about making a console is hard, including taking an upfront loss on the hardware. Sony, Sega, Nintendo, they design their own hardware. They manufacture it themselves, and they sell it at a loss and make a profit on games. That's how the business model works. So for Microsoft, that is an insane business to get into.
Our P&L said we were going to lose $2 billion for the privilege. Maybe later on, somewhere way down the road, we'll make money. And once you started it, with all the commitments that you make trying to convince the game developers to make Xbox games, you can't really stop it.
What have you done? What madness has claimed you?
We made it the point to Steve Ballmer to say, if you guys start this thing, don't come back 6 months from now and say it hurts too little.
Any new console hoping to have even a chance of success needed to win over a group of notoriously tough critics, game developers. And getting past those gatekeepers would require Microsoft to make a flawless debut at the world's largest game developer conference, GDC.
Games sell consoles, and so in order to sell consoles, we had to win the hearts and minds of the developers.
The only place I think we could have ever announced Xbox was GDC.
The next GDC would take place in March of 2000, so the Xbox team had only 11 months to design and deliver a functioning prototype.
Time is running out for Microsoft to get on the board. If they didn't announce by GDC 2000, they were going to be ceding too much of the playing field to Sony. They had to do it.
And there was still one massive problem to solve. Who was going to build the console hardware? The plan had never been for Microsoft to do it alone.
The only way that we could actually get Xbox made properly was to go to the people that were really good at building hardware.
Rick was trying like hell to find somebody to partner with us, people had expertise that he knew we didn't have.
Companies like Dell and Compaq and NEC and Toshiba. We start these meetings, and most of the guys would look at me and go, "Who are you? And should I believe you or not?" And I'm like, "No, really, we're going to do this."
The OEMs all, laughed in his face. Like, we understand enough about the console business to know that all the money is made on the software. And you're coming to us and asking us just to make the hardware while you make the software. We're not that dumb.
Rick's point of view was, we have no chance of doing this ourselves. And so then the question became, how do we partner with Nintendo? Maybe we should partner with Sega.
Sega seemed like a natural choice because of Microsoft's previous collaboration on the Dreamcast. But there was pushback against the partnership. Dreamcast had never been competitive with Sony, and Xbox needed to be unlike anything Microsoft had tried before. That left one last great hope.
With Nintendo's 64-bit technology, now Mario lives in a 3D world, and you can make him go wherever you want.
As we began to understand the business model, we really appreciated Nintendo. People don't buy consoles, they buy games. They want to play Mario, they want to play Pokemon, they want to play Zelda.
Accepting the award for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time will be Shigeru Miyamoto.
You look at Nintendo and you find the Spielberg of the video game industry and Miyamoto, and you go, wow, this guy's unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
I knew I could convince Microsoft to outright buy Nintendo. I mean, it would be an amazing accomplishment because it's the national treasure of Japan.
So if you buy Nintendo, you get credibility in the Japanese market. You maybe even get Miyamoto.
Was there a way to make that happen? Because that would give us instant credibility.
If Microsoft were to acquire Nintendo, they would have gotten two things. One was the hardware, and second is a massive games portfolio.
From Rick's point of view, if you could acquire Nintendo, you would immediately have access to the best game library in the world, full stop. So I made an introduction to the people around Nintendo of America, told them what we were interested in, and then we made a trip to Kyoto.
And who do you think you are barging into my office?
But I could tell from the first meeting that there wasn't a chance this was going to happen. They were highly skeptical.
Cards!
They were like not even remotely interested in selling the business. I never got past square one on trying to acquire them.
That to me is the pivotal point for Xbox. Oh my gosh, we're actually going to do this ourselves. And that scared the crap out of us. Because once it became a do-it-ourselves project, now the Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line, it's going to be big and public. We're going to have to do a lot of things new. We're going to do hardware at scale. We are no longer in the Microsoft playbook.
An unprecedented challenge called for some change-ups and new additions to the team. Ted, Nat, and Otto left for other pursuits, while Thompson brought on someone new. Someone known within Microsoft for delivering complex projects against impossible deadlines.
One day, this guy comes into my office and he sits down and I'm like, "Who are you?" And he says, "I'm Jay Out." I said, "Who's Jay Out?" He looks at me like, everybody knows who I am, right?
We're really on the cusp of this digital entertainment revolution. So while for 25 years now, Microsoft prided itself on making the world more productive, now our challenge is to blend that with making the world less productive.
He was seen as a futurist that had a lot of credibility internally at Microsoft.
There was, the famous internet memo.
He sent Bill Gates this memo that basically said, hey, Bill, we gotta wake up because this thing called the internet is coming. And it is going to transform commerce, it's going to transform society, and it's going to be powered by broadband connections. And so we made a huge, bold bet by putting a broadband connection in the back of the Xbox. Everybody thought we were nuts.
You have to remember, back in 1999, less than 5% of the U.S. households even had broadband.
Right, and I remember Jay saying, we're going to bet on the future, not against it. He had a vision for where online gaming could go and what Xbox could become. And Bill paid attention to Jay.
Well, it's very hip to be on the internet right now.
With the right team together, Xbox needed the right operating system, and that was a little tricky. And political.
It's just amazing how popular PCs are.
Windows had been the catalyst for Microsoft's meteoric rise.
Games, word processors, calculators, calendars, all running faster than ever.
Bill Gates had been won over to the team's pitch on the understanding that Windows would power Xbox. But the team knew that Xbox needed to be leaner than a PC. Windows was an all-purpose tank. Xbox needed a street racer.
One of the things that makes Windows great is that you can do lots of things at once. You can be running Word next to Excel, next to IM, next to Photoshop.
And so the idea was, if we're going to put a video game console in the living room, it's going to run Windows.
Once or twice a week, we'd get pings from all sorts of different groups around Microsoft. Office was kind of the notorious one, saying, hey, I hear we're doing a console, I hear it's going to run Windows. What do I have to do to get a build of Office running? I bet people would like to edit their Word documents while sitting on the couch. What's the rating of this? Okay, so we had to do two things. One, we had to tell these groups off. That is not what this is. If you actually think people want to sit back on their couch doing spreadsheets, it's not going to happen. At the same time, we needed a lot of code from these groups. So we had to tell them off nicely.
You're dismissed.
Oh!
The services that Windows provides are really valuable, but the most important thing for games is speed. If you have an operating system taking 15% of the CPU and half the disk, you're dead.
One possible solution was to use just the Windows NT kernel, essentially the brain of the operating system. This would leave more space and flexibility for developers to program games. There was just one problem with that solution. The Xbox team didn't have access to that kernel, and the Windows team wasn't about to share it.
Here we are in the computer room that holds all of our server machines. If we'd have gone and asked the Windows team, they would have insisted that we take Windows as is, no modifications, subject to their approval, and we just could not bring that back to them. So we had to steal it. We stole it. We stole it, yes. I have it running on this machine here. We actually grabbed it at night off of a server when no one was looking, about 3 weeks before a major Windows release was going to happen. We brought it back and just started hacking and slashing stuff out. We had to refactor and cleave off functionality to make this box so tuned that the games could be brilliant. What started out as a 4.5 megabyte working set for the kernel got that down to about 200K. So a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what Windows is actually made it over to Xbox. You could call this the evolutionary approach.
It becomes clear that what we're going to do is not what Bill and Steve thought they had approved.
Xbox would have the heritage of Windows, but not actually Windows itself.
The new operating system was streamlined, but nothing like the Windows-powered version the team had pitched to win the technology bake-off against Windows CE. With GDC 2000 just 1 month away, for Thompson and the team, it was the moment of truth. Time to call one final meeting. A do-or-die presentation to Bill Gates on Valentine's Day to ask if he could open his heart to a Windows Lite version of Xbox.
We had to go to Bill and tell him that what he wanted most out of this, he was not going to get. This wasn't going to run Windows.
I can't imagine how it could be better.
Oh, Bill's not going to be happy.
This was the final meeting to either approve the Xbox or cancel it. One of the highest stakes meetings I was at my whole time at Microsoft.
Which is the Valentine's Day massacre. It's like a 4:30 meeting. Rick, Thompson, myself, Ed Freeze, Jay Allard are the 4 Xbox folks there. Steve's in.
There was a whole outer group of people too. So this room was packed.
About 15 minutes later, Bill walks in.
He's holding the PowerPoint presentation, and he walks up to the table, and he throws it down on the table, and he says, "This is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company."
Leans across at me and says, "Why are you trying to kill Windows?
You guys have lied to me. You guys have played me for a fool."
I start to try to argue for this, why we can't have the normal version of Windows. Bill doesn't want any of it. He doesn't want to hear it. He yells at me, he shuts me down.
But you got a lot of alphas in the room, and all alpha males, and so there's a lot of pounding the table, and you're wrong, I'm right.
By then, Jay is up, he's ready to fight, and so then Jay goes in, then Robbie tries to talk to Bill, and Bill yells at Robbie.
If I'd had glasses on, I would have needed windshield wipers on because he was spitting at us so hard and so fast.
Bill would yell at us for a while about these different things, and then Ballmer would take over on the business case, and the business case looked terrible.
By now, and the reason it's called the Valentine's Day Massacre is because all Valentine's Day activities are now off.
The candles at home, the developing, and we're all missing dinner.
And the meeting gets to this sort of crescendo, and I said, okay, well then let's not do it. We haven't announced anything. So that led to another hour.
And then somebody says, what about Sony?
Microsoft had owned the den and the office.
How cool!
And the thought of Sony owning the rest of the home is offensive to Bill. But the Xbox, it's the antithesis of everything that Microsoft is. It takes all of the hardware burden onto us, so it's really hard to make business sense of it. That's equally offensive. And what's going on with Bill and Steve was figuring out which of those was least offensive to them.
Bill kind of pauses, and he thinks, and he says, I think we should do this. And Ballmer's like, yeah, we should do this. And then they start getting excited, and it starts going back and forth. We should do this. We should let these guys do this. Bill's like, okay, we're going to give you guys everything you asked for. Really want you to be successful in this project. You have all my support. And that part of the meeting took 5 minutes. And I turned to Robbie. I'm like, Robbie, that was the weirdest meeting I've been in 15 years at this company.
All I remember is Kevin Bacchus coming by and basically saying, we're doing it. We're doing it.
The system was going to get built. Hundreds of millions of dollars would be spent marketing it.
Even Ballmer said, once we say yes to this, we're saying yes to this. This is real. This is as real as it gets right now. We're going to book the speech at GDC.
Bill Gates was going to go on stage in front of the world and announce it.
And it became very real when Rick Thompson sent an email saying that Xbox had been approved for an initial funding of $1 billion.
With $1 billion on the line and less than a month left until GDC, Xbox's big debut had more writing on it than ever. The team set to work creating a prototype and recruiting game developers to the platform. A monumental task for a software company that didn't have much street cred.
When it came to console gaming in the late 90s, there was no perception of Microsoft. They weren't in the picture. But when it came to the PC side of gaming, Microsoft had a reputation.
Ed Freeze had built Microsoft Game Studios and kind of organized the studio structure by genre. We had like a role-playing studio. We had a sports studio.
We were doing golf. We had a basketball title and we had a baseball title.
But it was around the time we shipped Age of Empires that we started to really get respect.
You've built a glorious empire.
It was just a beautiful game. It was beautifully scored.
Age was a great game. It was a ton of fun. Everyone loved it.
Age of Empires is a grand franchise. But if you talk to somebody that likes to play Super Mario Brothers, it's really kind of a different customer entirely. And I think that they didn't necessarily view Microsoft as being in the gaming business.
To recruit console game developers to its unproven platform, Microsoft had to innovate development tools that would rival the competition, making game developers an offer they couldn't refuse.
We were all about what we were giving the game developers to work with to create the greatest games ever made.
The PS2 was really, really unfriendly environment to developers. Seamus Blackley and Kevin Bacchus and Ed Freeze, they were saying, we're going to fix this. So more of the money is going on the screen, not just trying to figure out the convoluted hardware. And that was like, really? I mean, it was like oxygen.
This was going to do things that the PlayStation can't, which meant to me we could tell more stories, create characters that people care about, and create worlds that would be very difficult to do on the PlayStation.
It's time.
We know at this point we're heading toward Xbox announcement at GDC. Game developers have to be excited so that they could talk to their other friends in the games industry and tell them, you know what? Xbox is legit.
The innovations offered in the Xbox created a promising future for console game developers. But to deliver that future, Microsoft still needed to complete a working prototype to debut on stage at the Game Developers Conference.
When Microsoft first started talking about doing a game console, everybody's willing to listen, but you need to see it.
We had to create a prototype game console that was obviously not going to be the final design of the hardware because we didn't know what Xbox was ultimately going to look like, but at the same time, looked nothing like a PC.
I had started working with the hardware guys' rapid prototyping group, which was literally in the parking garage. And they had like built a temporary structure and a bunch of parking spaces and like made it like a little office. So I went to this area where the artists were, and they were having a remote control car race in the office. Around the desk, going right around. And that's how I met Horace Luke.
In a lot of ways, I work very scattermined. I don't really work on a linear path. Most of my days spent with markers and paper and just doodling.
I remember the guys coming in about 6 or 7 in the evening when everybody's leaving the office with this big motherboard from the 90s, this gigantic board that had all these PCI slots on it, and said, put this into something that is presentable on stage. And I still remember staring at it going, what do I do with this thing? The traditional Microsoft product was very ergonomic-centric. The mouse, the keyboard. Though the Xbox, it was very different. It was about storytelling.
There was a lot of people focused on what's this set-top box going to look like in my living room. But that wasn't what we cared about. Boris was really interested in what was happening when you got sucked through that screen.
The role of the designer, it was how to tell the story at a glance. That Microsoft is about to go into a space that is brand new to what Microsoft was accustomed to. Telling people that this thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
I would go down and visit Horace, and there would be scraps of prototype drawings and other pieces of vision work that he would have.
The whole idea was his nuclear reactor almost, trying to hold this energy that's inside that is so intense.
He's like, dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out.
And he's always going to use sound effects. So he's going to
I wanted to blind people, because that's kind of how Horace would talk about these things.
That sense of escape and that sense of capability and power is what we're trying to create with this green portal. And inside there, everything is possible. That was how we wanted people to feel when it's on stage.
You could have shown up to GDC and plugged in a PC and tried to tell people it was a console, and not a single person in the audience, I don't even think we would have believed that that was really going to be a console. So we knew we needed to show something beautiful.
People got to be able to tell in an instant that this thing is called Xbox.
What we ended up building was a 40-pound machined aluminum X that had been buffed to a chrome finish.
These big, beautiful, shiny chrome X's, they were like these incredible sports cars.
We ended up taking literally a solid hunk of aluminum and carved it with a 6-axis CNC machine. That box took 2 weeks to carve and 1 week to polish.
Building those metal X's was very trying.
Drew and I just, after work, you know, get a can of kerosene, get a rag, and just keep buffing it. Rub, rub, rub until that thing was polished.
Somebody brought it out into a meeting and took a towel off of it and showed it to us, and I was like, that can't be in people's living rooms. Everyone's like, calm down. It's a concept.
And I'm like, okay, awesome about the green eye. How am I going to fit the components in there? And what we ended up doing is, if you look at a PC, there's like this main motherboard. So we stuck the motherboard at this, you know, on like one angle.
We had to shave off the edge of the motherboard because it just didn't fit.
We soldered the hardware together ourselves and borrowed space in the lab.
You know, I'm sure people looked at that and they're like, whoa, it's like this polished X. It's got this, you know, amazing green eye. But it was the world's messiest PC build. Like, it was components like just jammed in there. And you're like, is it gonna work? Oh, well, you know, work this time. I guess that's the one we'll take with us to GDC.
It's sometimes possible to forget about the people who actually make the game. So we're here in San Jose, California, for the Game Developers Conference to remind ourselves that without these people, we'd still be playing checkers.
Announcing Xbox at the Game Developers Conference was like every Christmas morning rolled up together.
Video game developers are upping the ante on creating realistic games. Microsoft upped the competitive ante, announcing a new concept, codenamed Xbox.
At GDC, the idea was that Seamus would go on and basically be the demo guy. Talk about Xbox, show the demos.
But this was the first time that Seamus had stood in front of an audience of game developers and gamers since the launch of Trespasser.
Before he came to Microsoft, we knew Seamus
from his stint at DreamWorks on Trespasser.
It was a personal passion of Spielberg. He was very involved in it.
I'm in Steven Spielberg's office, and we're going to do a game that could be a spiritual successor to Jurassic Park that takes all of the principles of game design that I thought were important.
Seamus really hit on this idea of trying to use physics to simulate a world populated by dinosaurs.
I wrote a big physics system in order to make an island that was completely physically simulated.
And they say every leaf and every branch that you walk into in the woods is going to move. And that was kind of a dream that we're like, yeah, that sounds good, but how are you going to do that? How are you going to make that perform? Well, the end of the story was we're not.
And I made every mistake in the book. You can read about this online, all the stupid things that I'd managed in that project. And we shipped it before it was done. We shipped this broken game right into the jaws of the birth of internet gaming sites and the first fan sites. I personally just got destroyed online. And I had never seen anybody destroyed online. We know what that's like now. I thought my career was over. Everyone who was present in San Jose at the Game Developers Conference, they knew my failures with Trespasser. I remember sitting in my hotel room, I had to convince myself to just go show my face at this thing. And it was terrifying.
The day of the unveil of Xbox, I took 3 Xboxes with me, like these metal X's, one for the stage and then 2 for as like, what happens if this fails.
We hand carry these things down in transit because these things are fragile. The idea was showing live demos, proving that we actually had nothing up our sleeves.
The game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
All the things on the screen were specifically to show game developers that this Xbox was far and away better than any of the other consoles that they'd ever seen before.
And they have to be done in such a way where it's clearly interactive, clearly real, clearly running on the hardware as advertised.
We hand carry them down. We set them up. We turn them on. The first one doesn't work.
I opened up the first machine, I'm like, what the is going on here? Like something jiggling around that wasn't quite right, and you're like, oh my god, like what happened in there?
So then we set up the second one. It doesn't work either. And the third one. None of them work. Seamus is backstage soldering, trying to get everything ready as the auditorium is filling up.
He was looking on the verge of green. He just looked sick. I was like, well, maybe this is stage nerve, and I realized, well, maybe it's also because all of our demo machines were completely deconstructed.
We're panicked out of our minds because Seamus went on stage to talk to the most cynical audience in the entire world.
If you took a photo from the stage of GDC, you would see, gamers and game developers, and they'd all look very excited. But underneath that layer are, the most critical people you've ever met, waiting to hate that thing that you created.
Kevin was underneath the stage with a video switch box that could switch from the Xbox prototype that was on stage running the demos to one that Drew was standing backstage doing everything the same way I was doing it, so Kevin could switch between the two of them in case of a crash. And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
I'd ask Seamus Blackley to come out, give us a look.
And then somebody decided we're going to make him put on a special leather jacket that doesn't really fit him.
We don't have the box, but we do have the leather jacket, so we're ready to go. Well, we do have one box. This is our show box.
So now, as I walk out on stage with Bill G, the full weight of my failed game, Trespasser, all of my dreams in the game industry, the ridicule that I thought I was going to suffer at the hands of every game developer who saw me fail to deliver this great thing, all of that pressure came to bear. You get up there, and I run the first demo. What I'm going to show you now is an example of advanced lighting techniques that are possible in a DirectX stage.
We made a bunch of little toys that sat around your desk, like a little merry-go-round with dynamic lights.
Complicated shadows drawn across very complicated objects. There's reflections, there's environment mapping going on. And all this is happening at full hardware rate. Another great example of that is our water dome.
You can now see caustics on the bottom of a pool. All those things come from the power processing on a per pixel basis. And that's really what the big differentiator was for Xbox.
This demo took, I think, a day to get done. And I can't underscore the importance of that enough. This takes Xbox from being a programmer-driven console to being an artist-driven console, a design-driven console. And that's really at the heart of the entire program.
The demo, it had a joke in it.
There's a classic Microsoft picture in the background.
Oh yeah, baby, that's texture resolution right there.
These were really smart demos and really ambitious. But when we saw the physics demo, I was like, wow, how's that computing?
In my high school physics class, I was scarred with the image of chain reaction as demonstrated by the old ping pong ball and mousetrap demo.
Physics was something that everybody wanted to do. Seamus had tried physics with his Jurassic Park game, and it didn't work so great. But now you were seeing those ideas actually working right.
A great example of the CPU doing all of this collision, all of this physics at the same time that the graphics processor is rendering the scene for us.
Physics is cool.
The Raven and Robot video, you could see the photorealism.
A huge chrome robot that basically was motion captured by a female character called Raven.
The level of physics simulation that was happening there, how much the CPU was being taxed, you knew as a developer, this thing was really, really powerful.
I was like, wow, we have got to get onto this box.
I was very surprised by the Xbox. I was expecting it to be kind of cool, kind of like a stripped-down PC, but what I wound up seeing very much excited me.
These demos were instrumental and so critical to the importance of Xbox and people believing in it.
To get honest, candid feedback from our peers, it was exciting because we saw the enthusiasm for Xbox. We knew that we had accomplished something.
Xbox is really going to be the king of the game stations. This is like a PlayStation 2 on steroids. People are kind of giving us high fives, saying congratulations, and I'm like, do we actually do this?
I've never seen so much advance in one particular piece of technology before, ever.
From that moment on, we had credibility with publishers and with game developers because it was clear we did know what we were talking about.
And the next thing that mattered was that Bill Gates showed up for it. That signaled to the industry and to the rest of the world, Microsoft as a company is backing it with all of its might.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Despite all the fanfare surrounding Microsoft's Xbox, industry analysts say the company is going to face fierce competition.
When Sony's newest video game console, the PlayStation 2, went on sale in Japan earlier this week, consumers were frenzied with excitement. They snapped up nearly 1 million units at $370 a piece in the first 3 days alone.
We were at a disadvantage compared to Sony and Nintendo because we didn't have the legacy of building and fun.
And Sony, oh, they're movies, they're cool, they're awesome. And Microsoft is like, they wear khakis, and they're boring, and they're Office, and they're Windows. And it's like...
For over a year, the team had referred to the top-secret new console only by its codename, Xbox. But now, they had a chance to christen it with a bold new name, one that wouldn't evoke Microsoft's corporate image.
Naming is the worst part of marketing. It's the hardest thing. Nobody ever 100% loves the name. Ever. Ever.
Marketing would go to the same brand people that they would use for naming components of Windows. People who knew nothing about games.
Paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to go through the most rigorous system of naming, tested against all the right customers, and they came back with list after list.
We had hundreds of names that were generated.
Friction. Cyclips.
And they were epically terrible.
Norbo.
Infinity.
Zod. XOD.
Shock Factor. Oh my god.
Fireplug.
Equestria. Vibe with a Y.
Xantra. Xantra is absolutely a blood pressure medication.
Frontier.
Fog. OG.
Velvet.
Zigzag.
Simulate.
You see, anytime you're naming something, you have to play the kindergarten game that everybody plays with their children. Okay, I'm going to give my child this name. Now, how are people going to butcher that their first day in school, right?
Carpet ride? I was having conversations with Robbie about, Robbie, Xbox is a really good name. No, you can't call it Xbox. That's a code name. We don't name products code names. We need a new name. It's like, well, okay, we'll look again. We'll look again and come back. Xbox is a pretty good name.
I remember our final meeting with the naming experts. They came in with the perfect name. We tested this extensively, and it's a winner. We tested it against the name Xbox. It blows it out of the water. Great, what's the name? With great fanfare, they unveil 11X. You know, because it goes to 11.
Well, it's 1 now, isn't it? 11.
I looked at the marketing people looked at me, and they said, all right, we'll get on Xbox.
Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly.
There was a big debate internally about whether we should call it the Microsoft Xbox or just Xbox.
We did a lot of blind research where we would bring in gamers asking questions about what should the role of the name Microsoft be on this console. First response when we mentioned Microsoft was they rolled their eyes. A video game console from Microsoft.
What? Microsoft? Doing a console?
First of all, it would take forever to boot up, and then it would probably blue screen.
And then we asked them questions like, hey, if PlayStation were an animal, what animal would it be? Be a lion, king of the jungle. If Microsoft were an animal, what would it be? It'd be a spider. It could kill you, but you also just want to step on it.
If the name Microsoft smothered the brand, it just was going to be a non-starter.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo or even Sega was seen as a bit of a joke.
You might as well call it nerdbox, right? Bill Gates was the richest man in the world. They were such an important tech force, but what they weren't was in the living room. They weren't an entertainment company.
Among gamers, 0% of people believe we could do it.
I was a journalist, and I thought, I don't know how Microsoft is going to make a console work.
Can you imagine walking up to Bill like, hey, you know what the biggest liability I have in my new product launch is? The name of your company.
Watch it real quick.
It's really good.
Love it. The ad was polarizing, and it did end up getting banned. Stations would not run the ad because it was, so shocking for people.
There was tension for the company to be doing this gaming thing. It was really different than really the image that the company was trying to cultivate. Some of the stuff like that, commercial, I don't think senior leadership saw until it was done.
We don't talk about Microsoft Xbox. Let's talk about Xbox. Because Microsoft was good on the funding side, but bad on the branding side.
And if they wanted to go market it like they market Windows and they market Office, it was a deal breaker. It was not going to be successful.
The games industry did not speak the same language as Microsoft.
But if we were going to do this really hard thing and not lose billions and billions of dollars forever, we had to get it right.
People had to have the belief that they were working with the Xbox team. And if that meant there was something slightly unconventional that had to be done, the Microsoft bureaucracy wasn't going to get in the way.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
The Xbox is a breakthrough game console that ships in fall 2001.
Most console companies start working on the next console as soon as they finish the current console. So 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. So for Microsoft to go from announcing in 2000 to being on store shelves in the fall of 2001 is kind of insane.
Before Xbox landed on store shelves, the team had to run a gauntlet of very public deadlines. A hardware rollout in Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show. A first glimpse of Xbox games at Microsoft's GameStop event in Seattle. And finally, an event that brought the entire global gaming industry together to see what was new and judge it mercilessly.
E3 is the biggest moment of the year for games. For new entrants, it was really important to show up and make a good impression.
That E3 was critical for the Xbox, but a lot of what you're showing is beta software and beta hardware.
Hardware that's not proven yet, or probably not even finished.
A lot of things at E3 can go wrong.
Adding pressure, the lead executive on Xbox development, Rick Thompson, had just left Microsoft, which meant Microsoft's mission to quickly deliver an industry-changing game console needed a new leader.
The idea of finding somebody else externally didn't make sense. We had a schedule that is crazy to begin with. The project just didn't have the time for that. Nor did we think that somebody externally could sort of fit into Microsoft to make this happen. And so I concluded that it was something I needed to do.
A new challenger enters.
Sort of a fateful decision, because it led to the worst 18 months of my professional career.
It's a hard project, but what we were doing is something that is intensely difficult. Robbie was the grown-up. Robbie was.
We were a young group of kind of ragtag kids.
Let's go ahead and take the cars, give them 3.
What the hell's that?
I got a demo to do up here. I don't think Robbie should be seeing this.
What we needed more than anything else is we needed an adult in the room.
I was part of Office when it was smaller, and then as it grew big.
Robbie also has a sense of propriety, and I don't think we had a sense of propriety at all.
The opportunity here way outpaces that opportunity. I think it's very exciting.
He was the one inside of Microsoft that Bill Gates trusted with all the complexity and the cost and the risk involved in doing something like this.
Robbie's a good guy. People can trust him. Doesn't break his word. However, everyone who comes into games can't be prepared for what it's like. It's an entertainment business. The software doesn't just have to work and have the right features. It has to entertain also. This is hard.
I had no clue what I was doing. I didn't play games. The business model I barely understood.
We are launching an entirely new business competing against 2 established competitors in one of the largest entertainment industries in the world.
I was learning something new every single day. And that meant, obviously, I failed most days, too.
I think the next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be super exciting. A little challenging.
I didn't think about how to plan for going from 20 people to 2,000 people.
We went from 4 people to a dozen people to hundreds to, honestly, thousands involved in some way with the creation of Xbox.
It was crazy. I mean, it was no time at all before I didn't know everybody in the organization anymore.
When I think about it today, it just makes my head kind of spin sideways.
Every week, I would hear about somebody I knew in the game industry that was moving up to Redmond to work for the Xbox.
We just said, this all has to get done. We need bodies. So we hired people in bulk. We brought in teams of people.
I remember thinking, there's a lot of people changing their lives for this effort. It's either got to be something that everybody believes in, and they're willing to uproot their families and get behind this initiative, or it's going to be one of the biggest cluster of all time.
It became clear that we needed our own place because we were just going to bust the scene.
So Microsoft has this beautiful campus and all these beautiful buildings and everyone works together. We were not part of that.
We went to this campus called Millennium, which was still in Redmond, but pretty far away from Microsoft.
Part of that was we needed space, but part of it is like we need a few miles away from main campus to get some breathing room to do something different.
We were deliberately a renegade team.
They were rebels inside of the Microsoft empire.
We were kids in our early 20s who loved video games and could not believe that Microsoft had given us jobs to go create them, and we were all kind of growing up together.
The thing about games is it's Hollywood for nerds. You have your star directors, you have your Ferrari driving rendering engineers.
Congratulations.
And after a full day of working on making games, we would get together and play games. And there was a little bit of a weird culture of not leaving, which I think was maybe not the healthiest.
Maybe like a college dorm room kind of vibe.
Your social circle was Xbox. Your family was kind of Xbox.
But we all had a common purpose, a passion around games.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary was where we were getting our energy from.
Because we were still young, we had moments where we were like, wait a minute, like, am I the best person to be doing this?
There was definitely a whole bunch of kids making decisions about their pay grade.
You had a bunch of passionate people who weren't necessarily 100% the most qualified people to be doing the jobs, running as fast as they can to make this thing happen.
We were young and we were naive.
You know, I always call it the best funded startup ever.
Me, in my 20s, you know, I had millions of dollars of budget, and there wasn't really any oversight. It was a little bit of the Wild West.
You know, I had to negotiate all the components that went in. Hard drives, power supplies, the circuit board. Here I am, this kid, negotiating these deals that are hundreds of millions of dollars.
There were definitely some terrible decisions being made. But on the other hand, that level of freedom, you know, made Xbox happen.
What resulted was sort of a weird combination of craziness and genius.
My recollection of that time was being so fascinated by watching this big company around us try to wrap its brain around what it meant to be an entertainment brand.
We didn't have a lot of interdependencies with the rest of the company.
It was Robbie, right, that had to go over to main campus and deal with Microsoft people.
One day, some executives came to visit the studio, and one of those people who came was Bill Gates. I showed him my cinematic tools and how I wrote scripts and how I laid down cameras in the engine. Bill spent time with Marty O'Donnell, our audio director.
Chief, whatever you're gonna do, make it quick.
Raining aliens! Oh, Jesus, why you do this to me?
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
He spent time actually watching Marty play some of the themes from Halo.
Día tal. Día padre.
Went to go see our art department where one of our 3D artists was sculpting a character in clay, making a maquette. And at the end of the Bill visit, we got in the conference room that leads to the studio, and there was a pause. And you can see the magnificent machine that is his brain calculating down the Microsoft org chart from him at the top all the way down to the crazy artists in this studio in a gravel pit, literally. And Bill leaned forward and he said, "So there are artists who work here?" It really was a cultural change for the company.
Xbox was already forcing people within Microsoft to think differently. But what really mattered was changing public perception. Behind the scenes, software engineers were hard at work building Xbox's capabilities. Now, the hardware team had a chance to win over the doubters on a big stage at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
CES was a trade show where companies from around the world would come to unveil the latest in technologies.
A lot of buying decisions from retailers got made at that show for the holiday season, and so we had a lot of proving to do. The press was skeptical, gamers were skeptical. You don't know how to do this stuff. You've never done this before. Good luck. The gaming industry is not a believer.
While Microsoft works on the insides of the new Xbox, it focuses an equal amount of attention on the outside.
I was the creative director of Xbox.
Horace Luke is the man. Horace Luke is the man.
What Horace had to do was take the thing that we had produced in hardware and then figure out some wrapping around it. First time we ever showed him, like, hey, you're going to need to put this board that we're about to manufacture for, you know, millions of consoles into something that looks good. He's like, what the
My office was where everybody brought their ideas, from the technology team to the design team to the management team.
At the time that we were building the original Xbox, there were no other consoles with a hard drive or an Ethernet port.
So how do we put something around this that vents heat, that survives a drop test, and looks cool?
You have to fit all of this, of course, into a box that's not going to be giant sitting in your living room.
It was a constant battle between the different groups. I went through thousands of different sketches, trying to jam it and shrink it in every way possible into a box.
I remember him saying, like, well, maybe we just got to slim it down. Like, you know, we'll just dress it in black.
Everything was very aggressive looking. The console itself was large. It was bulging on the top.
It looked like the engine cowling on a Dodge Hemi. It was the physical embodiment of power, like no other console's ever been designed like this.
It was quite a miracle to fit everything in that box. Looking back today, you say the thing was huge, but in comparison to the PC of the 90s, it was tiny.
It is a small miracle that we actually were able to pull this off. And it looked awesome.
Consumer Electronics Show is back with every new gadget and gizmo about to hit stores.
CES 2001 in Las Vegas, in the convention center hall. Bill Gates was there.
CES will actually give us a better idea of just where Microsoft is going to fit into the gaming market. For the very first time, Microsoft was going to get to show off its final Xbox hardware design.
Good morning. Welcome to CES.
Everybody felt like we were on the verge of doing something special, historic.
For the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
But when you show up as the third entrant into the space with well-established competitors, you have to break out. You have to be bold.
How do you unveil a product in a way that might surprise the world and get the world to see Microsoft doing something differently?
If you smell what the rock is cooking.
The Rock says we decided to bring The Rock to CES.
There was honestly some disbelief, like, you know, Bill Gates, The Rock, like, what's going on here?
Thank you, Bill.
It was really like muscle-bound Hollywood meets, you know, gamer geek of the tech world.
Just might appear that The Rock and Bill Gates don't have a heck of a lot in common. Well, The Rock's here to say that that can't be farther from the truth. The Xbox is everything The Rock is. Cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating.
And they were funny together. Like, it actually worked.
And they looked like they were best friends.
I mean, The Rock doesn't impress easily, Bill, you know that, but I'm pretty damn impressed with what we're seeing here today. And considering that this Xbox at this moment is only running on 1/5 of the system's power, it's very impressive. Bill, do you have any idea what The Rock would be like if he were only running on 1/5 of his power?
Well, I would think that...
It doesn't matter what you think, Bill. I'm sorry, Bill. It's just a force of habit. Rock apologizes.
It went well. We showed nothing, technically, but it started to build the excitement.
We gave it 5 out of 5 stars. We really like the Xbox a lot. You throw in an 8 gigabyte hard drive, a 10100 Ethernet adapter, and you basically have the most powerful system on the block. The Xbox is really slick.
With excitement building around the console, Microsoft was under tremendous pressure to build a portfolio of hit games before the Xbox launch.
By the time they had announced that they wanted to do Xbox to the time when we needed to launch was an incredibly short period of time. We didn't really have the luxury of saying, start building a game from ground up. That was almost impossible. What we were looking for were games that were partially in development, ports already in development. We went out and started to look for developers all over the world.
A barnstorming tour across North America, Europe, and ultimately Japan to create some sort of excitement around the console and convince game developers in particular that we could be successful.
All right, boys, let's roll.
One day we presented a new idea from a small game publisher that would come to us and said, hey, we want to dust off one of the 2D games that we had done for PC. We're going to really invest in it. We think it's going to be really exciting.
And these newly important executives in Xbox who would review all the pitches from publishers and developers, they said, I don't think that game we're going to be able to make the transition from 2D to 3D.
They felt that it was complicated. They didn't really understand the user interface. They thought that it was based on a game that hadn't been all that successful. To my surprise, it was rejected.
And that game was called Grand Theft Auto 3.
It ended up selling 14.5 million units. It was the top-selling game of 2001 and would have been the top-selling game of 2002 if it wasn't beaten by its own sequel.
It was the pass heard around the industry. Despite seeing Grand Theft Auto 3 go to PlayStation, Microsoft was still well-positioned to attract other developers to its platform.
We needed a vibrant and strong third-party lineup of games that customers would love, and we wanted the industry to look at us as something that was going to be worthy of development. We wanted to have the very best games.
On March 13, 2001, Microsoft put their commitment to developers on public display at their GameStop event in Seattle.
Thanks and welcome to GameStop 2001. What you're seeing is a sneak peek at what's to come on Xbox. We're going to start off with a game whose vision was really just too big to fit in the PS2, so we brought it over to the Xbox.
Our characters certainly aren't the muscle-bound superheroes, that we want to be. They're more like the poor, sad schmucks that most of us really love.
Getting Oddworld. That was important. It was an established PlayStation franchise, beloved by the console game community.
That's the last damn Gambit there is!
We had a chance to work with an amazing creator in Lorne Lanning. He did all the voice acting for his own game.
So Munch had these things we called puzzles, and they were like, me. And Munch would be like, you got to come over and do this. So and then Abe's like, come on, guys, let's go. And they were really vulnerable characters living in extremely dangerous worlds that you're trying to keep them alive, but when they get whacked, it's hilarious.
Next, we're really happy to announce our new relationship with one of the premier racing developer teams in the world, Bizarre Creations.
Project Gotham, it's a new product for Xbox. Now check out the reflections on this car. The whole environment is completely mapped to the entire surface of this vehicle.
Project Gotham Racing was based on your style of driving as much as how fast you cross the finish line.
For us, it was an opportunity to make this amazing, really accessible, fun, arcade racing game.
It's a really important part of our launch, and that was just the beginning.
Hardcore, freestyle, snowboarding. This is only one mountain of 7 international mountains we'll be bringing to you in AMP.
That double-ended axe is pretty wicked looking, and we can tell this is a hand-to-hand fighting game.
Playing a football game, you want to kick your buddy's butt so hard he's going to wear it for a helmet.
And that's it for our show today. I hope you got to see everything that you wanted. Did you see everything? Oh, I feel like I am forgetting something. What was it? Oh, Halo. Hey, how could I forget Halo?
Hey everybody, so I'm Jason. I'm one of the co-founders of Bungie and the lead on Halo.
Bungie was a Mac-first developer. That's where they started. That's where they had their success with Marathon and Myth 2.
But Bungie was also dealing with the aftermath of a catastrophe. Myth 2, one of their hottest titles, had an installer bug that could erase a user's entire hard drive. In order to fix the bug and keep the company above water and working on new games, they needed a serious cash infusion.
Apparently they had this thing called Halo. I hadn't seen it yet. Some of my guys had. They had multiple games in development, but all I wanted was this new thing that they were working on. So we did a deal and bought out the company, and they started to work on Halo.
That's really when true development began on what the game would be. When we were purchased, Halo was not a game. There was no real story. There was no real sense of what the gameplay tempo would be like. We knew it was powerful to control a space marine who moved fast and could jump into a sophisticated vehicle and, haul ass around this alien world. And that was it.
Hey, Jason.
People knew about Halo. They knew that we'd been acquired by Microsoft. They knew about Xbox. They knew we were still working on the game. That period of getting Halo from a series of prototypes to on a disc playable by an Xbox was just a mad rush to get this game done. But there was this excitement that we had something special.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you. Welcome to Halo on the Xbox.
We started off that demo showing you flying to land in a Covenant ship, running around the environment, getting in a vehicle, doing all those building block Halo things. We had our test environment, what we called a B30, the island map in the middle of the water with Halo in the background. It was just fun to play. Woo! GameStop was that real first coming out party for us, and it was just that moment where I think the whole organization began to wake up to, oh, there's something really special.
Thank you, that's it. Good night.
Xbox had made a high-risk bet on Halo. At the time, first-person shooters were considered PC games. The only right way to play was with a keyboard and mouse.
At the time, people thought, well, how are you going to translate, mouse and keyboard game into a console game?
Dual-stick first-person shooters had almost never been done on a console.
I remember right before the demo, Ed was very clear. He's like, hey, when you're playing, make sure that people see the controller. What we need to demonstrate is you can play a shooter with thumbstick, maneuvering around the environment.
You can go back and you can look. Adamant blog posts that shooter games, like Doom, would never work with a game controller. Can people actually play a first-person shooter on a controller like this? Is the audience going to accept it?
While gamers wrestled with the idea of a first-person shooter on a console, critics also keyed in on a not-so-tiny issue.
I don't like the controller. Unfortunately, it's big. I think it's too big.
The Duke, they call it. The Duke wasn't a small controller. It didn't feel cheap. It felt like you could kill somebody with it.
You had to have gorilla hands to work with this thing. It was the industry's biggest game controller.
The Duke controller was like a newborn baby. I mean, the thing is like 9 pounds, 3 ounces. You had to kind of hug it.
As an adult with big hands, you can hold it farther back and it's really comfortable and cool.
It was done fast backward as most things were in the original Xbox.
To get to that design, we kind of used the human factors ergonomic approach.
For those of us with smaller hands, we all thought, oh my god, all these guys just sit in a room and go, oh yeah, it's gonna be great. It was like, oh, yeah, this is totally not gonna work for us. And it was like, okay, this is a problem.
Perhaps we didn't take into account the full range of hand sizes.
There's no way we could ship Duke in Japan. They couldn't use it there. There was almost a plea, Carlson, you've got to find a way to make this smaller, please.
We knew it wasn't the right thing, but we didn't have enough time. E3 was coming up, and so we had to go with what we had.
On May 17th, 2001, global gaming's biggest event, E3, kicked off in Los Angeles.
E3 is clearly the Super Bowl, the Olympics, the World Cup all rolled into one for the video game industry.
For Team Xbox, it was the most important public test for their new console before a looming November launch date.
We're trying to make an impression at E3, and we don't know what hardware we're going to be able to show. And are we going to try to show a lot or a little? Should we show games at all?
We were heads down, focused on having all of our games prepped for E3, and it nearly killed us.
It's Broadway, it's opening night. You're going to read the reviews the next morning, and you're either hot or you're a flop.
I was pretty eager to get to E3 and get hands-on with the Xbox. But your first time making hardware is painful. And what you demo and what ends up in the store shelves are often very different things. And so I was really skeptical that this Xbox is going to be ready.
It's a pleasure for me to be the first to welcome you to Los Angeles for what I'm sure is going to be quite an exciting week.
So it's 8 a.m. in the morning. The hardware team is like literally using duct tape to get the box done. Sony had their event the night before and a party after. This was going to be our coming out party, and we now have a hungover media group at 8 o'clock in the morning coming to see Xbox. That is not where you want to be.
We've made Xbox a reality. And you can see here, if I slide this down, Xbox itself. Now live and ready to go.
I walk out on stage, and I do my first line.
In fact, I press this little button here in the front.
And then I hit the magic button that's supposed to start the Xbox.
You'll see Xbox will actually start up. We can bring that video up. We can bring that video up.
And nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Well, if we could bring the video up, Xbox will be live and starting and running.
I didn't know what to do, so I just went on.
So it's with great confidence that on November the 8th, in the North American market, you'll be able to go into retail stores.
In less than a year's time, you're going to release this thing into the wild, and people are going to be able to play it, and you're going to love it. And it doesn't turn on.
It was a devastating moment.
As the hardware planner, my heart just sank.
And you'll be able to get a box just like this with Xbox in it.
It was a disaster.
A legendary sort of press conference snafu. We had to convince the press very quickly that we had a box that worked, and we needed to get their hands on these games as quickly as we possibly could so we could wash away that moment that we had on stage.
We're very excited about that.
But the disasters kept rolling.
The Xbox wasn't done yet. The graphics hardware that they were running on was running about half the speed of what we expected the final product to be at. Basically, I'm making excuses for it was slow.
Microsoft had never had a meaningful presence at E3 before. The booth was packed.
We decided to show Halo because we feel like we have to show what's going to be our key title.
In terms of the games we were working on, Halo had the biggest role. And so it was the E3 demo on the floor.
So many people were coming in with huge curiosity about what it was capable of, and I was completely disappointed. I'm like, the frame rate's terrible, the split screen stuff, it's kind of cool, but it just doesn't feel like it's powerful enough.
On the show floor, the unfinished game seemed to fall short of its original promise of revolutionary gameplay.
So now you have a bad launch event, and the key title that's going to carry the day looks bad. And people start to think we're crazy. Shortly thereafter, E3, Peter Moore, he's at Sega, and he says, hey, I want to give you our feedback from E3.
That E3 was critical for Sega to stay alive.
In February of 2001, Sega made the decision to discontinue the Dreamcast and focus exclusively on software. Part of that transition included a huge bet to focus on making games for Xbox. But a disastrous showing at E3 from Microsoft meant danger for Sega.
As we were moving from being a first party to a classic third-party publisher, we absolutely needed somebody like Microsoft to get us through this difficult period.
And so Peter comes up to me and looks at me and says, well, here's our feedback. Retailers aren't going to stock you, developers aren't going to develop for you, and consumers think the product's not very good, it's too expensive. I took it very personally. I'm the leader of the team. It's my responsibility. It's my obligation. And I felt like I failed. This is my resignation letter to my boss, Rick Paluzzo. I wrote this on Friday, May 25th, 2001 at 2:02 a.m. It starts off, my status in Xbox, importance high. This is not going to be an easy email to write, and frankly, I've postponed doing it several times. The short summary is that my direct involvement in Xbox needs to end, and sooner than either of us would like. I think this is both in my best interest and the best interest of Microsoft.
But Bill Gates and Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer did not accept Robbie's resignation.
They just encouraged me to get it done and said, you've done a great job, keep at it, we're with you. I mean, there wasn't much more they could say. Right? There's no advice they could give me. They were too far away to say, hey, go do this. The only person who could figure that out was me. I never told anybody on the team. Rick and Steve and Bill. They're the only people that ever did. That gives you the sense how personally challenging it was for a person who hates losing.
Electronic Arts, one of the biggest game makers in the world, and its CEO, Larry Probst, was quoted in the Financial Times as saying this, that Microsoft has a lot to do over the next few months. They are on a death march now.
I don't think anybody had an easy ride to launch.
All we're thinking about is getting the device done so that we can make launch day. If you didn't have console units on retail shelves for a holiday, you missed a year. That holiday was fun.
There were a lot of late nights. We were trying to engineer and design something that we'd never done before.
We were building the technology, we were building the hardware inside. The Xbox circuit board is about yay big. It had probably in the order of 800 parts.
Parts of the Xbox were coming from all over the world.
Like Hungary and Mexico.
You know, there were people who went and lived in China in a hotel room for weeks on end.
We would be flying back and forth with hard drives to get stuff back to test.
Microsoft had never shipped a console before. It turns out there's a lot of regulation everywhere in the world. You had to be certified by the right agency and approved.
Their approval took longer than we expected. Parts wound up getting delayed from suppliers.
It was every day, come into the office, see a fire, try to put the fire out.
We were tracking the hardware, tracking the components, tracking our launch dates, such an accelerated pace.
It was chaotic.
Chaos, total chaos.
People themselves were doing Herculean things.
We would sleep at the office.
This was all happening in real time.
It just never been done before.
Xbox was the toughest job I will ever have, or have ever had. I will never do it again.
Every day was a challenge, both sort of technically and professionally, but also personally.
You know, you were lucky if you had a personal relationship that survived launch. Mine did not.
It's kind of like you're on this horse that's bucking and you're thinking, okay, is this ever going to stop or will this be the end of me?
8 to 12 weeks before launch. We're coming in way hotter than anyone expected.
We doubted whether the hardware's going to be done. We're not sure any of the games are going to be done. The ship is still on fire. The plane hasn't landed. All the metaphors for crashes you can think of. But in the end, that team believed it.
There's no second try at the Xbox, so this was a Hail Mary culture. And if we were to succeed, it was going to be absolutely epic.
It's a touchdown!
November 15th, 2001, Xbox was released in Times Square.
We painted Times Square green. Everywhere you looked, you saw the Xbox green logo.
Xbox was up on all these big billboards. One of those moments in your life you're never going to forget. Here we are, a huge line of gamers down the street waiting to buy this Xbox.
20 years old, first time going to the city alone. I get on a bus and I show up in Times Square. I go straight to the new Toys R Us and I'm looking for the line. I'm prepared to stay there all day.
We worked with the city to open up the WWF restaurant across the street from Toys R Us Times Square. And that's where all the gamers came first.
They have Xbox consoles set up everywhere. They pretty much just allowed all the gamers to hang out and play and test out all these games.
Bill wanted to be on site. He wanted to help hand over the first console.
Bill Gates is down at a gaming system, shook my hand and said, "You ready to play?" And then we were playing Fusion Frenzy, and Bill Gates made a comment that he had actually taken 2 weeks off of work just to practice this game. He wanted to beat the gamers.
Does anyone know what the shoot button is?
He couldn't beat me. I absolutely took pleasure in beating Bill Gates, yes.
Thank you for this. Been waiting a long time.
Everybody got a tag on their wrist, and when your color was called, we brought you across the street to Toys R Us, and Bill was there to hand out the very first Xbox.
Tonight's kind of a celebration. It's after a lot of hard work.
So they count down. Bill Gates has it rung in on the register. Price is up there, $299.99. One hits and he hands me the box and says, "Don't worry, I'm buying it for you." And I turn around with even more excitement and raise my prized possession over my head.
Edward Glucksman became the first gamer in the world to ever own an Xbox. It was a magical night.
I'm a 20-year-old kid looking for a console. That's all I wanted to do. First time going to the city alone, I managed to get sent home in a limo.
It's a celebrity. Every night.
They actually did it. You know, Microsoft actually built and delivered this thing.
The feeling was like, crying level of exhaustion and intense pride for the thing that we had made.
There's never been a prouder moment in somebody's early career. I still have goosebumps today thinking about it.
I tell people that faith is a force multiplier. That team believed. And because that team believed, Xbox got done. If that team doesn't believe and they're just there doing the jobs, we never finish.
That small group of big personalities managed not only to convince Bill Gates and the board that we wanted to get into this nascent industry, but they also managed to get an entire organization of game people created and pointed in the right direction.
In the subway, a whole station is covered in Xbox logos. I had to sit down and started to cry, and even Kevin got emotional.
It was an impossible task that we should not have been able to do. I was tremendously proud of it. But at the same time, that was the end of that special moment in time that we were all able to be part of. It was the end of an era.
With the Xbox out of their hands and into living rooms around the world, Kevin Backus and Seamus Blackley left Microsoft for new adventures in the game industry.
Microsoft Xbox went on sale at midnight, but when it comes to video games, it's not the system that counts, it's the games.
Nobody actually really cares about the hardware. All they care about is the content.
Be successful, you have to give the gamers that platform-defining title. That you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play.
Halo was like this gem, like this was going to be the diamond we offered up at Xbox launch.
But remember, Halo showed up at E3 6 months before the game was supposed to launch with pretty serious frame rate issues.
Why is it running like internet video from the early 90s?
We got hammered for how it showed up on the floor.
It's our lead title. Are we going to actually launch something that is this terrible game?
I think there was a bunch of panic. People didn't see what they expected.
That was the part where people actually got super worried.
There was an incredible amount of pressure on Halo. If Halo wasn't a hit, then the future of Xbox really was in doubt.
E3 2001, when we saw Halo, my friends and I, we were like, ooh,
It's crashing, it's buggy, it sounds terrible.
it seemed like Microsoft bit off more than they could chew.
And each build, it didn't seem to be improving at all.
Like at some point it wasn't about making Halo perfect. Honestly, we were just focused on how do we get this thing on disc in time for launch.
There was an incredible pressure on Halo.
This is our lead title, and this is what we've got?
If this thing fails, it would all be for nothing. Xbox was finished.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox. Taking over the living room.
Limitless, connected digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Soon you will be believed.
On Halo, we were doing the thing that people weren't quite sure would even work on a console, a first-person shooter, and the frame rate was terrible.
All of a sudden, we were in a new area, console games, and what do we know about console games?
I had only heard things about, it's not very good, really. Bungie may be a good studio, maybe a fine studio, but the game wasn't really being received that well.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir?
With Halo and Xbox's fates intertwined, something drastic had to be done to get the game right. So, in a last-ditch effort, Ed Freeze and Bungie essentially put the development team under arrest.
Ed Freeze had put Halo behind the curtain and won't let anybody see it. Won't let anybody talk to the Bungie team.
It's like, you guys seal yourself off, literally and metaphorically, and deliver a great game. Like our doors, I don't even think Ed could get into some of the Bungie doors.
I kept saying, hey, Ed, when can I play Halo? And he goes, oh, I can.
We only had a couple more months before we had to get this thing into boxes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well.
We had to stand up a complete game that was performant on new hardware. We had to create a compelling story with characters. We had to cut levels, take shortcuts, just a mad rush of long days, sleeping under desks, full-on old-school crunch to get this game done.
There it is. One positive thing that comes out of crunch is ideation and invention and polish. Ultimately, that was one of the things that Bungie took very, very seriously, was polish.
For us at Bungie, this was a passionate effort to make the best game possible. But when you show up as Microsoft, you are open to a whole different level of criticism.
Yeah, that's cool. All right.
And Halo had the burden of showing up excellent in all ways. But we had no idea Halo was going to be a hit. We hoped people would like it. Here we go. But the rubber hits the road when you meet the gamer for real.
Go faster!
Halo? Fourth and long. Anybody else Halo?
Halo, yeah.
Halo.
I remember very vividly going to local launch events. Starting to look at chatter online with fan sites, and then game reviews, and then comments, and realizing, oh my god, people like it.
How the hell are we gonna beat this game?
Halo, which had problems entering the fray, became
out on day one, and it was amazing. It was really amazing.
I just felt that sense of possibility.
Damn it, Jenkins! Fire your weapons!
That you could go anywhere and do anything on this beautiful, lush planet filled with things that were trying to kill you. They just did it so well. The controls felt natural. You could tell like that it was going to be a breakthrough for first-person shooters.
I didn't care that I wasn't using a mouse. I was using a controller. I was in the Halo universe, and it was fantastic.
There was a bit of an epiphany of, oh, like you can do that? Like you can play this kind of game on a console? Awesome.
Halo was a phenomenon. That dual player mode was wow. Landing on the beach with a Warthog trying to protect Marines with Master Chief. It just blew me away.
Banshee on flames comes down and lands on the ice and is skidding towards me across the ice, and it's gonna run me over and kill me, and it skids to a stop right in front of me. And I live. It was like I was there. It was like I had that experience.
With Halo, Microsoft had that platform-defining title that you had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play. And that was something that I always envied and admired.
Halo forms so much of the backbone of, I think, what Xbox is.
Watching the feedback we were getting on Halo, the stories people were telling, it was a cultural moment.
You getting Halo?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Just checking.
Without Halo, we're not here. Halo, Combat Evolved.
Microsoft estimated that they have sold 1 million copies of Halo in the US alone. 50% of Xbox owners are also Halo players.
Xbox was the Halo box. That's what made it work.
Halo broke ground in so many ways, in game control, camera control, storytelling, even art style. It inspired a lot of people to tell a different kind of story.
It changed the game for Xbox, but I also think it changed the way we look at first-person shooters.
First-person shooters had only really largely existed at scale on PC, and mapping those controls to the controller, they just did it right. It just felt right.
No one had done it that well before. No one had nailed it. They just nailed the control.
So before Halo came out, the conventional wisdom was if you wanted to play a shooter, you had to do it on a PC. Because that's where you would have the precision with the mouse and keyboard to aim, make the small movements, to land that headshot on your enemies. What Bungie did with the help of Microsoft's playtesting and user research labs was figure out how to get something that would approximate that feeling on a console where all you have is the 2 sticks to move and aim. They weren't the first to do a shooter on the console, but they did it best by far. And the influence of what Microsoft and Bungie were able to achieve is still being felt in games today.
Even today, it's the largest genre in console gaming. And really, because of Halo, Xbox became the console for first-person shooter fans.
The multiplayer was transcendent. It was just something that you didn't experience on any other platform.
Microsoft made a huge bet on broadband. Every single Xbox had an Ethernet port in the back, and it paid off in spades. You could use it for LAN parties and to system link on a LAN.
Oh my God! PC gamers understood the joy of the LAN, the local area network. Make a network of computers in a local area, which means you have to be face-to-face and nose to armpit with gamers.
Got the flag, I'm out the front!
And it's a fun experience. You can all be in a shared virtual world and run around and do things that you couldn't through a modem just because you're all there connected and it's higher speed. Microsoft ushered that in for consoles.
Manually plugging machines together to play games was not a new concept, but it had always required a lot of technical know-how. Now, the communal gaming experience wasn't just for computer geeks. It was for everyone.
Right now, we have this game going here, which is 16. Downstairs, I was just down there. They probably by now have at least a 16 game going at. They keep on bringing in more stuff, and it seems to be expanding.
It was a communal, party, multiplayer atmosphere that you could have with a massive group of people and have multiple consoles all connected.
We'd get together at like 8 a.m., and play 16-player Halo all the way till 8 a.m. the next day.
I remember running an Ethernet cable up the stairs so I could have a friend bring his over and play.
I'd go to my buddy's house, and we're on 2 different floors. We're in 4 different rooms because screen looking's a thing.
Man, the fights were legendary. You looked at my screen. No, I didn't. Yes, you did.
I can't see your screen. We'd make a little flyer at work, like Halo LAN party this Saturday. Bring an Xbox, bring a controller, bring a TV. That changed everything about my social life for probably 10 years.
And these, by the way, weren't small TVs. These were the big cathode ray TVs that you had to find a way to be able to use.
I had a heavy-ass TV. Flat screens weren't around back then.
You got it? So I bought a PT Cruiser just so I could get my TV around and my Xbox.
That was a fashion statement to have an Xbox in the car back in the days with that big screen.
You're fine, you're fine.
I remember playing nonstop and sitting there in my own puddle of sweat.
The minute you stepped into a multiplayer match on Halo, time just disappeared. You just got sucked in, and we would play all night long.
It provided me an experience I had never had on a console before, period.
Halo was a runaway hit that had spawned its own social scene, putting Microsoft in the big leagues with Sony and Nintendo for the first time. But the team wasn't done. They saw a way to take those multi-room raucous LAN parties and make them global.
The initial concept for Xbox Live was one of those magical ideas. So it gets to go in a special folder that I call epic pitches, because they're pitches that even though they were in their infancy, they planted a seed of ideas that turned into something that had an impact on the entire industry. Maybe an impact on global culture.
We built an Ethernet port in every unit, and the idea was now we can actually have a network community of gamers from living room to living room around the world, no matter what language you speak, no matter where you are in the world, that we can all be part of one bigger community. And that vision is like awesome.
There definitely was some skepticism about the idea of playing multiplayer games over the internet.
When we were scrambling to get Xbox done, and Xbox Live is like a vague fog in everybody's head. Nobody knew how that was going to work and whether it was going to be a good ecosystem and whether the quality would ever be there. And it became a huge point of tension in terms of how it was designed and how it was going to work. But we're going to do it.
Microsoft is putting literally billions of dollars on the line to back this. The program was fraught with this. It required technology that really hadn't been built anywhere in the industry before. And those kind of tech investments are always risky.
With so much riding on the success of Xbox Live, the team couldn't afford to develop it in a corporate vacuum. If they wanted to deliver a gaming experience unlike any other, they needed gamers to tell them exactly what they wanted.
We went out and talked to a whole bunch of gamers around the United States. One of the things that came back was that voice communications was going to be imperative.
You know, it is a good day to die, cheesemaker.
Nobody wanted to sit there and text with a typewriter, just taking out their buddies.
First thing was you had to get the starter kit that had a headset in it. It's like,
You were talking about console gaming. What are you supposed to do with a headset?
The Xbox Communicator. Let you talk to other gamers while you're playing.
This broke down the barriers of how you could speak. You simply bang on your headset and you could talk to anybody in the world with this kind of platform.
Your defense is offensive.
Your defense is offensive.
Building that global couch where people can talk and kind of virtually elbow each other. With 4 gamers on 4 continents and have it all perfectly fluid through headsets, just as if they were sitting in the same room together. This was before Skype. So the notion of low latency, great quality voice, we had to go build out that tech.
I like this one. The own digital personal ID in the machine is good idea. Yeah.
We're creating this giant gaming universe for gamers to play in over generations. We knew it was important to have this one identity that linked to you, where you could build your legacy in gaming.
Your gamer tag. It's your identity on Xbox Live. The legend you build for yourself in this brand new gaming universe. Remember, you're building all your stats and friends in that name.
Rather than have a gamer tag for Madden, a separate gamer tag for Halo. It's like you just want to be known as one thing.
My gamer tag is the real B.
My gamer tag is Cowboy22.
A gamer tag is hero protagonist.
It's King Doug.
The Spaceman.
Xbox Live wanted to bring that fundamental instant fun into the world of online gaming.
You will never be without a game to play. Anytime, day or night.
It was a revolution in online gaming.
The team was finally feeling confident. They had the technical know-how to build Xbox Live. But on the other side of that challenge was another, even bigger question. If they built it, would gamers pay for it?
The technology was in the box, but the commitment from a player, we just didn't know how it was going to fly. That firstly, someone's going to pay $50 a month for broadband, but they also have to go tell their friends that it's worth it.
I've never been shy to share my opinion, and there was one time where I was talking to Jay, and we ended up arguing about it all the way into the hallway, and it was me saying, this Xbox Live idea you have is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Like, I hate this idea. Somebody's going to pay $50 for multiplayer games when they can get it for free, and people did laugh at that and said, why would you pay for access? Because you're already paying for your game. It wasn't just me. It was like an entire division worth of people saying, what are you, nuts?
So this experience had to be amazing. That was crazy to people. Like, who's going to play multiplayer if they have to pay for it?
Microsoft is taking the Xbox game system to a whole new level.
Xbox Live. Future of video games arrives today. Microsoft is putting the Xbox online. Today, the Xbox goes live.
Manning is at his home in Indianapolis, Hasselbeck at his in Seattle, and they're about to play each other in a video game using the Microsoft Xbox console.
Oh, sit down. Son, don't your coaches tell you you can't take a sack in the red zone? That is quarterback 101.
Last night, we had gamers all over the country playing against celebrities here in LA where we had our big premiere party.
We're checking the perimeter. All right, so here I go.
Xbox Live launched exactly 1 year after the original Xbox itself launched, November 15th, 2002. The launch of Xbox Live was like a second launch for Xbox.
Blow up and kill everything in sight. Is that what you're getting? That's the idea, man. It's just like doing RoboCop.
I'm gonna open up a can of whoop ass and see how it tastes.
The two launch titles that I have such fond memories of, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon, which was a port of the PC game, and Mech Assault. There's a third-person action-oriented take on Mech Warrior.
Just the light bulbs went off, just the magic was there.
Live let us add the element of community and human society to game design.
It was just immediately clear to me that this was going to be like the thing for video games.
What Live did for Xbox was they created this community that once you got into it and attached to it, it was very hard to leave.
I met so many people online playing games that I never would have been cool with based off of us playing each other, me beating him beating me, him having some great plays.
And there's an extraordinary number of like 50-year-old males that play Xbox Live today. And they will not go to another system because their buddies are there. So they're only going to buy a system to hang out with the guys so they can play while the kids are sleeping, and they're going to play Call of Duty or something, right?
Every night, me and my homies be on a party with about 15 to 20 of us, and we be talking about what happened in the day if we playing the game, and it's just like a great gossip line for some grown-ass men.
We had forecasted how many Xbox Live subscribers we were going to have, month 1, month 2, month 6, etc.
Hey, we got 50,000. Hey, we got 100,000. Hey, we got 1 million. Hey, we got 2 million. It just kept growing.
And that happened like I wouldn't say instantly, but pretty damn close. It happened very, very fast.
Xbox Live was unprecedented. Everybody else's version paled in comparison.
What you think of gaming today, being on a headset, talking with friends, playing games, that just seems commonplace now because it is commonplace now, but Xbox made that possible in a big way.
Xbox Live could be considered one of the very first social media platforms.
Before Facebook, even before MySpace, Microsoft really did pioneer the very first interactive, dynamic social platform.
Quite frankly, Microsoft proved to the world that online multiplayer was going to be the key to the future.
Gamers flocked to Xbox Live in numbers that even took optimists within Microsoft by surprise. But while the platform was teeming with newly devoted fans who loved sniping their college buddies from different continents, there was one consistent complaint. What happened to the game that put Xbox on the map? Where was Halo?
When we started working on the second Halo game, the weight of expectation came crashing down on us.
Halo 2 had to be a blockbuster movie, and that was always a danger. Is what if we just pushed to do this big AAA spectacle and miss the heart of what made Halo's success in the first place?
Goddamn, we have a lot of work to do between now and E3.
Everybody on the team had a different idea about what being more excellent would be. We loved that you could get into vehicles, for example, but it frustrated us that you couldn't tear someone out of a vehicle and jump into their vehicle and take it over. So boarding vehicles became a huge design initiative.
Look out!
We were really good at coming up with great ideas. We weren't quite as good at production discipline, figuring out how to right-size all those ideas, fit them into a box, timeline, and ship on time.
When I got there, they had reached a point in development where they were basically going to have to cut half the game, and in some ways start from scratch on a lot of the promises that they made themselves.
Within a year, it became clear it wasn't working. Just the way the game felt, Jason really wasn't happy with it. He looked at the game, yes, and he came to me and said, you know, we have a problem. I'm going to have to rework a bunch of the work, and it's effectively going to add another year to the schedule.
Jason, help.
There was a lot of pressure. How can we ship a better game than Halo? And from Microsoft's point of view, Xbox's point of view, how can you ship that game as quickly as possible?
This is now, by far, the most valuable franchise that we have. This is Halo. We can't screw this up. Jason's saying he needs a new year. Time for me to step up and do my job as a boss.
I do know that Ed went to bat for us.
Ed was very much a purist. He was about creating great games and giving the dev teams the time they need. And that is at conflict sometimes with actually making a profit.
So to me, it was a no-brainer. But Robbie wanted to put it in front of the other leads on the team because Halo was so important. It's going to affect, you know, the Xbox Live team and what they do. It would affect the continued marketing of the platform, things like that.
Microsoft back then was a technology company. Software shipping on time at quality was a big part of the rhythm of the business.
So we go in and we have the meeting, and Robbie basically goes around the room and takes a vote. And it went around the room, and everybody voted to keep it on the original schedule. I walked out of the room, and basically I just threatened to quit immediately. Robbie gave in, calmed me down, he agreed, and he gave us the extra year for him.
Ed got the Bungie team the time they needed to finish the game. But the delayed launch had a ripple effect throughout Microsoft.
Really, that Bungie meeting was the beginning of the end for me. When I walked out of there, it wasn't just that I was mad. It was the first time I could imagine leaving the company. I mean, I'd been there since I was in college. I had a lot of stuff going on in my life. I'm about to turn 40. I had been at the company a long time. I made plenty of money, so I didn't need to be there. Within the next 6 months, I quit.
In January 2004, Ed Fries resigned from Microsoft, while Bungie set out to finish what they'd started, creating a sequel to one of the most popular titles in console history. The extra year Fries bought them turned out to make all the difference. Not only did it elevate the game, it built fan excitement to a whole new level.
The lead up to Halo 2, I had never experienced anything like that in my life. It was genuinely a pop culture event, and I don't say that lightly.
7,000 stores are opening on midnight.
They've been waiting a long time for this.
They were chanting, Halo 2!
Halo 2!
Just felt like something new was going to happen in entertainment.
Because Halo 2 is the best! Halo 2 is everything!
Xbox's Halo 2 is expected to generate more revenue in 24 hours than day one sales of any full-feature movie in entertainment history.
Halo 2 is probably, you know, one of the biggest
phenomenons to ever hit my life and a lot of people's lives.
It was the biggest day in entertainment history.
Halo 2 sold 2.4 million units in 24 hours.
Here was a video game for the first time really crushing movies. It was a coming-of-age story for the video game industry.
This game is simply the best game on the planet.
I played Halo 2 with my friends literally every night for at least a year. That's how transformative Halo 2 was for me, and what it did for Xbox Live. There had been nothing like that ever.
With the innovative success of Xbox Live and a full-blown cultural phenomenon in Halo 2, it seemed like Microsoft's bets were paying off. Xbox was even surpassing Nintendo in US sales. On a winning streak, the team put their eyes on an industry-changing follow-up to the Xbox.
When I arrived at Microsoft, it was my job to think about the way that the gamer was going to be using this 2, 3, 4 years after launch, and how do you continue to deliver content. We started then to plan this multi-billion-dollar investment that became the Xbox 360.
Xbox 360 is the new entertainment system that's designed around high def, wireless, and always connected. And it doesn't stop there. It's totally personalizable, so you can change the way it works and the way it plays, and find your friends no matter what you're doing.
When they unveiled the 360, I saw a very powerful console with a stunning interface, with a focus on being online, always connected. This was all stuff that they had sort of experimented with the original Xbox and Xbox Live, but now they were building it into the core experience of the console.
Xbox 360 was 5 to 10 times more powerful than the original Xbox. To achieve that, we had to push technology and solutions that didn't exist in the previous generation. We had to go explore things that had never been done.
As opposed to leveraging a lot of off-the-shelf components and existing technology, we're actually building a brand new processor and chipset for this particular console. So we were taking a lot more of that engineering effort on internally.
At the heart of the Xbox 360 are 3 IBM CPUs.
Whatever you'd heard about the PlayStation 2, the motion engine, or whatever big wild dreams you had created in your head, we needed to create a leapfrog product that said, hey, this is even more powerful. This is the most powerful console on the planet. And so we evolved the Xbox from a powerful console that plays all the games you love to a console that connects you to all your friends and connects you to a lifestyle, this digital entertainment lifestyle.
We involved movies, we got content generated that you could access, music.
The magic in Xbox 360, it does so much more than the original Xbox.
Xbox 360 Guide, it is your launch pad to all of your digital entertainment.
Here you can store your pictures, videos, and music.
We've also added a new concept called achievements, sort of a record of everything you've accomplished across your entire library of games. With Xbox 360, we've created technology that will enable people from every age and every corner of the planet to gather together in new ways. A product with games at its core, surrounded by limitless, connected digital entertainment.
Everything we were trying to do had just never been done before.
We're really focusing hardcore on building an online experience for Xbox around games.
Gaming was always first, but this was no longer just the ability for you to play a game online. This was breakthrough thinking.
We built Xbox 360 with a mission.
They showed it as a media hub in your living room. You can connect other devices to it, you can play your photos, you can do this stuff together. They targeted a broad range of gamers. They were building this thing to be future-proof.
Microsoft's new Xbox 360 will be first to hit stores' shelves this fall.
It's huge. It's a big, big statement for us. The next generation of consoles starts now.
We wanted to try something new with the Xbox 360 launch.
Xbox favorite game. Woo! Where are you guys from?
We're from, well,
yeah. From Indianapolis, Indiana.
And Kansas City.
Los Angeles. Los Angeles, Hollywood. I came in from Minneapolis. Land of Florida. Yeah. That's the only way to get it on the 360. You hear me?
Hey, this is Xbox Live's Major Nelson. We're here at 0 Hour in the Mojave Desert.
Hey guys, you ready to go?
Tonight marks the biggest gaming event of the year, and it starts right was this in-person fan experience in the desert in California. I was at G4 at the time, and I remember we got wind that they were just going to throw an epic party for Xbox fans.
Xbox 360, I'm hyped!
We had a hangar in the middle of nowhere and decked it out with hundreds of gaming stations.
We are seconds away from this hangar opening, and all of these people getting a chance to play the Xbox 360.
And as the doors start to open, like the biggest doors you'd ever seen, you knew that you're about to run in to what would be the future of gaming.
Are you ready?
And we basically said, hey, come here and you're going to be the first to play games, and we're going to sell you consoles here as well.
Thousands of gamers came, people that had met on Xbox Live that had never actually seen each other in person before. People were so happy. It was a magical launch event.
The 0 hour event was a huge success, a massive celebration. We had so much pride in this product.
Was this a transcendent moment for you?
Oh, yes. The excitement generated in the desert spilled into the rest of the country as the console became available to the public on November 22nd, 2005.
I waited in line in like freezing rain for like 3 hours outside this Best Buy to try and get a slip so I could get an Xbox 360. I was so stoked when I got it. I took a selfie.
They had a great launch lineup. They had the gamer in mind first.
They had the features that I would want in a console. They had the games for casual gamers, for hardcore gamers.
The Xbox 360 marketplace was where you could buy digital games. Sure, you had Steam and people who do it on PC, but this was a managed, curated portfolio, much like you know as an app store today. And we were one of the first ones to have it.
I start downloading games, and I download Joust, Robotron, and Defender, and like, all of a sudden everybody's having fun because these games are amazing. And I'm like, okay, we were sitting here at Grandma's house, and we were bored, and I just got on the internet and downloaded games, and now we're playing video games and having fun. This is the future. This is the greatest thing in history, and this is what this console transition is about.
I can view my profile so I can see, you know, what games I've got, and it's got the whole achievements thing here as well.
It was the first console with achievements. We take that for granted now, but all the little bonus points and your gamer score and your rating.
You achieved something in the game, and that something is whatever the developer decided. Hey, did you scale this mountain? Did you open this door? Did you find this thing?
Somebody can play through the game, but if you wanted to really complete it, you had to get every achievement.
Let's get some ass.
I've got 148,000 gamer score. What is that? Why do you care? Because it's something that reminds me of all the time that I've had, all the games that I've played, all the I feel like I've accomplished something.
They had an incredible console that was built for always online, always ready, with a stunning interface that ran on top of everything, and they came out guns blazing.
We had low price, with high def, with great games, and a product that was great. And so we felt we had a chance that generation.
Yeah, we were riding high, we were celebrating, morale is extremely high.
They had arrived. They had to gain the trust of developers, they had to make a statement with the gamers, they had to show that they belonged at this party, and the 360 was a beautiful iteration of all the lessons that they had learned with the original Xbox.
I think 360 was finally that moment that Jay and Seamus and everyone, you know, dreamed of.
Gamers were looking to see whether we would get it right this time, and we thought that we did. We needed to be seen as the start of the next generation, and this all needed to come together flawlessly. Unfortunately, that's not quite what happened.